The heat was unbearable, and despite the ice basins placed in the corners of the Fugue restaurant's grand hall, the sweltering temperature persisted. Outside the establishment stood a sycamore tree, its leaves drooping as if drained of vitality. Fang Fan dozed off at a table in a corner of the hall, finding solace in the coolness provided by the ice basin beside him. The other waitstaff had also claimed 2 tables, reclining and napping amidst the oppressive heat. On such a scorching day, the usually bustling Fugue restaurant saw little patronage who would venture out for lunch in such weather. At the tender age of 13, Fang Fan had been sent to the Fugue restaurant as an apprentice through his grandfather's connections, officially becoming a waiter at 15. Earning his wages. It was that very same year that his grandfather passed away, leaving Fang Fan alone. Little did he know that just days prior, the original Fang Fan had encountered a conflict, resulting in a fatal fall where his head struck a stone. This unfortunate event paved the way for the current Fang Fan. The present Fang Fan had met with a catastrophic accident in his former world, his body shattered upon impact, leading to his surreal transference to this realm. In his previous life, Fang Fan was a software developer, though not wealthy. He lived comfortably in this new world. However, the original Fang Fan's parents had long since passed, and the only family member, his grandfather, had also departed a year prior, leaving the household devoid of savings. Upon his arrival in this unfamiliar world, Fang Fan quickly realized the dire poverty of his new home. Idleness meant hunger. Thus, he set aside his previous identity to continue working as a waiter. Fortunately, upon his arrival, he inherited the memories of the original Fang Fan, allowing him to perform his duties with remarkable proficiency. At that moment, the wind chimes outside the entrance tinkled, jolting Fang Fan awake. He looked up, bewildered. Was the wind picking up? He then noticed a figure clad in a Taoist robe entering the restaurant. The individual emerged from the sunlight, enveloped in a radiant glow. The Taoist robe was a pristine shade of blue, immaculately clean and billowing without any breeze. His hair was styled in a bun, adorned with a jade hairpin, and he sported a long beard, exuding an ethereal, otherworldly presence. Fang Fan donned a professional smile and approached. Esteemed guest, would you prefer the grand hall or a private room? The Taoist glanced at Fang Fan and replied, a private room. Please follow me. The private rooms are located on the 2nd floor. The finest ones are currently unoccupied, awaiting distinguished patrons such as yourself. The Taoist maintained a stoic expression, giving a slight nod. Fang Fan led him upstairs, opening the door to the Tian private room and gesturing for him to enter. Upon entering, the Taoist surveyed the space, nodding in apparent satisfaction. The room featured a window covered by a bamboo curtain, filtering the light and creating a tranquil ambience. Ice basins were placed in each corner, and the room's smaller size compared to the grand hall provided a much cooler refuge. Fang Fan presented the menu, holding it with both hands before the Taoist. Without taking the menu, the Taoist instructed, young man, recommend a few light and refreshing dishes. For me. I also heard that Fugue restaurant offers iced beverages. Please bring me some of those as well. Fang Fan smiled. For a light and refreshing dish, I recommend the smashed cucumber, with garlic, shredded carrots with vermicelli, chilled enoki mushrooms, and sweetened tomato chunks. As for beverages, we have brown sugar ice jelly, rock sugar snow fungus, and pear soup, rock sugar milk with bird's nest, and a recently introduced red tea milk tea. The Taoist spoke, I would like the smashed cucumber with garlic, shredded carrots with vermicelli, brown sugar ice jelly, and red tea milk tea. Those 4 items will suffice. Fang Fan replied with a smile. Certainly, esteemed guest. Please hold on for a moment. With that, Fang Fan exited the private room and closed the door behind him. Upon reaching the kitchen, he relayed the Taoist's order. The dishes selected were all available, being cold dishes and chilled beverages. The kitchen apprentice presented a platter with the dishes and drinks, which Fang Fan then carried upstairs, pushing open the door to the private room. The Taoist sat by the window, enveloped in a soft glow. The dimness of the room obscured his facial features. However, as Fang Fan entered, the Taoist's gaze shifted towards him, revealing a piercing intensity in his eyes. Upon recognizing Fang Fan, the sharpness in his eyes softened. Fang Fan gasped inwardly. By heavens, the gaze of this Taoist is truly fearsome. Maintaining a smile, Fang Fan approached to serve the dishes, esteemed guest. Here are the smashed cucumber with garlic, shredded carrots with vermicelli, brown sugar ice jelly, and red tea milk tea. All the dishes are now served. The Taoist nodded and tossed a silver ingot to Fang Fan, worth 10 taels. Good heavens, this Taoist is quite wealthy. These 4 dishes cost merely over 4 taels, yet he generously offered 10. Even after sharing with the chef and kitchen apprentice, Fang Fan would still net a substantial sum, considering his daily wage was only 15 copper coins. Fang Fan accepted the silver, momentarily stunned as a voice echoed in his mind. 3rd grade Xian level, reward, 1 clear heart pill. 9th grade Huang level, reward, 1 bright vision pill. 3rd grade Huang level, reward, 1 bone cleansing pill. 7th grade Xian level, reward, 100 square units of storage space. Good heavens, the benefits of a transmigrator have finally arrived. Fang Fan pondered why he received 4 rewards, and after a brief contemplation, he understood. The Taoist had ordered 4 of his recommended dishes, hence the 4 rewards bestowed upon him. Still dazed, Fang Fan sensed the storage space, its exact location unknown yet palpable, and he soon discovered the other 3 rewards within 3 jade vials containing elixirs, quietly resting in the storage space. Seeing Fang Fan lost in thought, the Taoist assumed he was overwhelmed by the 10 taels of silver and glanced at him. Fang Fan quickly regained his composure. Esteemed guest, is there anything else you require? The Taoist pondered for a moment. Are you familiar with Qingfeng Temple? I am. Please inform your manager that I would like to visit Qingfeng Temple shortly. Fang Fan's expression shifted to one of hesitation. Although there were no pressing duties of the tavern, skipping work today would mean losing his wage. I shall give you an additional 5 taels. Fang Fan smiled. Very well. I will inform the manager at once. Fang Fan conveyed the Taoist's request to the innkeeper, mentioning the matter of the 5 taels of silver. The innkeeper agreed, instructing Fang Fan to allocate 1 tael of silver to the other staff members, thus finalizing the arrangement. Fang Fan positioned himself at the entrance of the private room, awaiting the arrival of the Taoist. The Taoist, though not hastily, finished his meal within a quarter of an hour and emerged, stating, "Take me to Qingfeng Temple." With one leading and the other following, they departed from the inn. Upon exiting, Fang Fan was nearly overwhelmed by the scorching sunlight reflecting off the glaring white ground. The sun blazed brilliantly, and the heat rising from the road distorted the very air around them. Fugaway Inn was located on the eastern side of the capital, while Qingfeng Temple lay to the west, requiring them to traverse a significant portion of the city. After a brief walk, Fang Fan found himself drenched in sweat. He glanced back at the Taoist, who appeared unaffected by the heat, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. It felt as though they had been walking for quite some time before finally arriving at the entrance of Qingfeng Temple. A magnificent phoenix tree stood before the temple, its lush branches providing ample shade, offering a welcome respite from the sun. Fang Fan sighed with relief, exclaiming, "Esteemed guest, we have arrived at Qingfeng Temple." The Taoist nodded and, extending his hand, presented Fang Fan with 5 taels of silver. Fang Fan accepted it with a smile and stepped forward to knock on the grand door of Qingfeng Temple. The Taoist was generous, and Fang Fan did not mind assisting him in this task. The door was struck, yet no one responded. Instead, the Taoist's voice resonated, "All within Qingfeng Temple, come forth and meet your demise." A voice rang out, resonating with authority. "Come forth and meet your demise at Qingfeng Temple." At that moment, Fang Fan sensed impending doom. The existence of Qingfeng Temple in the capital, thriving with incense offerings, was undoubtedly intertwined with the myriad dignitaries in the royal family of the Great Xia. Now, the audacity of this Taoist to storm in was alarming. Suddenly, the Taoist took a step forward and forcefully kicked the grand door. The massive entrance, capable of accommodating 8 people side by side, was sent flying. In that instant, a multitude of Taoists surged forth from various corners of Qingfeng Temple. Fang Fan cautiously retreated, concealing himself behind a phoenix tree. The first to emerge were 2 Taoists in their 20s, wielding swords as they charged at the Taoist in blue. A cold smirk graced the lips of the blue-clad Taoist as he lunged forward with his blade. The 2 Taoists were swiftly pierced through the chest, blood gushing forth as they fell lifelessly to the ground. Fang Fan furrowed his brow, having noticed no sword in the blue Taoist's hand moments prior. Was it possible he possessed a spatial storage? Peering from his hiding spot, Fang Fan was astounded by the blue Taoist's prowess. Every attacking Taoist from Qifeng Temple met their end at his hands. The entrance of Qifeng Temple became a scene of utter chaos, littered with corpses. Fang Fan's heart raced in terror. As the blue Taoist continued his slaughter, he cast a glance in Fang Fan's direction, sending a shiver down his spine. Run, he thought, hastily fleeing, uncertain whether this bloodthirsty Taoist would spare him. With the scorching sun beating down, Fang Fan paid little heed to the heat, sprinting back to Fugui Tavern in just 15 minutes. Upon entering the tavern, a wave of coolness enveloped him, and he realized his clothes were drenched in sweat. Anxiety gnawed at him, leaving him at a loss for what to do. The tavern keeper, noticing Fang Fan's disheveled state, inquired, "What troubles you? Why such distress?" Momentarily taken aback, Fang Fan recounted the events in full detail. The tavern keeper listened intently, astonished, and after a brief contemplation, replied, "Regardless of the outcome, you have been drawn into this affair. Although you may not have known the Taoist's intentions, you did guide him, and the Jingzhou Prefecture will undoubtedly seek your testimony. However, do not fret excessively. After all, our Fugui Tavern has its own backing. The Lord of the National Guard will not allow the Jingzhou Prefecture to unjustly accuse us. Now, you should return home early and rest well. Come back to the tavern tomorrow." Fang Fan retrieved a silver ingot, and the tavern keeper fetched scissors, cutting off a portion to distribute among the other staff, returning the remainder to Fang Fan. He made his way home, the glaring sun causing his vision to blur. After what felt like an eternity, he finally reached his doorstep. Opening the door, he stepped inside to the familiar courtyard, greeted by the towering laurel tree and the refreshing air of his small abode, allowing him to finally calm his racing heart. Entering the kitchen, he ladled a scoop of cool boiled water from the pot, gulping it down, and felt a wave of relief wash over him. Taking a deep breath, Fang Fan entered the room and sat on the bed, preparing to examine today's rewards. The storage space measured a considerable 100 cubic feet, so he placed all the silver he had received that day inside. Initially, he had over 5 taels, which he distributed among the chef and the kitchen apprentices, leaving himself with 3 taels. Later, he received another 5 taels, giving 1 tael to other workers, which left him with 4. Ultimately, Fang Fan acquired just over 7 taels. Additionally, he stored a handful of copper coins hidden in the cabinet, along with the deed to the house, all placed into the storage space. After that, there was little of value remaining. Fang Fan retrieved the 3 jade bottles, each inscribed with the name of the elixir and its effects. The Clear Heart Pill purifies the heart and detoxifies, dispelling inner demons. The Bright Eye Pill enhances vision and clarity. The Marrow Cleansing Pill purges impurities and harmonizes the body's pathways, enabling one to attain a celestial form upon consumption. Fang Fan decided to consume the Marrow Cleansing Pill first, followed by the Bright Eye Pill, while setting aside the Clear Heart Pill for a later time when it might be needed. Grasping the Marrow Cleansing Pill, he tossed it into his mouth. It dissolved instantly, flowing into his abdomen, where a warm current surged, coursing through his limbs and bones. Once the potency of the pill was fully absorbed, Fang Fan felt an immense comfort enveloping his body, as if he had become significantly lighter. However, he did not perceive the celestial form described. Instead, a dark, greasy substance seeped from his skin, stripping down to his undergarments. He fetched a bucket of well water and began to cleanse himself in the courtyard. It took 3 buckets of water before he felt entirely clean. Dressed in fresh attire, Fang Fan sat back on the bed and took out the Bright Eye Pill, swallowing it whole. Almost immediately, he sensed a tingling, exhilarating energy circulating within him, directed towards his eyes. His eyes felt pleasantly numb, yet inexplicably, tears began to flow profusely. Wiping away the tears proved futile, as they continued to pour forth like a spring. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Hastily, he rose to open it. Upon swinging the door wide, he was met by 3 constables. One was older, another a young man with a scruffy beard, and the last a youthful dandy. The bearded man inquired, "Are you Fang Fan?" Wiping away another tear, Fang Fan replied, "I am." The bearded man continued, "This afternoon, we need you to elaborate on the matter concerning that Taoist." Fang Fan, still dabbing at his tears, recounted, "He entered our tavern, and I approached to attend to him." The elder constable interjected, "Child, do not be afraid. We are merely here to conduct a routine inquiry." Fang Fan, wiping his tears once more, asserted, "I am not afraid. I simply do not know what is happening. I keep wanting to cry." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face again. The bearded man frowned, perplexed, remarking, "Why does this person shed more tears than a woman?" Growing somewhat impatient, he adopted a harsh tone, Stop crying and tell us what transpired. No one intends to harm you. Fang Fan nodded in affirmation. When I inquired whether he preferred the main hall or a private room, he opted for the latter, and thus I guided him to the elegant chamber designated as Tianzi. As he spoke, tears streamed down Fang Fan's face once more. The man with the bushy beard grew increasingly impatient, and his palm, as large as a fan, seemed poised to strike Fang Fan. However, an older gentleman intervened, suggesting it was unwise to take offense with a child in such a distressed state. As his tears flowed incessantly, he gently patted Fang Fan's shoulder, saying, "Enough of the inquiries. After all, your manager has already made things sufficiently clear. Should you encounter that Taoist again, come find us at Jingzhou Prefecture. My name is Su Qing, but you may call me Uncle Qing." "Yes, Uncle Qing. What has become of the Taoist from Qifeng Temple?" Fang Fan asked, wiping away another tear. Su Qing shook his head, revealing that the Taoist had slaughtered hundreds without leaving a single survivor. A flicker of astonishment and fear crossed Fang Fan's face. He felt fortunate to have escaped early, for otherwise, he might have been among the slain. Observing Fang Fan's distress, Su Qing's expression softened. He had initially intended to pursue the silver the Taoist had provided, but decided against it. Accompanied by two young constables, Su Qing departed, glancing back to see Fang Fan still tearfully watching them from the doorway. Once Su Qing and his companions had vanished from sight, Fang Fan cautiously entered the courtyard and securely closed the main door. Despite the relentless flow of tears, he felt a sense of resignation. He entered the kitchen and poured himself a cup of cool water, allowing his emotions to settle. It seemed that there was nothing further for him to concern himself with, as Su Qing had indicated that the manager had spoken plainly. Sitting on his bed, Fang Fan felt as though his tears were an endless spring, and it was not until half an hour had passed that they began to subside. Another half hour later, his tears finally ceased. As darkness enveloped the room, he refrained from lighting an oil lamp, leaving the space shrouded in shadow. Yet, remarkably, Fang Fan could see clearly, as if night had not fallen at all. He yearned to gaze through the open window at the courtyard, hoping for a clearer view. To his astonishment, he found that his vision penetrated the wall, revealing the scene within the courtyard. The miraculous Mingmu Dan had granted him the ability to see through walls, rendering them as transparent as rippling water. Fang Fan smiled, enchanted by the wonders of the Mingmu Dan. At that moment, the growl of hunger resonated from his stomach. Typically, he would return home after dining at the tavern, where meals were provided. Having returned early today without a meal, his hunger became apparent. He inspected the kitchen, but found little sustenance, not even a grain of rice. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to explore the night market in search of food. The night market offered inexpensive fare, popular among the common folk. Of course, had he not recently acquired over 7 taels of silver, he would have hesitated to indulge in the market's offerings. The night market was located in Changlefang, the same district where Fang Fan resided in Wudong Alley, nearly 2 streets away. With determination, Fang Fan set off toward the night market. Upon arrival, he was overwhelmed with joy, feeling elated beyond measure. I have always known that the items at the night market were inexpensive, yet I never anticipated they would be so remarkably cheap. The steaming, large, and fluffy buns cost merely 1 coin each. Freshly baked sesame cakes are also priced at 1 coin apiece. Furthermore, a generous bowl of meat-filled wontons is available for just 6 coins, while a hearty bowl of hot and spicy soup is only 5 coins. And 2 dry cakes cost a single coin. Fang Fan indulged in 2 buns, requested a bowl of hot and spicy soup, and 2 dry cakes, totaling a mere 8 coins. He felt thoroughly satisfied. The dishes at Fugue restaurant are exquisite and delightful, yet they lack the vibrant atmosphere of the night market. The various snacks sold at the market are typically limited to 1 or 2 specialties per vendor, and these stall owners have honed their craft over many years, striving for perfection, resulting in exceptionally flavorful offerings. Each bite is a unique experience. As Fang Fan wandered through the night market, he encountered an array of snacks, such as cloud cakes, fried sugar cakes, and candied hawthorn, all appearing delectable. Tempted, he deliberated for a while before resolutely purchasing a portion of fried sugar cakes and a skewer of candied hawthorn. The fried sugar cakes were priced at 5 coins, while the skewer of candied hawthorn cost 2 coins. In total, he spent 7 coins, which pained him somewhat. Observing the brilliantly lit streets, Fang Fan felt a twinge of reluctance to leave this lively atmosphere. But as the hour grew late and he needed to return to the restaurant for work in the morning, he decided to head home. Clutching the fried sugar cakes in one hand and the candied hawthorn in the other, he quickly finished the latter. He intended to save the fried sugar cakes for breakfast the following morning. As he entered Wudong Alley, Fang Fan was momentarily taken aback. Not far from the alley's entrance lay a person sprawled on the ground, their fate uncertain. This was the path Fang Fan always took home. As he approached the figure, he circled around and drew closer, eyes widening in shock. It was the green-clad Taoist from the afternoon. Although the Taoist lay on the ground, he appeared far from disheveled. The Taoist lifted his somewhat dazed eyes and recognized Fang Fan, the one who had guided him earlier that day, extending a hand for assistance. Fang Fan felt a wave of dread and quickly turned away, eager to walk past. The Taoist spoke, offering, "I will give you 1,000 taels of silver. Please help me." Fang Fan halted, pondering for a moment. 1,000 taels of silver was indeed a substantial sum. The Taoist continued, "The Taoists of Qingfeng Temple are not virtuous. They harbor malicious intentions. I will explain in detail shortly." Fang Fan hesitated, recalling that the Taoist had no intention of killing him earlier, as evidenced by the 5 taels of silver he had been given at the temple's entrance. This realization had just dawned upon him. Moreover, 1,000 taels of silver truly represented an immense fortune. Fang Fan tucked the fried sugar cakes into his embrace and approached the Taoist, asking, "Can you still walk?" The Taoist replied, "I need your support." Fang Fan helped the Taoist to his feet, stating, "My home is just ahead. Let us go there." The Taoist nodded in agreement. Fang Fan assisted the Taoist, wary of being seen by others. Fortunately, it was late, and Wudong Alley was deserted. Supporting the Taoist, I entered the courtyard and secured the door behind us. I guided him into the chamber where my grandfather had resided in his lifetime. "This room was my grandfather's abode," I remarked. "I shall fetch some bedding for you. You may reside here." "Thank you," he replied. Swiftly, I extracted bedding and a quilt from the cabinet and spread them out. The Taoist bore no visible wounds. Yet his frailty was perplexing. Once the bedding was arranged, he lay upon the bed, gasping and seemingly in considerable distress. I made my way to the kitchen and ladled a scoop of cool, boiled water, which I offered to him. After quenching his thirst, he appeared somewhat revitalized and began to speak. He recounted tales of the Qingfeng Temple, where the Taoists forced the innocent into servitude, trafficking numerous women to satiate the depraved desires of the powerful. Many of these women met a tragic end, subjected to cruel treatment, being commoners. Their families could find no recourse for justice even upon locating them. As he spoke, a tempest of hatred ignited in his eyes. "My younger sister met her demise in such a manner 20 years ago. I have trained for 2 decades, awaiting this day, to avenge my sister and to seek justice for those wronged souls." With those words, he produced a gleaming stack of silver from his grasp. "Here lies 1,000 taels, as promised. It is yours." I wrapped the silver in a cloth and placed it in my room, intending to store it in my space when the Taoist's attention waned. Re-entering the Taoist's quarters, I retrieved a piece of fried sugar cake from my pocket. "You must be famished, partake in this, for it is all I have to offer." The Taoist nodded and consumed 5 pieces in a whirlwind of hunger. "I shall retire now. Tomorrow I must work at the tavern," I informed him. He acknowledged my words with a nod. I returned to my chamber, gazing at the cloth-wrapped silver on my bed with a sigh before storing it away. Lying on my bed, I utilized my enhanced vision to observe the Taoist's movements. He suddenly conjured a jade vial, from which he dispensed a pill and swallowed it. Yet, moments later, he expelled a mouthful of blood, his face reflecting utter despondency. Fang Fan harbored some concerns. What would he do if the Taoist perished? A corpse is notoriously difficult to manage. Moreover, the Taoist was not a malevolent figure, and Fang Fan wished for him to recuperate peacefully and depart quietly. Thus, it would be a situation favorable to all. Observing the Taoist sitting cross-legged, Fang Fan eventually succumbed to slumber. At dawn the following day, Fang Fan awoke. He fetched water from the well to wash up, boiled a pot of water, allowed it to cool, and drank a couple of ladles before preparing to commence his work. Entering the Taoist's room, he spoke, "The water in the kitchen is cool. Drink it if you're thirsty. I shall be working until evening and will bring you some food upon my return. I will lock the front door to give the impression that no one is home." The Taoist clasped his fists in gratitude, thanking Fang Fan. The weather remained oppressively hot, and the tavern hosted few patrons. As evening approached, a table of guests arrived, ordering the sweet pear soup with snow fungus that Fang Fan had recommended. After settling their bill, Fang Fan received a yellow tier, 3rd-grade 10-year elixir, which, when consumed, would enhance his internal energy for a decade. Fang Fan discerned that the requirements for earning rewards were twofold. The guests had to order his recommended dish and pay for their meal. Both conditions were indispensable. As the hour of the dog approached, patrons dwindled, and the waitstaff, cooks, and apprentices gathered to share their evening meal, preparing to close for the night. Fang Fan packed a portion of food and rice, all leftovers that could not be saved for the next day, allowing anyone among the staff to take what they desired. He returned home with the meal, unlocked the door, and secured the courtyard gate. In the kitchen, he retrieved the packaged food, placed it in a bowl, and brought it to the Taoist's room. The Taoist remained seated, his complexion quite pallid. Upon receiving the meal from Fang Fan, he devoured it ravenously. After finishing, as Fang Fan began to tidy up, the Taoist grasped his arm, and with a flick of his wrist, produced a collection of items. These are the martial arts manuals I have gathered. This is the cultivation technique I practiced, the carefree scripture. This is the spell book, detailed explanation of spells, along with these silver, gold, jewels, and spirit stones. They are all yours. I fear I shall not last much longer, perhaps 3 days at most. However, it is not the worst fate, as at least you will be there to handle my remains. As he spoke, a flicker of unwillingness and resentment shone in the Taoist's eyes. Fang Fan remained silent for a moment before inquiring, "What exactly is wrong with you? You bear no visible wounds, yet you cannot seem to recover." The Taoist shook his head. "I have been poisoned by a peculiar venom. When I killed the master of the Qingfeng temple, he poisoned me. Even after his demise, I could not find the antidote on him." Fang Fan recalled the Qingxing pill, known for its ability to cleanse the heart and dispel toxins. Pointing to the pile of items on the bed, Fang Fan asked, "Are all these truly for me?" The Taoist nodded. "They are all yours. I only ask that, upon my death, you bury or incinerate me." Fang Fan carefully placed the items on a cloth, wrapped them up, and stored them in his room. The Taoist felt a twinge of displeasure, surprised at Fang Fan's lack of courtesy, yet soon relaxed, realizing that with death approaching, such matters were trivial. These possessions, though inexpensive to others, are of greater value to this humble servant, for at least he ensures his own peace in death while tending to his affairs beyond this life. Fang Fan once again entered the Taoist chamber, holding a jade vial containing the clear heart pill, known for its ability to purify the heart and dispel toxins. "Consume it and see if it proves effective." The Taoist seized the vial, uncorking it to inhale the fragrant aroma of the elixir. The clear heart pill is a 7th-tier potion, unattainable even with spirit stones. It is said that the most recent 5th-tier pill sold for 30,000 spirit stones each. Yet, the one in Fang Fan's possession is of the 9th tier. The Taoist promptly ingested the pill. Almost immediately, he felt a constriction in his chest, and with a violent retch, he expelled a stream of black blood, his complexion improving slightly, losing some of its pallor, though he remained ashen. "Oh, I have expelled the toxic blood. I shall not perish." "Thank you," he said, refraining from inquiring about the origin of the pill. Fang Fan was astonished by the pill's efficacy. Evidently, the rewards bestowed upon him in this new world were indeed generous. A smile graced the Taoist's face. As for the gifts he had received, they were already bestowed, and it would be impolite to request them back, especially considering that Fang Fan had offered a 9th-tier elixir that saved his life. In his own quarters, Fang Fan began to tally the items given by the Taoist: over 300 taels of silver, more than 500 taels of gold, and an array of jewels of uncertain value but undoubtedly substantial. He initially set aside the martial arts texts, opting instead to peruse the tomes on cultivation, the carefree sutra, and detailed exegesis of spells. Though somewhat bewildered, one thing became clear to Fang Fan. To cultivate, one must possess a spiritual root. Without such a root, one might still pursue the path of martial arts, albeit with considerable difficulty. The first step is to attain the innate state, from which one can forge a spiritual root and thus become a cultivator. Fang Fan remained uncertain of his own spiritual root and turned back to the Taoist. "Master, how can I discern whether I possess a spiritual root?" The Taoist smiled. "I happen to have a testing jade stone that can ascertain your spiritual root." With a flick of his hand, he produced a round jade disc, unadorned and seemingly unrefined. He handed it to Fang Fan. "Hold the disc in your hand. If you possess a spiritual root, it will emit light, and the color of that light will reveal the attribute of your root." "Thank you, Master." Fang Fan accepted the disc, gripping it eagerly. 5 seconds passed, then 10, 15. A minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The jade remained dull, and Fang Fan began to doubt its authenticity or whether the Taoist was deceiving him. Observing Fang Fan's troubled expression, the Taoist gently remarked, "You do not possess a spiritual root, but do not despair. The martial arts manuals I have given you will serve you well. You may still pursue the path through martial prowess." Fang Fan's countenance remained grim as he nodded and returned the disc to the Taoist. Fang Fan truly did not anticipate that he would possess no spiritual roots. It was said that every transmigrator was endowed with extraordinary talents. How could this not hold true for him? Upon returning to his abode, Fang Fan perused the martial arts manuals, discovering one particular technique known as the art of chi manipulation. The remaining texts were predominantly focused on swordplay, palm techniques, and various martial skills. The art of chi manipulation was a method that could lead to the attainment of innate abilities. The cultivation of internal energy was divided into 10 stages, and surpassing the 10th stage would allow one to step into the realm of the innate. Fang Fan comprehended the cultivation methods of the first 7 stages and promptly consumed a 10-year elixir. As the elixir coursed through him, a warm current surged through his meridians and dantian. He swiftly employed the art of chi manipulation to consolidate and guide this power. Following the instructions within the text, he directed the energy through his body's meridians and acupoints, completing 3 full circulations, thus transforming it into his own internal energy, which he then gathered within his dantian. In a mere moment, Fang Fan ascended from an ordinary individual to the 5th stage of postnatal cultivation. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Having advanced so swiftly to this level, he was now not far from the innate realm. As a significant amount of impurities expelled from his body, Fang Fan made his way to the courtyard, where he fetched a bucket of water from the well to cleanse himself. The Taoist, evidently recovering, was able to rise from his bed and emerge from the dwelling. Upon seeing Fang Fan, he was taken aback, as if he had witnessed something utterly astonishing. Fang Fan observed the expression of the Taoist priest and furrowed his brow. "Master, what troubles you?" The Taoist sighed. "The first time I encountered you was at the Fugua Tavern. Back then, your physique was muddled, a mere ordinary man. The second time was last night when you assisted me back. You appeared to have unblocked all your meridians, yet lacked internal strength, akin to a pearl shrouded in dust. Now, seeing you again, you have astonishingly become a martial artist at the 5th layer of the postnatal stage. Have you experienced some extraordinary fortune? Or perhaps you possess innate strength, concealed by a talisman of sorts? Of course, if you prefer not to disclose it, I shall respect your secret." Fang Fan shook his head. "I possess no such talisman. Merely, I have had some fortunate encounters in recent days, which have afforded me certain benefits." The Taoist nodded, refraining from further inquiry. After cleansing himself, Fang Fan proceeded to the kitchen, washed the dishes, tidied up, and prepared for slumber. In the courtyard, he noticed the Taoist standing silently, gazing at the laurel tree and the moon, lost in contemplation. Fang Fan too turned his eyes toward the laurel tree, which, according to legend, had been present since the time of his great-grandfather. Its lush branches and leaves suggested it had thrived for centuries. Strangely enough, every time Fang Fan beheld the laurel tree, a sense of joy enveloped him. Even if he bore some discontent, a mere glance at the tree would uplift his spirits. The tree's canopy cast a shadow over half the courtyard and much of the house, ensuring that even in summer, the heat was mitigated, necessitating only a light quilt for nighttime rest. Observing Fang Fan's gaze upon the laurel tree, the Taoist remarked, "This laurel tree, having flourished for centuries, has birthed a spirit." "Master, what is a spirit?" Fang Fan inquired. The Taoist replied, "A plant's spirit is akin to the soul of a cultivator. Once birthed, it possesses feelings and thoughts, much like a human, yet it is still tender and childlike, requiring time to mature." As if responding to the Taoist's words, the laurel tree swayed gently, producing a rustling sound. The moon hung above, casting a milky glow that brightened the ground. Fang Fan, with remarkable vision, discerned that the moonlight upon the laurel tree seemed particularly dense, as if the tree were absorbing the essence of the moonlight itself. Returning to his senses, Fang Fan said, "Master, you have just recovered from your poisoning. You should rest early. I too must retire for the night." The Taoist nodded. "I shall enjoy the breeze a while longer before resting." Fang Fan returned to his room and soon fell asleep. The following day dawned, and as the light began to break, Fang Fan awoke early. He tidied his bed, boiled a pot of water in the kitchen, allowed it to cool, drank a couple of ladles, and then entered the Taoist's room. "Master, I am off to work now. There is cooled water in the kitchen. Please drink plenty. I will bring you food upon my return." The Taoist, free of poison and in good spirits, smiled at Fang Fan and said, "Understood. You may go to work now." Fang Fan set off for his duties. The sky turned overcast, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere, yet a refreshing coolness permeated the air. Fang Fan arrived at the tavern and, alongside his fellow attendants, tidied up the main hall and the elegant private rooms, ensuring that every table and chair was spotless. Before long, the preparations were complete. The chef, apprentices, and attendants gathered around a table in the hall to partake in breakfast, which consisted of porridge, steamed buns, and a selection of side dishes. One might say that working at the tavern had its perks, especially regarding the quality of meals provided. Moreover, they were served 3 hearty meals a day, a luxury that most ordinary households could not afford, typically managing only 2 meals and seldom enjoying meat at every sitting. After breakfast, it was time to prepare for the arrival of guests. Fang Fan, in high spirits, stood at the entrance to beckon patrons. He welcomed 5 groups of guests, all dining in the main hall, none of whom opted for the dishes he had recommended. These patrons were regulars at the Fugua Tavern, well acquainted with its menu and thus had their own preferences, dismissing Fang Fan as suggestions. Just then, a carriage pulled up outside, and 3 young gentlemen alighted. All 3 were striking in appearance, clothed in finely tailored garments, unmistakably affluent. Upon seeing Fang Fan, one of the young men inquired, "Young lad, is the Tianzi private room available?" "It is unoccupied. Please follow me," Fang Fan replied with a bright smile. Upon entering the tavern, the proprietor, who had been seated behind the counter, revealed a look of surprise and approached them, saying, "Ah, esteemed young gentlemen, welcome. You should have sent a servant ahead to inform the chef to prepare some intricate, time-consuming specialty dishes for you." The young gentleman chuckled, explaining, "We had initially planned to retreat to the countryside for some respite, but upon encountering 2 good friends, we decided to dine here instead. This is Lin Shitzi, the heir of the Longyang King, and this is Fan Shitzi, the heir of the Chengyan Duke. In the future, when they bring others to dine, they shall receive a 20% discount." The proprietor nodded vigorously. "Yes, esteemed young gentlemen. Welcome, Lin Shitzi and Fan Shitzi." Both Lin Shitzi and Fan Shitzi, maintaining their aloof demeanor, merely nodded at the proprietor in acknowledgement. He, undeterred, continued to wear a welcoming smile. Fang Fan escorted the 3 young gentlemen to the Tianzi private room. At the proprietor's request, 3 additional ice basins were brought in. The proprietor discreetly informed Fang Fan that the 3rd young gentleman was the son of the Grand General of the state, the master behind the tavern, advising Fang Fan to serve him with utmost care. When it came time to order, Fang Fan, aware of their status, lacked the usual patience he would exhibit. After all, the 3rd young gentleman was an influential figure, and dining here would not require payment. Without the prospect of earning tips, Fang Fan felt a twinge of discontent. Though he concealed it well, he continued to recommend several summer specialty dishes and refreshing drinks, all of which the 3 young gentlemen ordered. The thought that he could not receive any reward for his recommendations weighed heavily on Fang Fan's heart. After serving the dishes to the 3 young gentlemen, he returned to the entrance to welcome more guests. Before long, 3 rugged men approached, the leader being a burly fellow with a thick beard, exuding an intimidating presence. The other attendants quickly retreated, but Fang Fan stepped forward. 3 men settled at a table in the main hall. Fang Fan recommended several dishes and iced beverages, all of which they ordered. With a radiant smile, he busied himself shuttling between the kitchen and the dining area, serving the dishes to them, showing even more attentiveness than the 3 young masters. Soon, the table was filled with an array of food, and the 3 men began to feast heartily, toasting and drinking merrily. Seeing them enjoy their meal brought joy to Fang Fan as well. The men's appetites were commendable. They polished off a large spread consisting of 10 substantial dishes, 6 glasses of iced drinks, and 2 pots of wine, leaving nothing behind. As the 3 men finished and prepared to leave, Fang Fan approached them, saying, "Gentlemen, the total for the food, drinks, and wine comes to 123 taels of silver." The burly leader, Shui Jiuyi, responded in a deep voice, "Charge it to my account." Instantly, Fang Fan's expression turned frosty. Without payment, they would forfeit any reward. While 123 taels was not a significant concern for Fang Fan, the prospect of not receiving a reward was intolerable. "Shui Jiuyi, are you attempting to dine and dash?" Shui Jiuyi widened his eyes and laughed heartily. "You're quite perceptive, young man. Tell me, when have I ever paid for a meal? By dining at your establishment, I guarantee your business will thrive. Surely, that is not a loss for you." Fang Fan's demeanor grew even more displeased. The shopkeeper and other staff gathered around, their expressions equally grim. The shopkeeper, with a stern countenance, stated, "Our establishment is backed by the General S. Mansion. Shui Jiuyi, I have heard of your reputation, but paying for a meal is a matter of principle. You would be in the wrong at the magistrate's office." "To the magistrate?" The trio erupted in laughter. "Do you not realize that I have connections there?" One of them chimed in, "Indeed, Jiu Ye's brother-in-law is the chief of Jingzhou, the highest official in the region. Another added, be wise and leave. What's wrong with eating a meal? Before he could finish, Fang Fan seized the man by his collar and delivered 4 resounding slaps. The man's face swelled immediately, blood spilling from his mouth along with 2 teeth. Ah, Jiu Ye. He struck me. He dared to strike me. Another man spoke up, Jiu Ye, I'll go fetch our brothers to smash this tavern. With that, he darted away. The shopkeeper felt overwhelmed. While he was determined to demand payment from Jiu Ye, he had not anticipated violence. Jiu Ye was known to have a formidable crew, making him a daunting adversary. As the saying goes, it is easy to face the king of hell, but difficult to deal with the little devils. Jiu Ye clenched his massive fist and swung it toward Fang Fan's face. Fang Fan extended his hand, blocking the blow. Jiu Ye felt a jarring pain, as if he had struck solid iron, and found himself unable to move. Fang Fan tightened his grip, expertly twisting Jiu Ye's fist, resulting in a sharp crack as the latter's arm was broken. Furious, Jiu Ye hissed, you want to leave here alive today, boy. Fang Fan let out a cold smile, seizing Jiu Ye's collar and delivering 4 resounding slaps, each infused with greater force than the last. Previously, he had only exerted 10% of his strength, but this time, he unleashed 30%. Jiu bellowed in fury, you're as good as dead, boy. You and everyone in this tavern will not escape unscathed. Fang Fan then hurled Jiu to the ground, pressing his foot firmly against the latter's chest, lightly twisting it until the sound of cracking ribs echoed through the air. Jiu writhed in agony, blood frothing at the corners of his mouth, and roared, just wait. I'll ensure each of you suffers and dies. The tavern owner and the young waiter stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom Fang Fan's ferocity. The owner grasped Fang Fan's arm, intending to dissuade him from further violence, when a voice rang out, strike him. Beat him to a pulp. Anyone who dares disturb my tavern deserves no mercy. Standing at the railing of the 2nd floor were 3 individuals, the 3rd young master and his companions. The 3rd young master leaned against the railing, speaking with an air of authority. The tavern owner hesitated to intervene, knowing that he must heed the words of his master. At that moment, Jiu's subordinate, who had been sent to fetch reinforcements, surprisingly returned with 7 or 8 men. As they entered the tavern, Jiu shouted, smash it. Destroy this tavern. As the men moved forward, Fang Fan released Jiu and swiftly kicked out at the newcomers, sending each of them sprawling out of the tavern. They landed on the street across, unable to rise. Lin Fengyun, the young master Lin, chuckled with interest and remarked, Old 3, this young waiter is quite impressive. How about gifting him to me? Fan Zheng, the young master Fan, concurred, indeed, this waiter seems to possess some skill. Zhou Mingxin, the 3rd young master Zhou, interjected. Not a chance. Such a fierce waiter will prove invaluable to me. I refuse to believe you 2 lack similarly fierce subordinates. Lin Fengyun smiled. The key is that this young waiter is still quite young. With proper training, he could potentially develop innate capabilities. Zhou Mingxin replied, in that case, he is even less likely to be given away. Besides, our tavern does not employ servants. We only hire those of good standing. We'll have to see what he thinks. Upon hearing Zhou Mingxin's words, the tavern owner attentively observed him, with Jiu and his subordinates lying on the ground. The owner awaited Zhou Mingxin's instructions on how to proceed. Zhou Mingxin addressed the owner, Zhou Gui, find some rope to bind these ruffians and take them, along with my father's name card, to the Jingzhou prefecture. Zhou Mingxin's father, of course, was the general of the state. Yes, 3rd young master, the owner replied. Several young waiters hurried to fetch rope to secure the assailants. Fang Fan seized Jiu, pausing to inquire, wait, have you not yet provided the silver? Instantly, everyone was taken aback. Who could still be preoccupied with monetary matters at such a moment? Was this truly a matter of silver? Jiu glared in fury. In this situation, you still think of silver? Fang Fan struck Jiu across the face, declaring, hand over the silver, or I shall shatter your hands and feet. Jiu realized that Fang Fan was not one to make idle threats. Overwhelmed with frustration, he retrieved 2 banknotes from his pocket, one for 100 taels and another for 50. Fang Fan accepted the silver. 3-tiered yellow rank. Reward of 1 decade's worth of elixirs. 9-tiered yellow rank. Reward of 5 decades worth of elixirs. 3-tiered Xian rank. Reward of a tranquil heart elixir. 9-tiered Xian rank. Reward of the spirit communication technique. Fang Fan smiled, the 3 elixirs securely nestled within his storage space, while the incantations and methods of the spirit communication technique flowed through his mind like water. In an instant, he grasped its essence, beaming with satisfaction. Fang Fan handed the banknotes to the innkeeper, who, in turn, decided against returning any change, opting instead to distribute the remainder among everyone present. You all have worked hard today, especially me. Beating people is no easy task. The innkeeper was left speechless, glancing at Zhou Mingxin for guidance. Zhou Mingxin spoke up, indeed. Let the remaining silver be divided among all. I shall contribute another 100 taels to the pool. At once, everyone radiated delight, including the chefs and kitchen apprentices who had approached with knives, their faces adorned with smiles. The wait staff, invigorated by the prospect, fervently tied up the captives with a long rope, leading them in a line. 2 of them would escort the captives to the capital. Additionally, 2 waiters seized Xuejui, dragging him off to the same destination. The innkeeper ascended to the 2nd floor, retrieving the general's visiting card from Zhou Mingxin, before following suit. Fang Fan, however, remained behind. The innkeeper and others deemed him the anchor of stability, best left at the tavern. Zhou Mingxin gestured for Fang Fan, calling out, "You, yes you, come here. I have something to discuss." After this, Zhou Mingxin and his companions entered a private room. Fang Fan ascended to the 2nd floor, rapping on the door of the Tianzi private room before stepping inside. Upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback. The 3 individuals regarded him with warm smiles, including Lin Fengyun and Fan Jingyong, whose expressions were strikingly amiable, a stark contrast to their earlier demeanor towards the innkeeper. Fang Fan awkwardly clasped his hands together in salute. Addressing them, 3rd Young Master Lin, Young Master Fan, the 3rd Young Master, Zhou Mingxin, waved his folding fan, saying, "All right, no need for such formality. What is your name? Where do you reside? Who else is in your family?" Fang Fan candidly responded, "My name is Fang Fan. I reside in Wudong Alley, Changelfang. My grandfather passed away last year, leaving me as the sole member of my household." Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingxin was elated, as they sought loyal servants and followers. If a person finds themselves devoid of relatives or friends, they remain undisturbed by the noise of those around them, their selfishness diminished. When offered a benefit and a touch of emotional appeal, they often exhibit unwavering loyalty. Naturally, such feelings would not be outwardly expressed, for it would be distasteful to show joy when others are mourning the loss of their loved ones. Zhou Mingxin inquired, "Would you care to accompany me? Become my attendant without any binding contract. You would still retain your status. I shall provide you with 5 taels of silver as a monthly stipend. And should you prove yourself worthy or serve well, there may be further rewards." Fang Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated a career change. For how could his abilities manifest in a new vocation? Although not a native of this world, he understood its rigid hierarchy. To reject the 3rd Young Master could lead to dire consequences, perhaps even the loss of his modest position as a waiter. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Fan replied, "3rd Young Master, to be candid, I have grown up amidst the common folk and am unfamiliar with the customs of the affluent. Moreover, I have no inclination towards such a path. My sole desire is to be a waiter, earning a humble living and sustaining myself. I take great pleasure in my work. Each time I recommend a dish and see a guest delight in their meal, it brings me immense joy. I am, by nature, destined to be a waiter." Zhou Mingxin observed Fang Fan as he spoke with fervor about his occupation, his eyes sparkling with sincerity, and recognized that his words were genuine. Fortunately, Zhou Mingxin was not an overbearing individual who demanded others conform to his wishes. Although a tinge of regret lingered, he graciously accepted Fang Fan's aspirations. "Very well, you may remain a waiter. Your presence in my establishment is indeed valuable. Should you ever wish to reconsider, my offer stands. A position as my attendant will always be available for you." As he spoke, Zhou Mingxin retrieved a business card from his sleeve and handed it to Fang Fan. Upon inspecting it, Fang Fan realized it bore Zhou Mingxin's own name. He promptly bowed, expressing his gratitude for the 3rd Young Master's understanding. Observing Fang Fan's literacy sparked a mix of regret and admiration in Zhou Mingxin. It was truly a rarity for a commoner to be educated in these times. "All right. You may go now, but first, calculate the total cost of this table's dishes. I shall settle the bill." Upon hearing this, Fang Fan's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he confidently declared, "Young Master, the total for this table amounts to 193 taels of silver." Zhou Mingxin chuckled, turning to Fan Jingyong and Lin Fengyun. He remarked, "See, this is my establishment's waiter. Even when a master dines, he ensures payment. Truly, his dedication to the tavern is commendable." Both Fan Jingyong and Lin Fengyun laughed in response. Fang Fan momentarily felt anxious but soon joined in the laughter at Zhou Mingxin's words. Zhou Mingxin then produced 300 taels in silver notes, 200 for the meal, and 100 as previously agreed upon for the waitstaff, cooks, and apprentices to share. Fang Fan received the silver note, expressing his gratitude to the third young master. With a reward of the Huang tier, 3rd grade, he acquired the versatile skill of xiangshui. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Fan deduced that this was bestowed upon him due to a dish he had recommended, the steamed fish. The Huang tier, 7th grade, granted him the windwalking technique, a lightness skill likely attributed to his suggestion of the spicy rabbit legs. The Huang tier, 9th grade, awarded him the secret record of the celestial veil, presumably as a result of his recommendation of the steamed dragon tortoise. Mastering the secret record of the celestial veil would allow him to conceal his aura and destiny, rendering him undetectable even through divination. Fang Fan felt a profound satisfaction. These skills and techniques were precisely what he had been lacking, particularly the windwalking technique, which delighted him immensely. The skills flowed through his mind like a gentle stream, and he absorbed them entirely. Meanwhile, Zhou Mingxin and the other two perceived Fang Fan as momentarily dazed while holding the silver note. They speculated that he must have never encountered such a sum before, hence his astonishment. They felt a twinge of regret, for Fang Fan was genuinely simple-hearted and kind, with commendable abilities and a youthful spirit, capable of developing a deep bond with their master. Yet, he seemed content to remain a humble attendant. Fang Fan respectfully bowed and exited. Upon descending, he found the innkeeper and several attendants returning. He handed the silver note to the innkeeper, who furrowed his brow, questioning why they were accepting money from the third young master. Serving their master a meal was no burden. It seemed inappropriate to accept payment. Fang Fan casually remarked that since the third young master paid for his meal, everyone else should do the same, thus avoiding any complications. The innkeeper pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement, appreciating the third young master's consideration for them. The innkeeper then went to the kitchen and personally fetched a pot of cool tea to offer to the third young master and his companions. He also mentioned sending Lord Shuejiao and his entourage to Jingzhou Prefecture. The concubine of the Jingzhou Yin was Lord Shuejiao's favorite sister, and thus he wielded his influence with arrogance. Upon hearing the innkeeper recite Lord Shuejiao's words while presenting the general's nameplate, the Jingzhou Yin turned pale. He dealt with Lord Shuejiao and his associates, returning to chastise the concubine severely, and did not visit her for several months thereafter. However, those were all matters for another time. Zhou Mingxin and his companions enjoyed their cool tea and conversed as evening approached, bringing a refreshing chill to the air, prompting them to prepare for their return. The innkeeper suggested they stay for dinner, but the third young master waved his hand, stating he wished to return to dine with his grandmother, the matriarch. The innkeeper said nothing further. In the evening, the inn was indeed bustling for a while. Yet Fang Fan refrained from recommending any dishes. At this hour, the patrons of the Fuguan were familiar faces, and they had already sampled the new summer offerings multiple times, well aware of the summer menu. Thus Fang Fan did not propose any new dishes. However, today has already yielded abundant rewards, leaving Fang Fan quite satisfied. As the hour of the dog approached and the patrons dwindled, everyone gathered around the table for dinner. Once the meal was concluded, the innkeeper assembled everyone, stating that today's events were clear for all to see. Lord Shui had generously contributed 27 taels of silver, while the third young master had donated 107 taels for distribution among all. Instantly, smiles blossomed on everyone's faces. Who wouldn't be elated at the prospect of dividing silver? Ultimately, the silver was apportioned based on each person's salary and diligence in their duties, with Fang Fan receiving the largest share of 23 taels. Remarkably, the innkeeper took not a single coin for himself. As the tavern closed for the night, the innkeeper departed first, followed by the chef and the waitstaff. A few apprentices, residing in the back courtyard, secured the entrance. Fang Fan and several waiters exited the inn, each beaming with joy, for the silver they had received equated to several months or even a year's worth of wages, naturally filling everyone with delight, including Fang Fan. There were 6 waiters present. Qian Chong, one of the waiters, suggested, "Why don't we seek some entertainment? We have quite a bit of silver in hand today." Rin Qi, with a touch of melancholy, replied, "I must return home to give my silver to my wife." Wu Xin chuckled, "Rin Qi, with a tiger of a wife at home, why the long face? No one at home will know about this silver. Why not indulge in a bath? Let those lovely girls massage our backs? It won't cost much, just 500 copper coins for a delightful experience." Fang Fan shook his head, stating, "I'll be on my way. I'm still young and shouldn't venture into such places. Wu Sen exclaimed, "Oh, Fang Fan, why are you heading back so early? With all that silver, treat us to a bath and a massage." Fang Fan remained impassive. "I must return to practice my skills. Achieving mastery is my true aspiration." Wu Sen laughed. "Fang Fan, I admit you possess considerable strength and can certainly handle yourself, but this talk of achieving mastery is hard to believe. As a mere waiter, if you truly had such skills, wouldn't he, the third young master, have already claimed you for himself, enjoying a life of luxury?" Qian Chong agreed wholeheartedly. "Fang Fan, stop boasting. While it's true you played a significant role today, I find it hard to believe in your grand aspirations." Rinchi nodded in agreement. "Fang Fan, it's important to remain grounded. Refrain from such exaggerations." Fang Fan was left exasperated, realizing that his words went unheeded. He genuinely wished to refine his abilities, particularly in the art of swift movement. He confessed, "The third young master offered me a position as his attendant today, with a monthly salary of 5 taels. But I declined, stating that I prefer being a waiter." The faces of Wu San and the others registered shock, followed by laughter. Wu San remarked, "Fang Fan, you truly know how to spin a tale. The third young master wants you as his attendant, offering 5 taels a month? Who would turn down such a fortune? Isn't being an attendant far superior to being a waiter? And with such a generous salary?" The others nodded in agreement, clearly captivated by the notion. Fang Fan, once a man of few words, diligently performed his duties. However, in recent days, he had become notably more industrious and loquacious, albeit with an inclination towards boasting. Growing impatient, Fang Fan expressed his frustration, lamenting that no one believed his words, and turned to leave, stating, "I am going." With that, he strode away, leaving behind Wu San and a few others. They began to exchange remarks about Fang Fan, but he remained indifferent to the opinions of these tavern attendants. As long as he could continue in his role, promoting the dishes and earning coins from patrons, he paid little heed to the rest. Having exited the bustling street of the Fugue Tavern and ventured into a narrow alley, Fang Fan summoned his inner energy, propelling himself into a vigorous run. Utilizing the wind-walking technique, he dashed forth with the swiftness of a breeze. His feet barely touched the ground, and he soared ahead, creating the illusion of flight. Even the few passers-by who caught a glimpse of his fleeting form dismissed it as a trick of the light. Fang Fan felt an exhilarating rush, a profound release not only in his body but also in his spirit. His physique seemed to crave this cathartic expression. The energy that coursed primarily through his legs now surged throughout his entire being, bringing immense comfort. He even sensed a subtle increase in his internal energy with each stride, though he could not discern whether this was reality or mere illusion. A light sheen of sweat formed, and as a gentle breeze brushed past, it dried him off, amplifying his sense of well-being. Mentally, he was wholly absorbed in the act of running, the rhythm of his steps, the fluidity of his movements as he navigated the narrow paths, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. His mind was devoid of distractions, steeped in a serene clarity, accompanied by a gentle joy that welled up from within. As he ran, he found himself inexplicably drawn to the vicinity of the imperial palace. Beholding the crimson walls and the grand entrance adorned with golden studs, Fang Fan paused. Like many commoners, he had harbored a sense of admiration and an insatiable curiosity about the palace since childhood. It always appeared majestic and distant, both in its opulence and the lives within. Occasionally, he would daydream of a chance to step beyond those red walls and glimpse its mysteries. Now, gazing at the palace walls, he felt a surge of daring. Why not venture inside? Resolute in his decision, he circled the walls, attuning his ears to the sounds within. Upon reaching a secluded spot, where the footsteps of guards were absent, Fang Fan nimbly leapt atop the wall, standing atop it. Indeed, the view was desolate. Not far off lay a palace, yet it appeared dilapidated. The flickering light of a few candles illuminated the space, while grass grew to waist height within. Employing his keen sight, Fang Fan glimpsed into a side chamber where a modestly dressed, weathered woman tended to a sleeping child of 4 or 5 years. The woman was mending a garment under the glow of an oil lamp. Fang Fan shook his head and surveyed the scene before him. Though the palaces situated along the southern axis are dimly lit, their grandeur and majestic construction suggest they are frequented by the emperor and serve as venues for court assemblies. Adorned in resplendent gold and jade, to the east, numerous brilliantly illuminated palaces stand in splendid succession, their tiers artfully layered, presenting a truly enchanting sight. The western palaces, while fewer, are characterized by their delicate and exquisite architecture. To the north lies a vast garden, likely the fabled imperial garden. Fang Fan found himself in a state of bewilderment, uncertain of where to venture or what might pique his interest. After a lengthy pause, he shook his head. Descending to the palace where he had previously observed the woman and child, once again scaling the wall. Upon looking up, he noticed the inscription Cold Palace on the plaque. It was no wonder that this place appeared so desolate and dilapidated. Standing atop the wall and gazing into the distance, he suddenly heard a tender voice inquire, "Who are you? Are you an immortal?" As Fang Fan lowered his head, he beheld the small child, the very same he had glimpsed with his clairvoyant vision. The child who had been sleeping moments before. It appeared the little one had risen in the night, for there lay a puddle of urine upon the ground nearby. Observing the child's delicate features, Fang Fan smiled. "What do you think?" he inquired. The child, with utmost seriousness, replied, "You must be an immortal. For how else would you be here? Immortal brother, could you perhaps allow my mother to leave? Can you let Juana go? Can you make father cease his anger towards mother?" Fang Fan shook his head gently. "I am not an immortal, and I am unable to assist you with those matters." Disappointment flickered across Juana's face. "You are indeed my immortal brother. How could you possibly be unable to help?" Witnessing the child's crestfallen expression softened Fang Fan's heart. "I truly am not your immortal brother. But the next time I visit, I shall bring you some treats, shall I? Perhaps candied hawthorn, fried sugar cakes, or sugar figurines." Instantly, Juana's eyes sparkled, and he swallowed hard. "Really? Will the immortal brother truly bring me delicious food?" Fang Fan, reluctant to see Juana disheartened, casually mentioned the idea of buying snacks with the intention of comforting the child. However, the thought of spending a substantial amount of copper coins at the night market made him hesitate. Yet, seeing Juana's hopeful gaze, he nodded affirmatively. "Yes. When I come to see you next, I shall bring you some delightful treats." Juana's face lit up with joy. "I knew you were the best, immortal brother." Fang Fan replied, "All right, I must take my leave now." With that, he leaped gracefully, soaring over the palace walls. Juana watched Fang Fan depart, eyes wide in awe. The immortal brother is so impressive, flying so high. Upon returning to the side hall, Juana exclaimed, Mother, I met the immortal brother. He said he would bring me delicious food, candied hawthorn, fried sugar cakes, and sugar figurines." The woman frowned slightly. "Juana, you're speaking nonsense again. There is no one here. Not even a mortal would come to this place, let alone an immortal. Now, go to sleep. Dear, mother will watch over you." Juana pouted. "Mother doesn't believe me." "Humph. When the immortal brother brings those delightful treats and shares them with you, then you'll understand." Fang Fan, having leaped beyond the palace walls, smacked his forehead in realization. He had initially planned to return late due to distributing silver, and after such a long run, he imagined the Taoist waiting anxiously at home. Most importantly, he had forgotten to pack a meal for the Taoist. With a sigh, he resolved to go to the night market and procure some food for his companion. As he contemplated the expenditure of copper coins, a pang of reluctance gripped him. Yet, considering the abundance of gold and jewels the Taoist had bestowed upon him, it seemed only right to provide a few meals in return. Thus, Fang Fan ventured to the night market, having previously feasted heartily. He found himself feeling hungry once more after all that running. The delectable aromas wafting from the stalls tormented him. Reflecting on his wealth of several thousand taels of silver, he mused that indulging in the night market occasionally was hardly extravagant. With this thought in mind, he began to feast, traversing from one end of the market to the other, ultimately spending over 600 copper coins. The Taoist priest was packed with 5 steamed buns, a serving of fried sugar cakes, 2 sesame cakes, and a portion of glutinous rice balls housed within a bamboo tube. Consuming these delicacies on-site cost 5 coins, while the bamboo tube incurred an additional charge of 1 coin. Fang Fan gently rubbed his chest, feeling an unwillingness to part with the food. Upon his return, he arrived at the entrance of the alley and observed a few scattered individuals in Wudong Alley. It struck him as odd that, at such a late hour, these people remained awake. As he approached his doorstep, he noticed 5 constables, 3 of whom were Su Qing, the bearded man, and the fair-skinned youth who had previously come to inquire about him. Fang Fan stepped forward and asked, "Uncle Qing, what brings you here?" Su Qing patted Fang Fan on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Child, do not fear. This is merely a routine inspection. Someone reported seeing a Taoist priest in your Wudong Alley, and we were instructed to investigate every household to trace the priest's whereabouts. We've already checked the other homes, and yours was last. Since there was no one home, we waited for your return. By the way, I heard at the magistrate's office that Lord Shui caused a commotion at your Fugua Tavern. Are you all right?" Su Qing's expression was filled with concern, as if Lord Shui's disturbance was of greater significance than the search for the Taoist. Fang Fan trusted that Su Qing's claim of a routine inspection was genuine, devoid of any suspicion towards him. However, the Taoist priest was currently residing in his grandfather's room. Fang Fan tightened his grip on the bamboo tube when suddenly, with a loud crack, the tube split open, spilling soup and scattering the small glutinous rice balls across the ground. The bearded constable scrutinized Fang Fan and then the items in his possession, questioning, "You must have dined at the tavern, so why venture to the night market for so much food? Is there someone else in your household?" At this remark, the other constables turned their attention to Fang Fan, including Su Qing, who wore a serious expression, awaiting an explanation. Fang Fan stiffened, yet managed to relax his facial expression. "I've been growing lately, and my appetite has increased. I just spent over 600 coins at the night market. These items are for later, in case I get hungry tonight." Su Qing's demeanor softened, but the bearded constable continued to scrutinize Fang Fan. "You claim to have spent 600 coins, yet your daily wage barely exceeds a dozen coins. Where did you acquire such funds?" Fang Fan forced a smile. "Today, the third son of the general of the state brought forth 100 taels of silver, and with an additional 20 taels from Lord Shui, we all received our shares, chefs, waitstaff, and apprentices alike. I received 23 taels." Su Qing chuckled, patting Fang Fan's shoulder. "Well done. However, you should refrain from such extravagant spending in the future. Save some money. In a few years, you might marry and establish a family, bringing purpose to your life." Fang Fan glanced at the bamboo tube, realizing the glutinous rice balls were beyond salvage. He shook his head, setting the tube down, intending to clean up once the constables departed. The bearded constable spoke again. "Very well, open the door. We shall take a look and be on our way. All the other homes have been inspected. Yours is the last." Fang Fan removed the key from his waist and hesitantly unlocked the grand door. He hoped that the Taoist priest would hear the commotion, hide away, or perhaps leave altogether. The priest was formidable, certainly unafraid of the local constables. In fact, he had already reached the 5th tier of cultivation. Yet, Fang Fan desired to remain inconspicuous, to live a good life, and to diligently serve as a shop assistant to earn rewards. He had no intention of wandering aimlessly through the world. Upon opening the door, Fang Fan allowed the constables to enter first. As they stepped inside, they dispersed and rushed towards each room. Su Qing, however, appeared quite relaxed, standing in the courtyard, admiring the bay laurel tree and inhaling its delightful fragrance. Though the courtyard was modest, it possessed a certain poetic charm. At that moment, a bearded man rushed out, exclaiming, "You claim to live alone, yet why do both rooms contain bedding? Is someone else residing here? Could it be that Taoist priest? After all, you were the one who brought him to Qingfeng Temple that day. Tell me, are you in collusion with the priest?" Fang Fan felt a sense of relief, for at least the Taoist had not been discovered or apprehended. He remarked, "My grandfather's room is quite cool. You see, the branches of the laurel tree shield the roof of his room. My own room is somewhat distant from the laurel tree, and thus, it is not cloaked by its foliage. Therefore, when the heat becomes unbearable, I often retreat to my grandfather's quarters to sleep." That day, while guiding the Taoist, he was indeed frightened. The Taoist was a ruthless killer, and how could he possibly be associated with such a fiend? Had it not been for the 5 taels of silver he had received, he certainly would not have let him. With so many lives taken by that man, how could he ever harbor him? He even feared that the Taoist might come to silence him. After all, he had witnessed the murder firsthand. The bearded man looked at Fang Fan with a questioning expression, and Fang Fan returned the gaze, revealing a hint of helplessness. Su Qing then spoke, All right. After our investigation, our mission can be deemed complete. Truth be told, encountering a Taoist is a double-edged sword, is it not? This Taoist has slain hundreds at Qingfeng Temple, including many innate masters." Upon hearing Su Qing's words, the other officials fell silent. It had been stated from above that a reward of 300 taels would be granted for any leads on the Taoist. This was the reason these officials had been so diligent in their inquiries. Yet, as Su Qing mentioned, considering the Taoist's formidable prowess, would they truly survive an encounter in order to claim that reward? Once the officials departed, Fang Fan secured the door, exhaling deeply. He entered his grandfather's room, where he found the bedding neatly arranged, with a pillow atop and the covers meticulously laid out, indicating no signs of prior use. He then took out the food he had brought, softly calling out, "Taoist, are you still here? I have brought you some provisions." No matter how he called, there was no sign of the Taoist. Eventually, Fang Fan came to terms with the fact that the Taoist had indeed left, and he began to tidy the bedding. Upon lifting the covers, he discovered a note. Picking it up, he read, "Little one, I have departed. The poison has been thoroughly cleansed. I am unscathed, so I leave. The mountains are high and the waters vast. I do not know when we shall meet again. Take care. Signed, Song Yuanjin. So the Taoist's name was Song Yuanjin. What a splendid name it was. Fang Fan found himself momentarily lost in thought. Had the Taoist truly left? In just a few days, he had developed a slight attachment to him, not solely due to the generous gifts he had received, but also because the Taoist had undeniably broadened his horizons, unveiling a vibrant and refreshing world. Who wouldn't aspire to become a cultivator? Who wouldn't wish to change the world and attain immortality? However, with the Taoist's departure, Fang Fan felt a significant lightness, free from the anxiety that had previously plagued him. He ignited the note and cast it into the brazier, watching as it consumed itself in flames. He placed the provisions in the kitchen, covered them with a green silk cloth, and then returned to his own room to tally the day's gains. 50-year elixirs, 10-year elixirs, Qingxin pills, spirit communication techniques, the secrets of the veil, wind-walking techniques, and the mysterious skill of owl water. This unknown item was indeed quite generous. Today, I have received such an abundance of rewards. I shall set aside the tranquil heart pill, for it may prove invaluable in the future. The 50-year pill and the 10-year pill, of course, are to be consumed without delay. The wind-walking technique, after a brief period of practice, I have mastered with remarkable proficiency. It is indeed impressive. As for the owl water skill, there is no rush. I shall find an opportune moment to practice it. Fang Fan retrieved the 50-year pill, which was a milky white, exuding a delicate fragrance. The presence of 9 swirling clouds upon its surface indicated that it was a 9th-grade elixir. However, he was uncertain of its exact tier. The Taoist had only mentioned that the tranquil heart pill was of the 7th tier, neglecting to elaborate on the others. Fang Fan felt a surge of joy. A single 10-year pill had elevated him to the 5th layer of the acquired realm, and the 50-year pill should surely usher him into the innate realm. Reflecting on it, to think that after only a few days of cultivation, he could step into the innate realm was quite extraordinary. Fang Fan first opened the art of qi manipulation, perusing it from beginning to end 3 times to ensure he had thoroughly memorized and comprehended it. He was confident that he could practice it without issue. Only then did he set the book aside. He then lifted the 50-year pill and swallowed it whole. Instantly, a warm current surged within his abdomen. The internal energy in his dantian began to stir, gradually pushing forth through his meridians and acupoints. Fang Fan guided this internal energy, along with the warm flow rising from his abdomen, to circulate within his body. The cultivation of the acquired realm involves the unblocking of acupoints and meridians. Since Fang Fan had consumed the bone-cleansing pill, all his meridians were open, alleviating any concerns on that front. As long as he directed the internal energy through the appropriate meridians and acupoints, he could elevate his realm. After completing 3 circulations, he could consolidate the energy back into his dantian. Following the instructions within the art of qi manipulation, Fang Fan meticulously guided the internal energy, breaking through the 6th layer, 7th layer, 8th layer, 9th layer, and finally the 10th layer. Upon reaching the 10th layer, he began to direct the internal energy to assault the Bai Wei acupoint atop his head. According to the art of qi manipulation, breaking into the innate realm required first unblocking the Bai Wei acupoint, thereby allowing the body's more than 300 acupoints to open, thus enabling the absorption of the essence of heaven and earth. However, no matter how fervently Fang Fan struck the Bai Wei acupoint, he could not breach it. It felt as unyielding as a boulder. Time passed, and the medicinal properties of the 50-year pill had been fully absorbed and transformed into internal energy. Yet this formidable internal energy still failed to penetrate the Bai Wei acupoint. Fang Fan opened his eyes and examined his hands. Disappointment etched across his face. A single 50-year pill had not propelled him beyond the 10th layer into the innate realm. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Fan seized the 10-year pill and tossed it into his mouth. Immediately, another warm current surged within his chest and abdomen. Fang Fan directed the internal energy, channeling this warmth towards the Bai Wei acupoint. This time, he resolved to exert all his internal energy towards the Bai Wei acupoint with unwavering determination. As the internal energy surged towards the Bai Wei acupoint, a lingering pain resided there, yet Fang Fan paid it no heed and continued his assault. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until he finally opened his eyes, filled with profound disappointment. After consuming the elixir for a decade, he still had not broken through the Bai Wei acupoint. Reflecting upon it, despite possessing 70 years of cultivation within him, he found himself unable to ascend to the innate realm. Fang Fan felt despondent. The Taoist had departed, leaving him with no one to inquire about the matter. Was his 70 years of cultivation insufficient? Was his method of transcending the innate flawed? Or were there other underlying reasons? Fang Fan remained in silent contemplation, unaware of how much time had elapsed. The surroundings were enveloped in silence. Night had deepened, and even the chirping of insects had ceased. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved the Heavenly Concealment manuscript, deciding to postpone his quest for the innate realm and instead focus on cultivating this text. Mastery of the Heavenly Concealment manuscript would enable him to shield himself from being scrutinized by others. No one, not even the Taoist, could discern his true strength or physical condition. Indeed, it was as if the manuscript had been tailor-made for Fang Fan. After all, once he achieved the innate realm or became an immortal cultivator, being discovered would hinder his ability to work peacefully as a humble servant in an inn. To earn rewards, he needed to excel in this role, thus necessitating a low profile, concealing his depths from prying eyes. Upon opening the Heavenly Concealment manuscript, Fang Fan found it devoid of complexity. Even practitioners at the initial stage of postnatal cultivation could engage with it, while cultivators naturally could as well. By guiding his internal energy or spiritual essence through a unique method towards several specific acupoints within his body, he could obscure celestial secrets. With a mastery of internal energy at the 10th level, Fang Fan had no trouble initiating the process. In just a quarter of an hour, he successfully cultivated the Heavenly Concealment manuscript. Now, none could perceive the depths of his cultivation. Martial artists and cultivators alike would regard him as an ordinary individual. Those capable of divining celestial secrets would see him as a shrouded enigma, unable to unravel any truths about him. Having completed his cultivation, Fang Fan's spirits lifted as he entered the kitchen to enjoy the food he had packed from the night market. Since he began his cultivation journey, his appetite had significantly increased. He could eat without feeling bloated, and even after several meals without food, it seemed inconsequential. After finishing his meal, dawn began to break, and the time to commence work approached. Yet, a lingering discontent remained within Fang Fan, stemming from his failure to reach the innate realm. Nevertheless, he understood the arduous nature of such an endeavor for a martial artist. It was essential to recognize that a martial artist's lifespan did not differ greatly from that of an ordinary person. And if 70 years of cultivation could not yield a breakthrough, how many could truly live beyond 70 years? Even if one begins cultivating at the tender age of 4 or 5, accumulating 70 years of skill, reaching the age of nearly 80, one still remains unable to step into the realm of innate ability. Life expectancy does not increase, and like an ordinary person, one must return to dust. Fang Fan has come to this realization. If 70 years of cultivation is insufficient, then perhaps 100 years. If 100 years proves inadequate, then 200 years. Ultimately, he must tread the path of the innate, forge his spiritual roots, and become an immortal practitioner. Fang Fan fetched water from the well and began his morning ablutions. After freshening up, he recalled the refuse outside, some broken bamboo tubes and glutinous rice balls. He picked up a dustpan and broom, opened the door, and swept the shattered bamboo and spilled rice balls into the dustpan. Then, he entered the courtyard and disposed of the debris in the trash bin. Each day, refuse collectors pass through the alley, and for a monthly fee of 3 coins, one can leave the trash bin at the door for collection. Once tidied up, Fang Fan locked the door and prepared to head to the tavern for work. Upon reaching the entrance of the tavern, he was greeted by an apprentice from the courtyard behind the establishment who opened the door. The other 5 waiters arrived shortly thereafter. Qian Chong spoke up, "Fang Fan, you truly missed out by not joining us yesterday. Do you have any idea how beautiful those ladies were? Each one more radiant than the last, so attentive and gentle, it truly made one want to bathe there every day." Upon finishing his remark, Qian Chong, Ren-Chi, and Wu San exchanged knowing glances and smiles. Wu San chimed in, "Fang Fan, did you return home so early last night? Did you go straight to bed?" Fang Fan replied, "I went to the night market for some food, then returned to cultivate. Unfortunately, I still have not stepped into the innate realm." Qian Chong and the others shared another laugh, as if they had heard the most ridiculous of jokes. Qian Chong continued, "While I am not fully aware of the prowess of the innate realm, I do understand that a martial artist must reach the 10th level of postnatal cultivation to step into the innate. Fang Fan, you really should not boast. Even if you are a martial artist, how could you possibly attain the 10th level without at least 50 years of cultivation?" Wu San nodded in agreement. Indeed, those martial artists can be quite proud. There is a boy from a nearby household who is a 3rd-level postnatal martial artist, and he has been chosen by a wealthy family to serve as a guard, earning 5 taels of silver a month. If you were at the 10th level, serving those affluent families, you could earn 10 or even dozens of taels each month. Would you still choose to be a waiter? Ren-Chi added, "Fang Fan, You ought not to boast so much at such a young age. It will only alienate you from friends and perhaps even hinder your chances of finding a wife." With that, the group began to express their counsel, urging Fang Fan to be sincere and avoid deceitful boasts. Feeling helpless, Fang Fan thought to himself that even when he spoke the truth, no one believed him. He entered the tavern, picked up a cloth, and began to wipe down the tables and chairs. The other waiters busied themselves as well. Working as a waiter at the Fugui Tavern is no simple task. Just mastering the art of carrying a tray takes 3 months of practice. Following that, one must add empty bowls to the tray and continue practicing for another 3 months. Next, a bowl filled with water is placed on the tray, and one must practice walking while holding it for an additional 3 months. Memorizing recipes and being able to articulate the ingredients and flavors of each dish typically requires at least 6 months. Furthermore, one must acquire the fundamental skill of discerning clothing types, materials, accessories, and jewelry, which allows for the identification of a guest's social background and the provision of suitable culinary recommendations. Additionally, it is essential to memorize the insignias of various noble families and clans to avoid offending anyone due to ignorance. Completing this training demands a minimum of 2 years. The tavern constantly seeks new waitstaff. However, the number of attendants remains low due to a significant disparity between the initial applicants and those who ultimately stay. With only 1 in 10 enduring after 2 years, the 6 attendants present have all passed through numerous trials and selections to remain. Thus, they cherish their positions dearly. Deceitful behavior is utterly absent in this establishment. Moreover, should anyone be dismissed for misconduct by the Fortune Tavern, they would find it nearly impossible to secure employment at another tavern. In the entire capital, there are merely a dozen taverns, and word travels swiftly. Any misstep is quickly known throughout the community. While the wages for working in a tavern are not particularly high, the tips from guests can be substantial. For instance, yesterday, the third young master generously gifted 100 taels of silver, and Lord Shui left over 20 taels, which were shared among the staff, resulting in a noteworthy sum for each. Such occurrences are frequent, making this position invaluable, and no one wishes to relinquish it. After the bustling hours, the staff gathers for breakfast. Fang Fan, having already eaten a considerable amount at home, continues to indulge during breakfast. The others, observing his hearty appetite, furrow their brows, questioning how a mere 16-year-old can consume more than these robust young men in their 20s. Following breakfast, the arrival of guests stirs the tavern into a lively atmosphere, with everyone busily attending to their duties. The weather finally cools slightly, but by afternoon, thunder rumbles and rain begins to fall. At this time, aside from a few patrons seeking refuge from the rain, the tavern is relatively quiet. Fang Fan does not receive any rewards that day, and as darkness descends and the rain begins to lighten, the remaining guests prepare to leave, signaling the staff to prepare for dinner. At that moment, a figure clad in red enters the tavern, drawing the attention of all present. Every gaze is fixed upon this woman, adorned in a flowing crimson veil. Her hair is elegantly styled in a bun, embellished with 2 hairpins, one carved from jade in the shape of a phoenix in flight, and the other a golden pin resembling intricate vines and caterpillars. Her beauty is striking, radiating grace and charm, with a gentle smile gracing her lips that conveys warmth. It is clear she is a young lady. Despite the rain outside, her hair and garments remain pristine and unaffected. The tavern keeper furrows his brow slightly, while the other attendants stand momentarily entranced. Fang Fan rises, courteously inquiring, "Miss, would you prefer a table in the main hall or a private room?" The woman nodded slightly and proceeded to the lobby bar. Fang Fan guided her to a table in the hall and presented her with the menu. She gently pushed it aside, saying it was unnecessary, and requested a few light dishes instead. "I have heard that your iced beverages are exquisite. Please recommend some for me," she added. Fang Fan suggested 6 dishes, of which she selected 3, and he recommended all the iced beverages, to which she ordered the rock candy milk and bird's nest soup. Not bothering with his own meal, the chef hurried to the kitchen to prepare the dishes for her. Before long, the food and drinks arrived. Fang Fan courteously remarked, "Miss, please take your time. If it is insufficient, feel free to order more." The woman nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "All right, I understand." Fang Fan then returned to the table of the shopkeeper, resuming his hearty meal. After a while, the woman called out, "It's time to settle the bill." Fang Fan replied, coming, and made his way to her table. Upon seeing the untouched dishes, he was momentarily taken aback. "Miss, are the dishes not to your liking? Perhaps I could recommend a few more?" he inquired. She shook her head. "No need. I am full, miss." The total comes to 38 taels of silver. The woman reached into her waist pouch and produced a 50-tael silver note, handing it to Fang Fan. No need to give change. Keep the rest as a tip. Fang Fan smiled gratefully. Thank you, Mississippi. Rewards were presented based on one's rank. A 10-year elixir for a 3rd-grade yellow rank, a 30-year elixir for a 5th-grade yellow rank, and a soul-binding item for an 8th-grade heavenly rank. The 8th-grade heavenly reward was unprecedented for Fang Fan, and the soul-binding technique, specifically effective against spirits and ghost cultivators, flowed through his mind like a stream. In an instant, he mastered it. Fang Fan was bewildered, puzzled as to why such a technique was bestowed upon him, and equally curious about the heavenly rank reward. The nature of the rewards was contingent upon the dishes recommended and the status and capabilities of the patrons. The woman nodded and rose, making her way toward the exit of the tavern. As Fang Fan observed her retreating figure, an icy chill surged from his feet. He noticed that her feet did not touch the ground. The shopkeeper, watching her departure, wore a serious expression. Fang Fan, let me see the silver note she gave you. Fang Fan promptly handed it over, but then he froze in astonishment. What had been a silver note now appeared as a greenish hue, adorned with a visage. The face was unremarkable, yet exuded a menacing aura, crowned in a manner that indicated a superiority over others. The well-informed shopkeeper's countenance darkened further upon examining the note. Fang Fan, burn this paper at the entrance. Burn it? Is this truly a ghost note? The identity of the woman became glaringly apparent, seeing Fang Fan's equally grim expression. The shopkeeper nodded. Indeed, a ghost, and a formidable one at that. A gust of wind swept through, causing everyone to shudder. Fang Fan emerged from the tavern. The rain having ceased, he ignited a joss paper with a fire stick, observing the ghostly green flames that danced as it burned. Remarkably, once the joss paper was consumed, not a single ember remained. Fang Fan understood that although these joss papers held no monetary value, their rightful acquisition and subsequent incineration could accumulate virtuous merit and bring forth prosperity. The tavern keeper exhaled a sigh of relief, insisting that the events of the evening remain undisclosed. The others nodded in agreement. As the meal concluded, the apprentices began to tidy up. One apprentice clearing the table of the women noticed the untouched dishes and seized a piece of meat, only to spit it out in disgust, exclaiming that it tasted like dirt, devoid of flavor. The tavern keeper explained that the essence of the dishes had been drained by the female ghost, leaving only remnants that were as tasteless as soil. All right, finish up and head home early tonight. Avoid wandering elsewhere. Go straight back, he instructed. The group complied, genuinely fearful of encountering the female ghost, eager to return to the safety of their homes. Fang Fan departed the tavern alongside the other attendants. Qian Chang, let us walk together. My home is not far from yours, he proposed. Qian Chang nodded in agreement, stating he had intended to accompany him. The other attendants also prepared to leave in pairs. Although Fang Fan wished to return home swiftly, he remembered his promise to Huaner and decided to visit the night market. He purchased candied hawthorns, fried sugar cakes, sugar figurines, and roasted chestnuts, then made his way towards the palace. At this hour, aside from the night market, the streets were nearly deserted. Reflecting on the day's events, Fang Fan chose not to employ his wind-walking technique and ambled towards the palace instead. Soon, he reached the outer wall of the cold palace, listening intently for any sounds within, but all remained eerily quiet. He leapt over the wall and landed effortlessly inside the cold palace, momentarily unsure of how to find Huaner without alerting the mysterious woman. Activating his clairvoyance, he spotted Huaner lying on the bed, while the woman gently patted her to lull her to sleep. Huaner's eyes were shut, yet her eyeballs rolled restlessly, indicating she was far from slumber. Suddenly, Huaner opened her eyes, saying, "Mother, I need to go out to urinate." The woman, exasperated, urged her to hurry back, warning that if she didn't sleep soon, she wouldn't rise in the morning. With a swift motion, Huaner sprang up and dashed outside. Upon exiting the side chamber, she spotted Fang Fan perched atop the wall. "Brother Immortal, you have come. Did you bring me delicious treats?" she exclaimed, pointing at the candied hawthorns and sugar figurines in his hands. Fang Fan nodded, and Huaner approached, gazing up at him. Gently, Fang Fan descended and offered her the candied hawthorns and sugar figurines. Huaner joyfully accepted them. He then produced the fried sugar cakes and roasted chestnuts, placing them in her arms. Warm and fragrant, Huaner gazed at her own inflated garments, her laughter ringing with joy. At that moment, Fang Fan heard the footsteps of two individuals approaching the cold palace. Without greeting Huaner, he swiftly leaped onto the roof of the cold palace and crouched there. Fang Fan had just ascended to the rooftop. utilizing the ridge to conceal his figure. When he observed two individuals clad in the garb of palace guards leaping into the cold palace. The main entrance of the cold palace was locked, and it was evident they possessed no key. Hence, they had to leap in. Juana, watching these two guards, instantly grasped Fang Fan's intent. The immortal brother wished for no one to behold him. The two guards, noticing Juana and the candied hawthorn skewers in her hand, were momentarily taken aback. Juana, perceiving their presence, felt an ominous sensation rising within her. Having lingered outside for too long, a woman from the side hall emerged, her heart tightening upon sighting the two guards. The guards exchanged glances, and one remarked, "This Yin Fei has dwelled in the cold palace for years. I did not expect her beauty to remain so intact. Let us first kill her. It will not be a hardship." The other guard interjected, "What about the child?" "Naturally, we must eliminate him. If left alive, he would only bring trouble to our master." Instantly, the expressions of the woman, Yin Fei, and Juana shifted dramatically. Yin Fei stepped forward, positioning herself protectively before Juana, demanding, "Did the favored consort Yao send you here? I am a concubine of the emperor, even in the cold palace. I still hold that title. If you wish to humiliate us and slaughter us, you must consider the consequences." "Are they consequences you can bear?" one of the guards retorted. "This is the cold palace. Once we have had our fill of you, we can easily dispose of you both and set fire to this place. No one would trace it back to us. Do you take us for fools? How dare you threaten us?" As he spoke, the guard advanced to seize Yin Fei's garment. Struggling against her tears, Yin Fei clutched the guard's hand and bit down fiercely, tearing away a substantial piece of flesh. The guard, in agony, struck Yin Fei, sending her crashing to the ground. Juana cried out, "Do not bully my mother. You wicked men, immortal brother. Save my mother, immortal brother. Save my mother." Tears streamed down Juana's cheeks. Seeing Juana in such distress, Yin Fei could not hold back her own tears, large droplets cascading down her face. "I have no regrets about my own demise," she thought, "but Juana has yet to meet his father, has never witnessed the beauty beyond the cold palace. And now he faces death at merely 4 years of age." With a heavy sigh, Fang Fan leaped down. The guards, momentarily stunned by his presence, broke into laughter. "Oh, look, we're not alone. We have a rival. But rest assured, we are far more capable than this pretty boy. We will surely grant you unparalleled pleasure." Yin Fei was taken aback, realizing there was indeed another presence. Juana, spotting Fang Fan, cried out, immortal brother, please save my mother. I beg you, immortal brother. Save my mother." Fang Fan displayed an expression of indifference as he directed a palm strike toward the guard who had slapped Yin Fei. 70 years of cultivated power surged forth. The guard was propelled backward by the force, crashing against the palace wall before collapsing, blood spurting from his mouth. His chest caved in, unaware of how many ribs were fractured or how many internal injuries he had sustained. In that moment, he was instantaneously dead. Yin Fei gazed, momentarily lost in thought, neglecting to wipe away her tears. Juana, brimming with joy, exclaimed, Mother, this is the immortal brother. Look, he brought me candied hawthorn and sugar figurines." Another guard suddenly fell to his knees, pleading, "My lord, please spare me. I have seen nothing, known nothing. I beg you. Let me go?" Fang Fan glanced at Yin Fei, who understood the unspoken message. "Did the noble Yao Gui Fei send you?" Yes. It was the chief maid, Chunulf, who offered us 1,000 taels of silver to trouble you and to kill you." Yin Fei bowed deeply to Fang Fan, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, immortal. I have no further questions." Fang Fan nodded, grasped the guard's neck, and with a gentle twist, silenced him forever. Discarding the lifeless body, he took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands. Yin Fei approached, searching the two guards' garments and retrieving 1,000 taels in silver notes, 10 notes of 100 taels each. She presented them to Fang Fan, who accepted them with a nod and stored them in his spatial pouch. Killing 2 villains and acquiring 1,000 taels brought Fang Fan a sense of satisfaction. Juana watched him, her excitement causing her little face to flush. As Fang Fan prepared to depart, Yin Fei suddenly knelt before him, pleading, "Please, immortal, take Juana as your disciple. I do not wish for you to teach him the ways of immortality. Merely some skills for survival." With that, she prostrated herself, bowing her head in reverence. Having encountered cultivators before, Yin Fei referred to them as immortals. Unbeknownst to her, Fang Fan was a martial artist, not a true immortal. Yet, sensing his indifference towards life and death, as well as the enigmatic aura surrounding him, she recognized his extraordinary nature. Indeed, a woman's intuition is often quite accurate. Fang Fan hesitated, glancing at Juana, who held her candied hawthorn and sugar figurines aloft, and then knelt, imploring, "Immortal brother, may I become your disciple? Just teaching me how to vanquish evildoers would suffice. Oh dear, I should now address you as master, not brother." Fang Fan smiled. "Very well, rise. I may impart some skills to Huaner, but I shall not take a disciple." Yanfei regarded Fang Fan, biting her lip, contemplating her words but ultimately refraining from speaking. She bowed deeply once more, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Immortal. Progressing gradually is prudent. After all, gaining an Immortal as a mentor is never an easy feat. The fact that he is willing to teach Huaner is already a blessing, perhaps as he observes her cleverness and obedience. He may eventually grow fond enough of her to accept her as a disciple." Fang Fan turned his gaze to the mother and child. The eyes of the mother and child sparkled with a luminous brilliance, reflecting a profound closeness, curiosity, anticipation, and trust towards one another. In that moment, Fang Fan felt a sense of bashfulness, coupled with an indescribable emotion towards the pair. After a brief moment of contemplation, he conjured forth two items with a flick of his hand, a jade vial containing a decade pill and a manual titled Yukiju. The mother and child gazed at Fang Fan's ability to effortlessly summon objects, their conviction in his celestial identity solidifying. Meanwhile, Fang Fan bore a hint of regret on his face. The Yukiju was of little concern, as he had already memorized it and found it of no further use. However, the decade pill, if consumed, would augment his own power by a decade, thus causing him a pang of reluctance. Nevertheless, he felt a connection with Huaner and could not allow them to be easily victimized by others. Fang Fan placed two items in Yanfei's hands. The Yukiju is a martial arts cultivation method that transitions from the acquired to the innate. Within the jade vial lies a decade pill. Upon consumption, it can augment an individual's martial prowess by a decade, likely enabling Huaner to cultivate to at least the 5th layer of the acquired realm. Upon reaching this level, Huaner would no longer be easily bullied by anyone, not even by the two guards, who are merely practitioners of the 2nd layer. Yanfei was momentarily stunned, soon overtaken by ecstatic joy. As a consort of the emperor in the palace, she had heard numerous tales of extraordinary individuals before being cast into the cold palace. She was familiar with the realms of martial cultivation and had encountered immortal beings, having heard many stories about them. However, despite their vast powers, she had never heard of anyone possessing a decade pill. Could this be a divine elixir? It could instantaneously bestow a person with 10 years of martial prowess. Tears fell from Yanfei's eyes as she gazed at Fang Fan, her voice choked with emotion, unsure of how to articulate her feelings. Fang Fan, unable to bear the sight of tears, especially from a child or a woman, felt a subtle softening within, yet maintained an expression as tranquil as water. "Very well. I must take my leave now. Huaner, focus diligently on your cultivation. In due time, I shall return with martial techniques to impart to you." With that, Fang Fan gracefully departed the cold palace and exited the imperial grounds. Huaner remained kneeling, clutching his candied hawthorn and sugar figurines, still in awe as his immortal master vanished from sight. However, he resolved to cultivate earnestly, certain that with success, he could protect his mother. Yanfei held the Yukiju and the jade vial tightly, embracing Huaner. "Huaner, you must always show utmost respect to the immortal. With such a powerful ally, neither of us shall endure any mistreatment. Oh, how happy I am. Our Huaner is truly fortunate to have garnered the immortal's favor." As Huaner savored his candied hawthorn and sugar figurines and pulled out a fried sugar cake and roasted chestnuts from his embrace, Yanfei smiled gently. "The immortal clearly holds a fondness for you, my dear Huaner, to have thoughtfully procured these delightful treats." After placing the fried sugar cake and roasted chestnuts aside, Yanfei began guiding Huaner through the Yukiju, teaching him unfamiliar characters. Huaner, demonstrating remarkable intelligence, memorized the text after Yanfei recited it thrice and offered explanations. Confident that Huaner had comprehended everything, she then retrieved the decade pill. "Huaner, do you remember? Once you consume the pill, follow the cultivation methods outlined in the text." Huaner nodded earnestly. "Mother, I understand." Yanfei held the decade pill to Huaner's lips, and he swallowed it whole. Instantly, a warm current surged within his chest and abdomen. Layer after layer, he ascended, first to the 1st layer, then the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th layers of the acquired realm, until he reached the 6th layer. Fully absorbing the potency of the decade pill, Huaner was filled with joy, exclaiming, "Mother, I have reached the 6th level of acquired cultivation." Tears glistened in Yanfei's eyes as she smiled and affectionately stroked Huaner's head, proclaiming, "My Huaner is the most brilliant. My Huaner is the most formidable." Little did they know how heart-wrenching this news would be for Fang Fan. He had consumed a decade's worth of elixir and only attained the 5th level of acquired cultivation, while this young child, having ingested the same elixir, had astonishingly advanced to the 6th level of acquired cultivation at merely 4 years of age. Fang Fan, oblivious to these developments, had already returned home, where he swallowed a 30-year elixir. To his dismay, he remained at the 10th level of acquired cultivation, failing to break through to the innate level. Although Fang Fan possessed a century's worth of martial prowess, his realm remained stagnant. Naturally, a warrior of 100 years of experience at the 10th level would still surpass one with 70 years of experience. Sighing, Fang Fan pondered. Could it be that I am destined to remain in the realm of acquired cultivation, forever unable to step into the innate? After a moment of despondency, he shook his head and produced the martial technique manuals bestowed upon him by the Taoist. They contained various forms of martial arts, palm techniques, swordplay, knife techniques, and boxing. After some contemplation, he selected the boxing technique known as mantis fist. This style, likened to the movements of a mantis during offense and defense, was aptly named. After a thorough reading, he committed the essence of mantis fist to memory and commenced his practice, whether it was due to his profound inner strength or his innate intelligence. He swiftly mastered the quintessence of mantis fist after only one session of practice. Now, Fang Fan was confident that in future confrontations, he would not need to exert excessive effort to vanquish his foes. For instance, during his previous encounter with the guard, he had infused 70 years of inner strength into his attack, relying solely on his internal energy to dispatch the guard without employing any martial techniques. However, with Mantis Fist now at his disposal, he realized he could achieve the same result with less than 10% of his inner strength. Continuing his training, Fang Fan practiced the palm techniques, swordplay, and knife techniques, each time delighting in his ability to grasp their essence after just one round of practice. Indeed, he was a prodigy. His confidence surged, and he felt a renewed certainty about eventually stepping into the innate realm. Another sleepless night passed, and as dawn broke, Fang Fan emerged from his reverie. After washing with well water and boiling a pot of water to cool, he drank a ladle of the refreshing liquid before heading off to work. As he walked along the path, he overheard whispers among the townsfolk. They spoke of a scholar named Fan Linji, whose entire family had perished, leaving behind only an 8-year-old daughter. The circumstances of their demise were said to be horrifying, seemingly a result of sheer terror. Last night, the night watchman claimed to have glimpsed a red figure flitting past the small courtyard of the Fan family, ethereal and lively, vanishing into the alley in mere moments. The watchman believed he had been hallucinating. Subsequently, acquaintances of Fan Linji shared that in his youth, he had been involved with a highborn lady, and the two had eloped together. What transpired thereafter remained a mystery, as the noble lady had vanished without a trace. Fan Linji, having acquired the wealth of the esteemed lady, purchased a house and married his childhood sweetheart. A decade has elapsed since those events, and they now feel like ancient history. It is said that the lady favored donning garments of vivid crimson, connecting the demise of Fan Linji and his wife to the specter clad in a red dress seen by the night watchman. As well as the occurrences from 10 years prior, the community speculates that the lady has perished and transformed into a vengeful spirit, exacting retribution on the unfaithful Fan Linji and his spouse. They further assert that this ghost is commendable. Her vengeance spared the innocent, as Fan Linji's 8-year-old daughter remained unharmed. Fang Fan chose to disregard such tales, merely listening with indifference, as he had no desire to encounter spirits again. Upon arriving at the tavern and settling in, the patrons gathered for breakfast. Qian Chong turned to Fang Fan and inquired, "Did you encounter any misfortune upon your return yesterday?" Fang Fan replied, "No. I returned early to cultivate my skills, achieving a century of mastery and mastering various martial techniques." This prompted a hearty laugh from the group. Qian Chang remarked, "Fang Fan, it's evident you are fabricating stories. Genuine martial artists require decades of diligent practice to attain even a modicum of success, let alone mastery." Rinchi nodded in agreement. "Fang Fan, your penchant for exaggeration is becoming rather pronounced. It is an undesirable habit." Wu Sen also concurred. "One must be sincere. Fabrications lead to distrust." The assembly all nodded in agreement, yet Fang Fan felt disheartened, realizing that even honesty was met with skepticism. He dismissed their jests and devoured his breakfast with fervor, seemingly with an increased appetite. Qian Chong and the others were astonished, observing Fang Fan's slight frame, yet pondering how a 16-year-old could consume such a considerable amount without apparent discomfort. After finishing breakfast, the day unfolded with busyness. Following yesterday's rainfall, the weather had turned pleasantly cool, leading to an influx of patrons at the tavern. Fang Fan welcomed numerous familiar customers, though no rewards were forthcoming. At that moment, he noticed an individual adorned in a flowing azure robe, a jade hairpin gracefully securing their hair, indicative of considerable value. This person appeared to be in their 30s, exceptionally handsome, yet their gray eyes, both sclera and iris, betrayed their blindness. Utilizing a cane for navigation, they approached the entrance of the tavern and inquired, "Is this the Fu Gui Tavern?" Fang Fan promptly stepped forward. "Indeed, esteemed guest. Would you prefer to dine in a private room or the main hall? Allow me to guide you." With that, Fang Fan offered his arm to assist the sightless patron. The blind man chuckled, indicating that the main hall would suffice. Having heard that the iced drinks at the Fu Gui restaurant were delightful, he had come specifically to savor them. Now that it was already late July, he understood that the icy beverages might soon be unavailable. Fang Fan smiled and responded, "Indeed, esteemed guest, you are well informed. In no more than 20 days, the iced drinks will be taken off the menu." Although the blind man could not see, Fang Fan maintained an amiable demeanor, guiding him to a corner to avoid any unintentional collisions. Fang Fan began to recite the menu, describing not only the dishes but also their flavors: sweet, savory, fragrant, and spicy. The blind man ordered 2 light cold dishes, one comprised of vermicelli and shredded carrots, and the other was sweet-sour marinated tomato chunks. As for the iced drinks, he selected 3, a red sugar jelly, a red tea milk tea, and a rock sugar snow pear soup. These dishes were readily available and were served promptly. The shopkeeper beckoned to Fang Fan, who hurried over. "Xiao Fan, attend to that gentleman with the visual impairment. You need not worry about the other patrons for now." Fang Fan promptly replied, "Yes, shopkeeper." He positioned himself beside the blind man, placing the plates and drinks before him, guiding the blind man's hands onto the bowls and dishes so he could discern their arrangement. This way, the blind man could navigate the offerings and serve himself with a spoon or chopsticks. Despite his blindness, the blind man moved with remarkable agility. After Fang Fan described the dishes and their arrangement, the blind man memorized their locations and was able to retrieve them without error, leaving Fang Fan in awe. As the blind man dined, he engaged Fang Fan in conversation, revealing that he was a master of divination, the resident expert at the Qian Kuan fortune-telling pavilion. His sight had been lost years prior due to the perils associated with his craft. Those who reveal the secrets of destiny often face dire consequences, typically leading to a life marked by misfortune. At a mere 20-something years of age, he had already earned the title of a master in the divination community. Once, under the encouragement of others, he had attempted to divine a secret location. Although he glimpsed the hidden truth, it cost him his eyesight. As blood tears flowed from his eyes, Fang Fan pondered the caution required in the art of divination, recognizing the inherent risks involved. Despite his lack of sight, the blind man maintained an exceptionally optimistic outlook and spoke passionately about his craft, indicating his profound love for divination. He leisurely finished his 2 cold dishes and 3 iced drinks, and with fingers as elegant and long as jade, he produced a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. "Young man, how much do I owe for this meal?" Fang Fan smiled, replying, "Esteemed guest, this meal comes to 47 taels of silver." The blind man nodded, reaching into his waist pouch to retrieve a 50-tael silver note, handing it to Fang Fan. "No need for change. Consider the remainder a tip for you." "Thank you, esteemed guest," Fang Fan said, accepting the silver note. In the world of divination, rewards vary. For a 3rd-grade yellow tier, one receives a 10-year elixir. For a 9th-grade yellow tier, a 50-year elixir. For a 2nd grade, a 100-year elixir. And for a 4th grade, the gift of heavenly sight. At the 6th level of the Xian realm, a reward of the 9 chapters on the mathematical art was bestowed. The effects of these elixirs and the capabilities of the heavenly eye flowed through Fang Fan's mind like a gentle stream. The 9 chapters on the mathematical art was presented as a book within his storage space, distinguishing it from spells, which are learned instantaneously. This tome is a guide to divination, teaching the art of fortune-telling, the methods of casting hexagrams, and the calculations of fate, as well as the trends of the world's affairs, and even glimpses into heavenly secrets. The heavenly eye was an enhancement to Fang Fan's vision, built upon his consumption of the eye-brightening pill, incorporating unique abilities, such as the sight of spirits and the perception of things invisible to ordinary eyes. Ultimately, the heavenly eye proved to be exceedingly beneficial. Fang Fan smiled, pleased that his attentive hospitality towards the blind man had yielded such valuable rewards, all of which he greatly needed. Supporting the blind man, Fang Fan exited the Fu Gui Tavern and stepped out onto the bustling street. "Esteemed guest, this is where I shall bid you farewell. You must return on your own from here," he said. The blind man nodded, expressing gratitude for the young server's hospitality, promising to visit again. Fang Fan responded with a smile, thanking the guest and inviting him to return frequently. The blind man departed, and Fang Fan returned to the tavern's main hall. As night fell, no further rewards came his way. Nevertheless, Fang Fan maintained a tranquil mindset. As long as he received a reward each day, he felt content. As the hour of the dog approached its end, the tavern was empty, and the staff gathered to share a meal. The manager calculated the tips from the patrons and distributed them among the chefs, servers, and apprentices. Known for his fairness, the manager ensured that, despite some receiving more than others, no one voiced discontent. This time, Fang Fan received 6 taels of silver. After finishing their meal and collecting their earnings, everyone prepared to depart. Qian Chong continued his walk with Ren Qi, while the other servers left together, whereas Fang Fan chose to walk alone. With fewer pedestrians on the road, Fang Fan slipped into an alley that would lead him home more swiftly. Suddenly, he recalled that this alley was rumored to be the residence of the deceased scholar couple, the Fan Lingji family. Upon entering the alley, Fang Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. He immediately spotted 3 spirits, with no others in sight. Among them was the female ghost clad in a striking red gauze dress, whom Fang Fan recognized from her visit to the tavern the previous day. The other 2 spirits bore a distinct aura, adorned in blue official garb embroidered with landscapes. They wore chains at their waists and brandished long knives. However, Fang Fan could not recall where he had seen such attire before. After pondering for a moment, realization dawned upon him. It resembled the uniforms of the ghostly officials from the city god temple. The hems of these 2 ghostly officials' robes were embellished with landscapes, indicating a difference from ordinary specters. The woman in red was currently engaged in a standoff with the 2 ghostly officials. All 3 spirits turned their gaze towards Fang Fan. One of the officials remarked, "Hong San, can this person see us?" Hong San responded, "What of it? We are not ordinary ghosts. Should we fear being seen?" Li Hua, the other official, nodded in agreement, insisting, "Quickly subdue this female ghost and take her back for punishment." As he spoke, Li Hua seized the chain at his waist and hurled it towards Hong San. 2 ghostly enforcers grasped one end of the chain and glided towards the female specter, intending to ensnare her with it. This chain was no ordinary binding. It possessed the power to restrain spirits and bind the souls of practitioners. The chain inherently inflicted damage, capable of harming the corporeal form of a ghost and the soul of a cultivator alike. The female ghost's expression twisted into a grimace as she produced a round fan in her hand, declaring, "The 2 I dispatched were deserving of death. By what right do you attempt to capture me?" With that, she struck the chain with her fan, deflecting it with a mere flick, causing it to tremble slightly. Li Hua and Hong San were momentarily taken aback. Li Hua, astonished, remarked that he had not anticipated that this ghost, having perished merely a decade prior, would possess such a formidable artifact capable of countering the soul-binding chain. Hong San's demeanor turned solemn as he spoke. "You are a ghost who has taken lives, naturally. You must face judgment at our hands. If you were human, your crimes would fall outside our jurisdiction. Moreover, your sins are grievous. You have directly devoured the souls of Fan Lingji and his wife. Such an act is utterly unforgivable, regardless of your grievances or injustices. One must adhere to the established order. If Fan Lingji and his wife wronged you, it is for the mortal authorities to address. Even if they were not held accountable in life, their deaths would summon a judge to render judgment upon them. What do you think you are? A mere ghost seeking to emulate humanity's pursuit of justice?" With a furious roar, he tightened his grip on the chain, twisting it to form a lasso, which he then hurled towards the female ghost. Just as the chain was about to encircle her, she brandished her fan, which expanded dramatically, swatting at the chain. With a clang, the ghost's fan shattered, and the soul-binding chain was sent spiraling to the ground, clutching the remaining half of her fan. The female ghost hesitated for a moment before bolting away. Fang Fan observed her feet, which, though never touching the ground, moved rhythmically through the air, significantly increasing her speed. The female ghost floated in front of Fang Fan and, with a thud, knelt before him, pleading, "Immortal, please save me." Fang Fan was momentarily stunned. What relevance did this situation have to him? Why did everyone perceive him as a deity? He was merely a bystander, drawn into this chaos against his will. Unbeknownst to Fang Fan, the previous night, the female ghost had dined at the Fugua Tavern and recognized him as a martial artist with 70 years of cultivation. However, today, he exuded an aura shrouded in mystery, rendering his true depth inscrutable to her. Even as she scrutinized him intently, she experienced a dizzying sensation. The ghost had concluded that Fang Fan was an immortal wandering the mortal realm, although she was aware that such beings were typically indifferent to those unrelated to their affairs. She had no other recourse. She had taken lives and consumed the souls of those 2. Being captured might very well lead to her utter obliteration. Clutching at any semblance of hope, she grasped at the proverbial straw. Subsequently, 2 night patrols floated over, halting a mere 10 feet away from the female ghost. Clutching the soul-locking chains, their expressions a blend of bewilderment and suspicion as they regarded Fang Fan. The female ghost noticed their gaze, and they, in turn, perceived hers. Hong San bowed respectfully to Fang Fan, addressing him as immortal. He declared, "This female ghost is guilty of heinous crimes and deserves no mercy. I implore you, esteemed immortal, to allow us to bind her in the name of the city god and return with her for judgment." Fang Fan nodded slightly, circumventing the female ghost, preparing to depart. Hong San and Li Hua exchanged knowing smiles and bowed once more, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, immortal." The female ghost interjected sharply, "Immortal, I am willing to allow you to inscribe a mark upon my soul." Fang Fan paused momentarily, retorting, "Who would desire to mark your soul? I am merely a humble warrior. Even if I were to inscribe upon your essence, who could ascertain if I could exert control over you?" With that, he resumed his steps, intent on leaving. The female ghost, disregarding all else, implored, "Immortal, I possess great wealth, immense riches. I have eradicated a bandit den, and within it lies a treasure trove of gold and silver. As a ghost, I have no use for it, and can take you to retrieve it." The 2 ghostly patrols chuckled. Does the immortal truly care for such trifles? Naturally, he did not. However, to their surprise, Fang Fan halted. "How much gold and silver?" The female ghost, elated, proclaimed, "There are 10 chests of silver alone, 5 chests of gold, and 10 chests brimming with jewels and precious artifacts. Countless treasures." Fang Fan pondered briefly, uncertain if these 2 ghostly enforcers could effectively wield the soul-binding technique. Soul-binding is a celestial-level spell. It should suffice. Turning to the 2 ghostly figures, he pointed at Hong San and commanded, "Bind his soul." Instantly, a formidable force surged through the heavens and the earth, instilling dread in all who beheld it. As even the stars seemed to shift in their celestial positions, enveloped in an enigmatic and profound power, Hong San found himself immobilized. His face etched with astonishment. It is indeed soul-binding. The power of the laws. Who is this immortal? Fang Fan regarded Hong San with satisfaction before gesturing to Li Hua, commanding, "Bind his soul." Li Hua too became immobile. The female ghost watched in disbelief, her face a tapestry of terror and astonishment, kneeling and afraid to rise. Fang Fan approached her, instructing, "Come, lead me to the gold and silver treasures." "Yes, immortal," she replied, rising gracefully and gliding ahead, with Fang Fan following closely. The 2 ghostly enforcers remained rooted in place, powerless to act. As they observed the female ghost and Fang Fan depart, the female ghost moved swiftly. Fang Fan employed the wind-walking technique to keep pace beside her. Upon reaching the city wall, Fang Fan effortlessly leaped over it, while the female ghost passed through, exiting the city. The female ghost pondered why the immortal did not fly, relying instead on the power of a warrior and the technique of lightness. Yet, she dared not voice her curiosity, fearing to provoke the ire of Fang Fan, the immortal. The journey of over 100 miles was traversed in less than half an hour. Upon arriving at the bandit den, they discovered it devoid of any living souls. The ground was strewn with numerous corpses, already decayed, some revealing their ghastly white bones. The female ghost led Fang Fan deep into the bandit's lair, entering a spacious chamber. She gently tapped 3 times on a stone slab, and a mechanism clicked to life, unveiling a profound pit beneath. The female ghost glided down first, with Fang Fan following closely behind. Upon reaching the bottom, Fang Fan discovered that the female ghost had ignited the torches in the secret chamber. She spoke the truth. There were indeed vast treasures here, 10 chests of silver, amounting to perhaps 300,000 taels, and 5 chests of gold, totaling around 100,000 taels. The chests containing gold were slightly smaller than those filled with silver. Additionally, there were jewels and jade artifacts, a variety of ornaments, headpieces, bracelets, and chains, along with some calligraphy and books. Fang Fan promptly gathered everything into his storage space, leaving behind empty chests. "All right, let us depart," he declared, taking the lead, with the female ghost trailing behind. As they journeyed halfway, Fang Fan paused, saying, "If you wish to leave, you may do so. There are no ghostly enforcers here now." The female ghost suddenly knelt with a thud, pleading, "Immortal, I implore you to take me in. I can serve you by fetching water, brewing tea, washing clothes, and cooking meals." Fang Fan furrowed his brow. The female ghost continued, "Immortal, I truly have nowhere else to go. I beseech your compassion. Grant me a place to reside." She was not foolish. As a ghost of her kind, encountering ghostly enforcers was one thing. But facing formidable ghost cultivators could lead to capture or death. By staying close to Fang Fan, even if ghostly enforcers appeared, she would command some respect. With such a golden opportunity, why not seize it? Moreover, given the formidable prowess of the immortal, it stands to reason that after a prolonged association, the immortal would certainly not neglect this ghostly companion. A mere trickle of energy could significantly enhance one's own capabilities. Fang Fan contemplated this. Indeed, he had little fondness for household chores, so accepting this female ghost as a domestic aid was quite advantageous. Most importantly, it incurred no financial obligation. There was no need to provide her with sustenance. Hiring a servant or employing someone for cleaning would entail considerable expense and the necessity of meals. Fang Fan nodded, signaling his acquiescence. Very well, let us proceed. The female ghost joyfully trailed behind him. Meanwhile, Hong San and Li Hua found themselves capable of movement after the passage of an hour. The two ghostly messengers exchanged glances, each reflecting the profound fear that resided within the other. They hastily returned to the city god temple to report this matter to the city god. The city god retrieved the Book of Life and Death, turning to a specific page. Fang Fan, age 16. Born on the 23rd day of the 7th month in the year of Jiawu, deceased at noon. Upon inquiring with the Solar Patrol, he learned that the original Fang Fan had met his demise during a quarrel, being shoved to the ground and striking his head against a stone. The city god sighed, acknowledging that the true Fang Fan was no more. Within that body now resided an ancient entity of indeterminate age. Alas, the emergence of such an ancient being within our jurisdiction raises concerns regarding whether it heralds fortune or misfortune. The fact that the female ghost has aligned herself with this elder specter is a matter of resignation. Capturing her is unnecessary. It is prudent to avoid provoking this ancient entity in the future, with the hope that peace may prevail. The city god's countenance was etched with profound resignation. Fang Fan returned home, glancing around. The hour barely past midnight. He allowed the female ghost to reside in his grandfather's room before turning to enter his own chamber. Sitting cross-legged, he retrieved the 10-year elixir, the 50-year elixir, and the 100-year elixir. Consuming these potions would grant him the prowess of 260 years. Yet he pondered whether such power would suffice to transcend into the innate realm. After half an hour, Fang Fan opened his eyes, a shadow of despair clouding his gaze. Despite possessing 260 years of power, he was still unable to step into the innate stage. Fury ignited within him, and he felt an urge to curse the heavens. He believed it was implausible for anyone to cultivate for 260 years without achieving the innate level, given that the lifespan of a martial artist rarely exceeded 130 years. How could a warrior possess 260 years of power and yet remain outside the innate realm? It seemed as though the heavens were conspiring against him. A dangerous aura emanated from Fang Fan, tinged with rage. This atmosphere sent shivers down the spine of the female ghost next door, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. She feared that, in a fit of anger, Fang Fan might unleash his wrath upon her, causing her soul to scatter. Fang Fan remained seated, cursing the heavens several times internally, until he finally found calm after another half hour. The female ghost, too, felt a slight sense of relief. Rising, Fang Fan stepped into the courtyard, where the cool night air enveloped him, and the moon hung gracefully among the branches of the laurel tree, lifting his spirits somewhat. As he gazed at the laurel tree, an indescribable feeling welled up within him, a blend of tranquility and subtle joy. He recalled his spirit communication technique and placed a hand upon the laurel tree, initiating a dialogue with its spirit. The female ghost floated out. Observing Fang Fan and the laurel tree in surprise, she had not anticipated that this tree harbored a spirit. However, in the presence of an immortal, extraordinary phenomena were indeed possible. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she realized that this immortal could communicate with a newly born spirit, a feat that would surely astonish any ghost. Spirits come in various forms. The initially born spirit is often bewildered and akin to an infant, incapable of meaningful communication. As the spirit develops a sense of self-awareness and begins to form its own opinions about the world, it can follow simple instructions and engage in basic exchanges with other beings. Once the spirit attains the semblance of a child, communication with others becomes effortless. The fact that Fang Fan was conversing with a spirit so recently birthed was indeed remarkable. The spirit of the laurel tree transmitted numerous visions to Fang Fan, depicting its growth, alongside scenes from his life, those of his father, grandfather, great-grandfather, and other family members. Witnessing these images filled Fang Fan's heart with an overwhelming warmth. Though Fang Fan has traversed into this world, he has inherited all the memories and emotions of the original Fang Fan. Consequently, he harbors deep feelings and attachments toward his parents, grandfather, great-grandfather, and even his great-great-grandfather. Suddenly, Fang Fan sensed the fury of the laurel tree. And as he beheld the scene before him, his own anger ignited. It was the haunting image of the original Fang Fan, pushed down and meeting his demise upon striking his head against a stone. The laurel tree's rage, helplessness, and sorrow resonated within Fang Fan. He smacked his forehead in realization. Indeed, the person responsible for the original Fang Fan's fall and subsequent death had yet to face any retribution. Over the past few days, he had not encountered that scoundrel. Although this vendetta originally belonged to Fang Fan, he was determined to avenge it, with fury coursing through him. Fang Fan flung open the gate of the courtyard and stepped outside. Fang Fan approached the last house on Wudong Alley and began to knock on the door. The resounding knocks echoed through the quiet night, stirring the stillness of Wudong Alley. Many people, draped in their garments, emerged to discern the commotion. A female ghost trailed behind Fang Fan, bubbling with excitement. The immortal is about to unleash their wrath, perhaps directed at someone else. How thrilling. The spirited ghost was eager to witness the unfolding drama, hoping to lend a hand and showcase her servile worth. Fang Fan's vigorous knocking naturally roused the inhabitants within. Among the cacophony of curses from both men and women, a woman's voice rang out. Who dares disturb the peace at this hour? Can anyone get a moment's rest? With that, she stepped outside first. She was a robust woman in her 30s, her hair unkempt and cascading around her, with excess flesh quivering as she moved. Upon spotting Fang Fan through the wrought iron gate, she seized a broom from the corner of the yard and swung open the gate, brandishing it menacingly at him. Just as the broom was poised to strike Fang Fan's shoulder, the woman seemed to witness something extraordinary. With a shriek, she plopped down onto the ground. To her horror, she beheld a head emerging from Fang Fan's shoulder. The head, adorned with disheveled hair, gaped with a gory maw, its tongue dangling like that of a dog, a vivid crimson. Most alarming were the blood-red eyes, from which blood dripped. This head belonged to the female ghost, who was stifling laughter internally. Without lifting a finger, her bloodied visage had instilled such terror in the woman. Had she not accomplished something noteworthy? Fang Fan, fully aware of the ghost's antics, made no effort to intervene. The ghost glanced at him and, seeing no objection, floated out from behind him, hovering before the woman. The sight of the ghost's feet, which did not touch the ground, made the woman scream and faint, a foul odor hinting at her loss of control. At that moment, a middle-aged man and a young man in his 20s emerged. Frowning at the unconscious woman, they inquired, "What has transpired? How could our wife, mother, faint so easily?" Their glares turned hostile as they focused on Fang Fan. Fang Fan met their gazes, a chill spreading in his eyes. The younger man, Cui Dahu, had been the one to previously throw Fang Fan to the ground, resulting in a fatal head injury. The middle-aged man, Cui Dazhuang, was Dahu's father, and the death of Fang Fan was entwined with the fate of this family trio. Cui Dahu had assaulted Fang Fan, while Cui Dazhuang and the woman, Zheng Fenglian, had restrained Fang Fan's arms, rendering him powerless. When Fang Fan could no longer defend himself, they released their hold, allowing Dahu to push him down once more, leading to the fatal blow against the stone. The incident began with a young woman named Wang Xiuzhen from Wudong Lane, who exchanged a few words with Fang Fan. Wang Xiuzhen was the chosen bride of Cui Dahua, who regarded her as his prized possession. However, Wang Xiuzhen's mother had no regard for Cui Dahua, aspiring instead to find her daughter a suitor of affluent background. Wang Xiuzhen, despite being a year older than Fang Fan, harbored a fondness for him and persistently pursued him, though Fang Fan typically ignored her. On the day marking the anniversary of his grandfather's passing, feeling a tinge of sadness after burning paper offerings for his family, Fang Fan engaged in conversation with Wang Xiuzhen, which caught the attention of Cui Dahua, who promptly sought to instigate trouble. Fang Fan regarded the father and son with icy indifference, contemplating the notion of eliminating the entire family. Alas, while taking a life might be easy, disposing of the body would present considerable complications, and the authorities would undoubtedly investigate a triple homicide. Fang Fan recognized the peril of his situation. Cui Dahua, regarding Fang Fan with scornful arrogance, taunted him, questioning whether he had not received enough punishment the last time and whether he yearned for more. Fang Fan maintained his calm demeanor, stepping forward to seize Cui Dahua by the collar and delivering 4 swift slaps across his face. Cui Dahua, feeling the force behind Fang Fan's blows, struggled to break free but found it impossible. After receiving 4 slaps, his face swelled in pain, stars danced before his eyes, and darkness encroached upon his vision. At that moment, Cui Dazhuang approached, attempting to replicate his previous tactics by seizing one of Fang Fan's arms. However, Fang Fan's arm, though not particularly robust, possessed immense strength. And with a swift motion, he flung Cui Dazhuang away. Cui Dazhuang crashed against the wall, collapsing and spitting blood. By this time, a considerable crowd had gathered outside. Drawn by the commotion, they were astonished by Fang Fan's ferocity. Despite his youth and slender appearance, he had remarkably bested the trio of Cui Dazhuang. The onlookers offered no sympathy for the Dazhuang family, who had often bullied others due to their physical prowess. Cui Dahua, still in disbelief after receiving the slaps, seethed with rage, vowing to kill Fang Fan. Fang Fan, with a hint of a cold smile, challenged him, inviting him to come and attempt to take his life. Yet, despite his fierce words, Cui Dahua did not dare to act. The cowardice displayed by him was a stark contrast to the past. When Fang Fan had met his demise at the hands of such a coward, Fang Fan felt a sense of indignation on behalf of his former self. As Fang Fan prepared to advance on Cui Dahua, he noticed the sheer terror etched across Cui Dahua's face. A female specter emerged from Fang Fan's shoulder, her head appearing with blood, tears streaming from her eyes, her elongated tongue dripping with blood. Cui Dazhuang, struggling to rise, also caught sight of the apparition. His face contorted in abject horror. The female specter smiled, her tongue flicking across the blood tears on her face, extending longer than even a dog's. The father and son cried out in unison, "Ghost! Ghost!" Cui Dazhuang spoke, "Fang Fan, are you human or a ghost? I beg you, spare our family. We shall never dare again. We will not torment you any longer." The onlookers chattered among themselves, questioning the sanity of the father and son, wondering if they truly saw a ghost. Just moments ago, Zhang Fenglian had fainted, wetting herself. Could she have also witnessed the apparition? Upon hearing this, the crowd trembled, pondering the possibility of the supernatural. The female ghost chuckled softly, her powers formidable. She could reveal herself to whomever she wished or render herself invisible to others. At that moment, Zhang Fenglian awoke, her eyes opening to the terrifying visage of the specter. She instinctively wanted to scream, but the ghost's smile quelled her fear, leaving her silent. Meanwhile, Cui Dazhuang crawled closer, and Cui Dahua sought refuge behind his parents. The family huddled together, eyes filled with trepidation, uncertain of how to act, clinging to one another in a desperate bid for safety. Fang Fan observed the terrified trio and lamented the tragic fate of his former self. Cui Dazhuang knelt before Fang Fan, bowing deeply. "Fang Fan, dear brother, last time our family was at fault. I implore you, spare us. Do not let the ghost claim our lives. Name your price, and I shall pay whatever you desire." Fang Fan replied, "You must each strike yourselves 100 times and then compensate me." Cui Dazhuang sighed with relief. "Very well, we shall pay you 10 taels of silver." Fang Fan's cold gaze silenced him, prompting an immediate correction. "No, 30 taels." Yet Fang Fan remained unyielding. 50 taels, Cui Dazhuang pleaded. Still, Fang Fan said nothing. Desperation clawed at Cui Dazhuang. 100 taels. It is all we possess. Fang Fan finally acquiesced. "Very well, 100 taels." Zhang Fenglian's face contorted in pain at the cost. Cui Dazhuang shot her a glare. "Hurry and fetch the silver, unless you wish to perish." Zhang Fenglian scrambled back inside. Fang Fan employed his vision to follow her movements, observing as she retrieved a box from a cabinet. Upon opening it, he saw 5 ingots of silver amounting to 100 taels, alongside a few loose pieces that looked to total an additional 2 or 3 taels. Cui Dazhuang had spoken the truth. Indeed, 100 taels constituted their entire fortune. Zhang Fenglian wrapped the 5 ingots in cloth and emerged from the house, placing them at Fang Fan's feet. She dared not lift her gaze, fearful of encountering the ghost. Fang Fan grasped the bag of silver, casting a fleeting glance at the family of 3 before turning to leave, admonishing himself to strike his own face 100 times. The trio knelt there, beginning to slap their faces with audible force. They noticed the female specter making a grimace at them and followed Fang Fan, exhaling a sigh of relief. But their hands did not cease their motion. Onlookers, finding little entertainment in the spectacle, gradually dispersed. As they approached the doorstep, the female ghost spoke, "Immortal, do you truly wish for that family to perish?" Fang Fan remained silent. The ghost continued, "Immortal, I can take it upon myself to eliminate those 3. Fang Fan turned to regard the specter, cautioning, "Remember, now that you are with me, you must refrain from indiscriminately taking lives. Only if they are your enemies or seek to harm you should you act, even if the ghostly emissaries do not dare to apprehend you. Excessive killings will complicate your path to cultivation." Consider the tribulation. If you have committed too many murders, will you withstand it? For your kind, enduring the heavenly tribulation is already a formidable challenge. Should you accumulate too many karmic debts, your chances of survival diminish significantly. Upon hearing Fang Fan's words, the cold essence of the ghost seemed to warm, and glistening tears welled in her eyes. The immortal is so kind to me, she sobbed. I would gladly sacrifice myself for you. Then she reconsidered. But wait, I am already dead. Even if it meant my soul scattering for you, it would be worth it. Fang Fan inquired, what is your name? I am called Xinqingyang. You may refer to me as Qingyang, she replied. Fang Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Upon returning home, Fang Fan entered his chamber, still reluctant to sleep. With a flick of his hand, he produced the 9 chapters on the mathematical art, engrossing himself in its pages. This text imparted knowledge on divination, fortune-telling, and discerning the state of the world, as well as glimpsing the secrets of the heavens. The more he perused, the more intriguing it became, igniting a desire within him to experiment. Unfortunately, both fortune-telling and divination necessitated specific tools, copper coins, a compass, and a person to interpret. While the 9 chapters on the mathematical art was indeed sophisticated, Fang Fan realized that mere reading would not suffice to unveil the mysteries of the world. Hence, he resolved to start with the simplest methods. Regrettably, he lacked the necessary tools and anyone to consult. After some contemplation, he decided to purchase 3 copper coins the following day, enabling him to practice divination. His financial situation was quite favorable, possessing several 100,000 taels of silver, 100,000 taels of gold, and an ample collection of jewelry and antiques. Acquiring 3 copper coins would be trivial. Yet, Fang Fan hesitated, aware that he should not procure anything too extravagant, for he was merely a humble shopkeeper. Should he draw the attention of the wrong individuals, it could lead to trouble. He recalled a man named Lai San from the neighboring alley, a ne'er-do-well with no legitimate occupation. One day, he suddenly came into money, extravagantly spending it, which attracted the scrutiny of the authorities. Upon interrogation, it was revealed that he had been gathering intelligence for rebels in exchange for silver. Ultimately, Lai San met a grim fate. Such stories served as cautionary tales. Fang Fan's mood had remained dismal from the night until now. Reflecting on the fact that despite 260 years of cultivation, he had yet to step into the realm of innate ability, he felt a surge of frustration, almost wishing to curse the heavens. Soon, dawn broke, and Fang Fan, having not slept a wink, rose to prepare for his morning rituals. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Xinqingyang, who entered with water, a willow branch, and salt. Master, please proceed with your cleansing, she said. Fang Fan nodded and began his ablutions. After he finished, Xinqingyang took the used willow branch and water and exited. Standing in the kitchen, a look of melancholy crossed Xinqingyang's face. With nothing in the kitchen, she pondered how she would prepare a meal. Upon noticing her, Fang Fan spoke, simply boil a pot of water. I shall dine at the tavern for breakfast. Yes, master, she replied, and commenced boiling the water. Once the water was ready, she intended to brew tea, but soon realized there was not even a leaf of tea in the house. Master truly leads a frugal life. I cannot fathom why one would treat oneself so poorly, she lamented. Fang Fan, observing the water cooling, scooped a ladleful and gulped it down. I must take my leave for work now. Stay at home and take care of yourself. In a few days, I shall see if I can procure a cultivation method for ghostly practitioners for you. Thank you, master, Xinqingyang replied, her eyes glistening with moisture. After a moment's contemplation, Fang Fan handed her the 100 taels of silver that the Chui family had given him. Take this 100 taels and see if you need to acquire any supplies. Xinqingyang's face brightened. Indeed, master. I shall need to purchase some tea leaves, ingredients, and molds for preparing pastries. 100 taels should suffice. Fang Fan paused, impressed. It was no wonder she hailed from a prestigious family, adept at spending money. However, with hundreds of thousands of taels of silver and 100,000 taels of gold at his disposal, he was not particularly concerned about this 100 taels. With that, Fang Fan made his way out to the tavern. When Fang Fan entered the tavern, most of the patrons had already arrived. The young attendants had commenced their cleaning duties, and Fang Fan joined them. Soon, the tavern gleamed with cleanliness, devoid of any dust. A group of individuals sat down to partake in breakfast. As they dined, the conversation shifted to the events of the previous night in Wudong Alley. Fang Fan was taken aback by the rapid dissemination of news. The occurrences from the night before had become common knowledge. Fang Fan, you were truly impressive. You managed to deal with the Chui family, someone remarked. Fang Fan maintained a calm demeanor, responding that handling the Chui family was merely a trivial matter. Yesterday, I captured a female ghost and even ventured into a bandit's lair, retrieving 300,000 taels of silver, 100,000 taels of gold, and a plethora of invaluable jewels and ornaments. Laughter erupted among the group. Fang Fan, if you possess such wealth, why do you still work as a tavern attendant? One teased. Fang Fan's storytelling prowess seemed to be growing. If you truly encountered a ghost, you would have been too frightened to even stand, another quipped. Fang Fan, feeling exasperated, realized that no one believed him. As August approached, the weather became refreshingly cool and more patrons flocked to the tavern. Fang Fan and his companions busied themselves from morning until the afternoon, finally finding a moment to enjoy their lunch. After their meal, they tidied up and, noticing the absence of customers, several attendants settled into a corner of the hall to engage in idle chatter. Fang Fan placed his hand into his bosom, retrieving the 9 chapters on the mathematical art not from his clothing, but from his storage space, and began perusing its contents. Qian Chong approached and casually snatched the book from Fang Fan's hands, flipping through its pages. He paused in astonishment before bursting into laughter. Fang Fan, where did you acquire this book? It reeks of nonsense, claiming to decipher the affairs of the world and glimpse the secrets of heaven. Surely a book of deceit. Fang Fan, disinterested in a debate, nodded and replied, Indeed, a book of deception. I merely find it amusing to read. The others erupted into laughter once more. The tavern keeper approached, took a glance at the 9 chapters on the mathematical art in Qian Chong's hands, shot a penetrating gaze at Fang Fan, returned the book, and departed without uttering a word. Wu Xin chimed in, Look, even the tavern keeper recognizes you for perusing nonsense. He didn't even bother to address you. You ought to be more discerning and not perpetually fall for such tricks. This book must not have been inexpensive. How can you expect to save money if you keep purchasing such items? What about your future wife? Will you even be able to support children? Unfazed, Fang Fan continued to read, disregarding their remarks. Earlier that morning, he had completed reading the book for the first time, committing its contents to memory. And now he was engaged in a second reading. Captivated by certain passages, he found himself eager to experiment. Fang Fan could hardly contain his excitement to procure 3 copper coins for a trial. Just then, the wind chimes at the tavern entrance jingled, and a physician, carrying a medicine box, stepped inside. The attire of the healer, crafted from ordinary fine cotton, suggested a modest background. The other waitstaff observed but made no move. Fang Fan, concealing the book within his bosom, truly stored it in a spatial compartment, approached with a beaming smile and inquired, Esteemed guest, would you prefer dining in the hall or a private room? The healer glanced at Fang Fan and replied, In the hall, please. Very well, this way, esteemed guest. Fang Fan guided the healer to a table, assisting her to sit before placing down the medicinal box. He then began to recommend dishes, all of which were reasonably priced yet generously portioned and delectable. He also suggested the newly introduced autumn dishes, ensuring to include refreshing beverages. Ultimately, the healer ordered a meat dish, a vegetable dish, a serving of plain rice, and a chilled drink. Fang Fan made his way to the kitchen to place the order for the dishes, rice, and drink. He returned with a pot of chrysanthemum tea and a teacup, pouring a cup for the healer. A bit flustered, she remarked, I didn't order tea. Fang Fan smiled, This is complimentary, a gesture of goodwill. As autumn arrives, we prepare chrysanthemum tea to offer to our guests, to help cool their spirits. The healer nodded and smiled back, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, young waiter. It is my pleasure. Soon, the food and beverages were served. The healer began to enjoy her meal, while Fang Fan returned to a corner, observing her as she dined. Even the more affordable dishes at Fuguei restaurant were delightful, a testament to the chef's skill. The healer seemed quite satisfied with her meal. Before long, she finished everything and poured herself another cup of chrysanthemum tea, savoring it with a contented sigh. Young waiter, the bill, please. Fang Fan promptly approached and stated, Esteemed guest, the total is 17 taels of silver. The healer paused in surprise. So inexpensive? I've heard that dining at Fuguei restaurant typically costs over 100 taels. Fang Fan chuckled, Esteemed guest, I recommended only the most delicious and affordable options. They are not exorbitantly priced. The healer smiled back, Then I shall occasionally treat myself here. The food at Fuguei restaurant is indeed delightful. Fang Fan responded, Indeed, I hope you will visit frequently. The healer reached into her bosom and produced a silver ingot worth 20 taels, handing it to Fang Fan, who accepted it. The rewards for various achievements were as follows. For reaching the 9th rank of the yellow stage, a 50-year elixir. For achieving the 2nd rank of the Xin stage, 100-year elixir, for the 3rd rank of the Xian stage, mastery of Xian medical skills, and for the 9th rank of the Xian stage, the art of alchemy. Suddenly, the knowledge of Xian medical skills flowed through Fang Fan's mind like a stream, and he instantly comprehended it. The art of alchemy was accompanied by a book. Yet a wealth of information about it was also provided. Fang Fan was momentarily taken aback. The medical skills were manageable for him to learn and apply, though he lacked practical experience. As for the art of alchemy, it was reserved for cultivators. Why was this reward granted? It was knowledge that could be understood but not utilized. Fang Fan quickly regained his composure. Esteemed guest, please wait a moment while I retrieve your silver. Dr. Ling nodded in acknowledgement. Fang Fan proceeded to the counter, where the accountant took a pair of scissors and cut off 3 taels of silver, handing it to Fang Fan. He then delivered the silver to Dr. Ling, who carefully stowed it away and shouldered his medicine box. Fang Fan escorted Dr. Ling to the entrance of the tavern, bidding, "Take care, esteemed guest, and do visit us often." Dr. Ling smiled in response, "Indeed, indeed." Upon returning to the tavern's main hall, Fang Fan found the other waiters observing him. Qian Chang spoke up, "A meal costing only 17 taels of silver, and no tips to speak of. Fang Fan, what was the point of your hospitality if there is no profit to be gained?" Rinchi nodded in agreement, remarking, "Such a person, daring to dine in a tavern, truly has no sense of shame." Wu San chuckled, suggesting, "We should keep our distance from such patrons in the future. After all that effort, we gain nothing." Fang Fan regarded the individuals before him and coldly remarked, "Guests are to be treated well." While others were poised to mock Fang Fan for his unappreciated efforts, the innkeeper approached, stating, "You lot have truly gained some audacity. How dare you ridicule and criticize the guests? Today, the silver will be distributed, and each of you will receive 3 coins less. Let us see if you dare to be so critical in the future." The trio, left speechless, could not retaliate against the innkeeper. Yet their gazes towards Fang Fan turned less amicable. They resented Fang Fan for causing their loss of 3 coins, understanding their thoughts through their eyes. Fang Fan chose to ignore them and resumed reading 9 chapters on the mathematical art. As the hour of Shen approached, the tavern became bustling once more. With the sun setting, Shen Qingyang stepped outside. In truth, she was not entirely averse to sunlight. However, exposure would harm her ethereal form. Thus she preferred to venture out only after dusk. Shen Qingyang contemplated her shopping list, feeling a sense of joy. No longer did she have to endure a precarious existence. Under the protection of an immortal, no one dared to trouble her. Moreover, she found herself in a stable environment for her cultivation, which delighted her greatly. At that moment, Shen Qingyang halted, her expression grave as she observed 2 night patrollers, Hong San and Li Hua, not far off. Fate had indeed conspired against them. After an unspoken standoff, Shen Qingyang felt an increasing tension, calculating her next move. Just then, Hong San stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting. "Madam Shen, how have you been? Is the immortal well?" Shen Qingyang relaxed, replying, "The immortal has gone to work, bestowing upon me 100 taels of silver to procure some items for my household." Her words were a subtle reminder to the 2 specters of her position as the immortal's servant. Hong San and Li Hua exchanged glances, slightly at a loss. It was rather amusing to see the immortal, who toyed with the mortal realm, reduced to the role of a humble shop assistant. Though the reasons behind such a choice remained a mystery to them. Hong San chuckled, "Madam Shen, you are truly fortunate to be favored by the immortal. Serving by their side is indeed a tremendous blessing." Shen Qingyang smiled in return. "Indeed, the immortal possesses a gentle disposition. They have even promised to impart the secrets of ghostly cultivation to me and mentioned awaiting my ascension through tribulation to venture into the celestial realm together." Hong San and Li Hua could barely contain their envy. They possessed knowledge of the ghostly cultivation methods, yet theirs were merely the most rudimentary practices. The immortal's promise to share advanced techniques with Shen Qingyang indicated her exceptional standing, for the immortal would hardly deign to regard ordinary methods. Furthermore, the notion that the immortal would assist Shen Qingyang during her tribulations only intensified their jealousy. The trials of ghostly ascension were no trivial matter, and it was evident that the immortal would offer her invaluable support, whether through artifacts, guidance, or even shielding her from calamities, thoughts that left the 2 night patrollers in a state of profound envy. Li Hua spoke, "Shen Yangzi, refrain from acting recklessly in the future, lest you squander the profound favor of the immortal." Shen Qingyang smiled, her beauty radiant like a blossoming flower. "Indeed, the immortal had decreed that I must no longer take lives, to avoid the burdens of karma and ensure a smoother passage through tribulations. The immortal truly considers my well-being as a humble servant. Hong San, Li Hua fell silent. Gazing at Shen Qingyang, he sighed, pondering why the immortal had not favored him instead. The two night patrollers clasped their hands in salute to Shen Qingyang, nodded, and departed. Shen Qingyang ventured into the bustling street, vowing to procure exquisite items to demonstrate her capabilities to the immortal. The matters at the tavern had also concluded. The group gathered to share a hearty dinner, and once they had eaten and tidied up, they were ready to return home. Business had been splendid today, yielding a substantial amount in tips. As usual, the shopkeeper distributed the earnings, with Chang, Wu San, and Ran receiving a meager share of 3 coins each. The trio felt quite disheartened. Upon exiting the tavern, their faces bore no traces of joy. As Fang Fan emerged, the 3 regarded him with hostile glares. Ignoring them, Fang Fan strode past without heading home, making his way to the south courtyard gate. This street primarily dealt in antiques, calligraphy, and jade artifacts. Fang Fan lingered along the south courtyard gate for some time before finally entering the largest establishment, named Fubao Studio. Fubao Studio was quite spacious, with 3 sides adorned with display cabinets showcasing an array of antiques. A striking counter was crafted from transparent glass, allowing patrons to view the items within. This counter housed exquisite treasures, predominantly smaller objects, which the attendants generally refrained from presenting to customers unless they exhibited genuine intent to purchase. In the eastern section, there was a tea table sculpted from a single piece of tree root, beside which sat 2 elderly gentlemen, both with white hair and beards, enjoying their tea. Upon entering Fubao Studio, Fang Fan was astounded. To him, the antiques sparkled, each radiating a distinct glow, some dimmed, others brightened, but undeniably luminous. The attendant, clad in a blue long robe, glanced at Fang Fan but offered no further acknowledgement. Dressed in a short tunic made of coarse linen, which bore stains from his work as a tavern servant, Fang Fan gazed at the gleaming antiques and inquired about a few items' prices and ages. Although the attendant's demeanor was brusque, he nonetheless provided answers. Fang Fan contemplated and soon discerned that the more ancient the antique, the greater its value, and the more brilliant its glow. A smile graced his face. Henceforth, no one could deceive him with antiques. One mere glance at their radiance would suffice to ascertain their age and worth. Turning his attention to the display case, he was not surprised to find a box containing 3 copper coins, radiating a bright light and clearly of great antiquity, ideal for divination. Fang Fan inquired of the attendant, "Good sir, from which era do these 3 copper coins originate, and what is their price?" The attendant cast a glance at Fang Fan, indicating the Yuan Jiatong Bao, a coin from the great Zhou dynasty, valued at 1,500 taels of silver. Fang Fan was left speechless, astounded that such a trifling trio of copper coins could command such an exorbitant price. The attendant scoffed, clearly having encountered individuals unacquainted with the market. After all, what significance did a relic worth 1,500 taels hold? In contrast, the treasures displayed in the innermost treasure pavilion were valued at a minimum of 10,000 taels, with some commanding prices in the tens or even hundreds of thousands of taels. After a brief moment of contemplation, Fang Fan said, "Young man, please bring it out for me to examine." The attendant glanced at Fang Fan and replied, "It is quite troublesome to retrieve it. If you do not intend to purchase, I would be laboring in vain." Fang Fan's expression turned cold, and he simply turned to leave. Fang Fan exited the Fubao Studio and, upon reaching a corner, glanced around to ensure no one was watching. With a flick of his wrist, a fragrant incense burner materialized in his hand. This burner was one of the antiques procured from the bandit lair alongside Shen Qingyang the previous night. Among these artifacts, the incense burner radiated a notable brilliance, comparable to the 3 copper coins he possessed. Lacking an inclination for collecting antiques and reluctant to part with his silver, Fang Fan concluded that selling one of the antiques to acquire copper coins would be a more prudent choice. He casually found a piece of cloth to wrap the incense burner and made his way back to the Fubao Studio. Upon entering, the attendant glanced up momentarily before returning to his reading. Fang Fan approached the counter, placed the incense burner down, and unwrapped it, inquiring about its potential value. The attendant did not even lift his gaze, dismissively stating it was worthless and that they would not accept it. Infuriated, Fang Fan retorted, "You haven't even looked at it. Are you trying to deceive or bully me?" The attendant raised his head, his eyes filled with disdain and coldness. "It is indeed of no value. What could someone like you possibly possess that is worthwhile? Leave, and do not disturb our business. Our shop's patron is the General S. Mansion of the state, and should you cause a scene, you will find yourself in the capital's judicial office." This revelation left Fang Fan momentarily stunned. The general's mansion of the state shared the same patron as his own establishment. Misinterpreting Fang Fan's silence as fear, the attendant smirked and urged him to depart before further embarrassing himself by claiming his wares were antiques. Enraged, Fang Fan seized the attendant by the collar and delivered 4 resounding slaps across his face, admonishing him for his contemptuous demeanor. "Take a good look, or I may not leave at all." After receiving the blows, the attendant's cheeks swelled, his eyes brimming with resentment. "Just wait, you will regret this." Fang Fan was poised to continue his reprimand when a voice interrupted from behind him. "Young man, may I take a look at that?" Turning around, he saw the 2 elderly gentlemen from earlier, who had been sipping tea. Fang Fan released the attendant and nodded. The elder, dressed in a pale blue robe, stepped forward, examining the incense burner with surprise. "Sun Lao, come and see this." The one referred to as Sun Lao approached, taking the burner in his hands. A fine piece, indeed. As he turned it over, he discovered 2 small seal characters inscribed on the bottom, instantly igniting his elation. "It is a burner crafted by Master Shanxiu." Lin Lao, his face alight with joy, echoed, "Yes, indeed. This is the work of Master Shanxiu." Master Shanxiu was a renowned incense maker during the Yuanjia period of the Great Zhou dynasty, occasionally creating incense burners, of which only a handful remain. Given the ravages of time, the few surviving pieces had either been destroyed or lost to history. To behold one of Master Shanxiu's incense burners in person was truly extraordinary. "This piece is a priceless treasure," Lin Lao exclaimed, not quite certain whether his words were directed at Sun Lao or Fang Fan. Unbeknownst to both Lin Lao and Sun Lao, the attendant had slipped away. Fang Fan noticed his absence, but paid it no mind. 2 elderly gentlemen were engaged in animated conversation, extolling the virtues of a fragrant incense burner. Fang Fan was on the verge of losing his patience when Lin Lao turned to him and said, "My apologies, young man. We 2 old fools tend to lose track of time when we encounter something exquisite." Fang Fan shook his head, indicating that it was no trouble at all. Lin Lao, beaming with delight, introduced himself as the proprietor of the Fu Baozhai. "Pray tell, what sum of silver would you be willing to part with?" Fang Fan felt at a loss. While he could discern the age and intrinsic value of the antique, he was unable to ascertain its monetary worth. "Perhaps you could suggest a price, Master Lin," he replied. Just as Lin Lao was about to speak, a voice boomed from the entrance. "Who dares to cause a ruckus in my establishment?" 4 individuals appeared at the doorway, one being the shop assistant and another, whom Fang Fan recognized as the 3rd young master, accompanied by 2 attendants. The assistant had rushed out to seek aid from the general's residence, but upon departing the shop, he encountered the 3rd young master and embellished the story of Fang Fan's confrontation, even displaying the marks of his injury. The 3rd young master, indifferent to the assistant's plight, felt his temper rise upon hearing of the disturbance in his shop. The 4 that made their way to Fu Baozhai, Fang Fan and Lin Lao, greeted the 3rd young master respectfully, who, upon seeing Fang Fan, smiled and remarked, "Fang Fan, it seems fate has intertwined our paths once more. What say you? When shall you join me in my endeavors?" The assistant's face paled at this exchange, questioning the identity of this individual who seemed to hold such favor with the 3rd young master. It was evident that the 3rd young master regarded Fang Fan highly. Despite his appearance resembling that of a mere tavern keeper, Lin Lao silently breathed a sigh of relief, grateful he had not offended Fang Fan. For the loss of his position as a proprietor was a fate he wished to avoid. The compensation and benefits offered by the 3rd young master were unparalleled, and he truly did not wish to forfeit this opportunity. Then, the 3rd young master noticed Sun Lao and respectfully saluted him, acknowledging, "It is an honor to meet you, Elder Sunday. Your presence truly elevates my establishment." Sun Lao nodded, having frequented the shop for tea and antiques, never realizing it belonged to Ming Xian. He acknowledged Ming Xian's prowess in business, despite never holding an official post. With a smile that belied his courteous words, Zhou Mingxin replied, "You flatter me, Elder Sunday." He then surveyed the shop, inquiring if the disturbance had been resolved. Lin Lao hesitated, uncertain how to respond, as the events were clear to both him and Elder Sun, and he could not shield Fang Fan, who had a connection with the 3rd young master. The assistant was merely a distant relative, indulged by Lin Lao's leniency. It was then that Elder Sun began to speak, presenting the incense burner to Zhou Mingxin for his appraisal. Zhou Mingxin cast a glance at the incense burner before turning his attention to the servant, who promptly knelt down with a thud. "3rd young master, I was in the wrong. Please, have mercy and spare me this time." Zhou Mingxin then looked at Manager Lin, who bowed in apology. acknowledging his fault and indulging the servant. Manager Lin had been specifically appointed by Zhou Mingxin to oversee the establishment, not merely a servant of the Zhou family. After all, the antique trade is fraught with intricacies, necessitating the expertise of knowledgeable individuals. Thus, Zhou Mingxin deemed it essential to regard Manager Lin with respect. Zhou Mingxin spoke in a calm demeanor. Let us deduct 1 month's salary from him. As for the servant, 3 months' pay shall be withheld. Should such incidents occur again, the punishment will be severe. The servant was nearly in tears, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, third young master. Manager Lin echoed the sentiment. Thank you, third young master. I shall ensure he is properly supervised in the future. Zhou Mingxin remarked. Lin Fan, you possess quite the treasure. Selling it would provide you a lifetime of ease. Fang Fan hurriedly replied. Third young master, this has been passed down from my ancestors. I am merely selling it out of financial necessity. Zhou Mingxin continued. This incense burner is indeed a fine piece, a work of Master Shantiu. In a few days, my grandmother is celebrating her birthday, and I have been pondering what to gift her. This would be perfect. Fang Fan was taken aback, contemplating whether he would have to part with the incense burner. Having never engaged in a losing transaction before, he was at a loss. Zhou Mingxin, noticing Fang Fan's expression, laughed. Surely, you do not believe I would covet your incense burner? Fang Fan chuckled softly, but remained silent. Zhou Mingxin then instructed, very well, Manager Lin. Withdraw 20,000 taels from the account for Fang Fan. Let it be on my account. Find a suitable box for the incense burner. I shall take it with me. Yes, third young master. Fang Fan interjected, third young master, I only require 18,500 taels. I also desire these 3 yuan jiatongbao coins, which are worth 1,500 taels. He gestured toward the 3 coins within the counter. Zhou Mingxin paused, examining the coins. What do you need these for? After a moment's hesitation, Fang Fan decided to speak the truth. I have recently been studying divination and require 3 copper coins. Zhou Mingxin chuckled. Manager Lin, retrieve these 3 yuan jiatongbao coins and let Fang Fan perform a reading for me. If he is accurate, the coins shall be his as a gift. Manager Lin promptly fetched the keys to the counter and retrieved the 3 coins. The group then moved to the tea table, where Elder Sun seated himself, followed by Zhou Mingxin, who turned to Fang Fan, saying, You may take a seat as well. Yes, third young master. Fang Fan sat down. Manager Lin presented the box containing the 3 yuan jiatongbao coins before Fang Fan and then stood aside, pouring tea for the 3 of them. Observing Fang Fan's composed demeanor, unperturbed and dignified, Manager Lin silently admired. What an outstanding young man, both in appearance and bearing. If only my cousin recognized talent rather than mere attire. Otherwise, how could he mistake pearls for pebbles? Fang Fan grasped the 3 yuan jiatongbao coins, reflecting in his heart. Indeed, this yuan jiatongbao is remarkable. It exudes an aura of tranquility and balance, embodying the essence of a superior currency, as described in the 9 chapters on the mathematical art. Such a coin enhances the accuracy of divination while significantly mitigating the risks to the practitioner. Should Fang Fan become an immortal, utilizing this yuan jiatongbao for fortune-telling would be virtually harmless. However, as a martial artist, he is limited to performing 3 divinations per day. Exceeding this limit could lead to adverse consequences, such as misfortune, unexpected troubles during outings, financial losses, or even entanglements and calamities. Fang Fan caressed the 3 yuan jiatongbao with great delight, and then suggested, Third young master, please cast them. The third young master nodded, accepting the coins from Fang Fan's hand. He examined them briefly before casting them onto the table. Upon witnessing the results, Fang Fan felt a surge of emotions. He perceived images of soaring feathers and blooming plum blossoms, alongside the majestic dragon roaming the seas, proclaiming, Beyond this realm lies my home. The third young master's expression turned solemn. How shall we interpret this? Fang Fan responded, Although the wings have grown strong, it is prudent to remain concealed. Otherwise, one may encounter shameful incidents or even self-harm. The object of the third young master's affections was a woman named Li, and their prospects appeared promising. He harbored grand ambitions, desiring to traverse the seas, unbound by the constraints of the capital. Thus, it was wise for him to refrain from seeking an official position. The third young master fell into contemplative silence. Fang Fan had astoundingly addressed the 3 most pressing issues weighing on his mind in a single divination. With numerous shops under his control and trade routes to both the north and south now open, he was preparing for a significant venture. Transitioning from the shadows to the light seemed impractical. It was essential to continue biding his time. As for the woman surnamed Li, whom he had cherished for many years. Fang Fan's suggestion of a potential union was indeed promising. Regarding an official career, both his grandmother and father had recently expressed similar sentiments, urging him to accept a position as a sixth-grade official in the Dali Temple. It appeared that pursuing an official career was not feasible. The third young master nodded, instructing Manager Lin, provide Fang Fan with 20,000 taels of silver. This Yuan Jiatong shall be a gift to him. Let it be a transaction on the public account. Understood. Third young master, Manager Lin replied, retreating into the inner chamber. When he emerged, he presented a box to Fang Fan, revealing a stack of silver notes amounting to 1,000 taels each. Fang Fan accepted the notes, appearing to tuck them into his robes while discreetly placing them into his storage space, dismissing the box. Elder Son regarded Fang Fan with admiration and curiosity. Though Zhou Mingxin engaged in commerce, he possessed remarkable intelligence and acumen in business, having amassed considerable wealth for the general's estate, to the extent that one could claim his riches rivaled those of a nation. Most astonishingly, Zhou Mingxin was merely 19 years old. For one of such high birth and privilege to regard Fang Fan, a commoner, with such respect was truly astonishing. Elder Son spoke, young friend. Might you divine for me as well? Fang Fan nodded. I am currently able to perform 3 divinations daily, having just completed one for the third young master. I can still conduct 2 more. As he spoke, he took the Yuan Jiatong Bao and placed it into Elder Son's hands. Elder Son clasped the Yuan Jiatong Bao in his hands, giving it a gentle shake before casting it onto the table. Fang Fan observed the coin, contemplating its significance. A dutiful son arise from the west, wielding the authority to uphold peace across the realm. The city boasts dual clan banners, yet it is the talent of the younger generation that truly matters. Elder Son felt a tinge of urgency. What was to be done? Fang Fan remarked that Elder Son, being a paragon of filial piety, was destined to stabilize the world. Recently, a younger descendant from within their clan had arrived, one who would undoubtedly surpass Elder Son in stature and influence. Elder Son chuckled, for this had been a source of concern for him. He had 3 sons, yet only one had ventured into public service, and that son, now in his 40s, held merely the position of a 4th-rank assistant minister. As for his grandchildren, they appeared rather unremarkable, rendering the thought of succession a futile endeavor. Recently, however, a promising young relative from a collateral branch had come to light, a mere 16 years of age, strikingly handsome, and possessing an exceptional demeanor, lauded as a prodigy since childhood. The 13 elders from his hometown had unanimously endorsed this youth, sending him forth. Elder Son felt a surge of fondness upon seeing this young man, yet hesitation lingered, for he was not of his own bloodline. Moreover, the ever-changing tides of court politics cast doubt on whether this boy could ultimately uphold the Son family's legacy. The divination suggested that this youth would rise to prominence even greater than his own. Thus, it became imperative to nurture his potential. In time, when Elder Son had departed from this world, his sons and grandsons would likely rely on this young man to bolster their fortunes. With these thoughts clarified, Elder Son's heart felt lighter. Whether it was the third young master or Elder Son himself, both were somewhat distracted by the revelations of the divination. At that moment, Manager Lin presented an exquisite box, carefully containing an incense burner, which he entrusted to a servant of the third young master. As the third young master rose to take his leave, he addressed Elder Son, stating that he must return to discuss matters with his grandmother and father. He humbly requested forgiveness for his abrupt departure. Elder Son smiled and replied that he too should be on his way, suggesting they depart together. Fang Fan stood and, with a swift motion, deposited 3 Yuan Jiatong into his storage space. The third young master, Elder Son, and Manager Lin all prepared to take their leave. Exiting the doors of Fubiozai, Elder Son made his way toward a nearby carriage, while the third young master mounted his steed, heading westward. Fang Fan, however, ventured eastward. As he strolled into Wudong Alley, the sight of the laurel tree's branches filled him with joy. Pushing open the door, he entered his abode, only to be greeted by Shen Qingyang, who floated in with a tea tray in hand. Esteemed immortal, I have procured some tea leaves today and brewed them for you. Please do indulge. She had also acquired some ingredients and molds to prepare refreshments, though they were still in the process of being made. Fang Fan nodded appreciatively. Shen Qingyang lifted a tea bowl, offering it to him. Upon sipping, Fang Fan was instantly refreshed. The tea was exquisite. It bore a delicate fragrance accompanied by a hint of sweetness, quenching the heat of the day. He drained the bowl, affirming its delightful taste. Shen Qingyang beamed with joy and offered to pour him another cup. Fang Fan nodded in agreement. Shen Qingyang poured another cup for Fang Fan. As he took a sip, he found it even more delightful. "How much silver did you spend today?" he inquired. "Not much, my lord. I spent over 60 taels," Shun Qingyang replied. Fang Fan paused, contemplating the extravagance of this spendthrift woman. He himself had never spent 60 taels in over a decade. Noticing the expression on Fang Fan's face, Shun Qingyang felt anxious. "My lord, I promise not to be so extravagant in the future. After all, today was the first time. I had to purchase not only tea leaves and ingredients, but also some utensils like tea trays, cups, pots, molds for pastries, and steamers." Fang Fan nodded. "All right. I understand." With that, he produced 2,000 taels in silver notes from Lin's establishment. "Take these notes to exchange for silver tomorrow and bring them to me. I want all the notes converted into silver for my peace of mind." "Yes, my lord. Now, put down the tea tray. I wish to pour my own. You may leave. Once the pastries are ready, please wrap some in oil paper for me. I need to step out for a while." "Yes, my lord." Shun Qingyang exited Fang Fan's chamber. Fang Fan then conjured a 50-year and a 100-year elixir. Consuming them would grant him 410 years of cultivation. He wondered if it would allow him to reach the innate realm. Without hesitation, he swallowed the 100-year elixir. Half an hour later, Fang Fan opened his eyes. Having consumed both pills, his cultivation had indeed risen to 410 years, yet he still had not broken through to the innate level. "Is the heavens truly making this so difficult for me?" he fumed, bursting out of his room into the courtyard. With one hand on his hip and the other pointing skyward, he shouted, "Heavens, are you deliberately preventing my breakthrough to the innate realm? Why do you constantly keep your gaze upon me? Should you continue to deny me my advancement, I shall pierce this sky," he declared fiercely. "With so many injustices in the world, why do you choose to focus solely on me, tormenting me?" Inside the room, Shun Qingyang trembled at the sound of Fang Fan cursing the heavens. "My lord, how could you speak this way?" Though Fang Fan's voice was not exceedingly loud, it echoed through Woodone Alley. Unbeknownst to him, those who needed to hear had indeed heard. The city god, dozing off, was jolted awake by Fang Fan's shouts. Feeling a chill run down his spine, if not for the support of the celestial order, how could he have heard Fang Fan's blasphemy? Two night patrol officers, observing the commotion at a high-ranking official's residence, exchanged glances filled with fear upon hearing Fang Fan's outcry. Beneath the eaves of a shop, an old beggar opened his murky eyes, panic etched on his face. Who is this person to dare curse the heavens? It seems the celestial order has conveyed his words, allowing us, these gifted individuals, to hear him. On Chi Luo Mountain, in a cave, a massive tiger, 5 meters long and 3 meters tall, awoke from its slumber. Hearing Fang Fan's defiance, it jolted awake, demanding, "Who dares to curse the heavens?" Fang Fan's condemnation of the heavens was rather unique, devoid of vulgarities. It was laced with literary references, flowing eloquently and impressively. The beings, humans, demons, monsters, and spirits, began to hear Fang Fan cursing the heavens, their initial trepidation gradually transforming into intrigue, smiles adorning their faces. At that moment, the sky darkened ominously and thunder rumbled within the clouds. Instilling terror in those witnessing the spectacle, had retribution from the heavens finally arrived? A tremendous roar echoed as a bolt of lightning struck mere meters from Fang Fan. All creatures believed it was the end. After all, such a thunderbolt could overwhelm not only ordinary cultivators and demons, but even celestial beings. Yet, in the next instant, they heard Fang Fan's voice. "Damn it, even the heavens can't aim." It struck 5 meters away from me. It appeared that the heavens were indeed angered, unleashing 5 bolts of lightning that struck around Fang Fan. Just as the onlookers anticipated a conclusion to the chaos, they heard Fang Fan exclaim again, "Indeed, the heavens can't even strike me." 5 bolts of lightning missed their mark. Observing from the sidelines, Shun Qingyang's face was a mask of horror. It was not that the heavens couldn't strike accurately, but rather that they dared not target the celestial being. Who, after all, was this immortal? At that moment, the city god and the night patrol arrived, the spectral beings terrified of thunder, hovering at a safe distance atop rooftops. They beheld yet another thunderous crash as 7 more bolts of lightning descended, again landing several meters away from Fang Fan, who remained unscathed, continuing his tirade against the heavens. The skies roared with fury as hundreds of bolts of lightning threatened to descend. The city god shook his head, acknowledging the old monster had indeed provoked the heavens. Even if those bolts struck nearby, there would surely be enough to obliterate him. Shun Qingyang too observed the impending storm of hundreds of lightning bolts. Ghostly beings were most afraid of thunder, and upon witnessing the sheer number of bolts, she found herself unable to stand, collapsing to the ground. She wished to implore Fang Fan to cease his curses but dared not utter a sound. Hundreds of bolts could annihilate the courtyard, and she would undoubtedly perish. At that moment, the entire capital city echoed with the rumble of thunder as hundreds of bolts fell. Once the thunder subsided, Shun Qingyang exhaled in relief, her face alight with joy. The lightning had not struck the small courtyard, but had instead targeted other locations in the city. While she remained unaware of the specifics, the city god and the two night patrols were not. The bolts had struck the stone carvings of 5-clawed golden dragons at the palace gates, as well as the stone lions at the doorsteps of several officials' residences. The deluge of lightning reduced the ornate stone beasts to mere dust. The following day, witnessing the aftermath, the emperor was filled with dread and hastily issued a decree of self-reproach. The officials, one by one, submitted petitions of contrition. Naturally, these matters would unfold in due course. The city god gazed upon the shattered stone sculptures of bizarre creatures, letting out a sigh. It was not that the heavenly thunder was misdirected, but rather that even the heavens dared not strike the old monster directly. Instead, they vented their wrath upon these stone effigies. Who, then, was this ancient being? Hong San and Li Hua exchanged fearful glances, recalling the events of the previous day, both feeling fortunate to have escaped with their lives. Having been bound by soul restraints for merely an hour, Shun Qingyang floated gracefully behind Fang Fan, holding a cup of tea. "My lord," she chided. "After scolding for so long, you must be parched. Please, have some tea." Fang Fan nodded and accepted the cup, draining it in one go. "Delightful," he remarked, appreciating the flavor. Shun Qingyang looked at him with joy, feeling fortunate to have found such a protector. After all, this celestial being was one that even the heavens feared. As tranquility enveloped Fang Fan, the clouds above dispersed, revealing a sky adorned with countless stars. The moon hung serenely atop the laurel tree, resembling a tranquil beauty. Suddenly, Shun Qingyang exclaimed, "Oh dear, I almost forgot the pastries in the pot." With that, she hurried into the kitchen and lifted the lid. Fang Fan was greeted by a delightful aroma and followed her inside. Shun Qingyang produced the treats from the pot. "My lord, I have prepared osmanthus cake, water chestnut cake, and crystal cake for you to sample." He picked up a piece of crystal cake, taking a bite that burst with sweetness and a hint of rice fragrance. "Delicious. Do indulge." "My lord, once you've finished, I shall make more." He savored the water chestnut and osmanthus cakes as well, all equally delightful. Unbeknownst to him, Shun Qingyang had a passion for cooking, making pastries, and brewing tea even during her time in the boudoir, while other young ladies focused on music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She dedicated herself to culinary arts. To nurture this interest, her parents and brother had sought numerous recipes, which she diligently studied. The thought of her family momentarily dimmed her expression. Noticing this, Fang Fan spoke, "Seize an opportunity to contact your parents and kin, so they may know you are faring well." Tears glistened on Shun Qingyang's cheeks as she replied, "Thank you, my lord." Indeed, Shun Qingyang was the most extraordinary spirit Fang Fan had encountered, capable of shedding tears, a rarity amongst spirits who typically lacked such an ability. Yet, upon reaching a divine realm and reconstructing their form, they could weep. This red-clad female ghost was truly remarkable. Shun Qingyang produced an oiled paper, carefully wrapping 5 pieces each of osmanthus cake, water chestnut cake, and crystal cake. "My lord, it is ready." Fang Fan pondered briefly before responding, "You shall accompany me." Considering the woman in the cold palace, he felt it best to have Shun Qingyang by his side, for he was not adept at dealing with women. Shun Qingyang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she nodded vigorously. "Yes, I shall accompany you, my lord." The pair, a man and a ghost, did not open the courtyard gate but instead leaped over it, Fang Fan leading the way with Shun Qingyang following closely as they made their way toward the imperial palace. At this moment, the palace was somewhat chaotic, as the 5-clawed golden dragonstone sculpture at the entrance had been reduced to powder by a heavenly thunderbolt. The emperor had also risen and sought someone to investigate the situation and gather information. However, the cold palace remained desolate and forlorn. Fang Fan leaped over the palace walls and into the cold palace, with Shun Qingyang following closely, carrying some pastries. Shun Qingyang had visited the palace before but disliked it due to the unsettling aura it emanated. Yet, accompanied by Fang Fan, it seemed as though that aura had been repelled, and she felt at ease. Upon landing in the cold palace, Fang Fan softly called out, "Huaner." Hearing his voice, Yin Fei and Huaner rushed out. They had not seen the immortal for several days, and Yin Fei had been eagerly anticipating Fang Fan's arrival every night. The two greeted Fang Fan and Shun Qingyang, saying, "Immortal Master, you have finally arrived." Huaner has already reached the 6th level of the acquired realm. Are you not pleased? Immortal Master? Fang Fan was momentarily taken aback. This young one had surpassed him, achieving the 6th level with just a decade's pill. A satisfied smile appeared on Fang Fan's face. Excellent. Huaner was elated. Yanfei bowed to Fang Fan and Shen Qingyang, saying, I have met the immortal and the young lady. Shen Qingyang felt a surge of trepidation. Huaner's calling of Fang Fan as immortal master implied a certain status, and she dared not overstep, quickly returning the gesture. Madam, I am the immortal's servant. You may call me Qingyang. Yanfei observed Shen Qingyang, her heart tumultuous with surprise. It was evident to her that Shen Qingyang was not human but a ghost. The immortal could actually command a ghost as a servant. And this ghost addressed him as immortal. Who exactly was he? Stepping forward, Shen Qingyang placed the pastries in Yanfei's hand, saying, These are the pastries I made, as instructed by the immortal to bring for the young master. Yanfei quickly replied, Thank you, immortal. Thank you, Miss Qingyang. Huaner tilted her head and asked, Sister Qingyang, are you a ghost? A hint of embarrassment crossed Yanfei's face as she prepared to respond, but Shen Qingyang spoke first. Yes, I am a ghost. Are you afraid of me, young master? With that, she made a playful face. Huaner laughed, responding, I'm not afraid. Sister Qingyang was brought by immortal master. She surely won't harm me or mother. I am not afraid. Shen Qingyang smiled. The young master is quite remarkable. Fang Fan then spoke. Huaner, I have come today to bring you some martial arts books. Huaner's expression turned solemn. Yes, immortal master. With a flick of his hand, Fang Fan produced the Mantis Fist Manual, along with another manual for palm techniques. Practice these fist and palm techniques first. I will teach you sword and knife techniques later. Also, do not neglect your internal cultivation. You must practice for at least 3 hours each day. Yes, master. Fang Fan handed the manuals to Huaner, continuing. I will demonstrate this set of fist techniques and palm techniques 3 times. Pay close attention and remember them. Then, refer to the manuals and practice on your own. Yes, master. Fang Fan then began to demonstrate the Mantis Fist. Fang Fan's movements were exquisitely graceful. Even the fierce and astonishing Mantis Fist seemed ethereal under his execution. Huaner, observing from the side, was utterly captivated. During the first round, she merely watched. By the second round, she began to mimic the gestures with her hands. By the third round, she was imitating the form quite convincingly. Not only Fang Fan, but even Shen Qingyang marveled at Huaner's innate talent. After completing the third round of the Mantis Fist, Fang Fan paused, gazing at Huaner. With her eyes closed, Huaner reflected on the 3 sequences she had witnessed. And as she pondered, a joyful expression emerged on her face. Master, I seem to have grasped about 70 to 80%. Fang Fan smiled. You possess remarkable talent. He continued to observe her, allowing time for Huaner to assimilate the intricacies of the technique. After a while, Huaner opened her eyes. Master, I believe I have comprehended the essence of this martial art. Both Fang Fan and Shen Qingyang stared in astonishment, while Yanfei's face radiated joy. Fang Fan recognized Huaner's exceptional ability, but had not anticipated it to be this profound. As a traveler from another realm, he had a certain advantage, effortlessly grasping the essence of techniques with minimal practice. However, he understood that for the indigenous inhabitants, as Qian Chang had mentioned, mastering a martial skill could take years, if not decades. The ability to comprehend the essence truly depended on one's aptitude and fortune. Some individuals dedicated their entire lives without ever attaining such mastery. Shen Qingyang sighed. Huaner is indeed extraordinary. It is no wonder that she has caught the eye of the immortal and become their disciple. Subsequently, Fang Fan demonstrated a set of palm techniques, repeating it thrice, while Huaner followed suit, again capturing the essence. Yanfei, overwhelmed with joy, wept tears of happiness. With such talent, Huaner has not disappointed the immortal. Surely, she will be accepted as a disciple in the future. Noting the late hour, Fang Fan spoke. It is time for me to depart. Huaner, practice diligently. He nodded at Yanfei before gracefully exiting the palace. Shen Qingyang offered a respectful bow to Yanfei and floated away as well. Once Fang Fan and Shen Qingyang had departed, Yanfei embraced Huaner tightly. My dear Huaner, it seems the immortal master is quite pleased with you. Huaner smiled. It is thanks to you, mother, for giving me such a good start, allowing me to possess this talent. I will not disappoint the immortal master. Yanfei smiled through her tears, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, unsure of how to proceed. Huaner then opened a paper-wrapped parcel. Mother, do not cry. Have some snacks. Sister Qingyang's treats are truly delightful. As she offered a piece to Yanfei, The latter took a bite, but soon relinquished the remainder. You eat it. Huaner, you are still growing and should eat more. Huaner looked at Yan Fei, mother. The immortal master will send us some food in a few days. We must finish these snacks quickly before they spoil. We should share them together. The meals in the cold palace are indeed quite unsatisfactory. On ordinary days, Consort Yin scarcely eats, saving what little she has for Huaner, as his birth and growth remain unknown to the outside world. Each time the food is delivered, it is merely enough for one person and consists of rather subpar fare, leaving both mother and son to endure hunger within the confines of the cold palace. Huaner, being astute, cannot fail to recognize that his mother is sacrificing her own sustenance to ensure he is well fed, hence he always eats sparingly. After much reluctance and persuasion, Consort Yin ultimately yields to Huaner, and they share a modest portion of snacks together. Meanwhile, Fang Fan and Shen Qingyang have returned. Fang Fan retrieves the 9 chapters on the mathematical art and resumes his reading. This book never fails to captivate him, no matter how many times he peruses its pages. As he immerses himself in the text, dawn breaks, and he is suddenly greeted by a delightful aroma. Shortly thereafter, Qingyang enters, carrying a basin, a towel, willow branches, and salt, announcing that she has prepared breakfast for him to enjoy before he begins his day's work. Fang Fan nods in acknowledgement, washes up, and Shen Qingyang takes the dirty water, towel, and used willow branches out. Before long, Shen Qingyang returns with a tray laden with small dishes, delicate dumplings, xiaomai, spring rolls, flaky pastries, and 2 bowls of congee, 1 sweet pumpkin congee, and 1 savory chicken shreds congee. All of it looks utterly delectable. She sets down the tray and urges, "My lord, it is time for breakfast." Fang Fan digs in, finding it far more delicious than anything prepared by the chefs at the Fortune restaurant. He devours everything with remarkable speed. Shen Qingyang watches him with satisfaction, a smile gracing her face. After clearing the tableware, she goes to wash the dishes. As Fang Fan prepares to leave for work, he advises Qingyang to remain at home and enjoy her time. The sun will set soon. Feel free to take a stroll, but remember to exchange some silver for me. Yes, my lord, she replies. With that, Fang Fan departs. Rumors abound regarding the thunderstorm from the previous night, and as he walks, Fang Fan hears no less than 10 different versions. Upon arriving at the tavern, he finds several waiters and cooks gathered, all discussing the thunderstorm that transpired. Qian Chang speaks up. Fang Fan, did you witness last night's thunder? It was truly awe-inspiring. Could it be that some malevolent spirit has emerged? Otherwise, how could the heavens unleash such a deluge of thunder? Fortunately, the damage was limited to the stone statues outside the officials' residences, with the common folk seemingly unharmed, which is a relief. Fang Fan maintains a calm demeanor, remarking, "The thunderstorm last night was a consequence of my cursing the heavens." Instantly, silence envelopes the group, and they exchange bewildered glances. Eventually, Qian Chang snaps back to reality and chuckles. "Fang Fan, sometimes I truly question your sanity. If it were indeed your cursing that summoned the thunder, it would have struck you down, leaving you in tatters. Would you even have the chance to converse with us now?" Fang Fan adopts an indifferent expression, stating, "The truth is often met with disbelief. I find myself quite helpless." The others then chime in, adding their own thoughts about Fang Fan. In essence, Fang Fan remains the same boastful individual, one whose intellect is somewhat lacking, to the extent that his grandiose claims fail to garner the belief of others. The innkeeper, situated nearby, listened intently to the chatter of the waitstaff, chefs, and apprentices. Naturally, he heard Fang Fan's words and cast a penetrating glance in his direction, pondering his thoughts before interjecting, "All right, everyone, let's focus on cleaning up. Once you've tidied the place, we shall have breakfast, and after that, we must open for business." With the innkeeper's directive, the idle chatter ceased, and the staff busied themselves. Once the cleaning was completed and breakfast consumed, the Fortune restaurant welcomed a new day. The waitstaff appeared invigorated, and the chefs and apprentices were equally eager. Soon, guests began to arrive, prompting everyone to immerse themselves in their duties, leaving Fang Fan's words behind. As lunchtime approached, the flurry of activity intensified. At that moment, a young servant entered the establishment and whispered something into the innkeeper's ear. The innkeeper then addressed the accountant, saying, "You manage things here. The 3rd young master has summoned me to the general's residence. I shall return shortly." "Understood, innkeeper," came the reply. The innkeeper departed with the young servant and soon spotted the carriage of the general of the state. He paused in surprise as the servant explained, "It was the 3rd young master who instructed me to fetch you in this carriage." Nodding in acknowledgement, the innkeeper climbed aboard. The carriage sped forth, reaching the side entrance of the general's residence in a mere quarter hour. Accompanied by the servant, the innkeeper quickly arrived at the courtyard of the third young master. Upon entering the yard, they beheld a grand phoenix tree under which a reclining chair and a small table were set. The third young master reclined comfortably, with tea, grapes, sliced pears, and an assortment of snacks laid out before him on the table. The innkeeper hastened to pay his respects, greeting the third young master. The latter sat up and gestured towards a nearby drumstool, saying, "Zhou Gui, please take a seat." "Thank you, third young master," the innkeeper replied, perching himself lightly on the stool without fully settling in. "Now, speak of Lin Fan's recent conduct or any irregularities you may have observed." The innkeeper recounted, in detail, Fang Fan's every action over the past few days at the restaurant. He relayed even the boastful remarks that others dismissed, leaving nothing unmentioned, including Fang Fan's cryptic comments about thunder from that very morning. After concluding his account, he glanced up at the third young master, who wore an inscrutable expression, betraying no hint of his thoughts. After a prolonged silence, the third young master finally spoke. "Zhou Gui, what is your perspective on these matters?" The innkeeper met his gaze and replied, "Third young master, I am at a loss for words." The third young master continued, "Speak candidly." The innkeeper then remarked, "Fang Fan has indeed been diligent at the restaurant these past few years. However, his peculiar behavior began following the 23rd of July. I have heard that on that day, he was assaulted, striking his head against a stone, and reportedly lost consciousness for a time. Thereafter, it remains unclear how he recovered." The third young master urged, "Go on." The innkeeper, filled with trepidation, recalled having encountered numerous tales of resurrection and possession in literature. The third young master chuckled, suggesting that it was not a mere haunting, but rather a celestial visitation. "Zhou Gui," he continued, "are you aware that yesterday, Fang Fan divined for me and truly resolved my dilemma? Previously, I sought the services of the blind fortune teller at the Qian Kuan divination pavilion. Yet he failed to provide any insight after 3 attempts. Furthermore, Elder Sun consulted numerous individuals, even summoning the leader of the southern faction, yet to no avail. However, Fang Fan's divination yesterday alleviated Elder Sun's concerns as well." The innkeeper gazed at the third young master, acknowledging his own limited experience compared to the young master's vast knowledge, and refrained from jumping to conclusions. The young master's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Do you recall Zhou Zhuangxiong? He was a loyal attendant to my father, who took a fatal blow on his behalf and perished in battle." The innkeeper nodded, remembering that Zhou Zhuangxiong had a mother and a young child who were protected by the general's estate, allowing them to live without fear of oppression. The young master smiled. "You see, Zhou Zhuangxiong has indeed found his fortune. After his death, he became a ghostly emissary under the city god. Last night, he visited my father in a dream, proclaiming that Fang Fan is a celestial being, one whom even the heavens dare not offend. He urged my father to cultivate a friendship with Fang Fan, who was working as a steward at our general's estate." The innkeeper was taken aback, pondering whether Fang Fan's words were true. The thunder that struck yesterday might have been a consequence of his curses against heaven, which, fearing reprisal, merely unleashed thunderbolts that shattered numerous stone sculptures. The young master nodded in affirmation, confirming that indeed, the thunder was due to Fang Fan. The innkeeper trembled, reflecting deeply on whether he had offended Fang Fan in any way. The young master gazed into the distance, his expression a mix of excitement and awe, realizing that a being revered by the heavens was serving as a steward in their establishment, a true blessing for the general's estate. The innkeeper spoke, anxious and fearful. The young master reassured him, "Your apprehension is understandable. Truth be told, I too share your trepidation. My father feels the same." The innkeeper took a deep breath, regaining composure, and inquired if it meant they should extend their utmost care to Fang Fan. The young master shook his head, insisting, "No, we must not act differently. Everything should remain as it is. Do not let Fang Fan perceive that you are aware of his true nature. He is, as Zhou Zhuangxiong described, an ancient being who relishes in the games of the world and despises having his secrets revealed." The innkeeper acknowledged, "Understood, young master." The young master fixed his gaze on the innkeeper. "From now on, regarding any matters related to Fang Fan, you must report every detail to me." The innkeeper affirmed, "Yes, young master." The young master added, "Currently, only my father, myself, and you are aware of this situation. Do you comprehend my meaning?" The innkeeper replied, "Yes, young master. I understand. This matter shall remain strictly confidential. I vow not to utter a word to anyone." The young master nodded in approval. "Very well, you may go. Today." The emperor bestowed 3 baskets of mare's milk grapes, a tribute from a distant land. "You may take 1 basket." dividing it equally between the tavern staff and your family at home, allowing them to savor this rare delicacy. Express your gratitude for the generous gift from young Master San. Young Master San nodded and reclined once more. As the tavern keeper exited the courtyard of young Master San, he encountered a young attendant cradling a basket of mare's milk grapes. Just as the tavern keeper was about to take it, the young attendant spoke. Esteemed uncle, young Master San requests that I continue to escort you home in the carriage. I shall carry this basket. The tavern keeper nodded in agreement. Upon exiting the side gate, they spotted the carriage and both climbed aboard. The young attendant felt a pang of inner conflict. Zhou Gui, the tavern keeper of the Fugua Tavern, was not unique in his role. There were scores of such managers in the capital, overseeing the affairs of the general's residence. It was uncertain how Zhou Gui had caught young Master San's attention to warrant such distinction. Not only was he afforded the luxury of carriage transport, but he had also received grapes bestowed by the emperor. It was worth noting that even the illegitimate daughters within the general's household had not been granted such a treat. Zhou Gui, still lost in contemplation of young Master San's words, remained oblivious to the scrutinizing gaze of the young attendant. Upon reaching the tavern, Zhou Gui disembarked, and the attendant passed him the basket before returning to the general's residence. Clutching the basket, Zhou Gui made his way directly to the kitchen, instructing the apprentices to wash half of the grapes for dinner, so that everyone could partake in this royal gift from the emperor, shared by young Master San with the tavern staff. Instantly, the chefs and apprentices were filled with delight, for to receive young Master San's favor was a momentous occasion, signifying the tavern's esteemed standing. With the tavern held in such regard, the workers naturally basked in reflected glory. However, Fang Fan and the other waitstaff were yet unaware of this news. At that moment, they were exceedingly busy, coinciding with the dinner rush. As numerous patrons arrived to dine and drink, the waitstaff were all bustling about. Just then, a young man clad in a white robe entered the tavern. With ruby lips and pearly teeth, and a folding fan in hand, he radiated affluence. Fang Fan approached him. Esteemed guest, would you prefer the main hall? All private rooms are fully occupied. The young man furrowed his brow, surveying the bustling hall, which was alive with chatter, boasting a seating capacity that was over 70% filled. Fang Fan maintained a cheerful demeanor. Though the hall is a bit noisy, it is also quite lively. Dining alone in a private room might feel rather lonely. The young gentleman nodded, conceding to the suggestion. Then I shall take a seat in the hall. Please, follow me, Fang Fan said, leading him to a quieter corner of the main hall. Once the young gentleman was seated, Fang Fan began to recommend dishes with enthusiasm. As he did so, he felt a surge of joy, for this young gentleman was visiting the Fugua Tavern for the first time, indicating a likelihood that he would embrace his suggestions. Furthermore, the young man exuded an air of privilege, suggesting he would not be stingy with his coin. Indeed, the young master ordered 3 dishes, all of which were intricate and labor-intensive, one of which was duck tongues. This dish required the tongues of over a dozen ducks, as each duck yields but a single tongue, necessitating the sacrifice of many ducks while disregarding the rest of their bodies. This delicacy is exorbitantly priced, not only due to the complexity of its preparation but also its laborious crafting, costing a staggering 60 taels of silver for a single serving. The other 2 dishes he ordered were similarly renowned, also signature offerings of the Fugu restaurant. After placing his order, he requested premium japonica rice and 2 iced beverages. Fang Fan cheerfully remarked, esteemed guest, these dishes are our signature selections, and the wait may be a tad longer. Allow me to serve you a complimentary pot of chrysanthemum tea while you await your meal. The young master nodded in acknowledgement. Fang Fan then proceeded to the kitchen to relay the orders. Shortly thereafter, the 2 iced drinks and chrysanthemum tea were served. To the young master's satisfaction as he leisurely poured himself a cup of tea, savoring its flavor while relishing the icy refreshments. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Shen Qingyang stepped outside. Observing the bustling streets, she felt a sense of comfort wash over her. In the past, how could she have dared to venture out like this? Ghostly enforcers would have seized her, sending her to the underworld beneath the city god temple. Now, however, she felt no fear. Even if the city god himself were to appear, strolling through the lively streets, Shen Qingyang felt as though she had reverted to the carefree girl she had been a decade ago, cherished by her parents and protected by her brother. Her thoughts filled with plans for pastries and dinner. Yet, as these memories surfaced, a shadow of sorrow crossed her face. She felt a deep sense of guilt towards her parents and brother, wondering how they fared now. As she wandered, she encountered the 2 night patrollers. Unlike the previous day, when they greeted her calmly, today she perceived a hint of flattery in their gazes. Hong San was the first to notice Shen Qingyang. His face adorned with a broad smile as he clasped his hands in greeting. Madam Shen, I trust you are well. Are you here to procure items for the Celestial? Shen Qingyang responded. The Celestial has bestowed upon me some silver notes to exchange for silver. She produced 2,000 taels worth of silver notes, waving them slightly. Hong San, upon seeing such a substantial sum, inquired, that is quite a fortune. Do you require assistance in the exchange? A sense of caution arose within Shen Qingyang. What is your intent? Do you wish to usurp my duties? To curry favor with the Celestial? The Celestial relies on me for cooking, brewing tea, laundering, and tidying the quarters, not on a large male ghost who knows nothing. Hong San chuckled. No, Madam Shen, where do your thoughts wander? I am but a ghostly enforcer, tasked with my duties during the night patrol, and would never become anyone's servant. Observing her skepticism, he bowed once more. Very well. Madam Shen, I shall take my leave. Attend to your matters. With that, he gestured for Li Hua, and they departed. Shen Qingyang glanced at the time, realizing she could not tarry any longer, and made her way to the Defu Money Exchange. Defu Money Exchange is the largest financial institution in the Great Xia dynasty, shrouded in mystery, with no one knowing who the enigmatic owner is. However, the Defu Money House has spread throughout the Great Xia dynasty, with branches established in every city. The silver notes provided by Fang Fan also originated from the Defu Money House. Upon reaching the entrance of the establishment, Shen Qingyang noticed the attendant preparing to close the door and hurriedly exclaimed, I wish to exchange silver. Do not close the door. Though the attendant was somewhat displeased, he allowed her to enter. The attendant and the manager were present. Shen Qingyang retrieved the silver notes from her bosom, requesting to convert them into silver. The manager, upon inspecting the quantity of notes, hesitated slightly and remarked, Miss, these notes amount to 20,000 taels, which is equivalent to 2,000 jin of silver. Since the guards have returned, there is no one to assist you in transporting the silver back. Indeed, the Defu Money House conducts its business with meticulous care. Withdrawals of such a significant sum typically involve attendants and several guards to accompany the client to their desired destination. Shen Qingyang waved her hand dismissively, stating, No need for that. Simply exchange it for me and wrap it in a sturdy cloth. I shall carry it myself. The manager, glancing behind Shen Qingyang, displayed a look of perplexity. There was no one accompanying her, nor any carriage. How could she possibly transport all that silver? Shen Qingyang, slightly impatient, urged, Hurry up. I am waiting. The manager, feeling helpless, quickly instructed the attendant to proceed. After a while, the attendant emerged with 2,000 jin of silver, laid upon a sturdy cloth. Shen Qingyang inspected the amount. Indeed, it was 2,000 jin, a massive bundle, nearly the size of a person, and significantly heavier. She deftly wrapped the silver with the cloth, tied it securely, grasped the corners, and hoisted it onto her back. With a wave to the manager, she departed. The manager stared, eyes wide, while the attendants wore expressions of disbelief. That was 2,000 jin, not 2, not 20, nor even 202,000 jin, and she carried it away with such ease, even waving goodbye to the manager. This delicate-looking young woman appeared so graceful, yet she managed to bear the weight of 2,000 jin of silver. The onlookers exchanged glances, and after a moment, as they watched her elegant figure fade into the distance, the manager sighed and declared, Well then, let us close for the evening. Meanwhile, the dishes for the young gentleman in white arrived. Fang Fan not only served the dishes, but also provided an explanation of each dish's preparation, cooking methods, and flavors. Naturally, Fang Fan only touched upon the general aspects of the preparation, particularly the secret methods known solely to the chefs, which he refrained from divulging. The young gentleman, having absorbed Fang Fan's descriptions, savored each bite with greater appreciation. He nodded in approval, saying, Indeed, the recommendations from the young attendant were commendable. The young gentleman dined leisurely, taking nearly half an hour to savor several plates of food. At this time, the tavern had quieted down considerably, as many patrons had left, satisfied after their meals. When it came time to settle the bill, the young gentleman looked at Fang Fan. Fang Fan promptly stepped forward, saying, Sir, your meal amounts to 270 taels of silver. The young gentleman nodded, producing 300 taels in silver notes. No need for change. Keep the remainder as a tip for you. Fang Fan wore a smile, expressing his gratitude to the esteemed guest for achieving the 5th rank of the yellow grade. He was rewarded with the mastery of calligraphy and painting. Attaining the 9th rank of the yellow grade earned him a precious elixir for 50 years of cultivation. The 2nd rank of the Xian grade brought forth a 100-year elixir, while the 5th rank rewarded him with artworks imbued with righteous spirit. Instantly, the techniques and applications of calligraphy and painting flowed through Fang Fan's mind like a gentle stream. He realized he possessed the ability to create art, and indeed, he had mastered it. Momentarily lost in thought, Fang Fan speculated that this young gentleman must possess remarkable skill in the arts, for such rewards were not bestowed lightly. However, pondering the practical utility of calligraphy and painting left him somewhat perplexed. He found the rewards rather superfluous. As for the righteous spirit inherent in the artworks, he could not fathom its significance. With a quiet sigh, he lamented the increasingly perplexing nature of recent rewards. Noticing Fang Fan's daze, the young gentleman assumed he was astonished by the 30 taels of silver awarded and chuckled. There's no need to be so surprised, young lad. 30 taels is hardly a fortune. Moreover, you might not see much of it after distribution. Fang Fan quickly donned a smile, bowing deeply. Thank you for your generosity. Esteemed guest, are you departing? Allow me to see you off. The young gentleman nodded, affirming his departure. Fang Fan escorted him to the door, bidding, please take care. Esteemed guest, we hope to welcome you again soon. The young gentleman nodded in return, remarking, I shall return. The dishes at the Fugue Tavern are indeed delightful. With that, he turned and left. Fang Fan returned to the main hall, where the private rooms had emptied. He and Qian Chong began to tidy up the space. If they finished cleaning now and no more patrons arrived, they would not need to clean again before closing. Once the two had completed their chores, only a few guests remained in the main hall, 2 tables in total. Once they departed, Fang Fan and his companions could prepare for their dinner and close for the night. Before long, the 2 tables of guests left, and the staff gathered together for their evening meal. Fang Fan continued to eat heartily. Wusan remarked, Fang Fan, you consume so much without gaining an ounce, it truly seems wasteful. Fang Fan cast a faint glance at Wusan but said nothing, continuing his meal. The innkeeper interjected. Fang Fan is still growing. Naturally, he requires more sustenance. His hearty appetite does not detract from your own, so let us refrain from such comments in the future. Wusan was taken aback that the innkeeper would defend Fang Fan, feeling quite disgruntled, and resumed his meal in silence. After dinner, the apprentice brought forth a basket of freshly washed grapes and placed them on the table. The innkeeper announced, these grapes are a gift from the 3rd young master. They were presented to the emperor by foreign dignitaries and bestowed upon the general's residence. The 3rd young master allowed us to divide half a crate. Please enjoy. As they indulged in the grapes, everyone praised their sweetness and exquisite flavor, their spirits lifted by the royal delicacy. Each person felt fortunate to partake in such a treat, pondering the merits that must have been accrued to enjoy such bounty. Once the grapes were devoured, the innkeeper distributed the silver rewards, and Fang Fan received 10 taels, not the largest sum, yet still considerable. After the silver was allocated, everyone prepared to depart, each clutching their coins. Fang Fan stepped out of the door, accompanied by the same few shop attendants returning home, yet none invited him to join. Unperturbed, he walked along the path and suddenly felt a stirring within him, prompting him to take a detour to the south courtyard gate to purchase some paper, brushes, and paints. Upon arriving at the south courtyard gate, he noticed the largest art supply store, named Artifinity, and entered. The shop assistant, noticing Fang Fan's attire, lowered his head and resumed reading. The storekeeper glanced at Fang Fan, took a sip of tea, and continued his leisure. The walls of the shop were adorned with numerous artworks, and Fang Fan began to examine them one by one. Having attained a considerable mastery in calligraphy and painting, he was able to discern the nuances of these pieces. Upon observing one painting, he sighed and shook his head. Again, with another piece of calligraphy, he repeated the gesture. When he encountered a combined piece of calligraphy and painting, he shook his head once more. The storekeeper, intrigued by Fang Fan's reactions, continued to watch him. Noticing that each time Fang Fan viewed a piece, he would sigh and shake his head, the storekeeper approached him, inquiring, Esteemed sir, do you find this piece lacking? This artwork is by the esteemed Yuan Yu, renowned for his vibrant and intricate creations. This particular piece is considered his magnum opus, showcasing his exceptional skills, and is priced at 3,000 taels of silver. Fang Fan was taken aback. Could such a piece truly command such a sum? Perhaps he could also earn silver through his own artistry. Initially, he regarded his mastery of calligraphy and painting as trivial, but the prospect of earning money ignited a newfound fervor within him. He spoke, while this painting appears splendid and resplendent, the excessive use of color creates a sense of distraction, overshadowing its essence. Moreover, the calligraphy, though aesthetically pleasing, lacks spirit and depth. It is merely a fade that deceives the untrained eye. The storekeeper was astounded. Fang Fan's critique echoed the sentiments of Chen Mingxin, a distinguished artist he had invited from Jiangnan earlier that afternoon. Chen Mingxin, who had begun his artistic journey at the tender age of 3, gained acclaim at 5 for his painting, and by 12, he was celebrated in Jiangnan. Now at 20, he stood as a titan in the art world, a pillar of strength. However, his fame had not yet penetrated the capital city. His recent visit was aimed at making a name for himself in the north, facilitated by the invitation from Art Affinity. In a few days, the establishment would host an art exhibition to further elevate Chen Mingxin's reputation, inviting the elite and noble families of the capital, along with their talented sons and daughters, well-versed in the arts. The storekeeper, beaming with enthusiasm, remarked, "Sir, do take a look at this piece. It is by the venerable Song Gulao, revered as a cornerstone of the art community. This artwork is valued at 10,000 taels of silver." Fang Fan observed the artwork, acknowledging its commendable technique, yet felt that the excessive blank spaces evoked a sense of desolation and barrenness. The essence of painting and calligraphy reflects the artist's temperament and state of mind. It seemed that the elderly Song Gu was nearing the end of his days. The shopkeeper, once again astonished, noted that this piece had been displayed for quite some time and had been admired and critiqued by many. They all regarded it as a profound work of art, skillfully executed, a pinnacle of Song Ji's achievements. However, this afternoon, upon the arrival of young Master Chen, similar sentiments were expressed. The shopkeeper began to inquire about Fang Fan's opinions on each piece, discovering that Fang Fan's evaluations closely mirrored those of young Master Chen. Doubts began to creep in, leading the shopkeeper to wonder if young Master Chen had shared his critiques with Fang Fan. As Fang Fan approached another piece of calligraphy, the shopkeeper eagerly anticipated his remarks. This particular work was indeed young Master Chen's, unveiled only that afternoon. Upon seeing it, Fang Fan's face lit up with delight. The calligraphy was exquisite. With clever composition and skillful technique, the colors applied with perfect precision. The characters danced across the paper, suggesting that the writer possessed a broad mind and deep thoughts. Yet, the only flaw lay in the hurried execution, which diminished some of its charm. The shopkeeper was taken aback. Young Master Chen had expressed a similar opinion earlier that afternoon, noting that while the piece was commendable, it was marred by a lack of mindfulness during its creation. Fang Fan continued to offer insights on the various works, his critiques diverging from those of others but aligning closely with Chen Mingxin's assessments. Unbeknownst to them both, the young man in the white robe whom Fang Fan had encountered at the tavern that evening was indeed Chen Mingxin. Upon arriving in the capital, Chen Mingxin naturally sought to savor the culinary delights of the renowned Fuguo restaurant, celebrated as the finest establishment in the city. After Fang Fan had appraised all the calligraphic works, the shopkeeper's demeanor transformed dramatically. In fact, the shopkeeper began to perceive Fang Fan as a person of profound significance, a hidden master of calligraphy and painting within the bustling streets. With a beaming smile, the shopkeeper addressed Fang Fan, "Esteemed young master, may I inquire what brings you to my humble establishment?" Fang Fan replied, "I seek to purchase some paper, brushes, and pigments." The shopkeeper nodded, proclaiming that no one could match the quality of their supplies, all sourced from the Jiangnan region, the finest of their kind. Fang Fan acknowledged this with a nod, and the shopkeeper commenced to introduce the various materials. Fang Fan was taken aback. The finest Xian paper cost over a dozen taels of silver per sheet. A set of high-quality wolf hair brushes reached into the thousands, and even a set of pigments demanded over 100 taels. Such exorbitant prices for consumables left Fang Fan in a state of hesitation. Observing the young man's expression, the shopkeeper discerned his thoughts. Why not create a painting? If your work excels, our establishment would gladly acquire it. With a steady flow of your creations, selling them at a premium would easily cover the expenses for these materials. In an instant, Fang Fan recalled the painting of that so-called young Master Yuan Yu, which astonishingly demanded 3,000 taels of silver. Surely, his own artistic talent in painting and calligraphy surpassed that of the young master. Might not his price reflect the same high value? Fang Fan nodded in agreement. The shopkeeper promptly instructed his assistant to prepare paper, brushes, and paints. The shopkeeper, curious to witness what kind of artwork Fang Fan could produce, having previously regarded the work of others as beneath his notice, eagerly awaited the outcome. Approaching the writing desk, Fang Fan pondered for a moment before seizing a medium-sized wolf hair brush. He examined the colors, dipped the brush into the paint, and lifted it, poised to create. A flicker of disappointment crossed the shopkeeper's face. Fang Fan's movements appeared overly clumsy and amateurish. Yet, he soon began to immerse himself in his work. Initially somewhat awkward, by the time he reached one-third of the painting, His movements had transformed into a display of remarkable proficiency, as though he had wielded the brush, manipulated the colors, and sketched countless times before. The shopkeeper's eyes brightened as he observed intently. After about a quarter of an hour, Fang Fan set down his brush. Indeed, holding a brush was even more exhausting than wielding a sword. This painting was created with earnest dedication. Fang Fan felt the process to be incredibly arduous. Nevertheless, he had captured the vision he held in his heart. On the paper lay a tranquil, modest courtyard. In this courtyard stood a laurel tree. Its age indeterminate yet impressively grand and lush, with its thick branches and leaves casting shade over half the yard. A crescent moon hung above the laurel, bestowing upon it an ethereal quality. An ancient well also graced the courtyard, infused with a sense of charm. The ground was paved with, adding a touch of serenity to the scene. This small courtyard was a quintessential representation of a common household in the capital, seemingly unremarkable. Yet, under Fang Fan's brush, this ordinary courtyard seemed to come alive, imbued with an aura of elegance and simplicity. Gazing upon the painting elicited a sense of inner peace, as if one had transcended the bustling chaos of the capital. Most notably, the artist's application of color was masterful, though not ostentatious. Each hue served as a striking accent, lending the entire composition a fresh vibrancy. Furthermore, the technique employed in this painting reached an apex of artistry. Whether in brushwork, composition, or the intelligent use of negative space, everything was executed with perfect precision. The shopkeeper mused that while young Master Chen's skills were indeed exquisite, it seemed that this common gentleman surpassed him in technique. Unbeknownst to the shopkeeper, Fang Fan had already attained a consummate mastery in both calligraphy and painting, whereas young Master Chen had merely scratched the surface of such mastery. With a beaming smile, the shopkeeper addressed Fang Fan. "Young master, shall you inscribe a title and signature?" Fang Fan nodded, took up the brush again, and penned a couplet. The crescent moon hangs over the sparse Polonia, as silence descends upon the night. He then inscribed his name, Fang Fan. The shopkeeper was ecstatic, believing Fang Fan's calligraphy to surpass even his painting. Though tinged with a hint of awkwardness and youthfulness, the characters radiated a tranquil simplicity, imbued with a sense of returning to one's roots. The innkeeper's mind briefly traversed 4 words: great skill, no artifice. Fang Fan remarked, "Innkeeper, I do not possess a seal at the moment. Once I have it engraved, I shall provide it." The innkeeper replied with a cheerful smile, "Our shop also has the stones for engraving seals. Choose a few later, and I shall send them for engraving. At that time, you may simply cover the cost of the stones." Fang Fan nodded. "Innkeeper, please take a look at this piece of calligraphy." The innkeeper chuckled. "Your calligraphy is truly exceptional. However, as you are not yet widely known, selling it for several thousand taels may pose a challenge. I shall price it at 800 taels to see if it can attract a buyer. Additionally, regarding the paper, brushes, and paints, they shall be recorded under your account. Once your calligraphy sells, the cost will be deducted from there. Also, for any artwork sold through our shop, regardless of the amount, we will charge a commission of 20%. What do you think, sir?" Fang Fan nodded in agreement. The innkeeper carefully stored Fang Fan's artwork, preparing to frame it for display in a prominent position within the shop. Next, he provided Fang Fan with 3 sheets of fine chien paper, a set of exquisite brushes, and a selection of high-quality paints, all neatly packaged and handed to him. Fang Fan expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, innkeeper." The innkeeper continued to smile. "I know your name is Fang Fan, but I am unaware of your residence. In the future, I shall come directly to you for the calligraphy, sparing you the trouble of making repeated trips." Fang Fan nodded. "I reside at the second house on Wudong Lane in Changlefang." The innkeeper led Fang Fan to a corner of the shop, where a treasure cabinet was adorned with various unengraved seals. "Choose a few, young Master Fang. Tomorrow, I will send them to be engraved for you." Fang Fan picked out 2 seals, one in seal script and the other in regular script, requesting, "Engrave Fang Fan seal on them." "Very well, no problem," the innkeeper beamed. "Once they are engraved, I shall deliver them to you." Fang Fan nodded, took his items, and prepared to depart. The innkeeper accompanied Fang Fan to the entrance, watching him walk east with a smile. As Fang Fan's figure disappeared around the corner, he noticed the 3rd young master riding in on horseback, accompanied by 2 attendants, halting at the entrance of the Calligraphy and Painting Association. The innkeeper's face was alight with joy. The arrival of the 3rd young master was indeed a moment of celebration. The 3rd young master dismounted, expressing his intent to see the calligraphy of young Master Chun, who had recently arrived in the capital. The innkeeper smiled. Young Master Chun is indeed one. Moreover, I have news that is sure to please you. I have discovered a master of both calligraphy and painting, whose talent is hidden among the common folk. His work has reached a remarkable level, surpassing even young Master Chen's. A true connoisseur, a paragon of virtue. The third young master's eyes sparkled with interest. Really? Does he have any of his works? I would like to see. With that, the group entered the Calligraphy and Painting Association. The innkeeper presented Fang Fan's artwork for the third young master to examine. The third young master's eyes sparkled with admiration, clearly impressed. Indeed, the mastery of calligraphy and painting was remarkable, and this master was truly extraordinary. However, his words abruptly ceased as he noticed the signature at the bottom, Fang Fan. The third young master found himself in a state of bemusement, realizing it was that ancient, eccentric figure. The dual mastery of calligraphy and painting was surely not a formidable challenge for him. After all, who could fathom how long he had lived? Casual years could easily amount to decades, or even centuries, making the attainment of such artistic prowess seem rather trivial. The third young master inquired about the circumstances surrounding Fang Fan's arrival at the Calligraphy and Painting Pavilion. He then addressed the shopkeeper, Zhou Fu, stating, "You have done well. We shall proceed in this manner. If he lacks the funds for paper, brushes, and pigments, extend credit to him. Furthermore, the price of this painting, set at 800 taels of silver, is far too modest. It should be marked at 5,000 taels." Zhou Fu appeared taken aback, but, third young master, he lacks a reputation. Will such a high price attract buyers? The third young master smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, those who visit the Calligraphy and Painting Pavilion possess discerning tastes. This painting will undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. Moreover, henceforth, all of his works will be sold at this price. Once his fame ascends, we can elevate the pricing even further. Zhou Fu respectfully acknowledged, "Yes, third young master." Continuing, the third young master remarked, "Zhou Fu, today you have performed admirably. You did not judge a person by their attire. If, and I emphasize if, that Master Fang has any requests or conditions, you may grant them without hesitation. Additionally, you must report all matters regarding Mr. Fang to me in detail. Understand?" "Yes, third young master." As the third young master was about to depart, he noticed a carriage halting before the Calligraphy and Painting Pavilion, from which two elderly gentlemen emerged, one being elder son and the other elder O. The third young master hurriedly approached to pay his respects, greeting both elders warmly. They greeted him back with smiles and gestures of courtesy. Elder son spoke. "I have heard that young Master Chen has arrived from Jiangnan and established a collaboration with your Calligraphy and Painting Pavilion. We old fellows have come to witness the artistry of young Master Chen." The third young master responded with a smile. "Today, not only will you see young Master Chen's works, but also those of a reclusive artist from the marketplace. It shall surely be a feast for your eyes." With that, the third young master led the two elders into the pavilion, unveiling Fang Fan's painting while Zhou Fu presented young Master Chen's work. Upon viewing the two pieces, Elder Sun and Elder O swiftly overlooked young Master Chen's painting, their gazes fixated upon Fang Fan's masterpiece. Their expressions transformed into excitement and admiration, particularly Elder O, who gently caressed the painting as if it were a cherished beloved. They exchanged glances and nodded in understanding. Elder Sun then inquired, "At what price do you offer this exquisite piece?" Zhou Fu replied, 5,000 taels of silver. Elder Sun chuckled, "I shall purchase it." Elder O, visibly displeased, countered, "I will offer 6,000 taels." Elder Sun's smile faded, "I bid 7,000 taels. I shall offer 8,000 taels. I will raise it to 10,000 taels." The shopkeeper stood by, utterly astonished. The third young master spoke, addressing the two esteemed elders. "There is no need for such contention. This master is our signed artist at Shuhua Yuan, and he will continue to produce an unending stream of artworks. Moreover, it is evident that this painting is his first attempt after a long hiatus from the brush, and thus, it is not entirely flawless. If you could be patient, I assure you that his future works will surpass this one, as this piece was created in haste." Elder Sun and O exchanged knowing glances, their expressions tinged with amusement, leaving the third young master perplexed, wondering if he had uttered something preposterous or inappropriate. Elder Sun then spoke, "Young master, as a martial artist, please exert a slight internal force upon this painting," finally confirming his suspicion that there was something hidden within the artwork. The bewildered third young master complied with Elder Sun's request, gently releasing a small amount of internal energy towards the painting to avoid damaging it. At the very moment his energy was expelled, the painting erupted in radiant brilliance, emanating a dazzling golden light that repelled the third young master's internal force. His eyes widened in astonishment. Elder Son, what is happening? Before Elder Son could respond, Elder O interjected, this painting embodies the spirit of righteousness. Are you aware of what that means? It is a power cultivated by Confucian scholars, attainable only by those of noble character and integrity. Elder Son nodded in agreement, acknowledging the rarity of such a painting imbued with righteous energy and commending the master's remarkable talent. However, he pondered the difficulty of producing future works with the same essence. Realization dawned upon the third young master. This was indeed the reason for the elder's fierce competition. Both Elder Son and O nodded affirmatively. Elder Son continued. A painting that contains the spirit of righteousness can serve to protect a household, ensuring peace and safeguarding against malevolent forces. Furthermore, it can nurture the physical and mental well-being of those who dwell within. A child of poor temperament, exposed daily to such a work, will gradually improve in character. Elder O concurred, deeply resonating with this notion, likening it to the adage that proximity to virtue leads to virtue, while closeness to vice leads to vice. The third young master chuckled, Elders Son and O, this painting is no longer for sale. Should that master create similar works in the future, I shall first invite you both to appreciate them. Elder Son's face flushed with indignation. You young rascal, how fickle you are. Such behavior is unbecoming. Elder O added. This boy is driven by profit. To possess this painting is to squander its worth. Both Elder Son and O were immediately incensed. Yet the third young master maintained a composed smile, seemingly unaffected by the reproach, as if the scorn were not directed at him. He deftly gathered Fang Fan's painting and handed it to the shopkeeper, instructing, please frame this piece carefully and store it away. Having witnessed the unfolding spectacle, the shopkeeper's eyes widened with newfound understanding of the painting's value. He nodded and cautiously retreated to the back room, carrying the artwork with great care. Fang Fan was naturally oblivious to these matters. Upon returning home, he was greeted by the fragrant tea brewed by Shen Qingyang, and he savored a cup. Shen Qingyang unwrapped the parcel on the floor, presenting 2,000 pounds of silver, a considerable sum. Fang Fan nodded appreciatively and stored the silver in his spatial pouch. Shen Qingyang then brought forth freshly made pastries. As Fang Fan indulged in the delicacies while sipping tea, he felt grateful for Shen Qingyang's hospitality. After consuming 3 cups of tea and finishing the pastries, he remarked, I have matters to attend to. You may return to your quarters. Yes, esteemed one. Shen Qingyang replied as she departed with the empty plate. With a flick of his hand, Fang Fan produced a century elixir and a 50-year elixir. After a moment's contemplation, he promptly consumed the century elixir. Instantly, a warm current surged within his chest and abdomen, swirling chaotically throughout his body. Fang Fan found tranquility in his heart as he began to gather this warmth, channeling it in unison with his internal energy towards the Baihui acupoint. To transcend to the innate level, one must first open the Baihui acupoint, allowing it to absorb the spiritual energy from the surroundings. Moreover, he needed to unlock over 300 additional acupoints in his body to facilitate the absorption of the heavenly and earthly qi. In previous attempts, Fang Fan had struggled to open the Baihui acupoint, regardless of the amount of internal energy he expended. However, now, bolstered by his newly awakened internal energy, he harnessed a formidable 510 years of cultivation, directing all of it towards the Baihui acupoint. On the first attempt, the Baihui acupoint stood firm like a dam, unyielding. On the second, it seemed to relax slightly. On the third, a small fissure appeared, igniting Fang Fan's elation. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on, launching countless assaults, more than 20, until a thunderous sound echoed in his ears as the Baihui acupoint finally burst open. What began as a small breach expanded rapidly until the Baihui acupoint was entirely unsealed. In that moment, Fang Fan became acutely aware of the influx of heavenly and earthly qi, a remarkably pleasurable force flowing into his being. The subsequent process of utilizing this spiritual energy to open the remaining 300 acupoints became remarkably effortless. The qi surged into his body, gradually unlocking each acupoint. As more acupoints opened, an even greater flow of heavenly and earthly qi flooded in, swiftly replacing his internal energy with this newfound power. It took approximately half an hour to open the Baihui acupoint, and another half hour to unlock the remaining 300. After an hour had passed, Fang Fan found himself transformed into a true innate master. He opened his eyes, gazing at his hands, which appeared even more fair and delicate. Without needing to inspect his reflection, he sensed that his appearance had become even more striking. Finally attaining the innate level, a smile illuminated Fang Fan's face. It was time to seek a method to forge his spiritual root, a process that was indeed detailed within the tome Yuchi-ju. Forging a spiritual root is no easy task. Hence, Fang Fan chose not to forge his spiritual root today. He decided to wait until he became more accustomed to the natural spiritual energy within him, absorbing more of it before proceeding. Filled with joy, Fang Fan stood up and began to pace around the room, circling it several times. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved his painting tools and set them upon the table, preparing to express himself through art. As thoughts danced through his mind, he commenced his painting. He depicted a deep, narrow alleyway, flanked by a few similar homes, each adorned with distinct trees that reached out with their branches. A small boy, clearly of humble origins, wandered through the rain-soaked street. The entire scene was vibrantly alive. Though the palette was limited and the composition appeared simple, the essence conveyed was profoundly evocative. Upon completion, Fang Fan inscribed the lines, "A light rain on the heavenly street, soft as cream. The grass appears distant, yet close at hand. This is the finest time of spring." Surpassing the willows that adorn the imperial city after finishing, Fang Fan gazed at his work, utterly satisfied. The most significant aspect was the total immersion in the act of painting, which brought him immense comfort. It felt as though he were communicating with nature and the cosmos through a different medium, an experience unattainable through traditional cultivation practices. After a brief moment, Fang Fan spread out another sheet of paper. With a slight pause for thought, he began to sketch again. This time, he captured the bustling scene of a lively street, filled with throngs of people and vibrant noise. After completing 5 paintings, Fang Fan felt fulfilled. Setting down his brush, he admired his creations and suddenly realized how much he truly cherished painting and writing. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. Xinqingyang went to answer the door. Upon opening it, she found a portly middle-aged man wearing a broad smile. "Is young Master Fang residing here?" he inquired. Xinqingyang nodded. "Yes. May I ask what brings you to seek my young master?" "I am Zhou Fu, the proprietor of Shuhua Yuan. I have come to deliver silver to young Master Fang, as his paintings consigned at our shop have sold," he replied. Xinqingyang paused, momentarily taken aback. How could an immortal have so much silver and still consign paintings? However, aware of the importance of matters involving silver, she promptly said, "Master Zhou, please come in. I will take you to meet my young master." Once inside, she closed the courtyard door and called out, "Young master, someone is here to see you." Claiming to bring silver, Fang Fan emerged from his quarters and welcomed Master Zhou into the room. He turned to Xinqingyang and said, "Xingyang, prepare some tea." Although she was reluctant, preferring to serve the immortal rather than mere mortals, she complied. Fang Fan, undeterred by her reservations, addressed Master Zhou. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" The proprietor produced a silver note amounting to 10,000 taels. "Young Master Fang, this is the revenue from the sale of your paintings. The costs for the paper, brushes, and pigments have already been deducted, along with the handling fees." Fang Fan was momentarily taken aback. The artwork sold with astonishing rapidity, almost leaving him in disbelief. He accepted the silver note, expressing his gratitude to the shopkeeper for making a special trip to deliver it. Observing the paintings on the table, the shopkeeper inquired, "Young Master Fang, do you have new creations?" Fang Fan nodded, indicating that he could certainly share them. As he unfurled the 5 pieces before him, the shopkeeper's face lit up with delight. These works were truly exceptional, surpassing even the one Fang Fan had painted earlier that afternoon at the calligraphy and painting studio. No, it wasn't merely a slight improvement. It was a significant enhancement. The shopkeeper continued, "Young Master Fang, these paintings are still consigned at our studio. Would you be amenable to that?" Fang Fan nodded in agreement. The shopkeeper then produced an invitation card, stating, "This is an invitation to the upcoming art exhibition at the studio. You simply must attend." Fang Fan furrowed his brow. Feeling reluctant to participate in such an event, deeming it unnecessary, was it not sufficient to quietly earn his silver? Noticing the refusal in Fang Fan's eyes, the shopkeeper hastily explained, "Young Master Fang, you may not be aware, but this exhibition will feature individuals of considerable artistic merit. Moreover, the gathering will be a casual affair where attendees can enjoy tea, partake in refreshments, and casually create a painting or two for others to critique. Most importantly, if one's artwork receives accolades, it greatly enhances the prospects of future sales and elevates the value of one's creations. Did I not mention before? If your paintings could fetch 10,000 taels now, with a bit of fame, they could eventually sell for 20,000, 30,000, or even 100,000 taels." Fang Fan nodded, conceding, "Very well, I shall attend." The shopkeeper added, "I understand that you are a man of refinement and a hermit, indifferent to fame and fortune. And I hold you in high esteem. However, at the exhibition, you will encounter a diverse array of individuals, some of whom may judge by appearances alone. It would be prudent for you to don a long robe to avoid any disrespectful encounters. In that instant, Fang Fan grasped the shopkeeper's implication. His current attire was indeed inadequate, and to prevent being looked down upon, it would be wise to procure more suitable garments. After a moment's contemplation, despite his reluctance to attend, the prospect of complimentary tea and snacks, coupled with the opportunity to enhance his reputation, compelled him to agree. The shopkeeper, carefully collecting the 5 paintings as if they were treasured artifacts, remarked, "Young Master Fang, I have conveyed all I needed to, and the matters have been settled. I shall take my leave now." At that moment, Shun Qingyang, begrudgingly carrying a tea tray, entered and overheard the shopkeeper's words. Fang Fan held the shopkeeper in high regard. It was late, and someone had gone out of their way to deliver silver to him, so he felt compelled to extend an invitation. "Please, have a cup of tea before you depart." The shopkeeper quickly declined. No, I must return to the shop. Time is of the essence." Fang Fan uttered no further words, escorting the shopkeeper to the entrance of the courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance, the innkeeper suddenly remembered something and retrieved 2 items from his pocket. "Master Fang, these are the 2 seals I have carved for you. The cost of the engraving will be deducted from the proceeds of the sold artwork, so there is no need for you to pay." Fang Fan accepted the seals. The innkeeper insisted that Fang Fan return without any escort. After a brief moment of hesitation, Fang Fan conceded and made his way back. Once inside his room, Fang Fan found himself staring blankly at the 100,000 taels of silver. The paintings had sold remarkably quickly. "Master, shall I exchange the silver for you tomorrow?" asked Shun Qingyang, eyeing the banknotes. Fang Fan nodded. "Qingyang, can you sew?" Shun Qingyang eagerly replied, "Yes, my needlework is quite commendable." Fang Fan continued, "Once the silver is exchanged, please purchase some fabric and make me a long robe." Shun Qingyang beamed with delight. "Certainly, master." She had long wished to tailor clothes for Fang Fan, feeling that his current attire was quite unsatisfactory. However, she had refrained from suggesting it, fearing it might displease him, especially considering his humble disguise as a shop assistant, which might indicate a preference for simple, everyday garments. Now that Fang Fan had given his instructions, Shun Qingyang was determined to employ all her skills to create several fine garments for him. Meanwhile, the innkeeper exited Wudong Alley and boarded a carriage bound for the general's residence. "Hurry," he urged. "Yes, sir," replied the coachman, cracking the whip and directing the horses toward the general's estate. Upon arriving at the side entrance, the innkeeper disembarked and spotted young Master San's servant, Ching Song, waiting there. "Uncle Fu, you have arrived. Young Master has asked about you several times," Ching Song exclaimed. The innkeeper quickly replied, "I have been rushing here." "Very well, Uncle Fu. Please follow me," said Ching Song, leading the way into the general's estate toward young Master San's courtyard. Indeed, upon entering the courtyard, they found young Master San lost in thought beneath a parasol tree. Hearing their footsteps, he turned and smiled upon seeing Zhou Fu. Zhou Fu stepped forward. "Young Master, I have brought 5 new paintings." Young Master San nodded and proceeded inside to inspect them. Once in the hall, Zhou Fu unfolded the 5 paintings he had been carrying. Young Master San's eyes lit up upon seeing them. Although they depicted ordinary scenes, the artistry was exceptional. Channeling his internal energy into his palm, young Master San gently directed it toward one of the paintings. Instantly, the artwork radiated with brilliance, reflecting his energy. Overjoyed, he examined each piece in turn, finding that each exuded a noble aura. Lost in contemplation, young Master San gazed at the 5 paintings for some time before finally speaking. "Keep 2 of them. Frame the remaining 3 and display them at Shuhua Yuan, pricing them at 30,000 taels." "Yes, young master," Zhou Fu responded. "Frame them personally, and have them ready by tonight," young Master Sin instructed. "Certainly, young master." Ching Song, young Master Sin called. "Yes, sir. Shortly. I will write 2 letters, one for elder son and one for elder O. Deliver them immediately," he ordered. "Understood, young master." The 3rd young master took out his brush and ink to compose letters for elder son and elder O. The content was largely similar, stating that he had acquired several paintings, all imbued with a noble spirit, and inviting both elders to visit the shop to view them. After sealing the letters in envelopes, he handed them to Ching Song, instructing, "Ride swiftly and return promptly." "Yes, 3rd young master." Ching Song turned and exited the hall. The shopkeeper glanced at the 3rd young master, who smiled, indicating that there was no need for unnecessary fanfare regarding this matter. Furthermore, anything pertaining to Fang Fan, including his address, should remain confidential. Understood, third young master. You may return now and have these 3 paintings framed. Do you require me to frame these 3 paintings for you, young master? The shopkeeper inquired. The third young master chuckled. I will entrust them to fifth sister for framing. The shopkeeper grinned, acknowledging, indeed, Miss Wu's craftsmanship is exceptional, surpassing even my own. The third young master nodded in agreement. The shopkeeper took his leave, returning to the shop to frame the artwork, uncertain of how late he would be occupied that evening. Meanwhile, elder son did not purchase the painting and was so disheartened that he skipped dinner. He opened several books in his study but found himself unable to focus, appearing utterly disinterested. At that moment, his granddaughter, Sun Xuani, brought him a bowl of sweet soup, saying, Grandfather, you haven't eaten anything for dinner. So I made sweet soup for you. Please have some. Elder son gazed at his granddaughter's lovely visage and sighed, I truly have no appetite today. He pressed a hand to his chest, still feeling a profound ache at the thought of that painting. Then please rest early, grandfather. I will leave the sweet soup here. Drink it if you feel hungry. Elder son nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, a young servant entered, saying, Old master. The third young master of the general's manor has sent a letter. Hearing the third young master's name filled elder son with discomfort, and he even contemplated burning the letter without reading it. Rubbing his temples, he ultimately accepted the letter, opening it and reading through it rapidly, his spirits soaring with joy. Sun Xuani, noticing her grandfather's elation, curiously asked, What did the third young master write to you? Elder son, beaming with delight, replied that it was indeed good news. He then recounted the events of the evening at the painting shop and the contents of the letter. Yuabao. Yes, old master. Prepare 50,000 taels of silver notes for me by tomorrow. I want to see them after the morning court session. Yes, old master. However, there are only over 30,000 taels in the household account. The remaining amount will need to be withdrawn from the bank. Very well, be prompt. I want to see the silver notes after the morning court. Understood. Elder O, too, had barely touched his dinner, feeling a sense of ennui in his study. Upon receiving the third young master's letter, he read it and was filled with exuberance. Yonghong, old master, I am here. Prepare 50,000 taels of silver notes for me by tomorrow. I want to see them after the morning court session. Yes, old master. The third master wrote to Elder Son and Elder O, stating that these paintings would be sold for 30,000 taels of silver. However, both men, being shrewd, were uncertain about the number of paintings and wary of potential competitors, thus instructing their steward to prepare 50,000 taels in banknotes. Fang Fan, having stepped into the realm of innate understanding, was overwhelmed with joy. He had no desire to cultivate, write, or paint, instead aimlessly wandering about his room, sipping the tea brewed by Shen Qingyang and savoring the delicacies she had prepared. Suddenly, he found this simple life quite delightful. After some contemplation, Fang Fan said to Shen Qingyang, I shall take a stroll outside and may return late. Do not wait for me. Understood, esteemed one. Do you require my company? Asked Shen Qingyang. Fang Fan shook his head, expressing his wish to be alone. Shen Qingyang fell silent as he departed. He first visited the last house on Wudong Alley, that of the Cui family. Using his clairvoyant vision, he observed that the family had become considerably subdued of late. They had compensated Fang Fan with 100 taels of silver, and their wealth was nearly depleted. Ordinarily, at this hour, Cui Dahu and Cui Dazhuang would indulge in a drink, but recently, that had ceased. Cui Dahu, unable to sleep in his room, wrapped himself in a quilt, engaging in private acts of a less savory nature. As for Cui Dazhuang, he and his wife were already entangled in their own indiscretions. The scene was quite disheartening, and Fang Fan left swiftly. Arriving at the doorstep of Wang Xiuzhen's home, he peered inside with his clairvoyant eyes and saw Wang Xiuzhen's mother speaking to her, to which Wang Xiuzhen shook her head in response. Infuriated, her mother struck her a few times. Wang Xiuzhen wept yet continued to shake her head. Just as Fang Fan was about to leave, he noticed Wang Xiuzhen burst out of the house and into the courtyard. Upon seeing Fang Fan, she froze, exclaiming, Xiao Fan, what are you doing here? Fang Fan replied, I am merely wandering about, unable to sleep. Wang Xiuzhen wiped her tears, saying, My mother insists I marry the young master of the oil shop. I refuse. If only my elder brother were here, he would certainly respect my wishes. Wang Xiuzhen's elder brother had gone off to serve in the military years ago, and there had been no word from him in 4 to 5 years. Although Aunt Wang did not voice it, she had already resigned herself to the belief that her son was lost. Fang Fan pondered for a moment and offered, Allow me to divine your fortune and see what it reveals. Wang Xiuzhen stared in surprise. Xiao Fan, you can divine? Fang Fan nodded. She wiped her tears away and said, come inside, and please, also divine for my brother. Accompanying Wang Xiuzhen into the house, Fang Fan was met with a chilly reception from Aunt Wang, who was aware of her daughter's affection for him. However, she regarded Fang Fan as merely a tavern worker earning a meager 15 copper coins a day. Associating with him would only lead her daughter to hardship. Out of courtesy, Fang Fan nodded to Aunt Wang and addressed her. Wang Xiuzhen invited Fang Fan to sit beside her at the table and said, Xiao Fan, please divine for me. And also for my brother. Fang Fan produced 3 Yuanjia Tongbao coins and handed them to Wang Xiuzhen, instructing her to cast them. Following his advice, Wang Xiuzhen cupped the coins in her hands, shook them gently, and then let them tumble onto the table. She turned her gaze towards Fang Fan, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Fang Fan smiled, assuring her that her elder brother would return soon, adorned in official robes, and that she too would find a noble husband and tie the knot. Upon hearing Fang Fan's words, Aunt Wang beamed with joy, exclaiming that her daughter Xiuzhen was indeed fortunate. She then inquired if her son was truly coming back. Fang Fan nodded affirmatively, stating it would be within 10 days. At that moment, several neighbors, including a few young ladies, entered the room. They had come to visit Aunt Wang, ostensibly for a friendly chat, though some might say they were merely gossiping. As was customary at this hour, these women gathered at Aunt Wang's home to exchange news and share local rumors. Upon learning of Fang Fan's divination for Wang Xiuzhen, curiosity sparked among the group. One by one, they implored Fang Fan to read their fortunes as well. Fang Fan felt overwhelmed as a crowd of more than 10 surrounded him. He urged them to approach one at a time, trying to maintain order. Though he was somewhat inexperienced, he had recently achieved a breakthrough in his abilities. Thus he felt confident in performing divinations for others. Had he not reached this level, he would have been limited to 3 readings per day. Aunt Li, your luck has been poor lately. Refrain from going out, or you may suffer financial loss. Fang Fan warned. Why must you always speak ill of me? Why not share something positive instead? You're not as skilled as you think, Aunt Li retorted. Crossing her arms, Fang Fan chuckled helplessly, recognizing her disbelief. Aunt Zhou, good fortune is on your horizon. You will find silver. Aunt Zhou's face lit up with delight. Thank you for your kind words. Little Hua, the stars are aligned for you. A suitor will soon arrive, and he will be a perfect match for you. Be vigilant, lest you miss your chance. Little Hua blushed, covering her flushed face with a handkerchief. Thank you, Brother Fang Fan. Sister Rongrong, a distant relative will soon visit, bringing opportunities for prosperity to your family. Rongrong's eyes widened in surprise. Is that true, Fang Fan? We are indeed expecting a relative soon. Can you elaborate on how they might bring us wealth? Fang Fan shook his head, unable to discern further details from the reading. Rongrong felt a tinge of disappointment. And son, your family will soon welcome a new addition. And Sun's face brightened with joy. Is my daughter-in-law expecting? Fang Fan nodded in confirmation. Just then, a deep voice echoed, Mother, Xiao Chui is pregnant. The doctor just confirmed it. She has been expecting for over a month. Instantly, all eyes turned towards Aunt Sun and Fang Fan. Aunt Sun was initially taken aback, but soon erupted with joy, exclaiming to Fang Fan, You are remarkable. Once my daughter-in-law gives birth, I shall present you with red eggs. Fang Fan smiled and nodded. Aunt Sun, disregarding everything else, hurried away with her son like the wind. At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon Fang Fan. If they had previously harbored doubts, they were now entirely convinced of his abilities. Fang Fan had read fortunes for these individuals before quietly departing. As he left, he overheard a chorus of women gossiping animatedly. Fang Fan chuckled, astonished to discover that Wudong Alley was so lively. He seldom ventured out, and even when he did, the alley seemed desolate. To his surprise, these local matrons had a gathering point and were quite the chatterboxes. Upon reaching the street, an idea sparked within him, and he activated his windrunning technique. Taking off in a sprint, he dashed through alleyways and across streets, even leaping onto rooftops, bounding from one house to another. This exhilarating run, fueled by the energy within him, granted Fang Fan a sense of boundless freedom. It felt as though the world had fallen silent, leaving only him to draw upon the vital energies of the universe. Indeed, as he ran, he summoned the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth, which surged through the Baihui acupoint and over 300 other meridians within him. Fang Fan felt himself brimming with this energy, reveling in its comfort. He was certain that in mere moments, he had absorbed more energy than during his usual cultivation practices. This sensation was immensely pleasing, spurring him to run even harder. Unbeknownst to him, a gentle drizzle began to fall. A layer of coolness accompanied the autumn rain, and the delicate droplets, mingled with a soft breeze, felt refreshing against his slightly perspiring skin. This fine rain seemed to act as a medium, granting Fang Fan an exhilarating sense of control over everything within its reach. He glimpsed into the backyard of a noble family, where a man and woman were clandestinely meeting, whispering sweet nothings to one another. He observed the bustling night market, alive with activity despite the rain. The faces of the crowd relaxed in a scene of vibrant prosperity. Fang Fan noticed the night watchman, striking his clapper as he traversed the streets. He beheld the imperial palace, where the emperor stood beneath the eaves of the Yanshin Hall, gazing at the sky and the rain, lost in thought. He envisioned the Qinhuai River, where several pleasure boats floated, their occupants strumming lutes and singing softly, their gentle voices wafting over the water, inducing a sense of languor, inviting one to sip tea and nibble on delicacies amidst the drizzle. Moreover, Fang Fan perceived the power of spiritual energy rushing towards him. A fleeting glance revealed that these were the forces of nature, the various energies roaming the world: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, frost, even the forces of time and space. It seemed that he could absorb all these energies. He recalled the words of the Taoist: one could harness the energy of a particular attribute if they could absorb its essence. Could it be that he was attuned to all attributes? As he commenced, the energy flowing towards Fang Fan was initially sparse, not substantial. Gradually, this energy surged, coalescing into swirling vortices that rushed towards his body. Fang Fan felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration and comfort. Meanwhile, the two night patrolmen, Hong San and Li Hua, continued their rounds through the streets. They soon spotted Fang Fan, witnessing him in motion, harnessing the spiritual essence of the heavens and the earth. While various energies formed whirlpools that engulfed him, Hong San's eyes widened in astonishment. What was this old anomaly doing? Why was he summoning the spiritual essence of the universe and drawing forth diverse energies? Li Hua maintained a placid expression, pondering what this old enigma could be contemplating. Perhaps he was merely out for a jog, inadvertently invoking the spiritual essence and energies around him. Unbeknownst to Li Hua, Fang Fan indeed had ventured out for a run, inadvertently attracting this energy. Hong San's demeanor grew serious, and he sighed, lamenting the inscrutable nature of this old figure. However, few could invoke such spiritual essence and diverse energies. Li Hua nodded in agreement, acknowledging the profound mystery surrounding the old man, realizing that he was beyond superficial assumptions. The two ghostly officers watched as Fang Fan sprinted into the distance before continuing their patrol. Fang Fan pressed on, feeling an abundance of energy within him. He sensed that if he did not run, he might burst with it, compelling him to expel this energy through vigorous movement. Yet, to his dismay, the spiritual essence and various energies continued to relentlessly surge towards him, penetrating into his being. Suddenly, he felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. Upon introspection, he discovered what appeared to be a pillar resembling white jade emerging from the back of his skull. Initially just a small protrusion, akin to a root, it gradually grew, heading towards the Baihui acupoint. Fang Fan was overwhelmed with joy. This was indeed the manifestation of a spiritual root. He had not anticipated that, without deliberate cultivation, such a phenomenon would occur. He continued to run, and in that moment of emergence, the spiritual essence and diverse energies flocked towards the newly formed root. As it absorbed this essence, the root grew at an astonishing pace, visibly extending towards the Baihui acupoint. It shone like white jade, adorned with shimmering, multicolored light, indicating that Fang Fan embodied attributes from all elemental systems. His pace quickened, as it seemed that the faster he ran, the more spiritual essence and energies he absorbed, accelerating the growth of his root. Time became an abstract concept, and Fang Fan's perception, mere minutes had passed before the root fully formed, pressing against the back of his head and reaching towards the Baihui acupoint. Unbeknownst to him, the roots of ordinary cultivators were not nearly as robust, nor did they possess such a lustrous hue or the brilliance of a rainbow. Once the root was established, the spiritual essence and various energies began to flood into Fang Fan's dantian. With a sense of resignation, he recalled having perused the Xiaoyao Jing, and thus he guided the influx of spiritual essence and energies into his dantian. Soon, a small vortex of spiritual energy formed within Fang Fan's dantian. Initially minuscule, the dantian expanded significantly with the emergence of the cyclone, which grew until it reached the size of an adult's palm before ceasing its development. The formation of this cyclone indicated that Fang Fan had stepped into the first layer of the qi refining stage. To Fang Fan's astonishment, the energy did not diminish. Right next to this cyclone, another began to materialize. The second cyclone spun rapidly, expanding quickly until it too reached the size of an adult's palm, at which point it halted its growth. Fang Fan realized he had now entered the second layer of the qi refining stage. Yet, it did not end there. A third cyclone swiftly formed. Fang Fan was left speechless. Such a pace of cultivation was unparalleled. The third cyclone grew rapidly, and Fang Fan understood he had now reached the third layer of the qi refining stage. The speed of his advancement rendered him utterly astounded, leaving him at a loss for words. Once the third cyclone attained the size of an adult's palm, it too ceased to grow. At that moment, all the restlessness quieted down. Fang Fan even felt he could hear the sound of his own blood flowing. The gentle rain had stopped, and the air was cool and moist, bringing a sense of tranquility to his spirit. Fang Fan paused briefly to contemplate before heading towards the royal palace. Once again, he halted by the cold palace's surrounding wall. Leaping up, he perched atop the wall, momentarily dazed. Voices emerged from within the cold palace, belonging to the Yin concubine and her child. Huana inquired, "Mother, why has the immortal master not come to see Huana for so long?" The Yin concubine replied, "But did not the immortal master visit just the day before yesterday?" However, Huana felt that an eternity had passed. The Yin concubine gently stroked Huana's head, assuring him that the immortal master would soon visit again. Once the immortal master had imparted many skills to Huana, he would grow and be able to leave the cold palace to see his father. Huana sighed, expressing his fondness for the pastries made by Sister Qingyang, yearning to taste them. "Mother, I hold some resentment towards father. He has imprisoned you in the cold palace and has also locked me away for so many years, ignoring us completely. If it were not for the immortal master last time, you would have faced humiliation and we might have lost our lives. That Yao Guifei is truly wicked. Not only did she confine you to the cold palace, but she also wished for those two brutes to humiliate you and sought to kill us both. Mother, I wish I could personally eliminate that woman." Yao Guifei, the Yin concubine, lost in thought, embraced Huana, saying, "My dear, one must never speak of killing lightly. The immortal master would surely disapprove of such sentiments. And your father despises those with a taste for bloodshed." Huana nodded. "Yes, mother, I understand." Fang Fan leapt into the cold palace, and upon seeing him, Huana and the Yin concubine were filled with immense joy. Fang Fan, momentarily taken aback and embarrassed, realized he had rushed over without bringing any pastries for Huana. Huana smiled and spoke, "Master Immortal, Huana enjoys delicacies, but even more so, I cherish your visits." Fang Fan chuckled, gently ruffling Huana's hair. "I have come today to deliver a medicinal pill to you. I acquired a 50-year elixir, and I brought it for you. Consuming this pill should significantly increase your chances of stepping into the innate realm." Upon hearing Fang Fan's words, Yin Fei's face lit up with uncontainable joy. Within the imperial palace, there were but a few innate experts. If Huana were to become an innate master, no matter what schemes the favored concubine Yao devised, they would not pose a threat to Huana. After all, in the face of absolute power, various intrigues and plots are rendered inconsequential. With a flick of his hand, Fang Fan revealed a jade vial containing the 50-year elixir he had procured that day. Having consumed a century elixir himself, achieving the innate state, and even forging a spiritual root, Fang Fan found this 50-year elixir of no use to him. He contemplated for a moment and decided to bestow it upon Huana. Fang Fan then inquired, "Huana, I wish to ask you something. Do you aspire to become a cultivator? Or do you intend to become an emperor in the future?" Yin Fei gazed at Fang Fan, seemingly perplexed by his question, while Huana looked equally bewildered. Fang Fan spoke softly, "If you wish to become a cultivator, once you step into the innate realm, you must prepare to forge your spiritual root and commence your cultivation journey. However, if you desire to be an emperor, the innate realm is where your aspirations shall culminate. Heaven does not allow a sovereign to also become a cultivator." A conflicted expression crossed Huana's face, while Yin Fei remained uncertain about how to proceed. Fang Fan was unhurried, patiently awaiting the mother and son's decision. After a considerable time, Huana finally spoke, "Master Immortal, I wish to become an emperor. I want to avenge my mother and her family, not only to avenge them, but also to restore their honor. Master Immortal, I truly desire to be an emperor." Fang Fan sighed inwardly. Huana possessed remarkable talent. Should she choose the path of a cultivator, she might even surpass her own master in the future. Yet, every individual has their own aspirations. Fang Fan nodded. "Very well, then step into the innate realm. Once you achieve that, I shall teach you some martial techniques to ensure your self-protection." "Thank you, Master Immortal." "Thank you, Immortal, Both mother and son bowed respectfully to Fang Fan. He cast a cold glance toward a corner of the palace wall where the night patrol, Hong San and Li Hua, stood. Hong San and Li Hua quickly offered a bow in silence. Fang Fan glanced at them briefly before turning away, not daring to linger. Hong San and Li Hua swiftly departed. Once they were at a safe distance, Hong San wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, relieved that the old monster was amenable to the will of heaven. Otherwise, should this young prince pursue both cultivation and emperorship, even the heavens could not intervene. Li Hua nodded in agreement. Indeed, it seems this old monster is quite compliant with the rules. The two ghostly figures hurried back to the city god temple to report this matter to the city god. Upon hearing this, the city god released a sigh of relief. Finding solace in the fact that it was not entirely outrageous, he contemplated when he might send a dream to the emperor, urging him to treat the mother and child kindly, thereby accumulating merit for himself. Fang Fan gestured towards the ground, suggesting that given your intelligence, you must have memorized the qi manipulation technique. Now, here, consume the 50-year elixir and see if you can attain the innate realm. Yes, Master Immortal. With that, Huaner disregarded the dampness of the ground and seated herself cross-legged. Fang Fan opened the jade vial, extracted the elixir, and tossed it into Huaner's mouth. The elixir dissolved instantly upon entry, and Huaner felt a warm current rising within her chest and abdomen. She promptly guided this warmth through her meridians, reaching the 7th layer of postnatal cultivation, then the 8th, the 9th, and finally the 10th. Upon reaching the 10th layer, she continued to direct this power towards her Baihui acupoint. After 5 vigorous impacts, a thunderous sound echoed as the Baihui acupoint was breached. The most challenging step had been accomplished, and a faint smile graced Huaner's face as she began to open the 300 acupoints. At the moment Huaner broke through the Baihui acupoint, a roar resounded from an unknown source above the palace, and a 5-clawed golden dragon spiraled in the air above the cold palace. This extraordinary phenomenon drew everyone in the palace outside to witness. The emperor stood beneath the eaves of the Yangxin Hall, gazing at the golden dragon with a myriad of emotions swirling within him. Concubine Yao also emerged from her chambers, fixated on the dragon. Her nails dug deep into her palm, her expression one of fierce determination. That wretched woman had not perished and had given birth to a child in the cold palace, raising such a wretched offspring. After a considerable time, Huaner rose and knelt before Fang Fan, saying, Master Immortal, I have stepped into the innate realm. Huaner had not disappointed the expectations of her master. Fang Fan's expression remained calm as he nodded, yet within him, countless frustrations trampled over his thoughts. How could it be that after 510 years of cultivation, he had only just reached the innate realm, while this child had achieved it in merely 60 years? It was truly infuriating, a 4-year-old in the innate realm. Fang Fan turned to leave, stating, I shall have Qing Nyang send some pastries tomorrow. As Fang Fan's figure faded from view, concubine Yin embraced Huaner, bursting into tears. My Huano has finally succeeded. You have become an innate master. No one will dare to bully you anymore. Mother, I am truly, genuinely happy. Huaner replied. Returning the embrace, mother must be joyful. I can now protect you. Concubine Yin nodded vigorously. Huaner, henceforth, you must respect the immortal and show filial piety. Remember, in our most challenging and perilous moments, the immortal supported us. Yes, mother, I understand. And with that, Fang Fan returned, in good spirits, a smile gracing his lips. Qing Yang noticed, Master, are you particularly joyful today? Fang Fan nodded, filled with joy. Huano has also stepped into the realm of innate abilities. Tomorrow night, prepare some delicacies to send over. Huaner has a fondness for your treats. From time to time, she would send over some pastries. Qing Yang was momentarily taken aback, wondering if she had misheard at the tender age of 4. However, she soon recalled the powers of the immortal. Nothing was impossible for them. Hastily, Qing Yang replied, I understand, immortal. From now on, I shall make a daily trip to deliver pastries to the young master. As dawn approached, Qing Yang brought out the items for Fang Fan to wash up. Once Fang Fan had freshened up and changed his clothes, he prepared to commence his work. Qing Yang was puzzled by Fang Fan's dedication to this role as a shop assistant, but dared not inquire about it. Immortal, I prepared some breakfast. Please have a bite before you head to work. Fang Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Qing Yang presented a lavish breakfast that was not only abundant but also delightful, allowing Fang Fan to devour it in haste. After finishing his meal, Fang Fan stepped outside. Oh dear, Fang Fan, you were right. I lost a silver coin today. Can you help me figure out how to turn my luck around? Fang Fan, look. I actually found some silver, 5 silver coins. Before she could exit the alley, a matchmaker arrived at Xiaohua's home, addressing Xiaohua's mother. "Oh my, your daughter Xiaohua is truly fortunate. The owner of the grocery store on East Street has taken a liking to her and wishes to propose for his son. He even promised never to take a concubine." Xiaohua's face flushed crimson. She had seen the young master of the grocery store, a handsome lad with red lips and white teeth, who spoke in a gentle tone. Then, 3 carriages came to a halt at Rongrong's doorstep. Rongrong stared in astonishment at the carriages, realizing that distinguished guests had indeed arrived. They were relatives, yet also esteemed visitors who would bring business to her family and earn them silver. Fang Fan, in a disheveled state, fled from Wudong Alley. Those aunties were relentless. Unwilling to let him go, they tugged at him from all sides, wrinkling his clothes and even tearing off a few buttons, leaving Fang Fan in a rather unkempt appearance. He hurriedly dashed towards the tavern, taking a moment to straighten himself out. Thankfully, after a quick tidy, he appeared presentable enough to avoid a wardrobe change. Upon entering the tavern, he found all the other attendants and chefs already present, and to his surprise, he was the last to arrive. Qianchong looked at Fang Fan and exclaimed, "Fang Fan, why are you so late? What were you up to last night?" Fang Fan replied, "I have stepped into the innate realm and forged a spiritual root. I can cultivate immortality now. Last night, I even took a stroll around the palace to deliver elixirs to my disciple, the little prince, who has also entered the innate realm." Instantly, laughter erupted among everyone present. "Fang Fan, I'm not criticizing you, but dreaming like this is absurd. You aspire to be the little prince's master? You are worlds apart from him. Haha, let me have a good laugh for a moment. Fang Fan, I wonder where you heard about innate warriors and cultivators to start boasting like this. Do not even speak of innate warriors or cultivators. Even if you were to begin your training now and persist until old age, achieving the 10th level of postnatal cultivation would still be considered a remarkable feat. Fang Fan, your boastfulness is becoming increasingly incredulous. I find myself at a loss for words. The grandiosity of your claims is stretching the bounds of believability. Might you not select assertions that are more palatable to the audience?" Fang Fan, in his helplessness, realized that no one would take him seriously even when he spoke the truth. The proprietor, Zhou Gue, observed and meticulously noted every word Fang Fan uttered. Preparing to pay a visit to the General's residence to report to the 3rd young master after closing for the day. Once everything was tidied up, the group sat down for breakfast. Despite having enjoyed the meal prepared by Shenxingyang at home, Fang Fan's appetite remained insatiable. He devoured 10 buns, 2 bowls of porridge, an assortment of side dishes, 3 youtiao, fried dough sticks, and 5 spring rolls. Witnessing Fang Fan's voracious consumption, Qianchong and the others exchanged glances of disdain, muttering amongst themselves about his excessive appetite. Had it not been for the inn providing meals, his daily earnings would scarcely suffice to satisfy his hunger. Unperturbed by their scornful gazes, Fang Fan finished his breakfast, tidied up, and prepared to welcome guests. Standing at the entrance with an appropriately warm smile, he observed the passers-by, eagerly anticipating the arrival of patrons. After a day of busyness, he had yet to have an opportunity to offer rewards. As dusk fell, signaling the impending closure of the establishment, Fang Fan and several other waiters had completed the arrangements in the private rooms and awaited the remaining guests in the main hall to finish their meals. At that moment, Fang Fan noticed 5 figures entering the inn, perhaps 5 specters, one might say. These apparitions possessed a far deeper level of cultivation than Shenxingyang, clad entirely in black robes. Only their pallid faces were visible. Among them were 1 female ghost and 4 male ghosts. The female ghost, despite her ghastly complexion, exuded an extraordinary beauty that would be undeniable were it not for the pallor of her skin. Fang Fan approached with a smile, inquiring, "Esteemed guests, would you prefer the main hall or a private room?" One of the handsome male ghosts replied, "A private room, if you please." Fang Fan responded, "Follow me, esteemed guests." The private rooms are located on the 2nd floor. Qianchong, observing this exchange, muttered, "The private rooms have already been cleaned. Now they want to go there, and we'll have to tidy up again." The female ghost fixed a piercing gaze upon Qianchong, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Her eyes were indeed formidable. Fang Fan led the 5 apparitions to the Tianzi private room, asking, "Gentleman and lady, is there anything in particular you wish to eat? Or may I recommend some dishes?" The leading male ghost spoke again, "Young waiter, please recommend some dishes for us. We require at least 10 dishes for our party of 5. Fang Fan began to recommend dishes to the 5 specters, all of which were newly introduced autumn delicacies and icy beverages. "Esteemed guests, would you care to sample the icy drinks? In merely a few days, they will be taken off the menu, and should you wish to indulge, you must await their return next year." The female specter nodded eagerly, affirming her desire. In the end, she ordered 4 dishes and 3 types of icy beverages, requesting 5 servings of each. As for the other 6 dishes, the 5 specters had chosen them based on hearsay of their delectable nature. Fang Fan was overjoyed. He had initially thought there would be no chance of receiving a reward today, but unexpectedly, he realized that even specters were patrons. He hurried to the kitchen, relaying the guests' orders. For the 15 servings of icy beverages, he prepared them in bowls and carried them to the private room. "Esteemed guests, here are your icy drinks. The dishes will take a little longer to arrive." The lead male specter nodded in acknowledgement. After serving the icy drinks, Fang Fan exited the room, closing the door behind him, and stood at the entrance, ready to attend to any summons from the guests. The 5 specters began conversing, believing their hushed tones would keep their words from the ears of this mortal at the door. Little did they know, Fang Fan had become a cultivator, possessing keen senses, and he heard their every word with crystal clarity. The 5 specters, known as Gui Cha, Gui Ji, Gui Yu, Gui Ling, and Gui Jiao, had devoted many years to their cultivation, all having reached the tribulation phase. At this stage, they needed to prepare for their tribulations. Yet none felt confident in their ability to succeed. As specters, they bore the weight of their past misdeeds, in their earlier years when their powers were feeble. They had taken numerous lives, both human and ghostly, in pursuit of cultivation resources and survival, thus accumulating a heavy debt of karma. However, having grown formidable, they no longer faced challenges from others and managed to avoid further bloodshed. Their journey to the capital was spurred by the rumor of the once-in-a-millennium celestial event known as the 9 Stars Aligning, which would release the coveted purple aura from the city. By absorbing this aura, they hoped to alleviate their karmic burdens and enhance their fortunes, thereby increasing their chances of successfully navigating their tribulations. Initially, no one knew the precise locations or timings for the appearance of the purple aura in the capital, nor how to absorb it. However, the occurrence of the 9 stars aligning would compel the latent aura to surface. The capital was enveloped by a massive formation with 5 focal points. Once the purple aura was released, it would manifest at these 5 points. The 5 specters needed only to channel spiritual energy, or spiritual energy, or celestial spiritual energy towards these points during the event to extract the purple aura, thus enabling them to absorb it. Cultivators harness spiritual energy, specters cultivate spiritual energy, and immortals draw upon celestial spiritual energy. All 3 forms of energy could effectively extract the purple aura. With 5 focal points and 5 streams of purple aura, each specter would be able to absorb 1. The 9 stars aligning was set to occur at the stroke of midnight in 3 days. Fang Fan could hardly fathom that by serving these 5 specters, he would gain such invaluable information. His fortune was indeed extraordinary. Knowing that the purple aura is a precious entity, how could one refrain from seizing it? As for the 5 focal points in the capital, Fang Fan acquired knowledge of them from the 5 spirits. One is located at the south gate, where a structure resembling a hitching post stands by the roadside, serving as one of the focal points. Another is situated at the entrance of the Imperial Palace, while a third lies beneath the clock tower in the heart of the city. The 4th is beneath the drum tower, and the 5th can be found beside a desolate well known as the Locking Dragon Well, adjacent to the banks of the Qinhuai River to the north. The 5 spirits dispersed to their designated locations. Gui Cha headed to the clock tower. Gui Ji went to the south gate. Gui Ling made for the drum tower. Gui Yu approached the palace entrance, and Gui Jiao set off for the Locking Dragon Well. Fang Fan began to ponder which focal point to target for the acquisition of the purple aura. After much deliberation, he remained undecided. Upon hearing these crucial words, the 5 spirit cultivators engaged in casual conversation. Fang Fan descended to the kitchen to check on the culinary preparations. Some dishes were ready, prompting him to serve the 5 spirits. After presenting the dishes, he lingered at the entrance of the private room, hoping to glean more information. However, the 5 spirits did not resume their discussion concerning the purple aura. Soon after, Gui Cha called out, "Little second brother, it's time to settle the bill." Fang Fan entered with a beaming smile. "Dear guest, the total is 230 taels of silver." Gui Cha produced the exact amount, seemingly conjured from thin air, indicating that he possessed a spatial storage capability as well. Rewards were distributed based on their ranks. 3rd rank of yellow grade, reward of the Tranquil Heart Technique. 9th rank of yellow grade, reward of a 50-year elixir. 2nd rank of Shin grade, reward of a 100-year elixir. 3rd rank of Earth grade, rebirth curse. 9th rank of Earth grade, Reward of Soul Cultivation Record. First rank of Heavenly Grade. Reward of Spatial Storage Expansion to 10,000 cubic feet. Ninth rank of Heavenly Grade. Reward of Soul Severing. The Tranquil Heart Technique, though seemingly trivial, engenders goodwill in others when employed. Fang Fan found himself perplexed as to when or where such a technique might be necessary. Despite its low grade, it could influence even cultivators of celestial and divine realms. The Soul Cultivation Record is a technique for spirit cultivators, allowing them to advance to the tribulation stage, enhancing their soul's strength. As for soul severing, it bears resemblance to soul binding, utilizing the power of the laws. However, while soul binding merely restrains, soul severing can directly annihilate spirit cultivators, and even the souls of immortal practitioners. It can be deemed highly effective, capable of dispatching spirits and spirit cultivators in a single strike. As for immortal cultivators, once their souls are severed, they are irrevocably lost. Fang Fan cheerfully ushered the spirit cultivators out, promptly returned to tidy the private room, and assisted the other attendants in cleaning the main hall in preparation for dinner. Each evening, dining and distributing silver was the most joyous time for them. While enjoying their meal, they exchanged light-hearted banter about the day's events and the guests they encountered. After dinner, the proprietor began distributing silver. The silver distributed today consists entirely of the generous tips received from patrons. Naturally, those who entertained guests and received larger tips will distribute more silver. Fang Fan earned 7 taels of silver today. After distributing the silver, the establishment was preparing to close for the evening. Fang Fan felt particularly elated today, not only due to the rewards he received, though the 50-year elixir and the 100-year elixir were of little practical use, the other rewards were quite commendable. Moreover, with an expanded storage space, Fang Fan could now accommodate more silver. Meanwhile, Shen Qingyang made her way to the exchange to convert her silver. This time, the proprietor and the staff at the money exchange were left utterly astonished upon witnessing Shen Qingyang depart with 10,000 taels of silver. Upon leaving the exchange, she proceeded to a fabric shop located on East Main Street, the most bustling thoroughfare of the entire capital. The shops here predominantly offered high-quality merchandise. This fabric shop was no exception, as most goods were transported from the southern regions. Upon entering the shop, Shen Qingyang placed down her hefty bag of silver, leaving the proprietor and the staff in sheer disbelief. "Do you have shoe brocade? How about light gauze? And what of the colorful satin?" she inquired. While the staff remained momentarily entranced by the sight of the large sum of silver, the proprietor quickly regained his composure and greeted her with a smile, affirming that they had all those items. Shen Qingyang requested 1 bolt of shoe brocade, 1 bolt of light gauze, 1 bolt of colorful satin, and 1 bolt of the finest satin for making undergarments. "Yes, of course. Fetch several kinds of shoe brocade, light gauze, colorful satin, and the finest satin from the storeroom," commanded the proprietor. The staff hurriedly raced to the back to retrieve the requested fabrics, which they laid out on the counter for Shen Qingyang to select. In her eyes, as her master desired new garments, it was only fitting that she choose the finest materials. She selected a sky blue shoe brocade, a deep red light gauze, a silver-white base with multicolored patterns for the colorful satin, and the most expensive white satin adorned with subtle 10,000 character patterns for the undergarments. Once she completed her selections, she instructed, "Please wrap these up and tally the total cost." With a pleasing smile, the proprietor calculated that the total for these silks amounted to 3,270 taels of silver. Shen Qingyang nodded and opened her bag of silver. "You may take 3,200 taels, correct? Considering my purchase, kindly waive the small change." The proprietor's expression turned sour. "Miss, if we waive the small change, we shall hardly make a profit." Shen Qingyang replied with a smile. "Surely that cannot be the case. These materials may be costly, yet your profit margins are substantial. Do not assume I am an ignorant woman from the inner quarters." After some back-and-forth negotiation, the proprietor conceded and agreed to waive the small change, even offering some needles and threads as a gift. "Would you like these delivered to your residence, miss? After all, it seems impractical for a lady to carry such a heavy load of silver alongside 4 bolts of fabric." Shen Qingyang replied, "No need. I shall carry them myself. Please wrap them up." The shopkeeper instructed his assistant to carefully wrap the packages, extracting 3,200 taels from a large sack of silver. Observing Shen Qingyang effortlessly carrying 2 substantial bundles, the shopkeeper bid her farewell as she stepped outside. Filled with joy, Shen Qingyang felt a sense of fulfillment, knowing she could now create garments for her master, and her skills in needlework would finally find a purpose. Upon reaching a secluded alley, Xinqiang set down her burdens and called out, "Come out, all of you. It's time to deal with you so you can return home early." Instantly, a burst of laughter echoed, and 3 men emerged from the mouth of the alley. Xinqiang realized that these men had silently followed her since she entered the bank, their intentions glaringly obvious. The trio of men glanced at Xinqiang, their eyes fixated on the 2 bundles. With over 6,000 taels in silver and more than 3,000 taels worth of silk, the total amounted to a staggering 10,000 taels. While they had channels to dispose of the silk, they knew it would not fetch the full value, likely netting them around 8 or 9,000 taels in silver. Nevertheless, this was a significant opportunity. It had been ages since they encountered such a substantial haul. A woman in the bustling market carrying such wealth and precious silk seemed to them a fortuitous gift. Although Xinqiang possessed considerable strength, they were 3 men. Emboldened by their numbers, they thought to overpower her, and with a lewd grin, they approached. However, Xinqiang was no naive maiden. Having navigated the shadows for over a decade, she recognized their intentions immediately. Initially inclined to simply teach them a lesson, she resolved to give them a thorough reprimand instead. Grasping the cloth bag filled with silver, she tightened her grip and swung it towards the 3 men. The sound of 3 resounding thuds echoed as each man was struck by the weight of the silver, sending them flying, blood spewing from their mouths, their chests caving in, with several ribs likely fractured. Struggling to rise, the agonizing pain in their chests made each breath a laborious task, rendering them incapable of standing. Xinqiang seized the opportunity, ruthlessly tearing apart their clothing, leaving them utterly exposed, and then hoisted her 2 bundles once more, departing with purpose. Having accomplished the task, I shall take my leave. Keeping my deeds hidden in the shadows, she mused. Shortly after returning home, just as she finished brewing tea, Fang Fan arrived, pouring tea for him. She set down the bag containing the silver and presented 4 rolls of silk for his inspection. Upon seeing the exquisite fabric, Fang Fan's eyes widened, pondering the considerable expense. "How much did you spend?" he inquired. 3,200 taels, Xinqiang replied. Fang Fan clutched his chest, feeling a pang of distress, for he had never spent such a sum in his life. Noticing his discomfort, Xinqiang gently reassured him, "My lord, these silks are of the finest quality. My skills are commendable. I can craft beautiful garments for you that will be truly splendid. Only these silks are worthy of the celestial being." Fang Fan waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was enough, and urged her to proceed with the garment making while he indulged in some tea and snacks. Observing Fang Fan's demeanor, Xinqiang felt an impulse to stifle a laugh. It was evident that the celestial being was quite fond of silver. Despite the considerable amount she had spent, he did not reprimand her. Ultimately, he treated her with a distinct kindness. Xinqiang retreated to her room, where she began to cut and sew, humming a cheerful tune, clearly in high spirits. Fang Fan took out the soul restoration manual, reviewed it twice, and confirmed that he had memorized it. With the book in hand, he entered Xinqiang's room. Upon seeing her elated expression, he shook his head and handed her the manual. Xinqiang's eyes glistened with tears of gratitude as she exclaimed, "Thank you, celestial being, for providing me with the cultivation method." Fang Fan nodded and encouraged her to practice diligently before leaving her room. He felt it was best to avoid the silks, as their mere sight reminded him of the staggering sum of 3,200 taels of silver. 3,200 taels, what a frivolous expenditure. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Fan decided to venture out, calling to Xinqiang, "Qingyang, I shall be stepping out." "Yes, celestial being, I understand," she replied. Fang Fan exited, intent on inspecting the 5 array points. As he traversed a narrow alley, he noticed a gathering of people and approached to witness the commotion. To his surprise, the crowd consisted primarily of men and a few older women, who covered their eyes yet peeked through their fingers, clearly scandalized by the sight before them. It was indeed shocking. Some individuals lay unabashedly exposed on the ground, seemingly oblivious to the need to depart. Fang Fan soon spotted 3 naked men, their bodies smeared with blood, moaning and cursing under their breath, hurling insults such as "little wench" and "slut." With a glance, he turned away and made his way directly to the southern city gate. Naturally, the gate was closed, yet the silhouettes of soldiers patrolling the walls were discernible. Fang Fan quickly located the so-called array point, resembling a hitching post but more robust and taller than the ordinary ones. Intrigued, he reached out to touch it. The surface was icy, seemingly carved from stone. Yet there was an unusual quality to it, as the cyclone of energy within his dantian began to whirl more rapidly. He felt the spiritual energy throughout his body stir with anticipation. Contemplating, Fang Fan discreetly infused some spiritual energy into the array point, and his eyes widened in astonishment. This array point could indeed absorb spiritual energy. He increased the flow of energy, and to his amazement, the hitching post emitted a soft, gentle glow. Delighted, Fang Fan continued to channel his energy, and the glow intensified, accompanied by a humming sound, as if the object had come to life. Indeed, as I began to caress the object, it felt like stone. Upon infusing it with spiritual energy, I sensed a distinct change, most notably. I could feel the restless stirrings of power within. This force was unfamiliar to me, not akin to internal strength, nor spiritual energy, neither celestial essence, nor the energy of the underworld. Its nature eluded me. The agitation of this power seemed eager to shatter the hitching post, yearning to surge forth. Moreover, the spiritual energy I infused appeared to amplify this turbulence. I continued to channel my spiritual energy, my eyes widening in astonishment as that very force began to actively absorb the energy from within me, akin to a whale consuming water. My internal energy, like a breached dam, surged uncontrollably into the hitching post. I attempted to withdraw my hand, but found myself unable to do so. A profound sense of crisis engulfed me. Should this entity consume all my spiritual energy, it would herald my utter depletion, not only of my internal strength and cultivation level, but potentially of my very life. In that moment of uncertainty, for the first time since becoming a practitioner, I felt utterly lost. Just as I believed the hitching post was on the verge of depleting my energy, it suddenly emitted a sharp cry, reminiscent of a dragon in repose or a peacock in flight. Before my eyes, the hitching post appeared to become transparent, radiating a luminous purple glow akin to a palace lantern. Then, I beheld a razor-sharp beam of purple light, which swiftly darted into my being. Simultaneously, the hitching post dimmed and ceased its absorption of my spiritual energy, allowing my hand to fall limply. Upon introspection, I discovered that the blade-like purple light was now meandering within my dantian, gliding gracefully like a fish. I found myself in a daze. Could this be the legendary purple essence? Is it not said that only the alignment of 9 stars can summon the purple aura? Is it not stated that 5 focal points must simultaneously channel spiritual energy to evoke the purple aura? How is it that one's own spiritual essence has compelled them to this point? Fang Fan reflected upon the assertions regarding the 5 specters. The purple aura, characterized by its violet hue, when absorbed, would enter the dantian. This process necessitated prolonged and gradual cultivation to assimilate it with the physical body. The act of refinement paralleled his own journey of cultivation, as dissipating this purple aura symbolized the gradual resolution of his own karmic debts. Fang Fan then attempted to channel spiritual energy into the hitching post, but found it to be futile. He concluded that within his dantian, there existed no hesitation. The swirling energy, provoked by his essence, was indeed the purple aura. With a deep sigh of relief, he pondered the possibility that if the purple aura at the southern gate could be compelled by his spiritual energy and subsequently absorbed, what about the purple aura at the other 4 gates? Upon contemplating this, Fang Fan felt a sense of joy. After meditating beside the hitching post to restore his entire essence, Fang Fan proceeded to the entrance of the imperial palace. At this hour, the night had deepened, and only 2 guards stood vigil at the palace gates. With a swift motion, Fang Fan struck down upon the necks of the guards, rendering them unconscious. He glanced at the hitching post outside the palace, a surge of joy swelling within him as his hand caressed the post, channeling his spiritual energy into it. As before, the energy within him began to stir restlessly, akin to a dam bursting, and surged directly into the post. The purple aura, now saturated with energy, surged forth with a sound, burrowing into Fang Fan's body and settling in his dantian. 3 strands of purple energy. Fang Fan then proceeded to the area beneath the clock tower, where he discovered another hitching post in the southeast corner. Soon, the purple aura here was also absorbed into his dantian. 4 strands of purple energy. Next, Fang Fan ventured to the nearby drum tower, again finding a hitching post in the southeast corner. After a brief recovery of his energy, he began to infuse the post with his spiritual essence, and once more, the purple aura was drawn in. 5 strands of purple energy. Finally, Fang Fan made his way to the desolate well by the Qinhuai River, the Locking Dragon Well. Beside it, he found yet another hitching post, from which he effortlessly extracted and absorbed the purple aura. Breathing a long sigh of relief, Fang Fan felt a sense of accomplishment. All 5 strands of purple energy had been successfully absorbed by him. Now, it was time to gradually refine, merge, and assimilate this energy. He returned home, resolved to return in 3 days at the witching hour to witness the unfolding events. He pondered over the expressions of the 5 spirits upon realizing that the purple energy had been consumed by him. Upon entering his home, Fang Fan pushed open the door and noticed that the light in Shun Qingyang's room was still aglow. From the shadows cast on the window, he discerned that she was sewing. After a moment's contemplation, he stepped into her chamber. Seeing Fang Fan enter, Shun Qingyang quickly rose, exclaiming, "My lord, the robe made of shoe brocade is nearly finished. May I inquire what pattern you would prefer for me to embroider?" Initially inclined to respond with indifference, Fang Fan reconsidered and suggested, "Some auspicious clouds, bamboo leaves, and pine needles would suffice." "Understood, my lord," she replied. Fang Fan took a seat and spoke. "I have absorbed some of the purple aura from the imperial city, 5 strands in total. I shall give you one. Take your time to cultivate and assimilate it, as it may alleviate the burdens upon you." Shun Qingyang's eyes widened in astonishment, and soon they glistened with unshed tears. She was well aware of the rarity of purple aura. Not only ordinary mortals, but even common immortals found it exceedingly difficult to obtain even a wisp. The benefits of such an aura were undeniable. It could enhance one's fortune and dispel karmic debts. The notion that such a precious and rare gift was to be bestowed upon her left her at a loss for how to respond. Meanwhile, Fang Fan fell into deep contemplation, pondering the elusive nature of this purple aura. How could he extract a strand from his dantian to present to Shun Qingyang? Fang Fan pondered for a long while before exhaling deeply. "I am uncertain how to extract the purple energy from my dantian. Let us attempt to see if we can manipulate it with spiritual energy." Shun Qingyang promptly nodded, setting aside the garment in her hands and sitting cross-legged. Fang Fan mirrored her position, sitting opposite her. He extended his right hand and placed it gently on Shun Qingyang's shoulder. The plan was to channel a stream of purple energy from his dantian, guiding it through his chest and abdomen, along the meridians of his arms, ultimately directing it into the palm of his right hand, to be infused into Shun Qingyang's shoulder. It was his belief that once the purple energy entered her body, it would naturally find its way to her dantian. Fang Fan summoned the spiritual energy within him and propelled it towards a wisp of purple energy. In an instant, the purple energy was sent spiraling outward, only to rebound against the barrier of the dantian and return. Fang Fan persisted in directing his spiritual energy against the purple wisp. Whether it was due to the innate sentience of the purple energy or some other reason, it began to dance and evade Fang Fan's attempts, refusing to depart from his dantian. Feeling exasperated, Fang Fan realized that the purple energy was too spirited to be easily controlled. After some contemplation, he decided to envelop the purple energy with a portion of his spiritual energy. The purple energy struggled, yet it seemed unable to break free from the embrace of the spiritual energy. Elated, Fang Fan intensified his efforts, surrounding the purple wisp with even more spiritual energy and initiating its circulation within his body. It first emerged from the dantian, then ascended through the meridians to his right shoulder. At this juncture, the purple energy appeared to comply, no longer resisting its confinement. Before long, the spiritual energy encasing the purple wisp reached Fang Fan's right hand. He released this surge of spiritual energy, and instantly, the enveloped purple energy flowed into Shun Qingyang's left shoulder. Upon entry, Fang Fan withdrew the spiritual energy, and the purple essence swiftly slipped into Shun Qingyang's dantian, albeit into her middle dantian. Ghost cultivators refine the middle dantian and upper dantian, neglecting the lower dantian. Shun Qingyang's face radiated joy. The purple energy had the potential to enhance her fortune and alleviate her burdens. She knelt before Fang Fan, bowing her head in gratitude, overcome with emotion. Fang Fan's heart softened slightly, yet his expression remained composed. "Now, focus on your cultivation and integrate the purple energy. Once you do, your progress will accelerate significantly." "Thank you, esteemed immortal," she replied, her voice choked with emotion. Fang Fan waved his hand dismissively, descended from the bed, and returned to his chamber. Shun Qingyang gazed at her middle dantian, where the wisp of purple energy darted about, seemingly with no intention of leaving. After the purple energy entered her body, she quickly sensed a wave of relief. Although her burdens had yet to dissipate, she felt markedly better, devoid of the previous heaviness that had clouded her mind. She watched the purple energy for a while, her face alight with a blissful smile, akin to that of a fool, before picking up the garment she was sewing for Fang Fan and commencing to embroider. With such kindness bestowed upon her by the immortal, she resolved to pour her heart into crafting garments for him. "The most unfortunate event in my life was encountering Fan Lingji, while my greatest fortune lay in meeting the immortal. How can that wretched man, Fan Lingji, even be mentioned in the same breath as the immortal?" Upon returning to his dwelling, Fang Fan began to ponder. At last, he had stepped into the qi refinement stage. Now, he could focus on diligent cultivation. He had memorized the 9 chapters on the mathematical art, and, although he could not yet comprehend the grand dynamics of the world or decipher the secrets of heaven, he could certainly provide fortunes for ordinary individuals. His inability to predict the broader trends of the world or the mysteries of destiny was merely a reflection of his insufficient strength. After all, fortune-telling and divination come with risks of backlash, and perhaps it was for the best that he could not discern them. As for the alchemy techniques, Fang Fan had perused it several times, which contained the methods for concocting pills from the 1st to the 9th rank, along with their formulas. This text on alchemy was remarkable. Mastering it would grant him a complete inheritance of the alchemical arts. However, his current strength was too feeble. He had yet to produce the pill fire, could not locate the earth fire, and lacked the necessary herbs to concoct elixirs. The transcendent scriptures were quite impressive, offering cultivation methods from the chi refinement stage to the tribulation stage. Fang Fan estimated that this text could enable him to reach at least the 3rd tier of the celestial stage. The Taoist strength was not particularly high, yet he possessed such a celestial technique, suggesting he had encountered numerous fortuitous events. Reflecting on this, Fang Fan realized that the Taoist was likely at most a foundation establishment cultivator, or perhaps even merely a chi refinement cultivator. His strength was rather limited. Moreover, there was the detailed explanation of spells. To date, he had yet to master a single spell due to a lack of time and opportunity. This tome documented the cultivation methods for all spells from the chi refinement stage to the tribulation stage, encompassing all elemental systems: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, thunder, and even time and space. He needed to find time to cultivate spells, although he currently possessed the strength of the 3rd layer of chi refinement. Not knowing a single spell was rather embarrassing. Having contemplated these thoughts, he observed that dawn was breaking. Fang Fan heard the sounds of night fragrance collection and garbage collection in the alley. The sky was about to brighten. He stepped outside, drew well water, and prepared to wash up. Shen Xingyang's room was still lit, suggesting she had not rested throughout the night. Hearing the sound of water being drawn, Shen Xingyang hurriedly emerged from her room, exclaiming, "Immortal, I lost track of time while sewing and did not prepare hot water or breakfast for you." Fang Fan shook his head, saying, "I will wash with cold water. Please boil a pot of hot water for me to drink." Understood. Shen Xingyang went to heat the water, with time running short for breakfast. She decided to warm up the pastries from the previous night to serve as Fang Fan's morning meal. After washing up, Fang Fan returned to his room and took out the detailed explanation of spells to study. Before long, Shen Xingyang brewed tea and brought in the pastries. Fang Fan enjoyed the tea while savoring a couple of plates of delicacies before preparing to go to work. Shen Xingyang saw him off before returning to her sewing. For her, stitching garments for the immortal was far more significant than her own cultivation. Fang Fan wandered down the street when he heard the news, and Wang's son, Wang Qingmong, had returned. He was none other than the brother of Wang Xiuzhen. It was said that Wang Qingmong had fought several battles at the border, earning merit, and now held the rank of a 5th-grade guerrilla general. Surely, Aunt Wang would hold even less regard for Cui Dao now. Moreover, with Wang Qingmong's presence, the Cui family could not compel Wang Xiuzhen any longer. A smile graced Fang Fan's lips as he felt genuine happiness for Wang Xiuzhen. He regarded her as an elder sister, harboring no other thoughts or intentions. The air had turned crisp with the arrival of autumn. Some trees had begun to turn yellow. Such weather was delightful, not too hot, nor too cold. The sky, a vibrant shade of azure bordering on violet, was devoid of clouds. The sunlight, while still bright, was not harsh, offering a sense of comfort. Soon, Fang Fan arrived at the Fuguei restaurant, with the pleasant weather invigorating everyone. The staff was already bustling about when he arrived. Upon entering the restaurant, Fang Fan grabbed a cloth and set to work. One by one, the waiters and chefs arrived. To their astonishment, Fang Fan refrained from boasting about any remarkable feats today, appearing quite different from his usual self. Naturally, he kept the incident involving the 5 ethereal cultivators to himself, as he had no desire to confront them. It was wise to act discreetly and accumulate wealth silently. After tidying up, the staff gathered for breakfast. Fang Fan ate heartily, drawing curious glances from Qian Chang and a few others. Once breakfast concluded, it was time to welcome the guests. During the bustling lunch hour, Fang Fan stood at the entrance to greet 5 cultivators, 4 of whom were practitioners of the celestial arts, and 1 a practitioner of demonic arts. The 5 men paused to scrutinize the Fuguei restaurant S sign, confirming it was indeed the establishment they sought before stepping inside. Clad in flowing robes, each of these tall, refined men drew the attention of many, their youthful appearances belied by the fact that they were seasoned practitioners. The 4 celestial cultivators were all masters at the tribulation stage. The demonic cultivator was likely of a similar caliber, though Fang Fan was uncertain how to classify the realms of demonic practitioners. Fang Fan approached them, inquiring, "Esteemed guests, would you prefer a private room or the main hall?" The leader of the group responded, "A private room, please." "Very well, fortunate guests. There is only one private room remaining." All private rooms were located on the 2nd floor, and Fang Fan led the way. The 5 men followed him upstairs. Upon entering the room, they settled in and began to peruse the menu. They ordered 3 dishes from Fang Fan's recommendations and 2 beverages from his suggested iced drinks, while the rest were selected from the menu. Once the orders were placed, Fang Fan exited the room and headed to the kitchen to relay the guest selections. He then scooped up 5 servings of each of the 2 iced drinks, totaling 10 servings, and delivered them to the private room. As he entered with the drinks, he noticed the guests' expressions were rather indifferent, making it difficult to discern their purpose in the capital. Fang Fan served each of them 2 portions of the iced drinks before quietly withdrawing from the room. The 5 individuals spoke in hushed tones, unaware that Fang Fan was eavesdropping at the door of the private room. These 5 cultivators and the 5 demonic practitioners shared a common goal: to await the rare celestial event of the 9 stars aligned, seeking to extract and absorb the ethereal purple chi emanating from the formation. Unlike the demonic practitioners, these individuals bore fewer karmic debts, allowing them to desire the purple chi without an overwhelming sense of urgency. The most anxious among them was a demonic cultivator named Ping Donghao, who carried substantial burdens of karma and faced significant challenges during tribulation. While he was desperate, the other 4 appeared relatively calm. Fang Fan pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow. The 4 cultivators seemed manageable. They could simply locate the formation and channel their spiritual energy. However, the demonic practitioner's power would not derive from spiritual energy, raising questions about their coordination. After some contemplation, Fang Fan realized that while demonic practitioners cultivated demonic energy, it could indeed be converted into spiritual energy, albeit with some complications. Just as Fang Fan was engrossed in thought, a young apprentice called out, "Fang Fan, the dishes for the guests in the private room are ready. Why are you still standing there?" Responding promptly, Fang Fan hurried downstairs to the kitchen, where he served the dishes to the guests. As he presented the food, the 5 individuals scrutinized him, but upon recognizing him as merely an ordinary person, they shifted their gaze away. Indeed, having cultivated the heavenly secrets, Fang Fan appeared as nothing more than an average individual in the eyes of those practitioners. Only the ghostly cultivators, Shun Qingyang, Yi Xuanyo, and Li Hua, regarded him with a measure of curiosity, sensing that he was cloaked in mist, possibly obscuring the heavenly secrets. After serving the dishes, Fang Fan remained by the door, listening to their conversation. They were acutely aware that other practitioners would likely arrive to contend for the purple chi during the 9 stars aligned event, leading them to deliberate various strategies and designate individuals to guard specific formations. With only 2 days remaining until the celestial alignment, they began discussing matters pertaining to the cultivation world. Fang Fan learned that the leader of the group was a man named Kuang Yuanqing, an elder from the Tianyuan sect. The other 4 were Wu Gujing, Shishiri, Zai Yongyan, and the demonic cultivator Ping Donghao. As Fang Fan attentively absorbed their discourse on the cultivation realm, he discovered that this world was known as the Yin Hui cultivation realm. After transcending tribulation, one would ascend to the Qingwan immortal realm. With the separation of mortals and immortals, they would not have ventured into the capital of the great Xia dynasty if not for the allure of the imperial purple chi. Cultivators and demonic practitioners each possess their own territories and sects, concealed within mountains and far removed from the mundane world, places ordinary people would seldom tread. Moreover, most cultivators rarely frequented cities teeming with common folk. Enthralled by their accounts of various sects and the intricacies of the cultivation and demonic worlds, Fang Fan's mind brimmed with aspirations, yearning for the opportunity to explore these sections. As they dined and conversed, the meal came to a swift conclusion. Kuang Yuanqing called out loudly, "Xiao Air, settle the bill." Fang Fan cheerfully entered, saying, "Dear guests, your total comes to 330 taels of silver." Kuang Sun swiftly produced 330 taels, tossing them to Fang Fan, and then presented an additional 10-tael ingot for the 9th rank of the Huang stage, a reward of a 50-year elixir; for the 2nd rank of the Xian stage, a reward of a 100-year elixir; for the 9th rank of the Xian stage, a bottle of Tianluo honey; For the third rank of the D stage, a copy of detailed explanations of formations, and for the ninth rank of the Tian stage, a Mo Youngstone. Fang Fan was momentarily stunned. Tian Luo honey is a substance that enhances a cultivator's realm. The system provided a detailed explanation. Tian Luo honey does not exist in this world. Furthermore, the Mo Youngstone is said to bestow the imperial throne upon its possessor. Not merely any throne, but that of the immortal emperor. To obtain the Mo Youngstone and survive would inevitably lead one to ascend to the rank of immortal emperor. As for detailed explanations of formations, it elucidates the intricate arrangements, offensive and defensive capabilities of formations from the first to the ninth rank, among other things. The reason for such generous reward stems from Kuang Yuanqing's status as a master of formations at the 7th rank. Today's rewards were quite commendable. Although the 50-year and 100-year elixirs seemed somewhat lackluster, the other rewards were indeed excellent. Fang Fan snapped back to reality and expressed, "Thank you for your generous tip." Esteemed guests, are you ready to depart? If you wish to linger a while longer, I can fetch a pot of complimentary chrysanthemum tea from the kitchen, allowing you to sip and converse at your leisure. Kuang Yuanqing waved his hand, saying, "We 1 tea linger. However, I shall offer you an additional 10 taels of silver if you guide us to the finest inn in the capital." Fang Fan hesitated momentarily. Fang Fan began to hesitate, as it was the peak hour for customers at the tavern. Would the proprietor allow him to earn this silver? Observing Fang Fan's indecision, Kuang Yuanqing spoke up, 20 taels. Fang Fan quickly replied, "Dear guest, as you can see, I am merely a waiter. With so many patrons at the moment, I must consult the proprietor to see if he can grant this." Kuang Yuanqing nodded slightly. "Very well, go speak with him." Fang Fan descended the stairs and spoke to the proprietor, who pondered for a moment before responding, "You may proceed. However, from the 20 taels, you must allocate 5 taels to the other waiters, as they are assisting you in this endeavor." "Understood, proprietor," Fang Fan replied. Returning upstairs, he informed Kuang Yuanqing that the proprietor had consented, and then led 5 guests toward the Imperial City Inn, situated next to the bell tower. This inn, located in the heart of the capital, was the finest establishment in the city, occupying a substantial area in the precious real estate of the capital. It offered not only single rooms and suites but also numerous courtyards. Wealthy families, wishing to avoid disturbances, would often reserve an entire courtyard for themselves. These courtyards varied in size. The smallest accommodated 2 people with 2 bedrooms, a study, a kitchen, and a hall, while larger ones could host up to 10 guests. To the north of the Imperial City Inn, just across a street, lay the royal palace. To the west, the estate of the noble families in Fang was located. And to the east was Dong Street, the most bustling thoroughfare in the capital. As Fang Fan guided the guests toward the Imperial City Inn, he introduced them to its features. It was said that the inn had royal connections, though the true identity of its owners remained a mystery. The man named Zai Yongyan appeared particularly intrigued by these matters, while the other 4 maintained a neutral expression, seemingly indifferent to Fang Fan's words. Upon reaching the entrance of the Imperial City Inn, the staff welcomed them. Kuang Yuanqing produced 20 taels of silver and handed them to Fang Fan. Accepting the silver with a beaming smile, Fang Fan expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed guest. We welcome you to visit our Fugua Tavern often." Kuang Yuanqing nodded in acknowledgement, though Fang Fan could not ascertain whether they would return. On his way back, Fang Fan retrieved the Mo Youngstone from his storage space. It was slightly thicker than a thumb, resembling a seal. Inscribed on its base were several characters in seal script. Mo Youngstone. Furrowing his brow, Fang Fan contemplated for a moment before pricking his finger to let a drop of blood fall onto the stone. Instantly, the Mo Youngstone emitted a soft radiance, then burrowed directly into Fang Fan's dantian, swirling around the 4 strands of purple chi and 3 vortices like a mischievous child. In the palm of Fang Fan's hand, 3 golden characters appeared. Mo Youngstone, identical to those inscribed at the base of the stone. As he probed the Mo Youngstone with his consciousness, he was instantly taken aback. Within the Mo Youngstone, there lay an expansive realm, filled with residences, medicinal fields, sacred springs, tranquil ponds, fruit trees, and thriving crops. Most significantly, the passage of time within this space differed dramatically from that outside. A year inside equated to merely a day beyond its confines. It was, indeed, a formidable tool for cultivation. The dwellings included storerooms, bedrooms, study rooms, as well as alchemical and forging chambers. Both the alchemical and forging rooms were connected to the earth's fiery essence, the origin of which remained a mystery to him. Ecstatic, Fang Fan reveled in the discovery. Evidently, The more potent the individual, the more extraordinary the rewards bestowed upon them. From the system, Fang Fan learned that the esteemed Shishi possessed a spiritual plant space, which explained the exceptional rewards offered. With a beaming smile, he withdrew his consciousness from the Mo Youngstone space, thoroughly delighted. As he retraced his steps, he passed by a shop named Si High Commercial House, where he observed the 5 ghost cultivators entering. Gazing at the sign of Si High Commercial House, he momentarily lost his train of thought. This establishment was shrouded in mystery, as its first floor displayed an array of rare treasures, 3-foot-tall red corals, thumb-sized East pearls, and weapons capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud. The specific nature of their offerings remained unknown, and although many noble and affluent individuals admired the items, purchases were infrequent. Consequently, Si High Commercial House seemed to languish in a state of desolation, leaving one to ponder how it had yet to succumb to failure. Moreover, Fang Fan had heard that few ventured to the second floor, as access seemingly required certain qualifications or abilities. Even noble families lacked the privilege to ascend. Observing the 5 ghost cultivators ascend to the second floor, a thought crossed Fang Fan's mind. Perhaps only those versed in the arts of cultivation were granted entry. This definition of cultivators encompassed a broad spectrum, including practitioners of various paths such as cultivation, demonic arts, and ghostly practices. Contemplating that this shop catered specifically to cultivators, Fang Fan felt an insatiable curiosity akin to that of a cat's clawing at his heart, yearning to explore the second floor. After some deliberation, he resolved to return on another day, recognizing that the tavern was bustling with patrons and that he ought to assist. Casting one last lingering glance at Si High Commercial House, he departed. Upon returning to the tavern, Fang Fan presented the innkeeper with 5 taels of silver. It was the peak of busy hours, and everyone was bustling about. He received no further rewards. As the hour of Shun approached, the influx of guests diminished, allowing everyone a moment to catch their breath. By the middle of Shun, patrons were scarce, yet the kitchen remained industrious, preparing ingredients and dishes for the evening's service. The waitstaff seized the opportunity to relax in the main hall, sipping water, nibbling on snacks, and exchanging idle chatter. As the end of Shun drew near, guests began to return, prompting the waitstaff to become busy once more. Their labors continued late into the night, yet Fang Fan did not receive any additional rewards. Once all the guests departed and the staff had finished their evening meal, the innkeeper distributed silver, and the tavern closed for the night, leading everyone to disperse. Upon returning home, Fang Fan was astonished to discover the presence of another individual. It was Zhou Fu, the proprietor of Shu Hua Yuan. Zhou Fu was seated in the main hall, while Shen Qingyang served him tea. When Zhou Fu had knocked on Fang Fan's door, Shen Qingyang initially intended to disregard him. However, upon hearing that he had come to deliver silver, she welcomed him into the main hall and offered him tea. As Fang Fan entered, he found Zhou Fu enjoying his tea, patiently waiting. Upon seeing Fang Fan, Zhou Fu beamed and said, "Young Master Fang, I have come to present you with silver." He then produced a stack of banknotes, stating, "Here are 120,000 taels. For paintings have been sold, and there remains one unsold. However, I believe it will be sold in a few days, and I shall return to deliver more silver to you then." Fang Fan nodded in acknowledgement and accepted the banknotes. Zhou Fu then inquired, "I wonder, young Master Fang, if you have created any new works in the past few days?" Fang Fan was taken aback. He had been exceedingly busy these past few days and had not produced any new paintings. Furthermore, he felt an absence of inspiration, as nothing in his mind seemed worthy of depiction. Zhou Fu chuckled, "Young Master Fang, you must attend the upcoming art exhibition. It will be held in the courtyard behind Shuaiyuan, which boasts a splendid landscape. Each step reveals a new scene. Bamboo, vibrant flowers, trees, rockeries, flowing water, and lotus ponds are all present. I am certain that your visit will spark new ideas and lead to fresh works." Fang Fan nodded, "Very well. I shall be there tomorrow." Zhou Fu continued, "The exhibition commences at the early hour of Wei, and you may arrive a bit later. But do ensure you come before the hour concludes." Fang Fan replied, "Understood." Zhou Fu departed, and Fang Fan entered Shen Qingyang's chamber, leaving behind a banknote of 120,000 taels. He planned to exchange it in several installments, as taking it all at once would be cumbersome. Shen Qingyang smiled. "My lord, I have prepared 2 long robes and 2 inner garments for you to try on." As she spoke, she presented a robe made of shoe brocade and another crafted from light gauze. It felt a bit rushed, had there been more time. Adding intricate embroidery would enhance their beauty. Fang Fan examined the shoe brocade, a sky blue adorned with varying shades of green thread intricately woven into cloud patterns, bamboo, and pine needles, truly exquisite. The light gauze, a deep red, featured expansive cloud motifs embroidered in silver-red thread, while the cuffs and hem were embellished with bamboo and leaves in harmonious shades of green that complemented the fabric beautifully. Fang Fan nodded. No need to try them on. I will wear the sky blue robe tomorrow. I shall return at noon, change my attire, and head to the exhibition. Yes, my lord. I shall prepare a light meal for you at noon. No need. The exhibition will provide refreshments. At this, Shen Qingyang appeared momentarily stunned. My lord. Are you planning to feast at the exhibition? Fang Fan exited Shen Qingyang's room and retreated to his own, where he sat cross-legged and retrieved a small jade vial filled with Tianluo honey. A single mouthful of this honey could elevate one's cultivation level. Although the exact extent of the enhancement was uncertain, it would surely suffice to advance a small stage in the qi refinement realm. He estimated that the vial contained about a dozen servings. With a smile, Fang Fan uncorked the vial and poured a mouthful into his mouth before swiftly sealing it again and placing it in his storage space. As the honey entered his system, a gentle warmth surged through his chest and abdomen. This warmth flowed throughout his body, invigorating his Baihui acupoint and other meridians, which began to rapidly absorb the spiritual energy from the air. The influx of energy was so abundant that Fang Fan felt a slight ache in his Baihui acupoint and other meridians. He guided this energy into his dantian, where the three spirals began to rotate swiftly. As the spirals spun faster, more spiritual energy poured into the dantian, and Fang Fan heard a rumbling sound near his ear as the fourth spiral took form. Fang Fan has ascended to the fourth layer of the qi refining stage. The cyclone began as a mere whisper, but as it absorbed the influx of spiritual energy into his dantian, it grew rapidly in stature. In no time, it took shape, and with a resounding boom, Fang Fan's dantian expanded, heralding the emergence of the fifth cyclone. He has now reached the fifth layer of the qi refining stage. Yet this was not the end. As the fifth cyclone solidified, another thunderous roar echoed, and the sixth cyclone manifested. Fang Fan has now attained the sixth layer of the qi refining stage. Thus, he continued until the eighth cyclone took form, at which point he ceased his ascent. Presently, Fang Fan stands at the eighth layer of the qi refining stage. He smiled, realizing that he was merely days away from becoming a cultivator. Having already reached the eighth layer, with a flick of his hand, the heavenly honey appeared. Fang Fan pondered whether a few more sips would elevate him to the foundation establishment stage. After a lengthy contemplation, he shook his head, understanding the wisdom of moderation. Ascending 5 minor realms in one go necessitated consolidation. After musing for a moment, Fang Fan stored away the heavenly honey, resolving to consume it again the following day. In a flash, Fang Fan entered the space of Mo Yangshi. Within this vast realm, he began to explore. The Mo Yangshi space was indeed immense. It was adorned with numerous plants, a few hives of bees, and a pond teeming with fish. Beyond that, there were few creatures to be found. Fang Fan speculated that if pollination by bees were not required, these bees would likely not exist at all. As for the fish in the pond, they were likely precious. This place truly possessed everything: medicinal herbs, fruit trees, and crops of spiritual sustenance, including spiritual rice, grains, and vegetables. The fruits borne by the trees were also of a spiritual nature. Regarding the spiritual spring water, 2 pools had been constructed. One was a small pool enveloping the spring, approximately 1 square meter in size. This small pool was connected to the larger pond, which was also filled with spiritual spring water, home to some silver fish, roughly the size of chopsticks, whose age remained a mystery. As for the crops, fruit trees, and herbs, once matured, the Mo Yangshi space would automatically harvest them and store them in a warehouse. Inside the warehouse were numerous cabinets, each brimming with spatial items. Fang Fan felt as though he had been struck by a fortuitous pie. Such Mo Yangshi space was indeed remarkable, justifying the saying that those who possess the Mo Yangshi shall attain the throne. Additionally, there was a study filled with various cultivation techniques, detailed explanations of spells, alchemy, weapon forging, formations, talismans, and more. The forging and alchemy rooms were equipped with earth fire. The forging room naturally contained the tools for crafting, while the alchemy room was furnished with cauldrons for elixirs. Fang Fan gazed at these wonders, grinning foolishly, seemingly at a loss for how to proceed. Fang Fan retrieved several bags, filled them with spiritual rice, spiritual grains, spiritual vegetables, and spiritual fruits, and then directly exited the Mo Yangstone space. Shen Qingyang. Unable to sense Fang Fan's aura, felt a deep sense of unease and anxiety for quite some time. When Fang Fan eventually emerged from the Mo stone space and she sensed his presence, she sighed in relief and knocked on his door. "Come in," Fang Fan said. "Immortal." Shen Qingyang gazed at Fang Fan. "Are you well?" Fang Fan nodded, gesturing towards the spiritual rice, grains, vegetables, and fruits on the floor. "Please take these to the kitchen. You may use them for cooking from now on." Shen Qingyang carried the bags to the kitchen, only to be astounded upon opening them. They were indeed spiritual delicacies, abundant spiritual food. "Immortal, you are truly remarkable." Fang Fan pondered for a moment in the room before swiftly re-entering the space of Mo Yongshi. The expanse of Mo Yongshi's realm was vast, with ample open areas perfectly suited for the practice of spells. Most importantly, time flowed differently within this domain. With a year inside equating to merely a day outside, truly a theft of time for his cultivation, Fang Fan was aware that he had reached the 8th layer of qi refinement, yet he found himself devoid of any spells, which was indeed a source of frustration. Upon entering Mo Yongshi's space, Fang Fan wandered around until he discovered a suitable patch of land for his training. He commenced his practice of qi refinement spells. Although he had never practiced these spells before, he had perused the detailed explanation of spells numerous times. At the 8th layer of qi refinement, he was capable of casting most spells, though the more complex spells required a higher level of proficiency. By the 12th layer, the spells of qi refinement would become second nature, no longer presenting the same challenges as at the 8th layer. Fang Fan understood from his readings that mastering spells was no simple feat. Some individuals might practice dozens or even hundreds of times before successfully casting a single spell, while others could achieve results after only a few attempts, depending on their innate talent. Furthermore, the number of spells he needed to master was substantial. Given that he was proficient in all elemental systems, each category demanding his attention. Collectively, the spells of qi refinement numbered over 200, while those of the foundation establishment stage exceeded 500. However, from the foundation establishment stage onward, the number of spells available in each subsequent level began to diminish. For instance, upon reaching the golden core stage, the total would decline to just over 300, and by the nascent soul stage, it would drop to around 100. Nearing 200, by the god transformation stage, only 103 spells remained. Fang Fan initiated his practice with the simplest fire spell, the fireball technique. The first step involved channeling his spiritual energy to harmonize with the fire element present in the surrounding air, drawing upon its power before casting it forth. Taking a deep breath, he infused his right hand with spiritual energy, attuning to the fire element in the atmosphere. Gradually, a fireball materialized from the palm of his hand. Initially the size of a thumb, then swelling to the size of an egg, followed by a softball, and ultimately reaching the dimensions of a soccer ball. At this point, the fireball technique had been successfully executed. Overjoyed, Fang Fan hurled the fireball, which detonated upon striking the ground, creating a large crater akin to an explosive blast. He chuckled, realizing that he indeed possessed talent, successfully casting the fireball technique on his first attempt. After 2 more successful trials, he set aside the fireball technique to pursue other spells. Fang Fan lingered within Mo Yongshi's space for 2 months, mastering all the spells of qi refinement. Upon exiting, he discovered that only 2 hours had elapsed outside, though dawn was approaching. Meanwhile, Shen Qingyang had felt Fang Fan's absence keenly, her anxiety mounting for those 2 hours. Only upon sensing his presence once more did she finally relax. As the hour grew late, Shen Qingyang hurriedly prepared water for Fang Fan to wash up. The water did not need to boil, a suitable warmth would suffice. Thus, it was not long before Shen Qingyang had the washing water ready and took it to Fang Fan. While boiling the water, she also heated water in another pot for tea. By the time the washing water was ready, the ingredients for breakfast were also prepared, and she began to steam them in the pot. When Fang Fan had finished washing, the tea water was ready and breakfast was served. Shen Qingyang swiftly poured the tea and arranged the breakfast before entering Fang Fan's room to present it to him. As Fang Fan savored the delicacies, he couldn't shake the feeling that Shen Qingyang's pastries had become increasingly delectable. While enjoying the treats, he inquired if she had sent some pastries to Huaner. Shen Qingyang's heart skipped a beat. She had delivered them a few nights ago, but had missed sending them the previous evening. Noticing Fang Fan's furrowed brow, she cautiously explained, "Last night, I felt a momentary absence of your aura, which made me exceedingly worried." Fang Fan waved his hand dismissively, assuring her, "You need not fret. I ventured into an alternate space, where safety is assured. There is no need for you to suffer. Furthermore, regarding the pastries for Huaner, Sending them every 2 to 3 days suffices. Understood, esteemed one, she replied. After enjoying his meal and tea, Fang Fan departed for work. As he traversed a narrow alley, he paused in astonishment upon witnessing 2 men dragging a woman towards a carriage. To his dismay, the woman's belly was swollen. She was pregnant. Upon seeing Fang Fan, her face lit with hope, her wide eyes fixated on him, her mouth agape in silent cries. The emotions reflected in her gaze were a tumultuous blend of joy, anxiety, and longing. At that moment, the 2 men turned to regard Fang Fan as well, their cold eyes devoid of humanity, reminiscent of predatory beasts. They regarded him as one might a mere insect. Disturbed by their gaze, Fang Fan frowned in discomfort. The woman seized one man's hand and bit down fiercely. He yelped in surprise and retaliated with 2 swift slaps, sending her crashing to the ground, yet she remained resolute, gazing at Fang Fan with unwavering determination. Though Fang Fan preferred to avoid meddling in others' affairs, the desperation in the woman's eyes stirred something within him, compelling him to act. The fact that she was with child further prompted his resolve. He glanced at the 2 men, then at the woman, preparing to leave. However, as he turned, he caught sight of her eyes filled with despair, tears streaming down her cheeks. Emerging from the alley, Fang Fan invoked his invisibility technique. Indeed, this spell, a manifestation of chi refinement, rendered him undetectable to even the most adept during the tribulation phase, provided he remained still. However, any movement would cause a ripple of spiritual energy, potentially revealing his presence. Invisibility is not merely a concealment of one's form. It also obscures the sense of the body, the sound of a heartbeat, the flow of blood through the veins, and the rhythm of breath, among other things. Thus, while invisibility may appear to be a mere spell of the chi refinement stage, it holds significant utility. However, the practice of this spell is far from simple. Its effect lasts approximately 2 hours. Once this duration elapses, continuous use is prohibited, necessitating a 2-hour respite for the body before it can be employed again. Fang Fan stood at the mouth of the alley, waiting for the 2 men to secure the woman to the cart. As the cart rolled out of the alley, he followed closely behind. The 2 men, but their gazes were icy, were merely ordinary individuals without any martial prowess or cultivation, rendering them oblivious to Fang Fan's presence. The cart made its way toward the city gate. Upon exiting the southern gate, it continued along the official road, heading southward. After traversing approximately 5 miles, a fork appeared, and the cart veered off the main path onto a side road. Once on the side road, the 2 men seemed to relax and began conversing. Third brother, this haul is disappointingly meager. We've only captured a pregnant woman, and she seems rather troublesome. I propose we capture women from the surrounding villages instead. It's risky to operate in the capital, said one. Third brother, sixth brother, we've already apprehended quite a few pregnant women from the nearby villages, and some have begun to suspect our village. It's indeed perilous to act in the capital, where we risk exposure. However, once captured, the aftermath is not so troublesome, replied the other. Sixth brother, third brother, this pregnant woman we caught today truly seems exquisite. Would she allow me a taste? The sixth brother inquired eagerly. Third brother delivered a sharp reprimand. What are you thinking? If anything goes awry, our efforts will be in vain. No harm must come to the woman or the child within her. The sixth brother, visibly displeased, retorted, but third brother, weren't you and the others able to enjoy the last pregnant woman we captured? Why is it different for me? That woman was robust, even after our indulgence. She remained well. This one, however, appears delicate and frail, third brother replied, and the 2 men continued to exchange idle chatter. Through their conversation, Fang Fan discerned their destination, Lantern Village. He had heard of Lantern Village, reputed to be a place solely dedicated to the craft of lantern making. Many affluent households sought the unique lanterns produced there, believed to attract wealth and bring peace to one's home. However, from what the 2 men conveyed, these special lanterns were not only labor-intensive to create but also seemed intertwined with the fates of pregnant women. Fang Fan's mind raced with darker implications. It was said that in certain regions, spirits were nurtured, requiring unborn fetuses for such practices. The optimal time for this was typically between 3 to 6 months of gestation, when the chances of success were highest. The realization of this filled Fang Fan with indignation. These individuals were truly monstrous. In a harrowing act, a pregnant woman underwent a cesarean section, resulting in the demise of both mother and child. The unfortunate fetus was destined to be transformed into a malevolent spirit, enduring excruciating anguish throughout the process. With no hope for survival and no release in death, The woman in the carriage was plunged further into despair upon overhearing the conversation of two barbaric individuals. Li Ping had been captured for 10 long days. If not for her early stage of pregnancy, the villagers of Lantern Village would have discarded her. The pregnant women, once seized, were confined to a room behind the ancestral hall of Lantern Village. Here, the villagers engaged in the macabre craft of lantern making within the hall. They would cut open the bellies of these women to extract their fetuses, which were subsequently subjected to a tormenting transformation into spirits. As for the mothers, before they succumbed to death, their skin would be flayed from their backs to create lanterns. Enshrined within these lanterns was not only the skin but also the very essence of the women's souls. Thus, the fetuses became malevolent spirits, and the mothers were rendered into lanterns. Both the spirits and the lanterns, imbued with the souls of the women, were believed to attract wealth and ensure the safety of households. Yet, as time passed, the spirits and the souls within the lanterns would gradually fade away. Particularly for those families who had purchased such items, in times of great calamity, the power contained within the lanterns crafted from the women's souls could be utterly depleted. Therefore, the spirits and the lanterns were not mere commodities but consumables, ensuring a continuous cycle of business for Lantern Village, which perpetually required a supply of pregnant women. In the span of a mere 10 days, Li Ping witnessed the gruesome fate of 3 pregnant women, their bellies slashed open to retrieve their unborn children. Within the ancestral hall, dozens of black jars stood, intended for the sinister crafting of spirits. In a chamber behind the hall, numerous lanterns hung, ignited each night. These lanterns, fashioned from the skin of the women's backs, echoed with the desperate cries of the mothers. The villagers of Lantern Village showed no mercy, refusing to administer any anesthetics, brutally slicing open the women to extract their fetuses. This process was undeniably cruel, yet the torment involved in the creation of spirits and lanterns was even more harrowing. Li Ping felt herself on the brink of madness, haunted by the knowledge that she would soon endure a similar fate. Consumed by despair, she yearned for death. Her initial attempts at starvation were met with violent retribution from her captors, who possessed a savage understanding of inflicting pain without causing lasting harm. They employed needles to jab at the most sensitive areas of her body and lashed her with whips that, though not injurious, delivered excruciating pain. After a futile attempt to end her suffering by throwing herself against a wall, she was met with further punishment, plunging her into a state of utter despair. Eventually, Li Ping resigned herself to her grim reality. With a vacant expression, she accepted the sumptuous breakfast offered by the villagers of Lantern Village. However, as she began to eat, waves of nausea overtook her. A particular piece of meat triggered her revulsion. The realization that the villagers consumed such flesh was enough to induce her vomiting. Li Ping's eyes brimmed with spite as she glared at the person delivering food. "You shall have a wretched end. You shall indeed meet a miserable fate." In a frenzy, Li Ping cursed vehemently, even striking her own abdomen, wishing that the child within her would be obliterated. For then there would be no means to concoct the malevolent spirits. The food bearer, witnessing her madness, summoned several robust men who promptly bound Li Ping. Her eyes lost their luster, yet she continued to curse, "You shall not escape your doom. Heaven watches over all. One by one, you will be claimed by fate. You beasts, you unworthy creatures, you do not deserve to be called human." The men paid her no heed. Once they secured her, they exited the room. The pregnant woman, abducted in the capital, was soon transported to the village and confined alongside Li Ping. Gazing at the woman, Li Ping's spirit remained dim. Yet she babbled incessantly about Lantern Village. The woman, upon hearing Li Ping's words, began to sob. The effects of the drug she had been forced to ingest had waned, allowing her to speak and weep. "Who will save me? I do not wish to die, nor be transformed into a lantern, nor have my unborn child turned into a malevolent spirit," the woman cried, lost in despair. When suddenly a youth clad in simple attire appeared before them, with rosy lips and a strong physique. The boy was the same one the woman had glimpsed earlier in the alley. Hope surged within her. "Young master, please save us, save us. I am the legitimate wife of the second young master of the Dali Temple, and my father is the left minister of the Ministry of Personnel. If you rescue me, our families will be eternally grateful." Li Ping, observing the unexpected youth, felt a flicker of hope ignite within her. "Young master, you must be cautious. The village chief is a cultivator, and among the villagers, several are strong warriors, said to be nearing innate mastery. If you cannot confront them, seek assistance from someone capable." The young woman nodded fervently, reaching into her bosom to retrieve a jade pendant, pressing it into Fang Fan's hand. "Please, take this pendant to the Dali Temple or the left minister's residence and inform them of our plight. They will surely come to rescue me." Fang Fan furrowed his brow, returning the pendant to the young woman. Both she and Li Ping felt a surge of unease and despair at his demeanor. Fang Fan spoke, "I can deal with him. But you must keep this secret, understand? Do not reveal that I am your savior." Li Ping and the young woman nodded repeatedly. Fang Fan exited the room and, passing the hall of the ancestral shrine, beheld the dozens of black jars, hearing the anguished cries of the malevolent spirits within. He approached and shattered each jar, releasing the bewildered spirits who swarmed around him in a dense throng. The jar shattered, liberating the little spirits from their torment, and each resumed their original form, resembling plump, cherubic infants. Fang Fan spoke, urging them to remain indoors. It was daytime, and should they venture out into the sun, their souls would surely scatter. The little spirits nodded in understanding. After a moment's contemplation, Fang Fan retreated to the inner hall, where he opened a room adorned with hanging lanterns. Gathering the lanterns together, he unleashed a fireball spell, igniting them. The women, now unbound, regained their former appearances and bowed respectfully to Fang Fan. He reiterated his warning to stay inside during the day, for the sunlight could cause their souls to disperse. The young women acknowledged his words in unison. Exiting the ancestral hall, Fang Fan gazed at the sun above and sighed quietly. The Fortune Wine House was likely welcoming guests by now, and he knew he could not return. The rewards of the day, including any silver, would elude him. Meanwhile, the commotion had attracted the villagers. Armed and approaching the ancestral hall, they shouted at Fang Fan, demanding to know his identity and purpose in Lantern Village. A faint smile played on Fang Fan's lips. Their arrival spared him the trouble of seeking them out individually. Without a weapon in hand, he hurled a dozen fireballs at the group, flames quickly engulfing them. They screamed and cried, frantically attempting to shed their clothing to escape the flames, leaving them exposed in a most unseemly manner. Fang Fan maintained his calm demeanor, observing that these individuals were undeserving of humanity. Though the fireball spell was simple, it possessed the capacity to incinerate souls. Allowing them to perish and scatter was indeed a mercy. More villagers arrived, witnessing Fang Fan and the struggling figures engulfed in flames, but they hesitated to approach. At that moment, an elderly man emerged. Fang Fan smiled at him. This elder was a practitioner at the third level of Qi refinement. In such a village, he could easily be considered a local sovereign. Yet, to Fang Fan, a third-level practitioner was hardly a challenge. The elder, recognizing Fang Fan's ability to cast fireballs, surmised that he was indeed a cultivator. Though he could not discern the specifics of Fang Fan's level, a veil of mystery surrounded Fang Fan, eluding the elder's scrutiny. Just then, several robust young men appeared behind the elder. One spoke up, urging, "Uncle, let us take the lead and eliminate this brat." The elder nodded, understanding that while these young men were practitioners at the 9th or 10th level of postnatal cultivation, they would not match Fang Fan's prowess. However, he saw this as an opportunity to gauge Fang Fan's true capabilities and did not intervene. As long as he remains, the business of Lantern Village will persist. The deaths of a few martial artists are of little consequence. Fang Fan gazed into the old man's eyes, filled with malice, and discerned his intentions. However, he would not caution the youth. The villagers, regardless of age or gender, would not be spared by Fang Fan. Indeed, having committed such deeds, none among the elderly, the weak, or the children could be deemed innocent. And as for those children, who could predict whether they would grow to engage in such vile undertakings? Moreover, these frail villagers thrived on the profits garnered from selling lanterns and spirits. Thus, they were far from blameless, subsisting on the flesh and blood of the innocent. Suddenly, 5 robust young men brandishing long swords charged at Fang Fan. The leader, a young man at the peak of the postnatal 10th layer, was dangerously close to the innate level. This youth bore a fierce countenance, with his brows fiercely knit together. Such a figure, exuding a heavy aura of malice, would instill fear even in the hearts of gods and spirits. Yet, Fang Fan felt no trepidation. The young man swung his sword towards Fang Fan's head. But Fang Fan effortlessly pinched the blade between 2 fingers. With a gentle flick, the young man felt a surge of pain and weakness in his hand, causing him to relinquish his sword. Seizing the weapon, Fang Fan retaliated with a swift stroke, severing the young man's head from his body. The decapitated head fell to the ground, eyes wide open in disbelief, as if unable to fathom the abruptness of death. With the sword in hand, Fang Fan advanced upon the remaining 4, executing techniques honed to perfection, and even creating his own variations. Harnessing spiritual energy to fuel his martial arts rendered his strikes exceptionally lethal. The onslaught was merciless, and soon, 4 heads tumbled to the ground. The villagers behind the old man stood in shock. With the village's 5 most skilled fighters slain, they realized they had truly encountered a formidable adversary. Yet, upon glancing at the old man, their spirits were somewhat reassured. Their ancestor was still present, a cultivator of the mystical arts. The old man, witnessing Fang Fan's ruthless techniques, felt a surge of unease. Even with the deaths of the 5, he could not gauge Fang Fan's true strength. After a moment of composure, the old man exhaled, producing a lantern the size of a thumb. The lantern swelled in the wind, expanding to the size of a person. It was enveloped in a chilling breeze, exuding a nauseating aura, and hurtled towards Fang Fan with malevolent intent. Fang Fan grasped his long sword and struck at the lantern. With a resounding thud, although the lantern was sent flying, it remained unscathed, while a notch appeared on the blade of his sword, furrowing his brow. Fang Fan realized that this ordinary iron was inadequate. It was time to forge himself a flying sword and acquire some spiritual artifacts. The lantern was crafted by the old man from the hides of 49 women, a remarkable spiritual artifact. It was impervious to water and fire, unyielding to wind and sand, and resistant to ordinary iron. If only he possessed a decent flying sword, he could surely sever this lantern. But alas, Fang Fan lacked one. The old man, seizing the upper hand, bore a smug expression, and with a mere thought, commanded the lantern to descend upon Fang Fan. The lantern hovered above him, enveloping him in a grayish aura that swiftly surrounded Fang Fan. Instantly, he felt discomfort. This aura was likely malevolent energy, which hindered the circulation of his own spiritual energy and possessed a corrosive effect. Almost immediately, he sensed that his outer garments had become significantly frail. A gentle rub caused them to disintegrate into fragments. Fang Fan found himself in a quandary. The old man's prowess was lacking, yet this lantern posed a considerable challenge. It dawned on him that his own foundation was alarmingly weak. He did not even possess a proper flying sword. Contemplating his options, he unleashed fireball spells at the lantern with abandon. Although these fireballs indeed inflicted some damage, their impact was minimal. What would normally create a large crater upon striking the ground only left minor wounds on the lantern, which quickly regenerated under the influence of the malevolent energy. At a loss, Fang Fan realized that after entangling with the lantern for an extended period, the old man remained unharmed. However, the old man, noticing Fang Fan's lack of fear towards the malevolent energy, could not devise a way to eliminate him. The lantern was not an artifact suited for direct confrontation, leading to a stalemate between them. Fang Fan was unable to affect the lantern significantly, and the old man, directing the lantern, could not harm Fang Fan either. The villagers, witnessing the old man's apparent advantage, began to swell with pride and engage in idle chatter, mocking Fang Fan. It was evident that he was no match for the village chief. Observing his flustered demeanor, they speculated he would soon be subdued by the village chief. They pondered whether his skin could be fashioned into a lantern. Even if it could not, it should be possible. They could use his skin to create a lantern to hang in the ancestral hall, tormenting his soul day and night, avenging De Wei and the others. Fang Fan reflected on his offensive capabilities. They were merely the spells of the chi refining stage, yet these spells seemed ineffective against the lantern. The prospect of directly eliminating the old man appeared troublesome as well. As the lantern exerted its pressure, leaving him no avenue for retreat, Fang Fan pointed at the lantern, invoking the spirit binding technique. Instantly, an air of formidable authority surged through the heavens and the earth, causing the sun above to dim slightly. A profoundly mysterious force enveloped the lantern, rendering it immobile. Indeed, the lantern's offensive and defensive capabilities hinged upon the souls of the 49 women ensnared within. Naturally, these souls could also be subjected to binding. Although he simultaneously bound the spirits of all 49, Fang Fan experienced a fleeting moment of dizziness. Nonetheless, he succeeded in restraining the lantern. Deprived of the support from the souls, the lantern plummeted to the ground, shrinking to the size of a person. The old man, now severed from the lantern, spat out a mouthful of blood. Fang Fan had no intention of sparing the old man. Observing him weakened and bloodied, Fang Fan grasped his long sword and struck at the old man. As he swung the sword, he channeled spiritual energy into it. Typically, mundane iron would shatter under such energy after a brief time, as it could not withstand the force. However, it would last for a few seconds, enough time for Fang Fan. He could sense the internal structure of the sword trembling as the spiritual energy coursed through it. The long sword emanated a sword aura extending 3 zhang, shimmering in a striking golden hue, both beautiful and perilous. Fang Fan aimed the blade at the old man, cleaving him in two. Blood gushed forth. soaring to a height of 2 meters. The old man was irrevocably dead. Even those touched by the sword aura met a similar fate, leaving behind a gruesome scene of corpses and pools of blood. At that moment, the longsword began to fracture. Cracks appeared, and fragments of the blade fell away, until it ultimately shattered into debris. Fang Fan discarded the hilt with a sigh. He needed to forge a flying sword for himself post-haste. Now at the 8th level of chi refinement, lacking a flying sword and the ability to soar through the skies was truly shameful. The remaining villagers stood frozen in shock at the bloody spectacle before them. Moments ago, they had been praising their village chief's prowess in subduing this young man, but now, Fang Fan's surroundings resembled a hellish landscape, littered with blood, entrails, and dismembered limbs. Fang Fan smirked coldly as he seized another longsword, the weapon of the warriors whose heads had just been severed. With a light push from his toes, he leaped towards the villagers. He had already resolved that not a single inhabitant of Lantern Village would escape, regardless of age or gender. What followed was a one-sided massacre. Many villagers, upon seeing Fang Fan, were slain before they could even blink. Heads rolled, or bodies were cleaved in two, their faces still etched with terror and bewilderment. Having eliminated these individuals, Fang Fan ventured into each courtyard, commencing the slaughter of those ensnared. Regardless of age or gender, he spared none, for he deemed all these souls guilty. With each courtyard he ravaged, he cast fireballs, incinerating them utterly. As the flames engulfed more and more of the village, it ultimately succumbed to a raging inferno. The ancestral hall lay at the easternmost edge of the village, a considerable distance from the burning structures. Thus, it remained untouched by the blaze. A few spectral officials arrived, likely drawn by the high death toll, as they sensed the disturbance and hastened to the scene. 2 sun patrollers also made their appearance. Witnessing Fang Fan's ruthless carnage, even in their ethereal forms, a chill enveloped them. One ghostly official, upon witnessing the slaughter, attempted to approach and bind the soul of the slain, but Fang Fan's fierce glare compelled him to retract his hand. Fang Fan then unleashed a fireball upon the corpse, causing the spirit to wail in excruciating torment. In that moment, the spectral officials comprehended Fang Fan's intent. He harbored no intention of sparing these wretches, not even their souls. The official who sought to capture the spirit displayed a countenance of fury while the 2 sun patrollers silenced him, drawing him aside. One of the sun patrollers remarked, "Do you wish to be obliterated? Do not involve us in your folly." The ghostly official, filled with indignation, glared at the devastation wrought by Fang Fan. The sun patroller responded, "What folly is this? These individuals deserve their fates. Even if we were to bind their spirits, they would still face judgment. Their annihilation is a fitting end." The other sun patroller nodded in agreement, recognizing the profound malevolence of these individuals. The very atmosphere of this village was thick with dark energy, rendering it uninhabitable for decades. Burning it was a mercy. The ghostly official fell silent. Fang Fan approached the final courtyard at the village's end. This courtyard, in contrast to the others, was more exquisite and sturdier, constructed of blue bricks and black tiles. Upon entering, Fang Fan discerned a presence in the west wing, the sound of breathing reaching his ears. Stepping inside, he encountered a striking young boy, around 4 or 5 years of age. The child's clothes were immaculate, and his eyes sparkled with clarity, devoid of fear, disgust, or hatred as he gazed upon Fang Fan. "Big brother, are you going to kill me? I'm only 4. I've never left the village, nor seen anyone from outside." Fang Fan stared into the boy's bright eyes, momentarily lost in a reverie. He shook his head to dispel the haze, regarding the child with less admiration and more wariness. "Who are you?" The boy's expression was one of innocence. "The village chief is my great-grandfather, but his actions bear no relation to me. I am merely 4 years old. I truly do not wish to die. Big brother, could you let me go?" Tears welled in his eyes as he spoke. Fang Fan coldly smirked, drawing his sword and plunging it into the boy's chest. A faint, dark aura emanated from the boy, coalescing into a humanoid form, not resembling the boy but that of a frail, elderly man with wispy hair. The old man's age was indeterminate, yet he radiated an overwhelming sense of antiquity, as if he were on the brink of death. He gazed at Fang Fan with a mixture of fear, anxiety, and a hint of cunning. Fang Fan hurled a fireball at the boy's lifeless body, igniting it in flames. However, the spirit of the old man remained unaffected. Fang Fan directed another fireball towards the elder, yet it, too, failed to harm him. The fear and anxiety that once adorned the old man's visage dissipated as he realized Fang Fan posed no threat, prompting him to drift away. Upon reaching the sunlight, the old man shuddered slightly, yet it appeared he was unscathed. Fang Fan was taken aback. This specter was seemingly impervious to the sun's rays. Spirit restraint. Fang Fan called out, and instantly the old man was ensnared, rendered immobile. Fang Fan approached and circled the elder several times. The old man's expression was frantic. Yet he could not move. Fang Fan inquired, "Who are you truly?" The old man begged for mercy, pleading, "Please, revered immortal, spare me. I have no ties to Lantern Village. I merely possess the boy's body. The affairs of Lantern Village are not mine to bear." Before Fang Fan could respond, a ghostly envoy interjected. The mischief in Lantern Village was instigated by this old man. For years ago, he covertly aided the village chief in obtaining a tome that detailed the creation of lanterns and the methods for crafting lesser spirits. Fang Fan turned his gaze towards the envoy, who bowed respectfully and continued, "A few years ago, I visited Lantern Village after sensing the presence of the deceased. To my astonishment, the souls were either trapped within lanterns or confined within jars. I am but an ordinary envoy, powerless against such occurrences. Yet I sought to uncover the truth. The old man is the architect behind Lantern Village's plight." Fang Fan nodded in acknowledgement, addressing the old man's spirit without a shred of courtesy, soul severance. In an instant, a tempest arose, dark clouds obscured the sky, and even the sun's radiance was extinguished. An arcane force materialized, directly impacting the old man's spirit. Before the old man could register his astonishment, he disintegrated as if snow melting under the sun. The ghostly envoy stood by, dumbfounded. Soul severance. It embodies the power of the loss. Even an immortal emperor cannot evade it. It is said that even deities can be slain by it. The envoy, who initially contemplated opposing Fang Fan, now dared not move, his heart brimming with gratitude towards the two celestial envoys. Fang Fan cast several fireballs, igniting the dwelling. Then, he turned to the ghostly envoys, declaring, "You too follow me." "Yes, revered immortal," they responded in unison, their voices resonant. Fang Fan led the ghostly emissaries to the ancestral hall, whereupon entering the grand chamber, he beheld the multitude of little spirits. The small apparitions chattered excitedly around him, their joy palpable, yet most were unable to articulate even a complete sentence. Fang Fan turned to the ghostly agents and inquired whether they could escort these little spirits away, allowing them the opportunity for reincarnation. The faces of the emissaries reflected a struggle with this request. Rishuinyo stepped forward, addressing him, "Esteemed one, their souls have been refined, imbued with malevolent energy, thus, they cannot be reincarnated." After a brief contemplation, Rishuinyo continued, "Moreover, the female spirits who have been fashioned into lanterns are similarly barred from rebirth. Their essences have undergone a transformation, distinguishing them from ordinary ghosts, and the lingering malevolence prevents even entry into the underworld. Should they attempt to force their way into the realm of the dead, they would be met with annihilation by the heavenly decree, resulting in their souls being scattered. However, if one could procure substances capable of dispelling this malevolence, such as purple energy or fragments of cosmic law, then it would be possible to cleanse their essence, allowing them to be reborn as new spirits and re-enter the cycle of the underworld." Fang Fan nodded, pondering his next course of action. He was certain that he could not harbor these spirits, whether they be little ghosts or female apparitions. Furthermore, their residual malevolence rendered them difficult to manage. As for the purple energy capable of dissipating this darkness, he possessed only 4 strands, which he could not possibly spare for them. Regarding the fragments of cosmic law, he had yet to even witness one, let alone acquire such a rarity. Even if he could, it was unlikely to be in abundance. Although the little ghosts were incapable of speech, they understood Rishuinyo's words, their initial exuberance fading into despondency. Fang Fan felt increasingly troubled. These little spirits and the female apparitions were truly pitiable, having been cruelly slain and their souls manipulated, deprived of any chance for rebirth. At that moment, one of the ghostly emissaries, who had initially seemed inclined to oppose Fang Fan, spoke up, "Esteemed one, in my youth, I perused a tome of strange tales that mentioned methods to dispel malevolence, allowing refined spirits the opportunity for reincarnation." Fang Fan lifted his head and gazed at the spectral envoy, urging him to reveal the method. The envoy bowed respectfully and replied, "One may summon the eminent monks or Taoist priests to chant spells that can dispel the malevolent energies surrounding them. However, it requires a truly enlightened master, and the incantations must meet certain criteria. The spells must be capable of alleviating the sinister forces, such as the Great Compassion Mantra, the Transcendence Mantra, and the Falling Banner Mantra. Yet, the most esteemed among them is the legendary Rebirth Mantra. This mantra not only liberates the wandering souls but also imbues them with virtue, bestowing merit upon the master who chants it. Alas, It is said that the rebirth mantra has long been lost to time. Both Buddhist and Taoist practitioners have sought it for ages without a trace. Fang Fan chuckled. The rebirth mantra? I can recite it. He recalled that on the day he entertained 5 ghostly cultivators, he was rewarded with the rebirth mantra, and in that instant, he had acquired the ability to chant it. As for the rebirth mantra, I happen to know it. But I wonder if I truly qualify as a master of immense virtue. His words were half to himself, half directed at the spectral envoys. Upon hearing Fang Fan's declaration, the group of envoys stumbled, nearly losing their balance. Who among them was unaware of the rebirth mantra? It was a spell of power on par with the laws of the universe, long lost, with countless seekers yearning to uncover its secrets. One envoy, regaining composure, approached with a sycophantic smile, proclaiming, "If the immortal can recite the rebirth mantra, he must indeed be a master of boundless merit. If even the immortal is not deemed a master of immense virtue, then no one in this world is worthy of such a title. Not only humans but also monsters. Spirits, entities, demons, immortals, and deities could only aspire to the esteem of such a master." Fang Fan nodded. "Please go to the back room and bring those female spirits here. I am ready to chant the rebirth mantra." Indeed, while female spirits could not endure sunlight, the envoys possessed means to shield them from its rays. After all, could they only capture spirits under the cover of night? Soon, the envoys returned with the female spirits, who had once been transformed into lanterns. Even the grand lantern itself was brought along, although the period of soul confinement had not yet expired. The 49 female spirits had been liberated from their lantern form by the envoys. These spirits, particularly the 49 who had been fashioned into the grand lantern, appeared fearsome and grotesque. Had it not been for Fang Fan's binding technique, they would have surely descended into madness, attacking all in their vicinity, be it humans, spirits, or envoys. Moreover, Li Ping from the back room and the woman who had been abducted that very day also stepped forward. With the spirits now visible, they too could behold the haunting figures that surrounded them. Upon witnessing these specters, the women felt an innate trepidation. However, their predominant emotions were sympathy, compassion, and relief, relieved that they had been rescued by Fang Fan and had not succumbed to the fate of becoming such vengeful spirits. Nor would the fetuses within them transform into malevolent entities. As the phantoms gathered, Fang Fan settled into a cross-legged position and began to recite the transmigration incantation aloud. In the depths of the misty bamboo grove, the sky remains unseen, the perilous path I traverse alone. The mountain stands resolute, while clouds gracefully linger below. In the abyss of obscurity, the daylight wanes, the eastern wind stirs, bringing forth divine rain. I leave behind the spirit's cultivation, forgetting the way home. As the years grow late, who shall offer me grandeur? With each utterance, a soft golden luminescence enveloped Fang Fan, initially cloaking him, then gradually expanding outward. The spirits, drawn by the radiant glow, instinctively gravitated toward him, stepping into the golden light. Overwhelmed by the throng of phantoms, some were unable to reach the light and anxiously watched, hoping for its swift expansion. Those who entered the golden radiance exhibited solemn expressions. Their malevolent and sinister energies gradually diminished, and their visages began to transform, appearing increasingly serene. The specter closest to Fang Fan regained its original form, devoid of any trace of malice. These spirits bowed gracefully to Fang Fan before calmly positioning themselves behind the ghostly emissary. Not only had their malevolence been entirely dispelled, but they also bore a trace of virtuous power. They were not merely destined for rebirth. The essence of this virtue assured them a favorable reincarnation in their next lives. Even if not affluent or exalted, they would certainly belong to benevolent families, free from what? One by one, the spirits, having shed their malevolence and restored their normalcy, gathered behind the ghostly emissary. Meanwhile, Fang Fan, with his eyes closed in incantation, remained oblivious to the solemnity of his own visage, which glowed with an ethereal radiance. Exuding an aura of dignity that belied his youth, now imbued with the compassion of an enlightened being. Two observers mused inwardly. This must be the true essence of this enigmatic figure. Unperturbed by their thoughts, Fang Fan found immense comfort in reciting the transmigration incantation. As he chanted, he felt enveloped in the warmth of a tranquil pool. Within this pool, an enigmatic force penetrated his body, meridians, and dantian. Particularly, when he guided a spirit towards salvation and received its grateful bow, the essence from the pool grew more viscous, penetrating his being with greater ease and familiarity. Fang Fan even entertained the notion that simply by continuing his recitation, he would eventually transcend to the tribulation phase, and perhaps even ascend to a celestial realm or beyond. Indeed, as Fang Fan recited the incantation, his strength was steadily augmenting. Unbeknownst to him, the essence that coursed into his body was the power of virtue. This virtuous energy was not solely a result of Fang Fan's benevolent guidance of the spirits, it was also a consequence of his recitation of the transmigration incantation, which resonated throughout the cosmos, diminishing the malevolent energies pervasive in the world. This, indeed, is the reason why Fang Fan has acquired a considerable amount of merit power, not to mention those ghosts standing in the golden light. Even the specters outside the radiance found themselves relaxing and feeling quite at ease as they listened to Fang Fan recite his incantations. A thought even arose within them. To simply listen to this ancient being chant to the end of time would not be a bad experience at all. The power of merit flowed into Fang Fan's body, surging with spiritual energy and penetrating into his dantian. Soon, his dantian became lively. Another vortex formed, and Fang Fan ascended to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Another vortex emerged, and he reached the 10th level of Qi refinement. Then came the 11th, followed by the 12th. Subsequently, a thunderous sound resonated in his ears as he exhaled deeply, having reached the foundation establishment stage just like that. It seemed, indeed, not difficult at all. Who claimed that breaking through from the 12th level of Qi refinement to the foundation establishment stage was exceedingly arduous. The nearby ghostly officials widened their eyes in astonishment. The ancient being utilized Fang Fan's body, which was undoubtedly that of an ordinary person, perhaps even inferior to an average individual. After all, the original Fang Fan had met his demise by being shoved and striking his head against a stone, indicating the frailty of this body. Yet, in just a few days, had the ancient being truly managed to elevate this body to the foundation establishment stage? Foundation establishment. For cultivators, even those with extraordinary talent, typically required over a decade, if not several decades, to progress from immortal to the Qi refinement stage, and then to the foundation establishment stage. And this ancient being had only possessed this body for a few days, perhaps not even a month, and had propelled it to the foundation establishment stage. How terrifying. Meanwhile, Li Ping and the other woman, while not fully comprehending the intricacies of the situation, found great comfort in listening to Fang Fan's recitations. One by one, the ghosts shed their malevolent and sinister energies. Standing behind the ghostly officials, time passed, from the sun being high in the sky to the stars blanketing the heavens, from the rise of the moon to its descent. And then day turned to night once more. Thus, 2 days and 2 nights elapsed, and as the second night faded, with dawn breaking, all the ghosts had finally been transcended. The day patrol, these ghostly officials, reaped tremendous rewards, even neglecting whether it was their shift during the night, remaining there the entire time. Upon witnessing that all the ghosts had been saved, the day patrol respectfully bowed to Fang Fan, saying, "Immortal, we must take these spirits back to report and petition Lord Qinghuang to arrange their reincarnation matters. We bid you farewell." Fang Fan stood up, waved his hand, and replied, "It is fine, you may go." As the day patrol prepared to lead the ghosts away, they suddenly saw the spirits kneeling before them, one by one, exclaiming in unison, "Thank you, Immortal, for transcending us. Thank you, Immortal." They bowed 3 times to Fang Fan before rising and departing with the ghostly officials. The ancestral hall was now empty, leaving only the 2 women behind. Fang Fan turned to them and said, "I will take you home." The 2 women nodded vigorously, tears glistening in their eyes. First, the woman named Li Ping was sent home. Her family resided in a nearby village, both her natal and marital homes situated close at hand. After much contemplation, Li Ping requested Fang Fan to accompany her to her parental home. Upon arriving at her doorstep, Fang Fan said, "You may enter, we shall not intrude." Li Ping's face bore a trace of desperation as she implored, "Esteemed one, please come in and visit our home." Fang Fan shook his head and gestured toward another woman, who had been missing for 2 days and nights. Her family must be anxiously worried. He added, "I must hasten back to the capital, so I cannot stay." With that, Fang Fan departed with the other woman. Li Ping knocked on her family's door, calling out, "Father, Mother, elder brother, second brother, third brother, I have returned." Upon hearing her voice, a throng of family members rushed to open the door. Tears of joy filled their eyes at the sight of her. Li Ping's mother stepped forward to embrace her, exclaiming, "Ping, you are back. You cannot imagine how worried we were. Your father and 3 brothers searched tirelessly for you." As Li Ping recounted her ordeal, her mother gently stroked the wound on her head and caressed her back, weeping, "My dear Pinger has suffered. It is all your 3rd brother's fault. Had he not gone to watch the commotion, those scoundrels would not have kidnapped you. After hearing the details of her story, Li Ping's family seethed with rage yet simultaneously expressed gratitude for her fortune. Li Ping's three brothers set out for Lantern Village, where they encountered a scene of devastation. Upon arriving at the ancestral hall, they proceeded to set it ablaze. Their hatred for the people of Lantern Village was palpable. They longed for another chance to exact revenge. The ancestral hall, along with its tablets, was consumed by the flames, as they sought to ensure that the ancestors of Lantern Village would no longer receive offerings, leaving them as lost souls. After witnessing the charred remains of the ancestral hall, Li Ping's brothers returned home. Meanwhile, Fang Fan, accompanied by the woman, arrived at the residence of the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel. As the woman prepared to knock on the door, Fang Fan signaled his intention to leave. The woman grasped his hand urgently, pleading, "Esteemed one, please accompany me to meet my family." Fang Fan shrugged off her grasp and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need. You should return home swiftly. Your family must be waiting anxiously." With that, he departed briskly. The woman watched him leave with resignation before approaching the door to knock. Upon opening, the doorkeeper exclaimed, "The young lady has returned. The young lady has returned." Instantly, a multitude of people emerged. Among them, a middle-aged woman, tears brimming in her eyes, embraced the woman and cried out, "My precious daughter has returned. My poor child. Those wretches from the Ministry of Justice lost my daughter and dared to tarnish her reputation." The family gathered in the courtyard of the middle-aged woman, listening intently as the daughter recounted her experiences. They were filled with both sorrow and relief, grateful that she had encountered Fang Fan. The daughter spoke of the ghostly messengers and their reverent address for Fang Fan, "Esteemed one." The left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel stroked his beard thoughtfully, remarking that the girl had indeed encountered a fortuitous turn of fate by meeting the immortal, which could be seen as a blessing in disguise. Indeed, while women are but mortals, the efficacy of listening to Fang Fan recite the rebirth mantra was not as pronounced as it was for the spirits, for there were many ghostly emissaries. However, the mere act of hearing Fang Fan's recitation still bestowed upon her a modicum of merit. Consequently, her life would be filled with smooth sailing and abundant blessings. The girl continued, recounting that the ghostly emissaries hinted at the immortal's concealment among the common folk, who regarded him as an ordinary person. The left assistant minister nodded, asserting that regardless of the circumstances, they must locate the immortal to express their gratitude. Without mentioning his esteemed identity, "My dear, where did you first encounter the immortal?" he inquired. The girl replied, "It was in Chang Lu Fang, amidst several alleys, such as Wudong Alley and Tongluo Alley, inhabited by commoners. At that time, I was abducted by the villagers of Lantern Village and caught sight of the immortal, who turned and vanished. I initially thought he was unwilling to rescue me. Later, I learned that the immortal intended to accompany those individuals to their domain to liberate the female spirits and little ghosts." The left assistant minister interjected, suggesting that the girl sketch the immortal's likeness so he could send someone to search for him. The girl nodded in agreement. However, a fleeting expression of concern crossed her face as she hesitated. "But father, what of my husband's family?" The left assistant minister scoffed dismissively. "Do not concern yourself with them. They lost my daughter and dare to speak ill of her. It is evident that my daughter is fortunate to have encountered an immortal who is revered even by the ghostly emissaries. Her fortunes will only grow. We must not allow them to dishonor her." With that, he prepared ink and paper, urging the girl to portray Fang Fan's image. Unperturbed by her exhaustion from 2 sleepless nights, she began to paint fervently, capturing Fang Fan's likeness. The left assistant minister examined the portrait and nodded appreciatively, surprised that such a seemingly ordinary youth could be an immortal. "Very well, my dear, partake in some food and rest. I shall handle the matter of locating the immortal," he instructed. The girl consumed a modest meal and lay down on the bed of the left assistant minister's wife, soon drifting into slumber. The left assistant minister's wife gazed at her daughter with tears in her eyes, silently weeping, seemingly unable to take in the sight of her beloved child. Meanwhile, the left assistant minister returned to his study, took up his brush, and began composing a letter addressed to the chief of the Dali Temple. Upon completion, he sealed the letter and summoned his personal servant to deliver it to Lord Shao of the Dali Temple. "Yes, my lord," the servant replied, taking the letter and departing. The left assistant minister stroked his beard once more, lost in contemplation. Upon returning home, Fang Fan discovered 2 individuals loitering at his doorstep. One was Zhou Fu, the proprietor of the calligraphy and painting shop, and the other was Zhou Gui, the owner of the Fugui Tavern. They approached him eagerly. Zhou Fu spoke first, young master. Why did you not attend the calligraphy and painting gathering the other day? I waited for quite some time. Fang Fan's face expressed regret as he replied, I apologize. I encountered some matters that delayed me. Zhou Fu hastily remarked that at the recent calligraphy and painting gathering, the young master was notably absent, which left everyone feeling rather unsatisfied. They unanimously decided to hold another session the following afternoon, insisting that the young master must attend. Fang Fan nodded in agreement, affirming that he would indeed be present the next day. Zhou Fu then inquired if the young master had produced any new works during these days. Fang Fan shook his head, indicating he had not. Zhou Fu quickly reassured him that it was of no consequence, expressing anticipation for the young master's remarkable debut at the upcoming gathering. After exchanging pleasantries with Fang Fan, Zhou Fu took his leave. Zhou Gui observed Zhou Fu's retreating figure, lost in thought. Fang Fan approached and apologized to the shopkeeper for not showing up to work for 2 days. Zhou Gui waved his hand dismissively, expressing concern that Fang Fan might not return to the Fu Gui tavern at all. Fang Fan smiled, assuring him that he would never leave without notice and that he genuinely enjoyed the work of a waiter, vowing to continue. Zhou Gui nodded, suggesting that perhaps Fang Fan should take a day off, or even 2. Fang Fan shook his head, stating that he would change his clothes and head to the tavern immediately. With that, the shopkeeper departed. Neither Zhou Fu nor Zhou Gui inquired about Fang Fan's activities during his absence. Upon returning home, Fang Fan was greeted by Shen Qingyang, who exclaimed, Immortal, you have returned. There is hot food in the pot, and cool boiled water has been set aside. I shall serve it for you. Fang Fan nodded appreciatively. Having gone 2 days without food, he felt a pang of hunger, compounded by the fact that he had not had any water during this time and had been chanting scriptures, leaving his throat parched. He strode directly into the kitchen, ladling a scoop of cool boiled water and gulping it down eagerly. Shen Qingyang, meanwhile, retrieved food from another pot. Fang Fan, unceremoniously, began to eat at the stove. Soon, the platter was empty. Observing Fang Fan's hearty appetite, Shen Qingyang promptly asked, Immortal, shall I prepare more dishes? Fang Fan shook his head, saying it was unnecessary, as he would eat breakfast at the tavern shortly. After a moment's consideration, he summoned the spiritual spring water from Mo Yongshi's space and poured it into an empty water vat nearby. Shen Qingyang's eyes widened in astonishment. Immortal. This is. Indeed, it is spiritual spring water. From now on, use this water for cooking and boiling. You may drink some as well. Thank you, Immortal. While ghosts do not require water, they can indeed consume spiritual spring water, absorbing its spiritual essence before expelling the liquid. Furthermore, this spring water offers significant benefits to ghosts. Fang Fan then returned to his room, changed into a fresh set of clothes, and prepared to head to the tavern. Upon arriving, he found the chef and waitstaff already present. Their expressions turned to surprise upon seeing him. Breakfast was laid out, and Fang Fan sat down, devouring his meal with fervor. Qin Chang, wearing a hint of disdain, questioned, Fang Fan, what have you been up to these past 2 days? You look as though you haven't eaten in days. Fang Fan chewed on his food and casually remarked that he had slain hundreds of villains, liberated countless spirits, and inadvertently accrued some merit, thus reaching the foundational stage of cultivation. Instantly, Qin Chang and the others erupted in laughter. Fang Fan, you truly have a gift for boasting. It seems a waste not to pursue storytelling as a profession. Surely, you have never encountered a ghost, for if you did, you would be trembling in fear. To claim you have liberated hundreds of spirits is absurd. A single ghost would be enough to send you sprawling in terror. What does it even mean to reach the foundational stage? Merely hearing snippets of information from who knows where does not make you formidable. Yet here you are, attempting to impress us with these tall tales. Fang Fan felt helpless. Even when he spoke the truth, no one believed him. The tavern keeper cast a deep glance at Fang Fan, noting down his words with the intention of reporting to the third young master after the tavern closed for the night. Upon finishing breakfast, the tavern began preparing to welcome guests. Soon, patrons arrived in droves, and the waitstaff were busily attending to them. Fang Fan was serving familiar customers. Thus he received no rewards. As the lunchtime rush was about to subside, Fang Fan noticed a family of 3 approaching the entrance. The man was clad in a robe and wore a headscarf, his refined appearance suggesting he was a scholar. The woman donned simple clothing, her hair adorned with a wooden hairpin, exuding a modest yet exquisite beauty. The child, around 7 or 8 years old, inherited the best traits of both parents with bright, lively eyes. The scholar, the child, and the woman entered the Fortune and Wealth Tavern, their demeanor reflecting a palpable tension and unease. All three wore garments made of fine cotton, indicative of a modest household. Notably, the scholar's attire, though of the finest quality, had already faded from repeated washing. Fang Fan promptly approached them. Esteemed guests, would you prefer a private room or the main hall? The scholar inquired, is there a fee for the private room? Fang Fan quickly shook his head. There are no additional charges for the private room. It is the same as the main hall. It merely depends on what dishes you wish to order. The private room offers a quieter atmosphere, while the main hall is more lively. The scholar nodded. Then we shall go to the private room. Fang Fan smiled. Please, esteemed guests, follow me. The private room is located on the second floor. With that, Fang Fan guided the trio upstairs to the last remaining private room, where he presented them with the menu. The scholar picked up the menu and began to peruse it. I have heard that you offer iced beverages? Fang Fan eagerly nodded. Indeed, we do. However, they will only be available for a few more days. After that, they will be discontinued until next summer. Would you like to order 3 servings of iced beverages? He proceeded to describe the options and prices. Upon hearing this, the woman quickly replied, my husband and I shall forego the iced beverages. Just a bowl for Shio will suffice. The scholar gazed at the child, whom they called Shio, with a loving expression. Yes, let us order a bowl for Shio. Today is her birthday, and she deserves something special. Fang Fan had already introduced the scholar and the woman to the icy beverage. Upon hearing that the cheapest option cost at least 1 or 2 taels of silver, the scholar and the woman decided against ordering the icy drink. Taken aback by the scholar's words, Fang Fan quickly responded, is today the young master's birthday? Our Fuguo restaurant offers a complimentary bowl of longevity noodles and a poached egg for those celebrating their birthdays. The woman's face lit up with delight. That's wonderful. We were planning to order a bowl of longevity noodles for Shio. Fang Fan promptly introduced other dishes to the trio, all of which were substantial, affordable, and reasonably priced. Ultimately, they ordered a bowl of rock candy and snow pear soup for Shio, along with 3 dishes, 1 soup, and 3 servings of steamed rice. Fang Fan mentally calculated the total cost, which amounted to 17 taels of silver, rather steep for this family. He had endeavored to recommend dishes that were both generous and economical. However, given the status of Fuguo restaurant, further reductions were simply unfeasible. Fang Fan hurried to the kitchen to place the order, instructing the chef to prepare a bowl of longevity noodles, then took a pot of complimentary chrysanthemum tea and the snow pear soup upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, he was engulfed with fury at the sight before him. Qian Chong was blocking the private room with several guests. Although Qian wore a smile, his words were exceedingly harsh. Gentlemen, this young master is willing to pay 10 taels of silver for you to vacate the private room. Dining in the hall is just as good. The dishes will be equally delightful, and you'll gain 10 taels of silver for nothing. Why not seize the opportunity? The scholar trembled with anger, while the woman, frightened, held on to the equally fearful Shio. Fang Fan set down the chrysanthemum tea and icy beverage, folding his arms across his chest, addressing Qian Chang. It seems you've gained some audacity, demanding that guests leave. Qian Chang, with a hint of mockery curling his lips, retorted, is it not you who has a problem? You allow such destitute patrons into the private room, occupying it without yielding a few silver coins. Indeed, I almost forgot, you entertain such customers daily. I truly wonder why the manager distributes silver to you so liberally, even more than to others, when you hardly earn anything at all. The manager is exceedingly partial. Humph. When the 3rd young master arrives next time, I will certainly have a word with him. Upon hearing Qian Chang's threats towards Fang Fan, the scholar, though visibly displeased, managed to calm himself and tentatively suggested, brother, why don't we just move to the hall? Understanding the situation, he did not wish to burden Fang Fan with any trouble. Fang Fan smiled reassuringly. No need for that, esteemed guests. Every place operates on a first-come, first-served basis. You need not go to the hall. You may dine here in the private room. With a sense of satisfaction, he poured chrysanthemum tea for the scholar and his companions. This chrysanthemum tea is complimentary and serves as a cooling drink for you and the lady, as well as for the young master. And, dear young master, please do sample your icy beverage. Should it be too bland, I shall gladly add more sugar. Qian Chong, upon witnessing Fang Fan's demeanor, was instantly filled with indignation. Fang Fan, did you not hear me when I requested your guests to vacate this private room? Fang Fan regarded Qian Chong with an icy stare. Your tone is exceedingly arrogant. Do you presume to command the guests to relinquish this chamber as if you were the proprietor or perhaps one of the esteemed 3rd young masters? Even the proprietor or the 3rd young master would not demand such a thing from the guests. There is a proper order to all matters. with a cold gaze. Fang Fan then turned his attention to the individuals standing behind Qian Chang. These individuals, though scholars, were dressed in fine brocade, adorned with jade pendants at their waists, and wielded folding fans. Their hair was intricately styled with ornate jade hairpins, signifying their affluence. Noticing Fang Fan's penetrating gaze, they momentarily recoiled, feeling a surge of embarrassment. Yet they were determined to assert their dominance over this humble servant. One of them, Han Ziyu, spoke up. You are merely a poor scholar dining at the Fugua restaurant, which requires a considerable amount of silver. Can you afford such an expense? Vacate this private room and dine in the main hall, and I shall cover your expenses for today. Shio interjected, my father is not a poor scholar. He will participate in the upcoming autumn examination and will surely become a genius. Upon hearing the child's proclamation, Wu Mingwei chuckled. Your father has participated in the autumn examination thrice and has yet to succeed. I assure you, this time will be no different. Alas, your family lacks the means to purchase books or past examination papers. How could he possibly pass? Fang Fan turned to the scholar named Han Ziyu, eager to learn his response. Han Ziyu replied, what I do is not for you to judge, Wu Mingwei. I shall not vacate this room today. You may leave. Furthermore, you call me a poor scholar, yet are you not a scholar yourself? Have you not also failed to achieve the rank of genius after 3 attempts? A flicker of annoyance crossed Wu Mingwei's face. I have diligently studied past examination papers, and my father has even engaged a renowned scholar to tutor me for a year. This year, I will undoubtedly succeed. And you? You toil daily to earn a meager living. Even those private schools would not accept a lowly poor scholar like you as a teacher. How could you possibly pass? With a smile, Han Ziyu retorted, such words are meaningless. Let us see each other at the autumn examination. Wu Mingwei had intended to undermine Han Ziyu, but was taken aback by his unwavering composure, which seemed impervious to his taunts. Fang Fan felt a newfound admiration for Han Ziyu, recognizing the essence of steadfastness in adversity. Wu Mingwei cast one last scrutinizing glance at Fang Fan and Han Ziyu before turning to leave, with Qian Chang trailing behind him, still wearing a forced smile. Ultimately, Wu Mingwei and his companions dined in the main hall. Soon, a selection of 3 dishes, a soup, longevity noodles, and rice was served. The family of 3 enjoyed their meal with great joy. Father, mother, this cold drink is truly delightful. Do try it. My dear, the dishes here are truly delectable. They may appear to be ordinary fare, yet they are simply exquisite. Next year, when Xie celebrates her birthday, shall we return here for a meal? Thank you, father. Thank you, mother. This fried egg is absolutely delightful. And the noodles, enriched with a savory meat sauce, are exceptional. The family of 3 enjoyed their meal immensely, while Fang Fan stood at the doorway, listening with a smile upon his face. Once they finished dining, Han Ziyu called out, young waiter, it's time to settle the bill. Fang Fan, still smiling, entered and announced, dear guest, the total comes to 17 taels of silver. Han Ziyu was taken aback. It was merely 17 taels. Here, take 20 taels, the remainder shall be a tip for the young waiter. Fang Fan did not refuse. He accepted the silver with a smile and expressed his gratitude to the esteemed guest. For those of the Huang rank at the 7th tier, a reward of a 50-year elixir is bestowed. For those of the Xian rank at the 2nd tier, a 100-year elixir is granted. For those of the Xian rank at the 7th tier, an insightful rod is awarded. For those at the 9th tier of Xian rank, an elixir of keen senses is given. For those at the 1st tier of Tian rank, a comprehensive interpretation of the 4 books and 5 classics by a revered scholar is bestowed. The function of the insightful rod flashed through Fang Fan's mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. The insightful rod possesses the ability to enlighten all things, including human beings, which holds significant utility. As for the comprehensive interpretation of the 4 books and 5 classics, Fang Fan pondered the purpose of this reward from the system. After all, he had no desire to partake in any imperial examinations. The 50-year and 100-year elixirs seemed to be of no use to him. Yet the system incessantly rewarded him with these, leaving Fang Fan somewhat speechless. Conversely, he found the elixir of keen senses to be quite delightful. Regaining his composure, Fang Fan inquired, esteemed guest, would you care for some tea or engage in conversation? Otherwise, I could serve you a pot of complimentary chrysanthemum tea. Han Ziyu shook her head, declining. No, I shall return home now. Thank you for your hospitality, young innkeeper. Fang Fan smiled and said, allow me to escort you 3 to the door. Han Ziyu also smiled, feeling an inexplicable closeness to this jade-like youth. Not merely for his earlier intervention, but also for the warmth and attentiveness he had shown. As Fang Fan escorted the family out, he cheerfully expressed, Thank you for your patronage. We welcome your visit again. The scholar and his wife smiled at Fang Fan, nodding in acknowledgement, while she even waved her hand in farewell. Watching the family depart, Fang Fan's expression turned cold as he immediately sought out the innkeeper to report the incident involving Qian Chang's disturbance of the guests. The innkeeper regarded Fang Fan and replied, "Very well, I shall handle this matter. You may return to your duties." Once Fang Fan left, the innkeeper's demeanor also grew stern. Qian Chang's repeated disrespect towards guests, his critical remarks, and his sarcastic comments had become intolerable. The innkeeper was somewhat resigned to the situation, for Qian Chang was a distant relative of his, and he had been somewhat indulgent towards him in the past. However, today, the innkeeper resolved to no longer endure such behavior. After a day filled with activity, all the guests had finally dined well and departed. The young attendant and apprentices began to tidy up, while the chef prepared their evening meal. Once the cleaning was completed and dinner was served, the patrons settled down, ready to eat, when the innkeeper approached and said, "Please do not begin your meal just yet. I have something to discuss." The patrons paused, eager to hear what the innkeeper had to say. The innkeeper turned his gaze towards Qian Chang, who appeared momentarily uneasy. The innkeeper spoke, "Qian Chang, did you instigate trouble with the guests today? Did you insult one of them?" Qian Chang muttered, "It was indeed a waste to allocate that private room for that family. They only spent 17 taels of silver on their meal. I entertained young Master Wu, who consumed over 200 taels of silver in a single meal, and even rewarded me with an additional 20 taels." The innkeeper, with a fierce expression, reprimanded, "Who gave you the audacity to disparage our guests?" Instantly, a profound silence enveloped the room. Not only did Qian Chang remain unyielding, he felt no remorse for his actions. The innkeeper declared, "You shall forfeit a month's wages, including the silver gifted by the guests. Should such behavior occur again, Qian Chang, you will be dismissed. Our establishment cannot afford a waiter of your demeanor." Qian Chang bowed his head in silence. Fang Fan did not miss the indignation and resentment etched on Qian Chang's face. The innkeeper's tone softened slightly. "Very well. Let us eat. We will close the establishment after the meal." The others began to dine, each one silent. Fang Fan ate the most and the fastest, soon finishing and beginning to tidy up. Subsequently, the others completed their meals and joined in the cleanup. Afterward, they closed the inn, and Qian Chang left quietly. Fang Fan also made his way home. Upon entering the courtyard, Shen Qingyang approached. Fang Fan inquired, "Have you prepared any pastries today?" "Indeed, I made quite a few. Would you like some, my lord?" Fang Fan shook his head, wrapping some in oiled paper. "Let us head to the cold palace." "Yes, my lord." Shen Qingyang wrapped a large bundle of pastries, following closely behind Fang Fan. Utilizing the wind walk technique, Fang Fan moved swiftly, with Shen Qingyang floating behind him. They soon arrived at the palace, reaching the outer wall of the cold palace, where Fang Fan leaped over, and Shen Qingyang followed suit. Upon landing atop the cold palace wall, Fang Fan sensed something amiss. The cold palace was now bustling with people. In addition to Huaner and consort Yin, the emperor was present, accompanied by several eunuchs and palace mates. Upon Fang Fan's arrival, Huaner and consort Yin displayed a hint of guilt, while the emperor's face lit up with joy. Just days prior, the city god had relayed a dream to the emperor, proclaiming Fang Fan to be an extraordinary immortal. Now that the young prince was Fang Fan's disciple, and with consort Yin having met him, the emperor was advised to treat them well. Otherwise, incurring Fang Fan's wrath could lead to the downfall of the Gongsun family. Furthermore, the tumultuous thunder that night was a result of Fang Fan's indignation directed at the heavens. Yet, even the heavens dared not offend Fang Fan, directing their wrath towards stone sculptures instead. The emperor, dismissing the city god as warnings, pondered the possibility of immortality through Fang Fan, believing that if the heavens feared him, perhaps Fang Fan could grant him a reprieve from the royal curse of mortality. Huaner spoke, "Master Immortal, father wishes to see you." Fang Fan nodded nonchalantly. Shen Qingyang stepped forward. "Young master, these are the pastries I made, as the immortal instructed me to bring for you." Huaner accepted the pastries, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Master Immortal, and thank you, Sister Qingyang." Shen Qingyang smiled and said, "I dare not accept such gratitude from my young master." In a swift motion, Fang Fan produced 2 books, each detailing the techniques of swordplay and knife skills. "Take these and practice on your own," he instructed, placing them into Huaner's hands. The emperor, feeling somewhat displeased by Fang Fan's indifference towards him, suppressed his irritation and bowed respectfully, addressing him as immortal. The surrounding eunuchs and palace maids held their breath in astonishment. It was likely that the emperor had only ever bowed to the late sovereign and the current empress dowager. Now, he was bowing to this youth clad in simple attire, which could only evoke feelings of either extreme joy or deep anger within the emperor. Fang Fan glanced at the emperor and nodded, greeting him with a simple, "Greetings." After a moment of contemplation, the emperor continued, "The city god has appeared in my dreams. Speaking of your extraordinary nature, I wish to appoint you as the national master." Fang Fan shook his head, expressing disinterest in the role of a national teacher. The emperor was momentarily taken aback, then realized that even a being whom the heavens themselves dared not offend would indeed hold little regard for the position of the national teacher of the great Xia dynasty. The emperor continued, inquiring what the immortal might desire. "My private treasury is abundant, filled with many exquisite items, including those that celestial beings might require. I can open my treasury for you to choose at will." Fang Fan replied nonchalantly, "No merit, no reward." While he had a fondness for silver, gold, and precious jewels, he understood the principle that accepting gifts could lead to indebtedness. The emperor's obsequiousness indicated that he sought something substantial. Huan upon hearing Fang Fan's refusal, remained unfazed. Yet the nearby Yin Fei grew increasingly anxious. She understood the emperor well. He was ambitious, possessing a strong desire for control, shrewd in his methods, and unyielding towards his ministers and concubines. Having accompanied him for so long, she was acutely aware that after being rebuffed twice, the emperor must be seething with rage. The thought of this sent a chill down her spine. Had she known to wait until Huan matured before suggesting the cold palace? Yin Fei harbored some resentment toward the city god's meddling. Indeed, the emperor's expression had darkened. Glancing at Yin Fei, she quickly grasped his intent. "Your Majesty, if you have any requests, you may convey them directly to the immortal. The immortal values Huan and surely will act in your favor." The emperor's demeanor softened slightly. "Immortal, is it truly impossible for someone in my position to seek longevity?" Fang Fan comprehended the emperor's wish. While true immortality was unattainable, the pursuit of extended life was feasible. Initially, Fang Fan had no desire to engage with the emperor as a cultivator. His interactions with the mortal emperor could adversely affect his own fate and fortune. Yet, considering Huan and Yin Fei, he realized he could not ignore the emperor's overtures. Although Fang Fan's response may not have entirely pleased the emperor, the prospect of extending his lifespan intrigued him. The emperor bowed deeply, imploring Fang Fan for guidance. Fang Fan spoke. "Typically, a martial artist at the 10th level enjoys a lifespan of 130 years. But upon reaching the innate realm, that extends to 220 years. If you attain the innate state, you shall live for 220 years. The emperor, still unwilling to concede, questioned, "Is it truly impossible for me to cultivate?" Fang Fan resolutely shook his head, stating, "It cannot be done. Should you pursue cultivation, it may lead to your untimely demise, or the great Xia dynasty's fortunes may dwindle, resulting in ruin." A hint of despondency crossed the emperor's face. "Yet, my talent is not exceptional. I am but an 8th level acquired martial artist. Given the demands of governance in recent years, reaching the innate realm seems unlikely." Fang Fan smiled. "Are you aware that Huan is innate? At merely 4 years of age, he has achieved the innate state. Do you know why Huan attained this at such a tender age?" Instantly, the emperor's eyes brightened. "Does the immortal possess a method to elevate me to the innate realm?" Subsequently, the emperor cast a glance at Huan. Although he was merely at the 8th level of the postnatal realm and could not discern Huan's true capabilities, he was accompanied by several innate experts, such as the ever-loyal chief eunuch Chang. The emperor regarded Chang, who bowed respectfully and informed his majesty that the young prince indeed possessed innate prowess. A genuine smile graced the emperor's face as he pondered whether a celestial being could truly elevate him to the innate level. Fang Fan nodded nonchalantly. With a flick of his wrist, Fang Fan produced a jade vial containing a miraculous elixir that could enhance one's cultivation by 50 years. For someone at the 8th level of the postnatal realm, consuming this potion would likely propel him into the innate realm. Not only was the emperor astonished, but even Chief Eunuch Chang and his companions were taken aback by such an extraordinary concoction, having never encountered its like before. Yet, they readily placed their faith in Fang Fan's words, with Huan standing as undeniable evidence. The emperor stepped forward, accepting the jade vial. Upon uncorking it, he inhaled the faint yet invigorating fragrance wafting from within. His expression gleamed with joy as he bowed deeply to Fang Fan, expressing his gratitude. Fang Fan nodded and inquired about the emperor's plans for Consort Yin and Huan. The emperor cast a satisfied glance at Consort Yin, declaring that she and Huan would reside together in Yinlai Palace, with Consort Yin elevated to the status of Yin Gui Fei. second only to the Empress. Yin Guifei took Huaner by the hand, kneeling in reverence before the Emperor, thanking him profusely. The Emperor, beaming with delight, assured her that whenever the celestial being visited Huaner, he could directly proceed to Yinlai Palace, where his beloved consort could prepare refreshments and delicacies to honor the esteemed guest. Yes, Your Majesty, Yin Guifei replied, her earlier apprehension dissipating as she cast a grateful glance at Fang Fan. Fang Fan then spoke, very well, it is time for me to depart. Huaner, dedicate yourself to your cultivation. I shall return to see you when time permits. Huaner hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master Celestial. I bid you farewell. With that, Fang Fan departed, followed closely by Xinqiang. As they strolled along, they heard the sounds of commotion emanating from a nearby alley, accompanied by a voice that seemed familiar. Fang Fan paused to listen. Han Ziyu, ha. Today I shall break your hands, preventing you from participating in the autumn examination. What can you do about it? Han Ziyu gritted his teeth, retorting, you cannot do this. If you dare, I will resort to the wooden board and strike the warning drum to petition the Emperor. Huh. Even if you do petition, you shall have no opportunity. Came a mocking voice. Come, break his hands and legs. A sycophantic voice chimed in. Master, if we subdue him, won't it be more satisfying for you to break his limbs? The arrogant voice echoed, precisely. Come, restrain him. Then the sounds of Han Ziyu's struggles filled the air. Fang Fan and Xinqiang entered the alley to witness Han Ziyu being held down by 4 ruffians, his limbs spread wide as he lay prostrate on the ground. The brash voice belonged to Wu Mingwei, who wielded a club as thick as an arm, preparing to strike Han Ziyu's hand. Fang Fan stepped forward. Upon the arrival of an individual, a fleeting moment of tension gripped the onlookers. However, their apprehensions dissipated upon glimpsing Fang Fan. At first glance, Fang Fan appeared to be a mere youth, frail and slight of build, which rendered the prospect of confrontation less daunting. Most notably, his attire, a simple, unpretentious outfit, betrayed his humble origins as an ordinary citizen. Such a person, they reasoned, would pose no significant repercussions even if met with violence. Han Ziyu, having spotted Fang Fan, urgently called out, young lad, flee. You are no match for them. Go to the Wuqing military command and summon aid. General Do, a man of integrity who fears neither power nor influence, will surely come to my defense. Yet, it seemed that Fang Fan paid no heed to Han Ziyu's entreaties, resolutely advancing forward, only to be swiftly encircled by the 3 lackeys of Wu Mingwei. Fang Fan gazed at the individuals before him and spoke, Qingyang, come here and deal with these people to rescue Mr. Han. Upon hearing Fang Fan's command, Xinqiang's heart soared with joy. Being entrusted with such a task by the immortal filled her with delight. She materialized, declaring, yes, immortal, I shall handle them well, making their existence a living torment. The sudden appearance of Xinqiang, gliding silently, instilled terror in the young servants. They noted that her feet barely touched the ground, and under the moonlight she cast no shadow. One servant cried out, a ghost, and immediately collapsed. The others quaked in fear, their legs trembling. Wu Mingwei turned to look at Xinqiang, who smiled mischievously, her tongue extending unnaturally long and crimson, dripping with blood. Wu Mingwei fell to the ground in fright. Han Ziyu, though slightly afraid upon seeing Xinqiang, calmed himself, reassured by the fact that he had committed no wrongdoing. The 4 servants who had clutched Han Ziyu's arms released their grip, allowing him to rise and bow respectfully to Fang Fan, expressing his gratitude. Fang Fan acknowledged him with a nod. Xinqiang approached Wu Mingwei, delivering 4 resounding slaps across his face, causing it to swell instantly. She then turned her attention to the 7 remaining servants, mercilessly kicking them to the ground, leaving them with broken ribs and bloodied lips. Fang Fan frowned, admonishing, do not strike so fiercely, do not let them perish, lest you be burdened with karmic retribution. He had not anticipated that Xinqiang was not only powerful, but also ferociously violent in her approach. Yes, immortal, Xinqiang replied, her heart brimming with satisfaction. After all, the immortal was considering her well-being by advising restraint. She began to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks at the 8 before her, carefully controlling her strength to ensure their survival. The first to crack was Wu Mingwei, pleading, stop, please. If you continue, I shall surely perish. I beg you, noble warrior, cease your assault. Xinqiang reveled in her triumph, particularly thrilled to be addressed as noble warrior by Wu Mingwei. She glanced at Fang Fan, who knelt before Wu Mingwei and patted his face, asking, you kidnapped Mr. Han and intended to break his limbs. How shall we settle this debt? Wu Mingwei hastily replied. I will compensate. I will give Han Ziyu 100 taels of silver. Fang Fan patted Wu Mingwei's face again, retorting, your offer is rather insignificant. You think 100 taels can buy another's limbs? I shall compensate 500. Wu Mingwei blurted out. I will give 1,000 taels. No, 3,000. That is all I possess. My entire savings amount to 3,000 taels. I truly have nothing more. Please, I beg you, tell that female ghost to stop. I feel I am on the brink of death. Fang Fan nodded. Very well. Qing Yang, accompany him back to collect the 3,000 taels. Fang Fan turned to Wu Mingwei and mentioned the examination papers from previous autumn sessions that his father had procured for him, as well as the notes from the esteemed scholar who had imparted knowledge to him, instructing him to hand them over to Han Ziyu. Wu Mingwei remained silent. Fang Fan furrowed his brow, inquiring, What, are you unwilling? Wu Mingwei hurriedly nodded, his voice tinged with a whimper, I am willing, I am willing. I shall fetch them right away. Fang Fan nodded in satisfaction. Qing Yang accompanied him and retrieved 3,000 taels of silver, along with the examination papers from previous autumn sessions and the scholar's notes. Remember, do not overlook anything. Yes, esteemed one, replied Qing Yang, stepping forward to lift Wu Mingwei, saying, Where is your home? Wu Mingwei pointed down the path, and Qing Yang floated away with him in tow. The young servants, watching Fang Fan, received his indifferent command. All right, you may leave as well. The servants, in pain, could scarcely utter a word as they clutched their chests, crawling away from the alley. In an instant, only Fang Fan and Han Ziyu remained in the narrow passage. Han Ziyu gazed at Fang Fan, his eyes sparkling, and clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed one. Fang Fan waved dismissively. It is a trifling matter. Han Ziyu bowed deeply, saying, What may be trifling for you, esteemed one, is of monumental significance to me. If my limbs were to be shattered today, not only would I be unable to attend the autumn examination, but I would also be incapable of caring for my wife and children in the future. Our family would be ruined. As he spoke, his voice quivered with emotion. Fang Fan nodded, suddenly recalling the insightful ruler of awakening. Curious about its effects, he thought it best to experiment with Han Ziyu. With a flick of his wrist, the insightful ruler appeared in his hand. This is the insightful ruler of awakening. I shall strike you a few times to observe the effects. Han Ziyu, unaware of what the ruler entailed, sensed that it was likely beneficial, and thus replied respectfully, Esteemed one, please proceed as you wish. Fang Fan, wielding the ruler, struck Han Ziyu's forehead with a resounding thud. Instantly, Han Ziyu's eyes widened as he felt the teachings of the 4 books and 5 classics flowing through his mind like a stream, revealing an unexpected familiarity with the texts. He found himself able to recite them fluently, not just in order but even backwards. Moreover, the interpretations he encountered were not limited to a single source. He was now privy to numerous interpretations from various scholars, each more brilliant than the last. Some he had previously stumbled upon but lacked the means to acquire. Now, he retained all these interpretations, capable of reciting and comprehending them effortlessly. At that moment, Han Ziyu understood why the female ghost had referred to Fang Fan as esteemed one. Such abilities were indeed those of an immortal. With a smile gracing his face, Han Ziyu bowed once more, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed one. Fang Fan waved his hand again, finding the excessive politeness of scholars bothersome. Holding the insightful ruler, he struck Han Ziyu once more with a thud. Han Ziyu was momentarily lost in thought. This time it was poetry. Countless exquisite verses flitted through her mind, some familiar, others entirely new. Yet, all were splendid, truly deserving of the title of timeless classics. In an instant, Han Ziyu felt a surge of energy constricting within her chest, as if a multitude of poems were poised to burst forth, enhancing her ability to compose verses. Just as she prepared to bow once more in gratitude to Fang Fan, he struck her lightly with the insight wand, producing a resounding thud. Han Ziyu was jolted back to reality, her mind inundated with numerous strategies concerning national affairs and the welfare of the people. With that single strike, she retained all the knowledge. Those from noble families possessed a distinct advantage when it came to the imperial examinations. Not only did their households employ esteemed scholars to instruct them in the 4 books and 5 classics, but their elders, often officials themselves, would analyze pivotal state matters, court dynamics, and issues of public concern. Han Ziyu, however, lacked such advantages. Yet, after being struck by the insight wand, she found herself able to grasp various strategies related to national governance and the people's livelihood. She even comprehended some highly specialized topics, such as disaster response, managing epidemics following calamities, agricultural practices, construction issues, financial matters, military engagements, logistics, and more. An overwhelming urge to weep welled within her. Having received 3 strikes from the insight wand and acquiring such knowledge, failing to pass the examinations would be a profound disservice to the immortal, her family, and herself. Fang Fan observed Han Ziyu's emotional state and waved his hand, perplexed by the scholar's sentiments and tears. "All right, just 3 strikes for you. Now, express your thoughts," he urged. Excitedly, Han Ziyu recounted her experiences with the insight wand and the wealth of knowledge she had gained. Fang Fan nodded repeatedly, acknowledging the wand's effectiveness. "Given all you've learned, if you do not achieve success in the examinations, it would indeed be a disservice to my 3 strikes." Han Ziyu clasped her hands in a formal salute. "Immortal I, Huaiqin, shall strive earnestly to achieve that success." Huaiqin was Han Ziyu's courtesy name. Fang Fan nodded in approval. Just then, Xinqingyang returned, carrying 2 parcels, one larger, filled with silver, and another smaller, containing books and notes. Xinqingyang intended to present the parcels to Han Ziyu, but Fang Fan, noticing her petite frame, interjected, "Qingyang, please escort Mr. Han home. I shall take a stroll and return on my own." "Yes, immortal, I will ensure Mr. Han arrives home safely." She turned to Han Ziyu, saying, "Mr. Han, let us go." Han Ziyu bowed deeply to Fang Fan and followed Xinqingyang. Suddenly, Fang Fan slapped his forehead. "Mr. Han, wait." Both Han Ziyu and Xinqingyang turned back. With a flick of his hand, Fang Fan produced a copy of the 4 books and 5 classics commentary, a reward from the system, and handed it to Han Ziyu. Upon receiving it and glancing at its contents, Han Ziyu was filled with exhilaration. It was indeed the commentary by the esteemed scholar Fang. Fang Fan, a distinguished scholar of the previous dynasty, had achieved the remarkable feat of attaining the highest honor of the imperial examination. Han Ziyu, filled with excitement, seemed poised to utter more. But Fang Fan gestured for him to be silent. "All right, you all should depart swiftly. I have matters to attend to." Han Ziyu nodded and followed Xinqingyang. As the hour of Z approached, Fang Fan suddenly recalled that the moment of the 9 stars convergence was imminent. He pondered the fate of those involved, both the practitioners and the spirits. He was curious to witness their expressions upon discovering the absence of the purple qi. Even after securing the horse tether and channeling their spiritual or ghostly energy, after a brief contemplation, he resolved to first investigate the south gate. He remembered that the ghostly practitioners had assigned their envoy, the ghost princess, to the south gate, while the cultivators had dispatched Ping Donghao to the same location. Employing his wind movement technique, Fang Fan made his way toward the south gate. As he approached, he simultaneously activated his invisibility and turtle-breathing techniques, cautiously drawing nearer to the horse tether. Indeed, he soon beheld Ping Donghao and the ghost princess. Though neither had yet engaged in combat, the tension was palpable. They glared at one another, swords metaphorically drawn. The ghost princess, her face a mask of indignation, protested, "We arrived first. Surely, precedence must be acknowledged." Ping Donghao, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "Let each rely on their own abilities. I, too, am in dire need of the purple qi. As a ghostly practitioner, your tribulation is arduous. Our demonic practitioners face challenges no less formidable than yours. Thus, the purple qi is mine to claim." The ghost princess's ire stemmed from the inherent disparity in power. Although they both stood at the threshold of tribulation, the offensive and defensive capabilities of ghostly practitioners paled in comparison to those of cultivators, and even more so to demonic practitioners. The latter, despite their nefarious reputation, possessed unparalleled strength in attack and combat, surpassing that of cultivators. Moreover, demonic practitioners had access to numerous secret techniques that could significantly enhance their combat prowess for a limited time. Consequently, the ghost princess was acutely aware that she could not match Ping Donghao in a duel. However, after strategizing for so long, she was loath to concede defeat so easily. Ping Donghao glanced skyward at the 8 gleaming stars, aware that the 9 stars convergence was about to occur. It was crucial to channel spiritual energy at that precise moment to extract the coveted purple qi. Observing Ping Donghao's distraction, the ghost princess gritted her teeth, summoning a long halberd that shimmered ominously in her grasp. With determination, she lunged toward Ping Donghao's chest with the weapon, which extended 3 zhang and gleamed with a lustrous black sheen, reminiscent of polished jade. The halberd's tip was extraordinarily sharp, appearing to emit a star-like radiance, revealing minute spatial fissures along its edge. Fang Fan was taken aback. Indeed, a practitioner at the tribulation stage wielded a weapon of exceptional quality, channeling tremendous force. Ping Donghao lowered his gaze to the approaching halberd and, in a flash, conjured a demon-subduing pestle. This pestle, also black and impressively robust, suggested considerable weight. The irony was not lost on observers, for Ping Donghao, a demonic practitioner, wielded a tool designed for subduing demons, provoking a subtle smile. The expression on Ping Tonghao's face was one of utter disdain, his eyes cast sideways, exuding a palpable contempt for the ghost princess. With a cold snort, he raised the demon-subduing staff with one hand, meeting her long halberd. A thunderous roar ensued. At the precise moment the demon-subduing staff collided with the halberd, the surrounding space erupted in a dazzling display reminiscent of vibrant fireworks. Shades of blue, purple, red, yellow, green, and white intermingled. The sound of the explosion echoed, the weapons clashing violently. Ping Donghao felt a tremor in his arm, nearly losing his grip on the staff. Meanwhile, despair etched itself onto the ghost princess's features as her halberd shattered. The brilliant fireworks were but the last vestiges of glory left in the wake of the weapon's destruction. Even in its demise, it was so resplendent, so beautiful, the halberd truly embodied her formidable prowess and extraordinary nature. However, it was evident that the demon-subduing staff triumphed. Leaving the halberd in ruins, the staff remained dark and gleaming, twinkling with points of light akin to stars, appearing unscathed. A resounding cry emanated from the staff, a sound of celebration, defiance, and pride. The corners of Ping Tonghao's lips curled into a slight smile as he caressed the staff as one would tenderly touch a beloved. The ghost princess, in stark contrast, sank to the ground, beginning to weep. Her inherent beauty was accentuated by her tears, reminiscent of pear blossoms in the rain, stirring the hearts of those who beheld her. As she wept, a faint blush graced her cheeks, transforming her pallid complexion. She appeared less like a specter and more like an ordinary, endearing woman. Even Fang Fan, who had been desensitized by countless adult films and had encountered innumerable cinematic beauties and internet celebrities, felt a flutter in his heart. Yet, Ping Tonghao's expression remained unmoved, seemingly oblivious to her beauty. With an icy tone, he warned, "If you do not depart, I shall show no mercy." The ghost princess's face registered profound surprise. As if she were taken aback by his indifference, she ceased her tears and replied, "Ping Donghao, I do not wish to contend with you. I know I cannot win. I merely wish to see what the purple aura looks like." Ping Donghao snorted derisively. "Do you take me for a fool? While I channel my spiritual energy, you intend to seize an opportunity to claim the purple aura for yourself, do you not?" The ghost princess's face flushed crimson, clearly exposed for her intentions, leaving her somewhat embarrassed. Fang Fan chuckled, noting that Ping Donghao indeed possessed the qualities of a true hero, unfazed by feminine allure, unboastful of his victory. Alas, it was clear he could not attain the purple aura, for it had already been absorbed by himself. The ghost princess gritted her teeth and retreated a distance. Approximately several hundred meters from the hitching post, Ping Donghao moved to the opposite side of the post, able to observe her actions and the 8 shimmering stars in the sky. Fang Fan noted that Ping Donghao showed no sign of relaxation or complacency after defeating the ghost princess. He remained taut, vigilant, poised to strike at any moment. Thus, as the hour approached its end, the 9 stars aligned in celestial harmony. Suddenly, the 8 stars in the sky radiated a dazzling brilliance. It seemed that the very planet they inhabited also emitted a resplendent glow. Ping Donghao remained calm, extending a hand to touch the hitching post. Through a piece of spirit stone, he transformed the magical energy within him into spiritual energy and infused it into the post. This time, it was Fang Fan who was astonished. The hitching post began to emit light, even more brilliant than when he had gathered the purple energy. Moreover, the light was purple, indicating that there indeed was purple energy within the post. Fang Fan was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the situation. He had clearly collected the purple energy before. Why was this happening? Overwhelmed by shock, Fang Fan inadvertently released some of his aura, prompting Ping Donghao to turn his gaze towards him. Fang Fan hurriedly employed an invisibility technique to conceal himself and utilized a breath-holding technique to restrain his aura. A trace of derision appeared on Ping Tonghao's face, clearly indifferent to the existence of such a trivial creature as Fang Fan. At that moment, the entire hitching post began to tremble. Fang Fan was oblivious to it, but Ping Donghao sensed that the strand of purple energy was attempting to break free from its confinement. Then, with a loud bang, the purple energy burst forth from the hitching post. Ping Donghao soared into the air, extending his hand to seize the strand of purple energy, which directly entered his dantian. In that instant, as the purple energy erupted, The ghost princess also moved, extending her 10 ghostly claws toward the energy. Alas, she was a moment too late. The purple energy had already been captured by Ping Tong Hao and entered his dantian. However, the ghostly claws did not strike in vain. They landed upon the back of Ping Tong Hao's hand, leaving 5 dark scars. A mocking smile crept onto Ping Tong Hao's face, having secured the purple energy. The ghost princess's claw was insignificant, merely a toxic grasp. In half an hour, it would heal completely. Naturally, Ping Tong Hao had no intention of sparing the ghost princess for her attempt to seize the purple energy, her sneak attack that had caused him injury. Any transgression warranted her demise. With a flick of his hand, a demon-slaying staff appeared, and he swung it down towards the ghost princess's head. Terror flooded the ghost princess's expression as she desperately attempted to evade. The strike landed on her shoulder, causing it to collapse while her arm dangled uselessly. The ghost princess turned to flee, swiftly distancing herself from Ping Tong Hao by several hundred meters. Ping Tong Hao did not pursue, having obtained the purple energy. It was far more important to assimilate and refine it. The ghost princess could be dealt with later. Besides, he had made an appointment with Kuang Yuanqing and the others to meet beneath the bell tower. Ping Tong Hao soared into the air, heading towards the bell tower. In that fleeting moment of ascent, he cast a glance back at Fang Fan. A chill ran down Fang Fan's spine, as though he had been targeted by a ferocious beast. Once Ping Tong Hao had flown far away, Fang Fan stepped forward, reaching out to the hitching post, infusing it with some spiritual energy. The hitching post remained unresponsive, as if it were a lifeless object, devoid of the previous movements and vitality he had sensed when he first collected the purple energy. Fang Fan pondered in confusion, unable to comprehend why. Despite having acquired the purple chi, Ping Tong Hao could also obtain it. After some contemplation, he resolved to investigate other array nodes. The nearest array node to the southern gate was the bell tower, and Fang Fan decided to head there. Utilizing the windwalking technique, he swiftly approached the bell tower. Once within proximity, he employed the invisibility technique along with the turtle breathing technique to stealthily advance toward his destination. At that moment, 3 cultivators had already gathered beneath the bell tower, including Ping Tong Hao. It was evident that Kuang Yuanqing had also acquired the purple chi. His expression relaxed. Xiaoyan had likely obtained the purple chi as well. As for Gui Cha, he hovered nearby. His gaze filled with resentment and fury as he watched Kuang Yuanqing and the others, although it was possible to seize Kuang Yuanqing's purple chi before he integrated it. Gui Cha had been unable to contend with him alone, allowing Kuang Yuanqing to attain the chi. Now, with Kuang Yuanqing accompanied by 2 others, Gui Cha knew he stood no chance, leaving him to cede in silence. Before long, Shi Shiri and Wu Gujing arrived. The cultivators, triumphant, wore expressions of elation. The 5 gathered together, conversing. Kuang Yuanqing remarked that this collaboration had been exceedingly pleasant. He noted that he had sustained minor injuries, and presumed the others had as well. He bid them farewell, intending to return to the mountain gate to recuperate and integrate the purple chi in preparation for the tribulation. Wishing his companions well, he anticipated their next meeting, which would likely involve discussions of tribulation. The others offered respectful bows to Kuang Yuanqing as he soared northward. The remaining 4 exchanged farewells, dispersing in different directions. Soon, only Gui Cha remained, his face betraying despair. Ultimately, he had not obtained the purple chi. Now, his only recourse was to seek rare materials to forge treasures in preparation for his own tribulation. Yet, he wondered if a ghostly cultivator like himself, burdened by karmic debts, could survive the ordeal. Gui Cha departed southward, seemingly unwilling to bid farewell to Gui Ji and the others. Observing Gui Cha's exit, Fang Fan emerged and reached for the tethering post. As anticipated, it was as lifeless and silent as the one at the southern gate. The remaining 3 tethering posts were likely the same. Fang Fan strolled leisurely toward Changle Alley. Upon reaching Wudong Lane and entering his courtyard, he was greeted by Shen Qingyang, who appeared somewhat flustered. "Immortal, you have finally returned," she exclaimed. Fang Fan inquired, "What is the matter? Has something occurred?" Shen Qingyang, still visibly anxious, nodded vigorously. "Immortal, I encountered several cultivators. Some were practitioners of the righteous path, others of the demonic, and some were ghostly cultivators, all of formidable strength, seemingly at the tribulation stage. They noticed me, and it seemed they had intentions. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known if I could escape. Those cultivators appeared to harbor hostility toward the ghostly practitioners. The ghostly cultivators seemed intent on recruiting me to join them. However, after a brief exchange of words, they departed without revealing their intentions, sparing me. Shen Qingyang's face radiated relief, as if she had narrowly escaped a calamity. Fang Fan nodded. The several cultivators and demon practitioners had left, and it seemed the ghost cultivators would soon follow suit. There was no cause for concern, for as long as one did not provoke them, they would not trouble a mere ghost cultivator. Shen Qingyang had now calmed down. Indeed, with the immortal by her side, she feared nothing. Fang Fan retreated to his quarters, still pondering the matter of the purple aura. Why had he acquired the purple aura, while Ping Tong Hao and the others were still able to obtain it? After mulling it over and finding no clarity, he shook his head in frustration. Fang Fan felt a profound admiration for those sects. Yet, he required systematic rewards to enhance his strength, and to earn such rewards, he must first serve as a shopkeeper. If he truly joined a sect to cultivate, it would be uncertain how long it would take for him to achieve success. Having overheard the discussions of Ping Tong Hao and others, as well as the ghost cultivators' conversations, he held a deep reverence for this world of cultivation, for the powerful sects, and the formidable cultivators. Contemplating this, he stepped outside and gazed at the laurel tree. Since the enlightenment staff could illuminate all things, perhaps it could also enlighten the laurel tree. However, he wondered what the outcome would be. Unbeknownst to him, while the enlightenment staff could also enlighten humans, its primary function was to illuminate spirits, demons, and monsters, endowing them with human-like cognitive abilities, especially those newly awakened. It could transform them from mere nascent consciousness into beings capable of human thought and empathy. Many spirits, demons, and monsters, upon taking human form, would traverse the mortal realm to experience the myriad complexities of life, thus refining their intelligence, a necessary phase on their path of cultivation. Fang Fan, holding the enlightenment staff, struck the trunk of the laurel tree. A resonant thud echoed. Suddenly, a white form materialized on the tree trunk, resembling a human with features, yet lacking limbs, an ethereal, cloud-like visage with charming facial features, reminiscent of a young girl. At that moment, her countenance was filled with mirth. Fang Fan smiled and struck the entity again. With a second thud, the being began to emanate a radiant glow, closing her eyes as if deep in contemplation. As the light diminished, Fang Fan was left astounded. This small entity had sprouted limbs and a body, resembling a cherubic white figure. The little one bowed to Fang Fan, her face beaming with joy, thanking him profusely. "Thank you, brother. Thank you." Fang Fan was taken aback. When had he become a brother? However, considering the laurel tree had been growing for several centuries, being her brother was not a disadvantage. Fang Fan, still holding the enlightenment staff, struck the little one's head once more with a soft thud. The white orb radiated an intense glow, causing it to close its eyes. As the brilliance began to wane, Fang Fan perceived that the orb resembled a more human form. Just as he was about to knock again, the orb spoke. "Brother, please refrain from knocking. I need to digest this knowledge and information." Fang Fan nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, I shall return to knock after a few days once you have digested it." The orb vigorously nodded, replying, "Yes, yes, understood, brother. I estimate that after a few more knocks, I will be able to leave my original form and move about." Fang Fan chuckled, reaching out to touch the orb, which was indeed soft and slippery, truly deserving of its name. After exchanging some casual banter with the orb, Fang Fan retreated to his room. Seated cross-legged upon his bed, Fang Fan began to ponder. He had reached the foundation building stage and felt satisfied with his current realm, particularly considering he had only been cultivating for a mere 10 days. However, his equipment was woefully inadequate. To acquire better gear, he would need to purchase it or forge it himself. Additionally, he considered alchemy. The alchemical chamber in the immortal space was quite commendable, equipped with ground fire, an alchemy furnace, and numerous alchemical texts. The pressing question remained: how could he obtain the necessary herbs for alchemy? Suddenly, Fang Fan recalled the Sihai Trading Company and wondered if they possessed these herbs. He had a keen interest in alchemy. The system had rewarded him with a detailed guide on alchemy, which included recipes from the 1st to the 9th tier, techniques for refining, and methods for controlling the furnace fire. The immortal space also contained alchemical literature, but upon review, it primarily focused on crafting divine elixirs. The guide on alchemy explained the processes involved, presenting a superficial understanding without delving into the underlying principles. In contrast, the text in the immortal space explored these principles more comprehensively, thus offering a more advanced perspective. Whether he was to embark on alchemy or procure equipment and materials, it appeared to be a rather complex endeavor. A visit to the Sihai Trading Company seemed necessary. while the Yosher space held some herbs and requisite materials for forging. They were rather advanced, and given Fang Fan's current level, utilizing such herbs would be somewhat wasteful. He retrieved his brush and ink. Pinning down the herbs required for crafting 5 types of first-tier elixirs, he resolved to commence with these 5 first-tier elixirs. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Fan decided to take a rest. It had been quite some time since he had enjoyed a good sleep, and he yearned for a proper slumber. He had already informed the innkeeper of his absence, opting not to attend the tavern the following day. In the morning, he planned to visit the Seahai Trading Company, and in the afternoon, he intended to attend the Calligraphy and Painting Society. Lying on his bed, Fang Fan anticipated a struggle to fall asleep. Yet he was pleasantly surprised to find himself drifting off swiftly. He soon found himself in a picturesque realm. He understood that his spirit had arrived here, rather than his physical body. This place was undeniably beautiful, featuring a shimmering lake of deep azure, bordered by towering clusters of bamboo. For a moment, Fang Fan was entranced, as he seemed to hear the hushed whispers of the bamboo swaying in the gentle breeze. Having immersed himself slightly in the surroundings, Fang Fan discerned that these bamboo stalks were imbued with spiritual essence. A few towering phoenix trees stood majestically, their branches adorned with vibrant crimson phoenix flowers. These particular trees, too, were manifestations of spiritual being. The lake was a deep azure, its depths enigmatic. Fang Fan sensed the presence of numerous formidable entities beneath the surface, each possessing both strength and consciousness. Most importantly, the ambience here was undeniably serene. The air was saturated with spiritual energy, so dense it seemed on the verge of coalescing into liquid form. Where, indeed, was this place? Fang Fan furrowed his brow in contemplation. Fang Fan surveyed his surroundings. All around him stood a dense thicket of trees, an unending expanse of wilderness. He was acutely aware that his physical body lay in slumber, while his spirit had ventured into this inexplicable realm. Gliding along the lakeshore for a short distance, Fang Fan soon stumbled upon a modest dwelling constructed of bamboo. He approached and knocked on the door, but received no response. His spirit sensed the absence of any inhabitants within the bamboo cottage. Pushing the door open, he found the interior to be rather small, comprising merely 2 rooms. The outer chamber contained a table and chairs, along with a modest bookshelf. On the table rested an incense burner, its fragrant smoke wafting through the air, exuding a delightful aroma. An open book lay upon the table, suggesting that the owner had departed in haste, leaving the tome unattended. Adjacent to this was a small stove, beside which sat a clay pot used for brewing medicine, still containing remnants of herbal residue. Fang Fan leaned closer, inhaling the scents and examining the contents, and was taken aback. The herbs before him were unfamiliar, despite his extensive knowledge acquired from studying the art of alchemy and medicine. Yet these particular herbs were wholly unknown to him. Furrowing his brow, he recalled that perhaps 1 or 2 of these herbs had been seen in the space of Yongshire. Thus, he pondered, could these herbs be not mere plants, but rather celestial flora? He then entered the inner chamber, which was even more austere, featuring only a bed and a small nightstand. Hanging on the wall were several robes, their colors understated yet the fabric remarkably unique. As he ran his hand across the material, he found it to be soft and smooth, and to his astonishment, it resisted his attempts to tear it. Given Fang Fan's current foundation-building stage, his strength far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Not even iron or jade would withstand his grip, yet this fabric remained intact. Stepping back into the outer room, he perused the bookshelf, which held a collection of esoteric texts. They appeared to discuss the principles of cultivation rather than specific techniques, delving into the influences of celestial bodies, stars, the sun, and the moon, on one's practice, along with various states of being. As he read, he realized that just a few days prior, he had harmonized with the energies of the universe, directly forming his spiritual roots, thereby attaining what the text referred to as a state of enlightenment. The writings also explored the relationship between action, cultivation, fortune, and luck, along with some profoundly cryptic principles that, to Fang Fan, seemed even more obscure than the Tao Te Ching, Heart Sutra, or Zhuangzi. Overwhelmed by the complexity of these concepts, he emerged from the bamboo dwelling. At that moment, he spotted a small deer, its movements graceful and its eyes bright with curiosity, as if it could converse. The deer approached him cautiously, and Fang Fan felt an immediate affection for the creature. As it ambled closer, he smiled and inquired, "Who are you? Where is the celestial being?" Fang Fan was momentarily taken aback. The little deer could speak. Moreover, it was able to perceive his spirit, which, like a ghost, is typically invisible to ordinary beings. Of course, the spirit was far more formidable than a ghost and was not afraid of the sun. Fang Fan, still in a daze, wondered how he had arrived in this place. Are you referring to the person in the bamboo cottage? He inquired. The little deer nodded. Fang Fan replied, I have not seen the owner of the bamboo cottage. The little deer tilted its head and said, You are fortunate. Soon, the tide of spiritual energy will arrive. Just as Fang Fan intended to ask the deer about this tide, it bounded away toward the bamboo grove. At that moment, Fang Fan felt a stir in the air. A surge of spiritual energy. The atmosphere, already thick with energy, became even more suffused, transforming into a dense white mist that enveloped the surroundings. Could this be the spiritual tide the little deer spoke of? Suddenly, Fang Fan noticed the creatures in the vicinity becoming agitated. The bamboo swayed, its leaves rustling, and the whispers among the bamboo transformed into a cacophony. The phoenix flowers, too, shed countless crimson petals, creating a rain of blossoms. Creatures from the lake surfaced one after another. Fang Fan was astonished to see that these beings were ancient mythical beasts, enormous and fierce in appearance. His spirit began to stir as well, as waves of spiritual energy surged into him. With a thunderous sound, he realized he had reached the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. Moments later, another booming noise echoed, and he ascended to the late stage of Foundation establishment. Overcome with joy, he froze in thought, contemplating whether this newfound realm could be carried back with him and whether it could elevate his physical form to the same stage. Fang Fan sat cross-legged, continuing to absorb the energy, not merely absorbing, but rather, it forcefully permeated his being. Time became irrelevant as he remained in this state. Eventually, the spiritual tide receded. Then he felt a powerful force pulling him away. In the astonished gaze of the little deer, Fang Fan returned to his original world, back to his corporeal form. A brief assessment revealed his elation. He had indeed brought back the late-stage Foundation establishment. Not only had his spirit advanced, but his physical body had also reached the same stage. That mysterious place, the enigmatic tide of spiritual energy, was truly extraordinary. Filled with delight, Fang Fan glanced at the sky. Dawn was breaking. He heard Shen Qingyang bustling about in the kitchen. After a moment's thought, he retrieved the heavenly nectar in another jade bottle, pouring 3 drops of the nectar into the bottle and placing it on the table. Shen Qingyang entered with a basin of water, a towel, willow branches, and salt, saying, My lord, please wash up first. After you're done, I will prepare breakfast. Fang Fan nodded and proceeded to wash. Shen Qingyang, carrying the basin, towel, and used willow branches, exited. After a while, she returned with breakfast. The table was still abundant with delicacies. Osmanthus cake, shredded chicken rolls, spring rolls, small steamed buns, and petite flour rolls, accompanied by a bowl of pumpkin porridge and a bowl of beef soup. Everything appeared delightful. Fang Fan gestured towards the jade vial on the table, inside which resided 3 drops of heavenly honey, capable of enhancing one's realm. Take it, he said. Shen Qingyang picked up the jade vial, opened it, and inhaled its fragrance, immediately overwhelmed with joy. Thank you, immortal. Thank you, immortal. Fang Fan waved his hand dismissively and began to enjoy his breakfast. Shen Qingyang gazed at him in a daze, contemplating how the immortal appeared aloof, seemingly indifferent to everyone. Yet, he treated her differently, not only providing her with a cultivation method, but also bestowing upon her the extraordinary heavenly honey that could elevate her realm. Although she had never encountered heavenly honey before, just the scent invigorated her spirit, assuring her of its remarkable nature. Fang Fan gazed at Shen Qingyang, momentarily lost in thought, his brow slightly furrowed. You must diligently enhance your strength while accompanying me. Otherwise, you shall become a subject of ridicule due to your low cultivation level. Shen Qingyang regained her composure and promptly replied, Yes, esteemed immortal, I shall certainly devote myself to rigorous training. With that, she suppressed her inner excitement and observed Fang Fan as he partook of his breakfast. Fang Fan consumed his meal with remarkable swiftness, akin to a tempest. Shen Qingyang then cleared away the dishes. After a moment's reflection, Fang Fan donned the attire Shen Qingyang had prepared for him, a sky-blue robe crafted from exquisite shoe brocade. He also changed into the satin undergarments she had sewn. Just as he finished changing, Shen Qingyang entered the room. Esteemed immortal, shall I arrange your hair? Fang Fan nodded in assent. As he had yet to don a crown, his hair cascaded down his back, and she fashioned a simple bun atop his head with the hair from the crown. Shen Qingyang produced a jade clasp from an unknown source and secured it in place. Her face radiated delight as she regarded Fang Fan. Esteemed immortal, you are truly handsome. With a change of attire and a slight arrangement of your hair, you resemble a distinguished gentleman of the world. Indeed, you are like a jade figure amidst the common folk. a peerless young master. Moreover, Shenqingyang felt that Fang Fan appeared even more dashing than when they first met. Her impression was not unfounded compared to their initial encounter. Fang Fan's strength had significantly increased. It is a certainty that one's appearance becomes increasingly remarkable after embarking on the path of cultivation. The visage of a martial artist cannot possibly compare to that of one in the foundation establishment stage. Thus, Shenqingyang's perception was accurate. Fang Fan spoke. I shall be departing now and will return in the evening. Please prepare a meal for my return. Yes, esteemed immortal, she replied. Fang Fan exited, not heading towards the tavern, but rather toward the Sihai Trading Company. Although it was still early, the establishment was already open for business. While the neighboring shops bustled with patrons, the Sihai Trading Company stood rather desolate. The shop was spacious, encompassing over 200 square meters, filled with various items, including large jade carvings that exuded considerable value. A striking 3-foot-tall coral bonsai captured the eye, along with several display cabinets brimming with treasures. Although Fang Fan lacked expertise in such matters, he understood well that the items displayed were of considerable worth. The shop assistant glanced at Fang Fan, then lowered his head. A middle-aged man, clad in a long robe, appeared to be the proprietor. He sat there, perusing some papers, casting a brief glance at Fang Fan before returning to his reading. What astonished Fang Fan most was the revelation that the assistant was a cultivator at the 5th level of qi refinement, while the proprietor was even more impressive, a cultivator of the golden elixir stage. Thus, Fang Fan's suspicions were confirmed. The Sihai Trading Company catered specifically to the needs of cultivators. Suppressing his shock and delight, he approached the proprietor. Do you have these herbs? The proprietor furrowed his brow, took the list, and began to examine it. Upon reading, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he lifted his gaze to scrutinize Fang Fan further, his shock deepening as he studied him more closely. The young man appeared shrouded in an enigmatic mist, elusive to any scrutiny. Yet, there was no doubt he was a cultivator. The shopkeeper promptly rose, a smile gracing his face. Esteemed guest, please accompany me to the 2nd floor. There are numerous treasures that may pique your interest. As for these medicinal herbs, we have an ample supply. Since you are an alchemist, feel free to come to my humble shop for any herbs you may require in the future. Even if we do not have them in stock, I shall procure them from elsewhere for you. The shopkeeper was utterly astonished to encounter a true alchemist within the imperial capital of the Great Xia dynasty, though the herbs were merely suitable for crafting first-tier elixirs. Who could say what the future held? Perhaps this young man would evolve into a master alchemist, or even a 9th-tier one. Noticing the commotion, a servant raised his head, his expression one of surprise, and approached. Following the shopkeeper, Fang Fan ascended to the 2nd floor and was instantly captivated. The array of items before him was astounding. Various spiritual artifacts radiated an abundance of spiritual energy. 2 flying swords stood out, exuding an air of the extraordinary. However, upon glancing at the prices, Fang Fan was left speechless. One sword commanded over 3,000 spirit stones, while another was even more exorbitant, priced at 12,000 spirit stones. At that moment, Fang Fan possessed only a meager 150 spirit stones gifted by a Taoist priest. The 2nd floor was replete with talismans, formation plates, elixirs, and more, all of considerable value. Previously, Fang Fan had been proud of his fortune, which included hundreds of thousands of taels of silver, over 100,000 taels of gold, as well as jewels and antiques. Yet now, he realized he was but a pauper in this realm, unable to afford a single item on display. The shopkeeper noted the incredulity and astonishment in Fang Fan's eyes. At that moment, the servant also arrived on the 2nd floor. The shopkeeper handed a list to the servant. Xiaofeng, please retrieve these herbs for our esteemed guest. The servant glanced at the list, equally astonished. Yes, shopkeeper, I shall fetch them at once. Before turning to leave, he cast a sidelong glance at Fang Fan. The shopkeeper, beaming, inquired, Dear guest, do you find anything here to your liking? By the way, should you have any surplus elixirs from your alchemical endeavors, feel free to sell them to my shop. The prices will be undeniably fair. Fang Fan chuckled. Do you truly believe your elixirs can find buyers here? The shopkeeper replied with pride, Our 4 Seas Trading Company has a presence across the continent. Not only do we have outlets in every city, but we also supply every cultivation sect. If they do not sell here, we shall transport them elsewhere. As long as your elixirs are of good quality, there will be no shortage of buyers. Fang Fan contemplated the proposition. If elixirs could be sold for spirit stones, then crafting and selling them would indeed yield profit. Shopkeeper, how much would the herbs I intend to purchase cost in spirit stones? the shopkeeper estimated. The herbs you have chosen are not overly expensive, totaling approximately 138 spirit stones. Fang Fan frowned. And in silver? The shopkeeper replied. That would amount to 1,380,000 taels of silver. As you may know, one spirit stone is worth 100,000 taels of silver. Fang Fan's dismay deepened. He had not realized the extent of his poverty. The silver on his person was insufficient even to purchase these first-tier herbs. Fortunately, the Taoist had bestowed upon Fang Fan some spiritual stones. Otherwise, not only would he have faced embarrassment, but he would also have found himself unable to refine any elixirs. At that moment, an assistant arrived, carrying a storage bag. Immortal, this bag contains all the herbs you requested. Please take a look and see if anything is missing. Fang Fan accepted the bag and instantly realized that it had not yet been bound to a master, allowing anyone to inspect its contents. After a brief examination, he nodded in affirmation. Nothing was lacking. As he prepared to retrieve the herbs from the bag, the shopkeeper interjected, Immortal, this storage bag is a gift for you. In the future, when you refine your elixirs, it will be convenient to store them within. Fang Fan was taken aback. Just how substantial was the foundation of the Four Seas Merchant Guild that they would offer a storage bag simply for the purchase of some herbs? Fang Fan was entirely oblivious to the fact that others did not receive storage bags with their purchases, regardless of whether it was the attendant or the shopkeeper. Both were generous in offering him a storage bag, considering his esteemed identity as an alchemist. The shopkeeper possessed a far-sighted vision. His branch, situated within the city, struggled with business, primarily attracting the occasional passing cultivators seeking to trade goods. However, the prospect of having an alchemist, or even a master alchemist, regularly conducting transactions for herbs and elixirs would undoubtedly draw attention from higher authorities to this branch of the Sea High Trading Company. Elevating the branch's status and accruing spirit stones would then become a matter of course. The Sea High Trading Company has established branches in various locations, and it is not uncommon for a branch to be open solely for the benefit of a particular weaponsmith, alchemist, array master, or talisman master. Provided this alchemist demonstrates promise and produces high-grade elixirs, the branch in the capital of the Daxia dynasty could be dedicated to serving him. The prerequisite, of course, was that the alchemist must strive to excel. Fang Fan, unaware of the intricacies involved, simply felt that the shopkeeper and attendants were amiable, both warm and attentive. He produced 138 spirit stones for the shopkeeper, who pondered momentarily before accepting merely 130 spirit stones. Fang Fan did not object. After all, his reserves were limited, and parting with 130 stones left him with just over 20. He was pleasantly surprised by the shopkeeper's kindness. Not only did he receive a storage bag, but he also saw the fractional amount waived. Satisfied, Fang Fan exited the Sea High Trading Company with the storage bag in hand. The attendant, accompanying him to the door, cheerfully introduced himself as Zhou Feng, suggesting that Fang Fan could call him Little Feng. He extended a warm invitation for Fang Fan to visit again. Fang Fan nodded with a smile, bidding farewell as he departed. As Zhou Feng watched Fang Fan's figure meld into the bustling crowd, he returned inside the Sea High Trading Company, approaching the shopkeeper with palpable excitement. He rubbed his hands together and remarked on the distinguished guest. The shopkeeper nodded in agreement, pondering the future implications should the alchemist elevate his status. The branch would undoubtedly benefit from his success. The attendant vigorously nodded, fully in accord. Having left the Sea High Trading Company, Fang Fan made his way toward the banks of the Qinhuai River. Reflecting on the surreal experiences of the past half-month felt dreamlike. Now liberated from constraints, he took the opportunity to visit the Fengyu Tower along the river. This four-story establishment, though slightly shorter than the palace's stargazing tower, offered a panoramic view of the entire capital from its highest level. Notably, the delicacies and teas served at Fengyu Tower were reputed to be exquisite. As Fang Fan had often heard from others, previously he had lacked the means to indulge in such luxuries, but today, spurred by a newfound sense of freedom, he resolved to treat himself to pastries, tea, and splendid vistas. Before long, he arrived at the serene banks of the Qinhuai River. At this hour, the river exuded tranquility. The flower girls aboard the painted boats were resting, awaiting the night's arrival to welcome guests. Unbeknownst to anyone, a melody was being played on the guqin, an instrument befitting a gentleman. While the common courtesans typically favored the zhang or pipa, rarely did one encounter a courtesan skilled in the art of the guqin. The mist over the Qinhuai River had yet to dissipate, swirling gently with the notes of the guqin, creating an ethereal atmosphere. The entire scene of the Qinhuai River exuded a profound sense of tranquility. Standing by the riverbank, Fang Fan appeared as exquisite as jade. Suddenly, a clear voice resonated from a nearby pleasure boat, asking if the young master would permit a servant to attend to him. Initially indifferent, Fang Fan turned his gaze towards the approaching boat, only to hear the voice continue to praise his handsome demeanor, likening him to a refined gentleman. It dawned on him that the remarks were directed at him, and he felt a flush of embarrassment at being so brazenly flirted with. As he observed the increasingly distinct features of the woman aboard the boat, a sense of awkwardness washed over him, prompting him to leave abruptly, which elicited a chorus of delicate laughter from the occupants of the boat. Fang Fan then entered the Fengyu Tower, where the staff, noting his striking appearance and the exquisite shoe brocade he wore, greeted him with warm smiles. He requested to ascend to the 4th floor, and the attendant led him upward. The 4th floor, while not as spacious as the first, was open and airy, adorned with flowing gauze curtains that danced with the wind, imparting a serene ambience. At this hour, the Fengyu Tower had yet to reach its peak influx of patrons. Only 2 tables were occupied. One table hosted a solitary young scholar, seemingly disheveled, who sat quietly drinking. The other table was occupied by 2 women, appearing to be intimate friends, who were engaged in light conversation over tea and pastries. Their voices were soft, yet Fang Fan could discern their words. Suddenly remembering that he had yet to consume the ear-enhancing pill, he decided to return to eat it, wary of any unforeseen side effects akin to those he experienced with the vision-enhancing pill, which had left him in tears for over an hour. At that moment, the attendant presented him with the menu. After perusing it, Fang Fan ordered a pot of Jinjun Mei and 3 assorted pastries. He then inquired if they had writing materials. The attendant eagerly nodded, assuring him that they did, and suggested that should he leave behind a masterpiece, the proprietor might waive the fee. Fang Fan shook his head, insisting that he would pay for the materials, as he intended to take his artwork with him. The attendant nodded vigorously, promising to fetch the supplies immediately. Soon, he returned with brushes, ink, paper, and pigments. Fang Fan gazed out at the picturesque scenery, inhaled deeply, and began to paint fervently. The other 3 patrons on the 4th floor, upon witnessing Fang Fan's skillful strokes, gathered around in astonishment, their eyes wide with admiration. He painted the very scene visible from the 4th floor, the flowing Qinhuai River, the pleasure boats gliding upon its surface, and the towering buildings along the banks, all rendered with remarkable vitality. Even the image of a young girl leaning against the railing of a boat, lost in contemplation of the river's gentle flow, was captured in his work. The disheveled scholar exhibited a hint of indignation, while the 2 ladies were utterly astonished, their faces alight with delight. Once Fang Fan completed his work, he appeared to retrieve a seal from his bosom, though it was actually drawn from a spatial storage. The 2 ladies gasped in unison, recognizing him as Master Fang Fan. They were taken aback, never anticipating that Master Fang could be so youthful. Fang Fan stood in a daze, perplexed as to when he had attained such renown. The attendant, having overheard the ladies' exclamations, though unfamiliar with Fang Fan, could discern their astonishment and excitement. Just as he contemplated descending to inform the shopkeeper, he noticed the proprietor, stroking his beard, had already approached from behind. The shopkeeper spoke, "Esteemed sir, this painting shall be purchased by our humble establishment for 3,000 taels of silver, and we shall grant you a permanent discount of 30% on all your future indulgences here. What say you?" Fang Fan, still in a daze from what he had heard, was abruptly roused by one of the women exclaiming, "Innkeeper, what a splendid idea you have. Just a few days ago, the 3 paintings by young Master Fang fetched a staggering 30,000 taels of silver each, yet they remain elusive in the market. And you propose a mere 3,000 taels? TSK. A faint blush appeared on the innkeeper's face. However, having managed the Fengyu Tower for so long, he had developed a thick skin and possessed a rather shrewd and astute character. He chuckled, "Ah, it is indeed young Master Fang. Forgive this old man for not recognizing you sooner. How disrespectful of me." The innkeeper then declared that Fengyu Tower would purchase young Master Fang's artwork for 30,000 taels. And furthermore, he would enjoy a permanent discount of 30% on all future expenses at the establishment. The previously silent woman then spoke, "Young master, I am willing to acquire this painting for 50,000 taels. What say you? Should you find it insufficient, I am prepared to increase the offer." This woman was the wife of the 2nd house of the Qing Duke's residence. Coming from a merchant background, wealth was certainly not a concern for her. The 2nd house was also the legitimate lineage of the Qing Duke. The Duke's family sought to form alliances with merchants primarily for their riches. Believing that the 2nd house, lacking in the prospect of nobility and officialdom, would at least be secure in financial matters through such unions. The Duke was deeply invested in the well-being of his legitimate son. This lady of the second house was no ordinary woman. She had been cultivated in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting since childhood, displaying a grace and elegance surpassing even that of the daughters from official families. Recently, Fang Fan's 3 paintings had been displayed at the Shuaiyuan, and on the very day they were hung, they were sold. One was purchased by elder son for 30,000 taels, another by elder O for the same price, and a final piece was acquired by an enigmatic figure, whose identity remained a mystery, also for 30,000 taels. Therefore, during Fang Fan's 2-day absence in Lantern Village, the innkeeper of Shuaiyuan had been waiting patiently to inquire whether Fang Fan had produced any new works, even going so far as to reopen the art exhibition for his sake. Such matters were unknown to the common folk. Yet they had already spread among the gentry and noble families. Rumors circulated about how Fang Fan's artworks exuded an aura of righteousness, believed to ward off malevolence when displayed in homes, and how wayward youths could be reformed simply by gazing at his creations. The wife of the second house was particularly attentive to these tales and harbored a deep aversion to being labeled as a merchant, fearing the stigma of being deemed uncouth. Hence, she had amassed a collection of esteemed artworks and rare books. Following the success of Fang Fan's paintings, she had visited Shuaiyuan, eager to purchase one of his works at a premium. The cunning innkeeper, Zhou Fu, had kept his cards close to his chest, revealing nothing of Fang Fan's identity. Encountering him today filled Zhou Fu with elation, as he strategized on how to convince Fang Fan to part with his painting. The indolent scholar then interjected, "How dare a merchant's wife presume to purchase young Master Fang's artworks?" Instantly, the second lady's face flushed crimson. For being unmasked in such a manner, especially so mercilessly, was her greatest dread. Yet, she found herself at a loss for words to defend her position. Indeed, she hails from a merchant background, a fact well known and indicative of her lowly status. As he spoke, the scholar inclined his hand in greeting, introducing himself as Wang Mingyuan, the 6th son of the esteemed Wang family, a minister of justice. He acknowledged Fang Fan with a respectful demeanor. However, his eyes betrayed a calculating glint, revealing jealousy and an inexplicable tinge of animosity towards Fang Fan. Who is Fang Fan? He is a man of such stature that even the emperor pays him homage, and the city god addresses him as an immortal. Why would he demean himself by engaging in pretense with this so-called young Master Wan? Fang Fan turned away, ignoring the young lord, and addressed the second madam, suggesting that she simply gift him 30,000 taels, for their meeting was a stroke of fate, and the painting he had just completed was a privilege to be admired by her. Overcome with emotion, the second madam felt tears welling in her eyes. Initially, she feared that upon having his identity exposed by the young lord of the Wang family, Fang Fan would dismiss her or even chastise her. As scholars and renowned artists typically disdain any association with merchants, lest their reputations suffer. To her astonishment, the second madam nodded vigorously, retrieving a stack of silver notes worth 1,000 taels each, totaling 30, which she presented to Fang Fan with both hands. He extended a hand to receive them, seemingly tucking them away in his bosom, yet in truth, they were stored in a spatial compartment. He marveled once more at the extravagance of this woman. Who else would carry such a sum when merely enjoying tea and snacks? Meanwhile, young Master Wang, witnessing Fang Fan's actions, was consumed by a mix of embarrassment and indignation. He had intended to reveal his noble lineage, hoping to cultivate a connection with Fang Fan, boast a little, and persuade him to part with the painting. Yet, whether or not Fang Fan had discerned his ulterior motives, it was clear that he would not part with his possessions so easily. To give away such a valuable piece would be akin to throwing away thousands of taels, a folly Fang Fan would never commit. The second madam, now holding the painting, radiated joy. Her skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting were commendable, allowing her to appreciate the artwork's quality fully. Her hands trembled with excitement. The coveted painting had finally been acquired. It brought her immense joy, further heightened by the realization that this gentleman, Fang Fan, was magnanimous and genuine, truly a man of virtue. Bringing this painting home would elevate her standing, not only in the eyes of her husband, but even in the gaze of her father-in-law, who had long desired to possess a piece by Fang Fan. At that moment, the ever-smooth young Master Wang interjected, maliciously stating that he never expected Fang Fan, in his youth, to have an inclination for married women, preferring to forego 2,000 taels to present a painting to a merchant's wife. Such words were indeed venomous. Even the usually composed shopkeeper shot a piercing glare at young Master Wang. Indeed, The young Master Wang Lu is accusing Fang Fan of having an affair with the second madam, presently situated in the Wind and Rain Pavilion. Such remarks tarnish its reputation. And how could the manager possibly regard him favorably? The second madam's face flushed with anger as she directed her gaze towards Wang Lu, urging him to choose his words with care. This is our first encounter, and I share a harmonious bond with my husband. Master Fang is a person of distinction. Young Master Wang, with a scholarly background, has evidently learned to exploit his connections to the censorate, a skill that even his father, Wang the Censor, would scorn. Fuming with rage, Wang Lu retorted, "You lowly woman, born of merchants, clearly unschooled in decorum. And you, what pretentiousness? Master Fang is merely a lowly shopkeeper. Do not presume that your trivial artistic talents grant you any significance." The audacity of these two wretched souls attempting to feign sophistication is utterly laughable. Before he could continue, Fang Fan seized him by the collar and delivered 4 resounding slaps, silencing Wang Lu immediately. The second madam was momentarily taken aback, then her expression softened as she smiled. This Master Fang is truly unconcerned with trifles. With such depth of character, it is no wonder he creates such remarkable art. Wang Lu spat blood, a tooth among it, his fury intensifying. "How dare you strike me, you lowly peasant?" Yet before he could finish, he received another 4 slaps. Fang Fan interjected, "If you cannot speak sensibly, it is best to remain silent. Your reckless words have angered me, and thus you shall receive the consequences." Wang Lu turned to the manager. "Are you not going to intervene as this peasant assaults me in your establishment?" The manager chuckled, "You are both esteemed figures. Wind and Rain Pavilion is but a humble merchant establishment. How could I dare interfere? Besides, you just accused us of harboring filth. I would not dare to counter such claims, especially with Master Fang's esteemed status." With that, the manager turned and departed, shaking his head. Wang Lu continued to shout, "He is no great figure. He is merely a shopkeeper. Are you willing to offend my Wang family for the sake of a mere shopkeeper?" Internally, the manager mused, "What is the Wang family to me? The true patron of Wind and Rain Pavilion is the Emperor. How could we dare offend those whom even the Emperor does not cross?" The incident of Fang Fan meeting the Emperor in the cold palace had circulated, albeit among a select few, and the manager was among those in the know. Initially, he had not connected this individual with Fang Fan, but it was a woman who enlightened him, revealing that the one who met the Emperor in the cold palace was none other than the esteemed painter Fang Fan, the very person before him now. Despite being struck, Wang Lu continued to hurl insults, revealing his familiarity with Fang Fan from previous encounters at the Fortune and Wealth restaurant. Yet, this revelation was of no concern to Fang Fan whatsoever. He never regarded his role as a mere shop assistant as one of lowly status. Likewise, those around him, be it the third young master, the esteemed manager Zhou, or elder son, had never perceived Fang Fan as an ordinary shopkeeper. Consequently, the events that transpired with young Master Wang were entirely unfathomable. The Emperor, the city god, and even the esteemed consort Yin all acknowledged that Fang Fan was no ordinary individual, believing instead that he was an enigmatic figure navigating the world. Thus, they bore no disdain for his identity as a shop assistant. This marked the first instance in which Fang Fan encountered contempt directed at his position. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. However, the tirade of young Master Wang, filled with crude language, left Fang Fan distinctly uncomfortable. Seizing young Master Wang, he unceremoniously placed him outside the window. As young Master Wang gazed down at the perilous height, he began to scream, "Let me go. Are you trying to kill me?" Fang Fan chuckled, replying, "How could it be I who intends to kill? Surely it would be young Master Wang, inebriated, who might inadvertently fall from this height." With that, Fang Fan glanced at the 2 ladies present. The second madam quickly interjected, "Indeed, young Master Fang was preoccupied with his art. How could he possibly have the leisure to harm another?" We all witnessed young Master Wang, in a drunken stupor, clambering out the window and tumbling down. Fang Fan smiled, appreciating the cleverness of the lady. The other woman beside the second madam nodded in agreement. Yes, young Master Wang was indeed intoxicated, utterly unaware of his own words. Although we saw him leap from the window, we are but women, unable to restrain him. The attendant rushed downstairs, declaring, "I saw nothing. Indeed, I never ascended to the 4th floor." Young Master Wang, in despair, felt the chilling breeze from the river below and pondered whether he would survive a fall from such a height. Suddenly, a shout arose from below. "Which scoundrel is relieving himself from above? I can't believe I've been drenched by your foolishness." In his fright, young Master Wang lost control of his bladder. The 2 ladies shielded their faces with their hand fans, but their eyes betrayed their amusement. Young Master Wang, realizing the precariousness of his situation, began to relent. He was still young and had no desire to plummet to his demise, his body shattered upon impact. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Young Master Fang, I shall cease my insults. I was in the wrong earlier, and I apologize." After all, a timely apology might allow him to navigate this incident and seek retribution against Fang Fan another day. Fang Fan, discerning the true intent behind young Master Wang's words, had no desire to commit violence in a public setting, despite the clear alignment of the two ladies, the attendant and the manager. However, the world is rife with secrets that cannot remain hidden. Fang Fan, gripping young Master Wang, swung him and cast him upon the floor. Young Master Wang glared at Fang Fan, his teeth clenched, his gaze venomous. The two ladies, catching sight of his expression, instinctively stepped back, genuinely intimidated by his fury. Without uttering another word, young Master Wang descended the stairs in haste, his figure retreating swiftly. Fang Fan poured himself a cup of tea and leisurely sipped it, indulging in a few pastries, only to find them rather insipid. The tea and snacks here paled in comparison to those crafted by Shinqing Yang. The two women exchanged no further words, offering a slight bow to Fang Fan before descending the stairs with their artwork in hand. Fang Fan glanced at the pastries and tea, shook his head, and continued to sip and nibble, for having ordered them at such a steep price. He deemed it unwise to waste them. After finishing a pot of tea and 3 platters of pastries, he made his way downstairs. Upon reaching the counter on the first floor, he was informed by the shopkeeper that a lady had already settled his bill. Momentarily taken aback, Fang Fan nodded and prepared to leave. The shopkeeper, with a grin reminiscent of a wilted cabbage, inquired whether Fang Fan was headed to the calligraphy and painting gathering. Indeed, Fang Fan replied. The shopkeeper continued to smile, wishing him success and fame, bowing slightly in respect. Although Fang Fan was indifferent to fame, he reciprocated the gesture, thanking him for the kind words. Strolling toward the south courtyard gate, situated along the banks of the Qinhuai River, Fang Fan noticed the distance between the north and south gates was considerable, yet he paid it little mind, enjoying the walk and the scenery. However, upon reaching the south courtyard gate and arriving at the entrance of the Calligraphy and Painting Institute, he suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten his invitation. After all, the invitation he possessed was from the previous gathering, and he doubted its relevance for this occasion. At that moment, he observed several carriages stationed outside, and the attendant responsible for checking invitations had not noticed him. Hesitating, Fang Fan pondered his next move when a voice called out, "Young Master Fang, why do you not enter?" Turning around, he recognized Zhou Fu, the steward of the Calligraphy and Painting Institute. "I do not have an invitation," Fang Fan admitted. "Not even the one from last time." Zhou Fu smacked his forehead, recalling that he had forgotten to provide Fang Fan with an invitation that morning. "Come along, young Master Fang," he urged, gesturing for him to enter. Fang Fan nodded and stepped forward. Although the attendant was unfamiliar, upon seeing the steward behind Fang Fan, he also gestured for him to proceed. Although the entrance was quite small, an inconspicuous side door next to the Calligraphy and Painting Institute, too narrow for carriages or palanquins once inside, a wondrous world unfolded. The garden was surprisingly expansive, with winding paths, flowing streams, and rockeries adorned with pines and bamboos, each step revealing a new vista. A pond teemed with vibrant koi, their colors a splendid spectacle, some as large as an adult's thigh, a testament to the meticulous care from the owners. Noticing Fang Fan's admiration for the scenery, Zhou Fu excused himself, stating he had other guests to attend to. Left to wander alone in the garden, Fang Fan marveled at the beauty around him, inspiration for his own artwork blossoming within his mind. As the time approached for the guests to arrive, Fang Fan made his way to the innermost loft. Indeed, a considerable number of people had gathered. These individuals differed somewhat from those Fang Fan typically encountered. They were adorned in splendid attire, and each possessed a countenance that could be described as at least above average, exuding an air of comfort. Fang Fan discerned that most of these guests were scions of official families, and even those who were not hailed from scholarly backgrounds. Upon his entrance, Fang Fan's striking appearance, complemented by the exquisite shoe brocade he wore, attracted a multitude of curious glances, stirring a subtle sensation within him. Surveying the spacious loft, which spanned 2 stories, Fang Fan noted the first floor featured a grand hall furnished with several tables, laden with tea and delicacies. Both the tea and the snacks appeared delightful, and numerous young attendants darted about, refilling cups and replenishing treats. The second floor contained small private compartments where groups of 3 to 5 friends engaged in leisurely conversation over tea and snacks, creating an atmosphere of ease and comfort. Fang Fan settled into a corner, sipping tea and sampling a piece of pastry, though it paled in comparison to the tea brewed and the pastries crafted by Shenqingyang. It was certainly superior to what one would find at Fengyu Tower. Clearly, Shuhua Yuan had invested considerable effort for this particular art gathering. The attendees were predominantly young gentlemen, accompanied by several young ladies from distinguished families, who all seemed familiar with one another, while Fang Fan found himself a stranger among them. Some directed inquisitive glances his way, attempting to ascertain the identity of this unfamiliar young master. As it turned out, neither Fang Fan recognized anyone, nor did anyone recognize him, rendering their inquiries fruitless. Each table was equipped with brushes, ink, paper, and pigments. Some attendees were engrossed in painting or calligraphy, and the ambience remained pleasant, devoid of disputes over artistic critiques. Generally, conversations revolved around flattery. Even suggestions and critiques were expressed with utmost politeness. Fang Fan sipped his tea, relishing the pastries while observing the interactions among the young gentlemen and ladies. He felt no envy, no jealousy. His heart remained undisturbed. Soon, the proprietor arrived, accompanied by a young gentleman whom Fang Fan recognized as Chen Mingxin, the very individual whose dining experience at Fugua Restaurant had bestowed upon him the dual mastery of painting and calligraphy. The proprietor introduced this young master, revealing that the art gathering had been convened in his honor. The atmosphere grew animated as attendees surrounded Chen Mingxin, exchanging compliments and discussing the artworks. The proprietor's gaze swept across the hall until it landed on Fang Fan, a smile gracing his face as he approached. "Young Master Fang, would you care to create a piece for us?" The proprietor's gesture did not go unnoticed. All eyes converged upon Fang Fan. With a resonant voice, the proprietor declared, "I trust everyone has heard that our Shuhua Yuan recently sold 3 paintings at the remarkable price of 30,000 taels of silver each. All these masterpieces are the work of young Master Fang." In an instant, the crowd erupted, their gazes fixated on Fang Fan. Some individuals, possessing a cheerful and magnanimous disposition, approached Fang Fan directly, introducing themselves in hopes of befriending him. Fang Fan, somewhat bewildered, had never encountered such a situation before. The compliments lavished upon him flowed as freely as if they were without cost. The shopkeeper, perceiving that Fang Fan seemed ill-equipped to navigate this social gathering, interjected, urging everyone to remain calm. He then proceeded to introduce young Master Chen and young Master Fang, suggesting that they each create a piece of calligraphy or painting before the assembled crowd. Indeed, the audience fell silent. The shopkeeper led Fang Fan to stand before Chen Mingxin, facilitating their introduction. With a warm smile, the shopkeeper inquired who would take the lead, to which Fang Fan graciously suggested, "Young Master Chen may go first." Chen Mingxin, with a respectful gesture, replied, "Then I shall not be polite. Young Master Chen, please." Fang Fan reciprocated with a gesture of invitation. Chen Mingxin positioned himself before the table, adjusted his colors slightly, and began to paint. The onlookers watched in hushed admiration. Chen Mingxin, renowned in the realm of painting and calligraphy, gradually unveiled a scene that depicted a corner of the garden. Towering trees, an elegant pavilion, and a tranquil pond came to life on the canvas, where 2 young maidens clad in azure conversed, their youthful beauty still adorned with a hint of baby fat, evoking a delightful charm. Before long, the painting was complete, accompanied by a few lines of verse. "The autumn breeze is crisp, the autumn moon shines bright, fallen leaves gather and scatter, the cold crow perches. When shall we meet again, on this night, so hard to bear?" Although the painting and the verses were not entirely harmonious, both the artwork and the words were truly exceptional, eliciting a chorus of admiration from the crowd. Chen Mingxin stamped his seal and, evidently pleased with his creation, the shopkeeper instructed his staff to hang the painting. He then turned to Fang Fan, saying, "Young Master Fang, your turn." Chen Mingxin smiled at Fang Fan, nodding in acknowledgement as he vacated his spot. Curiosity piqued among the onlookers, for they had heard much about Fang Fan recently, particularly regarding his artistic talents. Yet few had witnessed his work firsthand. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Fan set his brush to paper, capturing yet another corner of the garden. This garden was replete with beauty, and as Fang Fan explored its nooks, several compositions began to take shape in his mind. The scene he chose to depict was his favorite. Beside a pond lay a dense grove of bamboo, adjacent to which stood a bamboo hut. In front of the bamboo thicket sat a figure in meditation, playing a lute. This imagery resonated deeply with Fang Fan, reminiscent of a landscape from the world he had traversed. He skillfully intertwined elements from this garden with those of the realm he had once known, bringing forth a painting that was a beautiful amalgamation of both worlds. Fang Fan, with a heart full of confidence, swiftly set his brush to paper, revealing images of bamboo groves, bamboo houses, and musicians, among others. The palette was deliberately restrained, yet it imparted an ethereal tranquility. Upon completing the artwork, Fang Fan inscribed, "Alone in the tranquil bamboo grove, I play my lute and let out a long, resonant sigh in the depths of the forest where no one knows. The bright moon comes to illuminate me." Many gasps of admiration erupted around him. Even Chen Mingxin was taken aback. Chen Mingxin, a stalwart in the world of calligraphy and painting, had gained a glimpse into the realm of artistic mastery over the years. However, witnessing such talent in a youth before him was astonishing. What was even more humbling was that this young man was several years his junior. At just over 20, Chen Mingxin had established himself as a prominent figure in the art world, lauded as a prodigy. Yet here was a boy younger than he, already achieving a level of artistic excellence that left him feeling quite inadequate. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Meanwhile, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. No one had anticipated that such a young lad, still unadorned by the ceremonial cap of adulthood, could possess such extraordinary artistic prowess. The young ladies, in particular, would glance between the painting and the artist, their beautiful eyes sparkling, their faces flushed with a coyness that suggested they were lost in thought. Soon, the painting was complete, and the inscription finished. Fang Fan appeared to retrieve a seal from his robe, though it was actually drawn from a space of storage, and pressed it onto the artwork. It was Fang Fan, the illustrious young Master Fang. No one had expected such youth and striking appearance from Master Fang. He was indeed a marvel, a paragon of both talent and beauty, prompting a flurry of discussion among the onlookers. Chen Mingxin gazed upon Fang Fan's work with growing admiration. The techniques and brushwork displayed an affinity with their southern school, seemingly inextricably linked to his own artistic lineage. Yet, there were many techniques and strokes that he had pondered for long but had yet to fully grasp. Now, witnessing Master Fang's work, he felt an epiphany wash over him. Chen Mingxin, beaming with delight, offered a formal bow to Fang Fan, expressing, "Master Fang has already reached the pinnacle of artistic achievement. Observing your work has unraveled many of my own uncertainties, proving to be immensely enlightening. Thank you, dear Master Fang. Please accept my humble bow." In ancient times, even a single character could be a teacher. To me, Master Fang is a master of brush and ink. With that, he bowed respectfully to Fang Fan. Fang Fan, taken aback, quickly supported Chen Mingxin, saying, "There is no need for such formalities, young Master Chen. Let us simply engage in mutual exchange." At that moment, a sarcastic voice interrupted, remarking that Master Fang was merely a waiter from the Fortune and Wealth Tavern, and it was indeed fortunate for him to have infiltrated the art gathering today. Fang Fan turned to see young Master Wang Lu, accompanied by a few others, who began to regard him with disdainful glances. This sentiment was echoed by several others present, who also displayed scornful expressions towards Fang Fan. Yet, with a gentle smile gracing his lips, Fang Fan chose to disregard their remarks entirely. The shopkeeper finally spoke, acknowledging that Master Fang, who has been concealed among the common folk, is indeed a true master, a recluse of noble character, untouched by fame or fortune. Today, had it not been for my persistent invitation, Master Fang would not have graced us with his presence. Chen Mingxin also interjected, asserting that Master Fang's extraordinary talent is beyond comparison to ordinary individuals, emerging from the streets and choosing to remain hidden, yet achieving mastery in both calligraphy and painting. He is a genuine genius. At that moment, several others echoed the shopkeeper and Chen Mingxin's sentiments. Young Master Wang Lugong continued, "You may not be aware, but Fang Fan, this humble servant, has sold a painting to the second lady of the Qing family for the sum of 30,000 taels of silver, all to curry favor with her. Indeed, you are not mistaken. It is the merchant's wife. I wonder how a lad so young could harbor such interest in a married woman. Could it be that he has lost his parents and thus lacks maternal affection?" A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Fang Fan remained composed, saying nothing. The shopkeeper cast a cold, piercing glance at young Master Wang, seemingly wishing to eliminate him on the spot. Although Wang Lugong's words were mere slander, rebutting them proved quite challenging, as the fact that Fang Fan did indeed sell a painting to the second lady of the Qing family for 30,000 taels was irrefutable. Fang Fan lifted his gaze, his expression serene. and then employed the heart-purifying technique, a spell capable of endearing him to those around him. Instantly, the crowd began to feel a subtle affinity for Fang Fan. Even those surrounding Wang Lugong shifted their stance. Of course, there were exceptions, for instance, Wang Lugong himself, who harbored an intense loathing for Fang Fan and would never change his position. The heart-purifying technique had its limitations, as it could influence those who were neutral or mildly opinionated about Fang Fan, but it had no power over those who despised him. Just as the shopkeeper and Qin Mingxin were feeling troubled, a voice broke through. Apologies for my tardiness. If it weren't for me, how could you all comprehend the remarkable essence of Master Fang's painting? The crowd turned to see the third young master entering, accompanied by Qing Song and Qing Bai. With this interruption, and given that everyone except Wang Lugong was now favorably inclined toward Fang Fan, the previous topic was swiftly forgotten. Fang Fan regarded the third young master with a respectful bow. The third young master smiled and remarked, "Master Fang is truly a remarkable talent. It is a pity for him to serve as a mere waiter at our Fugua tavern." Fang Fan replied with a smile, "I take pleasure in being a waiter, for it allows me to witness the myriad facets of the world." Instantly, praises echoed around, declaring Fang Fan a recluse of great wisdom. The third young master then commanded, "Everyone, watch closely and do not blink." With that, he extended his palm and released a gentle surge of inner strength toward the painting on the table. In an instant, the painting erupted in golden light, rebuffing the third young master's inner energy. Silence enveloped the room, followed by a cacophony of applause. The third young master, wearing a beaming smile, proclaimed, "Did you see that? What repelled my inner energy was none other than the righteous spirit." The artworks of young Master Fang exude an aura of righteousness. It is evident that such righteousness is not merely characteristic of his paintings, but also of the man himself, who is indeed remarkable. One can surmise that only individuals of noble character and profound wisdom could embody such integrity, let alone infuse their creations with it. Initially, those who held a favorable view of Fang Fan due to his serene disposition found their admiration for him soaring to new heights. In this era, compared to the one Fang Fan previously inhabited, social hierarchies are starkly defined, placing immense value on an individual's moral standing. As for the embodiment of righteousness, those who cultivate such virtue are invariably scholars of the highest moral caliber. Consequently, the perception of Fang Fan among these esteemed individuals is overwhelmingly positive, with a shared belief that he is a recluse of extraordinary ability, dwelling among the common folk. Having embraced the words of the third young master, their disdain for the sixth young master Wang is palpable, for lying and maligning others are indicative of a deeply flawed character. The third young master, now with a countenance of stern authority, addressed the sixth young master Wang, declaring, "You are known for tarnishing others' reputations, and we do not welcome you here. Please depart." The sixth young master Wang's face flushed crimson. Apart from the earlier incident at the Wind and Rain Pavilion, this moment stands as one of his most humiliating. He had thought the embarrassment at the pavilion was sufficient, yet, in hindsight, the audience had been sparse, save for Fang Fan, the innkeeper, the staff, and a couple of women, making it somewhat bearable. However, being expelled from the calligraphy and painting assembly by the third young master would jeopardize his standing in the capital indefinitely. This gathering attracted numerous offspring of officials, aristocrats, and some lofty scholars. To be ousted in their presence would be a disgrace, ensuring his exclusion from the upper echelons of society in the capital. With a flushed face and reddened eyes, he cried out hoarsely, "Zhou Mingxin, are you truly intent on opposing my Wang family?" He had audaciously called out the third young master's name, disregarding his own dignity. The third young master, whose expression had been relatively composed, now darkened with clouds of displeasure. Although he had not sought official office, he wielded wealth rivaling that of nations, and his word was law. Furthermore, the general of the state, his father, regarded him with even greater esteem than his elder brother, who had taken up official duties. The third young master excelled in the 6 arts, including music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, standing as a paragon among the offspring of officials and aristocrats. No one dared to offend the third young master. Once, an illegitimate son of the Pingyuan Marquis incurred his wrath, yet the Marquis remained indifferent, attempting to obscure the truth, hoping others would believe the third young master was at fault in this conflict. The business interests of the Marquis's household, whether belonging to him, his wife, or their progeny, were all targeted. In just 3 months, every enterprise of the Pingyuan Marquis's estate faltered, to the point where even their daily expenses could not be maintained. They were compelled to bow in submission, offering the illegitimate son to placate the third young master's ire. It was widely acknowledged that the third young master was formidable. Barely in his 20s, yet already a practitioner of the 10th level of martial arts, destined to reach the innate stage in due time. In terms of martial prowess, he surpassed even his elder brother, the biased general. Thus, none dared to offend the third young master. Now, however, this young master Wang had the audacity to utter such words. The third young master spoke, commanding, Qing Song, Qi Bai, throw him out. Without a moment's hesitation, Qing Song and Qing Bai seized young master Wang, each taking an arm, and proceeded to escort him outside. Despite his struggles and shouts, laced with foul language, his protests fell on deaf ears. Those who had previously been acquainted with young master Wang instinctively retreated, fearing they might be implicated. Upon reaching the entrance of the garden, Qing Song and Qing Bai unceremoniously released young master Wang, their gazes icy as they regarded him. Young master Wang, wishing to shamelessly re-enter, found himself thwarted. His face was a mask of resentment as he cast a lingering glance at Qing Song and Qi Bai before turning away, even forgetting to claim his carriage. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the pavilion, the atmosphere had returned to its lively state. Attendees enthusiastically critiqued the paintings of Qin Mingxin and Fang Fan, seemingly insatiable in their admiration. One individual even proposed a sum of 30,000 taels of silver to acquire Fang Fan's artwork. The third young master smiled, declaring that the painting would not be sold, but rather displayed at the Shuhua Yuan venue. Apart from the prospective buyer, the rest erupted in applause. Since the painting would be showcased at Shuhua Yuan, patrons could admire it without needing to purchase it, bringing immense joy to many. Fang Fan went on to create 2 additional pieces, one depicting koi in a pond, resplendent in color and masterful in technique, with the fish appearing almost ready to leap from the canvas. Next, he painted trees, pavilions, and rockeries, eliciting further rounds of acclaim. After completing these 2 works, Fang Fan settled in a corner to sip tea and enjoy some pastries. Though several individuals contemplated approaching him for conversation, they hesitated, allowing Fang Fan a moment of tranquility. As he prepared to indulge in a pastry, a graceful young woman approached him. Fang Fan recognized her from discussions he had overheard. Sun Xuani, the granddaughter of Elder Sun, renowned as the most beautiful and talented woman in the capital. Upon reaching Fang Fan, Sun Xuani greeted him with a bow, saying, I have the pleasure of meeting you. Young Master Fang. With his mouth full of pastries, Fang Fan struggled to respond, hastily swallowing before replying, Miss Sun, greetings. Sun Xuani observed Fang Fan's predicament and laughed softly. Do you have a particular fondness for these pastries, young Master Fang? They are indeed delightful, yet they cannot compare to those made by my family's chef. On another day, I would be honored to invite you for an outing, where we may paint together. I shall bring some of my chef's creations for you to taste. Fang Fan was momentarily taken aback. While many admired his talent and praised his artwork, the majority still struggled to reconcile his identity as a humble shopkeeper. This was particularly true for the esteemed young ladies who had begun to harbor affections for him. Upon confirming his status as a mere shopkeeper through the third young master, Fang Fan sensed a wave of regret in their eyes. To his surprise, Sun Xuani seemed indifferent to this. Fang Fan nodded, considering that if he found some free time, he would go. However, he only had 2 days off in a month. Sun Xuani smiled and said, Very well, when young Master Fang has his days off, just let me know, and I will post an announcement inviting everyone to enjoy the spring scenery and paint together. My grandfather also holds young Master Fang in high regard, claiming that your artworks are unprecedented and unparalleled. Fang Fan, with a solemn expression, bowed slightly, replying, Miss Sun, you flatter me. Sun Xuani then inquired about some painting techniques and discussed art appreciation before taking her leave. Noticing that time was getting late, Fang Fan sought out the third young master and informed the shopkeeper of his intention to depart. The shopkeeper led Fang Fan to a corner and presented him with a banknote of 240,000 taels of silver. Young Master Fang, for the 8 paintings you provided, each priced at 30,000 taels, that totals 240,000 taels. Last time, you received 120,000 taels. Here's the remaining 120,000 taels. Fang Fan was momentarily taken aback and remarked, Aren't there deductions for the commission and the costs of ink, paper, and colors? The shopkeeper smiled, explaining, the third young master has decided to waive all those fees. After all, young Master Fang has contributed to the reputation of our calligraphy and painting establishment by working as a server in the third young master's tavern while enhancing our fame through your art. Fang Fan graciously accepted the 120,000 taels without hesitation. After visiting the Four Seas Trading Company in the morning, he became acutely aware of his own poverty. Returning home on foot, he was greeted by a delightful aroma wafting from his kitchen as he reached the alley. Quickening his pace, he pushed open the courtyard door, and the fragrance intensified. Upon entering, he found Shen Qingyang busily preparing in the kitchen. Seeing Fang Fan, Shen Qingyang said, "Immortal, you are back. The dishes will be ready shortly. Please have a cup of tea and wait." "Very well," Fang Fan replied, returning to his room. He noticed a teapot and teacups on the table and poured himself a cup, still steaming hot to the touch. Fang Fan took a sip and let out a satisfied exclamation. The tea brewed by Shen Qingyang was exquisitely delightful, surpassing that of Feng Yulu in the calligraphy and painting society. Fang Fan felt a surge of gratitude for having rescued Shen Qingyang. After a while, she entered with a tray, presenting 4 dishes, each more aromatic and visually appealing than the last. Since Shen Qingyang had come to his home, it was the first time Fang Fan was having dinner there, and she had evidently made an effort to prepare a splendid meal. As she placed the 4 dishes on the table, Shen Qingyang announced, "Immortal, there are still 4 dishes and a soup. Please enjoy these first. The others will be served shortly." Fang Fan nodded and observed the offerings. One dish featured minced meat with eggplant, beautifully arranged and enticingly fragrant. Another was chicken, though he could not discern whether it was roasted, steamed, or fried. Its golden, crispy skin was utterly tempting. There was also a fish dish, seemingly steamed, along with stir-fried chicken pieces with shiitake mushrooms and potatoes. All were breathtakingly beautiful and deliciously aromatic. Fang Fan picked up a piece of eggplant and placed it in his mouth, instantly beaming with delight. He had never imagined that such a humble vegetable could taste so exquisite. He soon began to devour the meal voraciously. Before long, the remaining 4 dishes and the soup arrived. Shen Qingyang watched Fang Fan eat with joy, her heart lightened by his evident pleasure. Fang Fan's appetite was hearty. He finished all 8 dishes and the soup, consuming 3 bowls of rice in the process. He could sense a subtle aura emanating from the food and soup, suggesting they had been prepared with spiritual spring water, and some ingredients were likely infused with rich spiritual energy, such as spiritual grains, rice, and vegetables. Upon finishing his meal, Fang Fan took out the 12,000 taels in silver notes and handed them to Shen Qingyang, instructing her to exchange them for silver at her convenience, suggesting that it could be done in several transactions rather than all at once. Shen Qingyang accepted them eagerly, assuring him, "Yes, I understand. I will have them exchanged for you shortly." With that, she began clearing the plates and bowls before heading to the kitchen to wash them. After her chores, Shen Qingyang informed Fang Fan and then departed to the bank to exchange the silver. Meanwhile, Fang Fan, holding the storage bag gifted by the Sea Trading Company, swiftly entered Mo Yongshi's space. Upon reaching the alchemy chamber, Fang Fan seated himself and perused the alchemy techniques book, reviewing the formulas and methods for crafting the 5 types of elixirs, as well as fire control and other details, reassuring himself of his understanding. He began sorting the herbs required for the 5 elixirs, with each herb portion being 5-fold, allowing him to concoct 25 batches of elixirs. The simplest of these was the Biga Dan, followed by the Shisui Dan, Tianyuan Dan, Buyuan Dan, and Yuanling Dan. The Biga Dan, as one might expect, allows one to refrain from food and drink, sustaining energy for 3 days without issue. The Shisui Dan is utilized by martial practitioners, and Fang Fan had partaken of it before. The Tianyuan Dan is consumed during cultivation to augment the internal spiritual energy. The Buyuan Dan serves to replenish spiritual energy during combat, travel, or spell casting when one is depleted. As for the Essence Recovery Pill, it is a medicinal elixir designed for healing. When one suffers from physical injuries or internal bleeding, consuming this pill can expedite the recovery process. Although it is classified as a first-tier elixir, its efficacy is undeniable. Naturally, Fang Fan commenced his alchemical endeavors with the simplest of concoctions, carefully arranging a selection of herbs for the formulation of the pill of abstinence before him. Fang Fan focused his mind, calming his thoughts, and exhaled deeply, grasping the alchemical furnace beside him to initiate its preheating over the earth fire. Above the fire lay a mechanism resembling a drawer, consisting of 9 levels in total. Opening one layer would intensify the flames and elevate the temperature. Conversely, closing all layers would extinguish the fire. He decided to open 3 layers of the earth fire for suitable preheating of the furnace. Soon, convinced that the temperature was adequate, Fang Fan lifted the lid of the furnace and began to introduce the herbs. The sequence of herb placement and the intervals between each addition held significant importance. Once he had introduced the herbs, he opened 3 additional drawers, employing the flames of the 6th level to commence the melting of the herbs. In no time, the herbs were thoroughly melted. He then opened 2 more drawers, unleashing the fierce flames of the 8th level to extract the essence of the herbs, initiating the transformation into elixir form. A rich, aromatic fragrance soon permeated the air. Fang Fan felt a surge of joy. It appeared that his first attempt at alchemy was on the brink of success. Although this was his initial foray into the craft, he had diligently studied numerous texts on alchemy. Typically, practitioners would require 3 to 5 attempts to successfully create a single elixir, yet here he was, on the verge of success with his very first batch, continuing to apply the fierce flames. He utilized his spiritual perception to ascertain that the elixir had taken shape before switching to the gentler flames of the 3rd level for further heating. Before long, the elixir was complete. Fang Fan extinguished the flames entirely and lifted the lid of the furnace, revealing 6 pristine, pearly essence recovery pills within. Most gratifyingly, 3 of them were rated 4th tier, 2 were 5th tier, and 1 was 6th tier, all exhibiting commendable quality. Fang Fan picked up one of the pills, inhaling its delightful aroma, which exuded a subtle herbal fragrance that was inviting rather than off-putting. He was tempted to consume one, but ultimately refrained after considerable deliberation. The value of the pills was significant, and selling them would yield precious spirit stones, thus he opted to forego personal consumption. With a heart full of joy and without pausing for rest, he proceeded to concoct a second batch of essence recovery pills. After successfully producing 5 batches, he acquired a total of 30 pills. Among these, there were 8 6th-tier pills, 10 4th tier, and the remainder were 5th tier. Utilizing earth fire for alchemy consumed virtually no spiritual energy, allowing Fang Fan to remain invigorated as he continued to craft additional elixirs. Ultimately, aside from one failed attempt with the Celestial Yuan pill, he successfully produced the remaining elixirs. Most batches yielded 6 pills, with a single batch of bone-cleansing pills resulting in 5, and 2 batches of essence recovery pills yielding 7 each. Fang Fan's total harvest amounted to 146 pills. With a smile, he reflected on his achievements. Such results for a first-time endeavor were indeed commendable. He carefully stored the identical elixirs in a jade vial, dividing them into 5 vials, and placed them into his storage pouch. Next, Fang Fan began to jot down the herbs required for further alchemical creations. This time, Fang Fan meticulously compiled the herbs required to concoct 10 types of first-tier elixirs, with 5 portions of each, culminating in a total of 50 furnaces to be refined. Upon completion of the alchemical process, he opened the tome titled Alchemy and began to delve into its contents. Within the ethereal realm of Mo Yongshi, the constraints of time ceased to exist. Captivated by the pages of alchemy, Fang Fan became engrossed, perusing until he reached the section on the refinement of 9th-tier elixirs. Since embarking on his cultivation journey, his memory had significantly improved. After a single reading, he had nearly committed the material to memory, and after a second, he had fully retained it. Every detail, the formulas, the techniques of refinement, and the nuances of heat control was now etched in his mind. Subsequently, Fang Fan turned his attention to the alchemical texts within Mo Yongshi's domain, which elaborated on the principles of alchemy, and he read with great enthusiasm. When he finally regained his awareness, he realized that 2 months had elapsed in the space, equating to merely 2 hours in the outside world. As Fang Fan emerged from Mo Yongshi's realm, he beheld an array of silver ingots meticulously arranged beside his bed. Fang Fan counted briefly, estimating around 120,000 taels. It appeared that Shun Qingyang had exchanged this substantial sum of silver. Without hesitation, Fang Fan stowed all the coins away in his storage space. Meanwhile, Shun Qingyang, upon returning and sensing no trace of Fang Fan, was engulfed by a wave of panic. She recalled Fang Fan's words about venturing into an alternate realm, yet her anxiety persisted. In Fang Fan's chamber, after depositing the silver, she began pacing anxiously in the courtyard. Suddenly, she felt Fang Fan's presence materialize out of thin air, filling her with joy. She promptly pushed the door open and exclaimed, "Immortal, you have returned." Fang Fan nodded, noticing the distress etched on Shun Qingyang's face, reassuring her that there was no need for concern. The alternate realm was indeed quite safe. "Yes, Immortal," she replied. Fang Fan rose to his feet and observed that it was nearly midnight. "Come with me to the palace to see Huaner." "Yes, Immortal." Shun Qingyang swiftly wrapped up a parcel of pastries and followed Fang Fan as they exited. Although Fang Fan claimed he wished to see Huaner, his true intention was to assess the Emperor's progress in reaching the innate stage. Truth be told, Fang Fan held little faith in the emperor, who, dissatisfied with ruling, aspired for immortality as well. Nevertheless, there was no need to confront the emperor directly, as Fang Fan wished to remain in seclusion within the capital, living a tranquil life. Moreover, though he had not formally taken Huaner as his disciple, the surrounding populace had already accepted her as such. Naturally, he felt compelled to look after her. The pair, one human and one spirit, made their way toward the palace. They arrived at the outer wall of the cold palace, where Fang Fan leaped over, and Shun Qingyang glided in after him, standing atop the wall of the cold palace. Fang Fan's mind was beset by confusion. The palace was vast. How could he possibly know where Yanlai Palace was located? Sensing Fang Fan's hesitation, Shun Qingyang spoke up, "Immortal. I know where Yanlai Palace is. I have delivered pastries to the little master several times." Fang Fan nodded. "Lead the way." Shun Qingyang floated ahead, guiding Fang Fan toward the northwest. In a position slightly west of the central axis of the palace, Fang Fan finally spotted Yanlai Palace. Typically, the closer one approached the central axis, the more significant the location, and the emperor had indeed kept his promise, not only bestowing the title of Yan Guifei upon Yanfei, but also providing her with a commendable residence. Yanlai Palace was grand. As Fang Fan leaped into the palace, a wave of awkwardness washed over him. The floor was crowded with kneeling eunuchs and palace maids, all bowing deeply upon his entrance, exclaiming in unison, "We humbly welcome the immortal." Fang Fan remained silent, and the attendants did not dare to lift their heads. Reluctantly, he said, "Enough, everyone, rise." At that moment, the commotion outside drew attention, and Yan Guifei, Huaner, and the emperor emerged. The emperor had been residing in Yanlai Palace for several days now, spending each evening there after reviewing memorials, waiting for Fang Fan's arrival. Observing that the emperor had yet to achieve the innate stage, Fang Fan furrowed his brow in concern. Indeed, the emperor's aspiration to reach that level, much like his own, faced formidable obstacles. Heaven seemed to disallow it. Huaner, spotting Fang Fan, joyfully rushed over. "Master, I have begun studying recently and have not neglected my martial training." Fang Fan smiled and gently ruffled Huaner's hair, acknowledging her diligent efforts. The Empress Yin and the emperor hurriedly approached to pay their respects to the immortal. Fang Fan nodded in acknowledgement. The emperor, hesitating to find the right words, was interrupted by Fang Fan's voice, stating, "You are the emperor. Attaining the innate realm will prove quite challenging for you. Fortunately, you merely seek to reach this stage. However, if you were to embark on the path of immortality, the journey would be exceedingly arduous." The emperor, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of melancholy. Indeed, it seemed the emperor could not cultivate immortality. Despite having consumed the 50-year elixir, he had yet to reach the innate stage. Shun Qingyang stepped forward, presenting a paper-wrapped parcel to Empress Yin. "These are the pastries I made, meant for the young master." The empress smiled and nodded, receiving the treat. "The pastries crafted by Miss Qingyang are truly delectable, enjoyed even by myself and the emperor." Shun Qingyang remained silent, merely smiling and nodding in response. In her eyes, neither the empress nor the emperor deserved to partake in the delicacies she prepared. The fact that Huaner could indulge in her pastries and receive them regularly was solely due to Fang Fan's influence, as Huaner was his disciple. Thus, Shun Qingyang chose not to voice her thoughts. The emperor bowed to Fang Fan and inquired, "Immortal, do you believe I can attain the innate realm?" Fang Fan replied, "It is possible, though somewhat challenging." With a flick of his wrist, he revealed another 50-year elixir, stating, "Here is another one. Consume it and give it a try." The emperor, overjoyed, had initially thought such elixirs were scarce, and he was pleasantly surprised to receive a second one. With a beaming smile, he urged, "Immortal, I shall endeavor to step into the innate realm before you." Fang Fan nodded in agreement. They sought a secluded chamber, where, apart from Fang Fan, Shun Qingyang, Empress Yin, Huaner, and the chief eunuch Chang, all others were dismissed by the emperor. The chief eunuch remained due to his innate status. Several eunuchs brought in cushions and laid them on the floor. The emperor seated himself on one, crossing his legs in meditation. Fang Fan handed the 50-year elixir to the emperor, advising, "Your Majesty, consume the elixir now." The emperor took the elixir and ingested it, beginning his pursuit of the innate realm. Although he had yet to reach this stage, he was already a master at the 10th level of the acquired realm. So it was simply a matter of striving for the innate level. The emperor focused his mind, guiding the elixir's power through his body to strike the Baihui acupoint. After approximately half an hour, the elixir's effects subsided, and the emperor remained at the 10th level of the acquired realm. He opened his eyes, a hint of disappointment crossing his face. Despite consuming 250-year elixirs, he had not attained the innate realm. The Emperor began to doubt whether he could ever reach this stage, much like his inability to cultivate immortality. The chief eunuch lowered his head further. Recalling the last time he witnessed the Emperor consume a 50-year elixir without achieving the innate realm, which had incited the Emperor's fury, the Emperor looked at Fang Fan, his gaze filled with longing. Yet, he understood that not reaching the innate realm was not something he could blame on others. He wished that Fang Fan possessed the 50-year elixir, which would enable him to continue striving for the innate stage. With a sigh, Fang Fan revealed a gleaming pill in his hand, the century elixir, capable of enhancing one's power by a century. Consume this and give it another attempt, he urged. The Emperor, overwhelmed with joy, took the elixir and promptly swallowed it. A surge of warmth began to rise from his chest and abdomen as he directed this energy towards the Baihui acupoint, determined to succeed this time. Should he fail again, he had no intention of making further attempts. The elixir's potency transformed into inner strength, which the Emperor guided towards the Baihui acupoint. A man of resolute determination. Despite having consumed the 50-year elixir without achieving the innate stage, the Emperor's mindset remained unwavering as he pressed on. Time passed, and suddenly there was a thunderous sound. The Baihui acupoint burst open, and joy illuminated the Emperor's closed eyes. Eunuch Chang exhaled in relief, while Consort Yin also felt a sense of ease. Huaner beamed with delight, sharing in her father's happiness. Fang Fan maintained a composed expression, recognizing the challenges faced by both himself and the Emperor. After another half an hour, the Emperor had opened over 300 acupoints throughout his body, and at that moment, the potency of the century elixir had been entirely consumed. Upon opening his eyes, joy radiated within them. Eunuch Chang knelt, congratulating the Emperor on entering the innate stage, now blessed with a lifespan of 220 years. The Emperor waved his hand generously, rewarding everyone in the Yanlai Palace. Consort Yin also knelt, echoing Eunuch Chang's gratitude. The Emperor wished to invite Fang Fan for tea, but Fang Fan declined, saying, "Your Majesty, the hour is late, dawn is approaching. You have court to attend, and I must return to prepare for work." The Emperor's face reflected regret. "Immortal, when you next visit, I shall ensure the royal kitchen prepares a splendid feast in your honor." Fang Fan smiled and nodded. "Very well, I look forward to savoring the royal delicacies next time." As the Emperor and others exited the palace, they watched as Fang Fan and Shen Qingyang departed. The Emperor remained in high spirits, grasping Consort Yan's hand. "My beloved, I am truly grateful to you and Huaner. The Immortal bestowed those precious elixirs upon us. Undoubtedly out of respect for you." Consort Yin quickly replied, "I am humbled, Your Majesty. The Immortal holds you in high regard. Otherwise, he would not have presented such extraordinary elixirs." The Emperor nodded in agreement, pondering the origins of the 250-year elixirs and the century elixir. "My beloved, Eunuch Chang, after court, accompany me to my private treasury to select some treasures to present to the Immortal." "Yes, Your Majesty," they both replied, bowing respectfully. Meanwhile, Fang Fan and Shen Qingyang returned home. Upon their arrival, Shen Qingyang began preparing breakfast for Fang Fan. Soon, breakfast was ready, and Fang Fan commenced his meal. After finishing, he stepped outside. Before heading to work, he intended to visit the Sihai Trading Company to assess the previous day's alchemical creations and their potential sale value in spirit stones, as well as procure some herbs. The Sihai Trading Company indeed opened its doors quite early. Upon entering, Zhou Feng approached. "Immortal, you have arrived. Come, let us head to the second floor. The manager is also there." Fang Fan nodded and descended to the second floor, where the shopkeeper awaited him, immediately breaking into a warm smile. "Are you here to purchase something, esteemed sir?" Fang Fan shook his head and produced a storage bag. "I have refined the herbs into elixirs. Please provide an appraisal." The shopkeeper's face displayed incredulity. The herbs sold had sufficed for the creation of 25 batches of elixirs. Even if each batch required half an hour, that amounted to at least 12 or perhaps 3 hours. Could it be that this immortal had returned and accomplished such feats without any effort? Yet, upon reflection, the time was still insufficient. This esteemed gentleman had only come to procure the herbs just before noon yesterday, and scarcely 10 hours had elapsed since, even with no other distractions. The alchemical process seemed too hasty. The shopkeeper took the storage bag, retrieving the jade vials within. Upon uncorking them and counting, astonishment washed over his features. 25 batches had yielded a total of 146 elixirs, meaning only one batch had failed. In all his years, the shopkeeper had never witnessed such a remarkable success rate. Generally, an alchemist with a 50% success rate was considered exceptional. Yet this alchemist, here before him, had managed to produce 24 successful batches from 25 attempts. Moreover, the quality of the elixirs was predominantly of the 5th rank, with several reaching the 6th rank, and the lowest being of the 4th rank, none falling below that standard. Zhou Feng, observing the shopkeeper's expression, began to harbor some suspicions, his gaze towards Fang Fan growing fervent. Fang Fan felt uncomfortable under the shopkeeper's intense scrutiny, a shiver running down his spine. After all, he was not a woman to be regarded in such a manner. The shopkeeper regained his composure, beaming brightly. "So, esteemed sir, you only lost one batch?" Fang Fan, puzzled, nodded in affirmation. That batch was ruined due to improper control of the heat. As he spoke, a twinge of regret crossed his face. The herbs for that batch had cost 4 or 5 spirit stones, and losing them felt akin to tossing them into the water, irretrievable. The shopkeeper chuckled, stating that the elixirs produced were indeed excellent, all of middling quality, and inferior elixirs could not compare. In total, 146 elixirs were valued at 658 spirit stones. Fang Fan exhaled in relief. Earning 658 spirit stones from 146 elixirs resulted in a profit exceeding 500 stones, quite commendable. Fang Fan had feared that the elixirs might not fetch a high price, rendering his efforts fruitless or yielding insufficient returns, thereby failing to cover the cost of the herbs. He handed over a piece of paper. "I still require these herbs, 5 portions of each." This time, Fang Fan specified the herbs needed for the production of 10 different elixirs. The shopkeeper passed the list to Zhou Feng. "Zhou Feng, please fetch these herbs for our esteemed guest." "Yes, shopkeeper," Zhou Feng replied, taking the list and the storage bag as he departed. The shopkeeper then called out, "Xiao Chao, come and prepare tea and some snacks." Fang Fan was taken aback as he beheld a piece of wood on the table, emanating a mist of white vapor. Shortly thereafter, a young girl with her hair styled in dual buns appeared before Fang Fan and the shopkeeper, addressing him as master. With that, Xiao Chao busily began preparing tea and refreshments. The shopkeeper invited Fang Fan to take a seat, saying, "Immortal, please enjoy a cup of tea and some delicacies. Xiao Feng has gone to gather herbs and will take some time." Upon savoring a sip of tea, a smile instantly illuminated Fang Fan's face. The tea was exquisite, rivaling that brewed by Xinjiang. However, he discerned that the tea here was infused with even more abundant spiritual energy. It was evident to him that this was no ordinary tea, but rather a spiritual brew, although the water used for steeping lacked the quality of his own spring water. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He had forgotten to retrieve the tea from his own space to share with Xinjiang. After enjoying another cup of tea and a few morsels, Zhou Feng returned with a storage pouch. "Immortal, please have a look. Are the types and quantities of herbs correct?" Fang Fan accepted the pouch and examined its contents. Nodding in affirmation, everything was in order. Zhou Feng continued, "These herbs are valued at 306 spirit stones." The shopkeeper interjected, "The elixirs you have refined this time are worth 658 spirit stones. After deducting the 300 spirit stones for the herbs, you will receive 358 spirit stones." With a swift motion, the shopkeeper produced 358 spirit stones and placed them on the table. Fang Fan, not one to be overly polite, immediately stowed the stones into his storage space. Earning 358 spirit stones on his first attempt at alchemy brought him considerable joy. Going forward, as the quality and grade of the elixirs improved, he anticipated that the accumulation of spirit stones would only grow more substantial. Fang Fan was escorted out of the Four Seas Trading Company by the shopkeeper, Zhou Feng, and made his way directly towards the Fortune Wine House. With the workday approaching, he hurried to the establishment. As he observed Fang Fan's receding figure, the smile on the shopkeeper's face gradually faded. Upon entering the Four Seas Trading Company, Zhou Feng remarked, "Shopkeeper." The shopkeeper nodded. "We have stumbled upon a treasure. Do you know what his success rate is? Out of 25 furnaces of elixirs, only one was wasted. For a first-time alchemist, the elixirs produced are at least of 4th rank, with most being 5th rank, and even some 6th rank. There are no 3rd rank or lower." Zhou Feng rubbed his hands together. "Shopkeeper, I believe that Senior is following the recipe in the alchemy book meticulously. We should begin preparing the herbs as well. Although they are for 1st rank elixirs, some of them are rather obscure, and we indeed lack them in our branch." The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly. "I will attend to this matter at once." Saying this, he began to write a letter. Once completed, he conjured a paper crane, folded the letter, and placed it atop the crane. "Off you go." The paper crane shimmered with a brilliant light before it sprang to life. soaring out of the window and into the distance. When Fang Fan arrived at the wine house, the waiter and the chef were already present. He was the last to arrive. Ren Qi, observing Fang Fan entering, remarked sarcastically, "Look, our Fang Fan has returned from his escapades last night. He is the last one to arrive today." Fang Fan replied casually, "Last night, I witnessed the emperor stepping into the realm of the innate, and upon returning, I refined 25 furnaces of elixirs, wasting only one." Instantly, a chorus of laughter erupted. The waiter, the chef, and the apprentices all joined in mirth. Ren Qi chuckled. "Fang Fan, you've truly made it big, even meeting the emperor. Next, will you claim to know the city god as well?" Fang Fan nodded. "Indeed, I am acquainted with the city god." This provoked another round of raucous laughter. The crowd engaged in various unflattering discussions, accusing Fang Fan of boasting. Fang Fan felt helpless. Realizing that no one believed his words, the shopkeeper approached, stating, "Enough of the idle chatter, let's get to work." Immediately, silence fell, and everyone busied themselves with their tasks. Before long, the work was completed, and the group sat together for breakfast, with Fang Fan consuming a considerable amount. He paid no mind to the disdainful glares or Ren Qi's mocking eyes, nor to the amused expressions of the other waiters, apprentices, and chefs. After finishing his meal, Fang Fan took his position at the entrance, ready to attract customers. Meanwhile, the paper crane arrived at a mountain shrouded in mist. Observing the clouds, it let out a soft chirp. Instantly, the mist parted slightly, revealing a pathway leading directly to the mountain summit. The crane flew in and soon reached a small pavilion atop the mountain. It entered the pavilion and landed on a table on the second floor, where it saw a man dressed in green attire, who called out once more. The man in green stroked the paper crane, causing it to shake off its form, dropping the letter in the process. The man held the letter, his brow furrowing instantly. A first-tier alchemist with a success rate of 96%. Surely this must be a jest. Which alchemist could possibly boast such an impressive success rate? A mere first-tier alchemist? It is indeed a farce. Every alchemist begins at the first tier. To nurture a first-tier alchemist into a seventh-tier master would require no less than 45 years of dedication. The quality of the herbs seemed commendable, rated at the 4th, 5th, and 6th tiers. Such potential is indeed worthy of cultivation. The man stroked his beard and reread the letter, which was sent by Huang Yongyuan. If memory serves, his branch in the Great Xia dynasty had no alchemists to speak of. Yet, Huang Yongyuan was known for his reliability. He would not venture there unless compelled to evade the newly appointed manager, Gong Shi. The man fell into deep contemplation, reading the letter repeatedly, a dozen times or more. After a long while, he sighed and decided to allocate resources from headquarters to procure herbs for first-tier and second-tier elixirs. Ultimately, it would yield a profit in spirit stones, albeit modest. It was still worthwhile, provided that Huang Yongyuan had not exaggerated or misreported. With this thought, the man summoned a steward clad in white and issued his instructions. The white-clad steward, momentarily taken aback, eventually nodded in acknowledgement. After instructing the subordinates to send the herbs to the capital branch of the Great Xia dynasty, he made his way to a courtyard situated halfway up the mountain. This courtyard was the residence of Gong Shi. Upon hearing the steward's report, Gong Shi furrowed his brow. Could it be that a branch so remotely located could still manage to turn a profit? He advised the steward to remain vigilant and observe the unfolding situation carefully, suggesting that they devise a strategy in due course. "Understood, Manager Gong," replied the steward. With a wave of his hand, Gong Shi dismissed him. As the dinner hour approached, Fang Fan felt a tinge of disappointment within. Would there truly be no reward for his efforts today? At that moment, he spotted two men. One was in his 30s, his face a deep crimson, with thick fingers adorned with calluses. The other was not quite a man, but rather a sturdy young lad, his skin equally dark and his limbs robust. They were dressed in simple, practical attire, clearly men of labor. The two stood before the entrance of the Fugua Tavern, gazing up at the sign. The older man pointed and pronounced each word deliberately. "Fu, Gua, Tavern." "Younger Ben," he said, "we haven't gone astray. This is indeed the Fugua Tavern, reputed to be the finest establishment in the capital." The youth nodded eagerly. "Father, let us enter. I've heard the dishes here are exceptionally delicious, and they offer some kind of iced drink." Fang Fan promptly approached them with a beaming smile. "Good sirs, are you here to dine? Would you prefer a private room or the main hall?" The young lad inquired. "Is a private room more expensive than the main hall?" Fang Fan replied with a smile. "Not at all. The prices of the dishes remain the same. The private room offers tranquility, while the main hall is more lively." The youth glanced back at his father. The man pondered momentarily, taking in the private room, appreciating its elegance as a testament to his worldly experience. Fang Fan gestured courteously, inviting the two esteemed guests to follow him to the private chamber on the second floor. As he led the father and son upstairs and into the room, both appeared somewhat reserved. Fang Fan promptly drew out their chairs, encouraging them to sit. The father and son nodded appreciatively, expressing their gratitude to the young attendant before settling down and surveying their surroundings. The Fugua restaurant, renowned as the finest establishment in the capital, certainly boasted a decor of refined taste. The walls were adorned with bamboo curtains, not mere ordinary ones, but crafted from a rare species known as purple bamboo, which had grown to the size of a bowl before being harvested, split, and woven. Such purple bamboo was indeed scarce, found only in a few regions during the Great Xia dynasty, and those that had reached such size were at least 30 years old. The rarity of these bamboo curtains rendered them exceedingly valuable. Initially, the third son had contemplated using silk to cover the walls, but upon reflection, deemed it too commonplace, opting instead for the sophisticated bamboo weaving. For those of high status and scholars alike, these bamboo curtains were exceptionally elegant and appealing, adorning the three walls of the chamber. Notable calligraphy and paintings by esteemed artists graced the space, each piece valued at no less than 3,000 taels of silver. In a corner near the window, 3 pots of orchids were displayed. Though not of the highest quality, they were still considered commendable, each pot valued at over 1,000 taels. The tables and chairs, crafted from pear wood, were custom-made and coated with 12 layers of lacquer, with each layer requiring 7 days to dry. Thus, the lacquering alone took a total of 84 days. While the name Fugua Restaurant might seem somewhat commonplace, both the main hall and the private rooms exuded an air of understated luxury. The entire establishment had been meticulously designed, sourced, and decorated by the third son himself. As the two men observed the private room, though they did not fully grasp the extent of its opulence, they certainly felt a marked contrast to their usual surroundings, rendering them slightly uneasy. Fang Fan began to recommend dishes to the father and son, detailing the preparation, flavors, and prices of each. They ordered 2 dishes, 1 soup, 2 servings of rice, and 2 cold beverages, which Fang Fan calculated to total over 30 taels of silver. With a beaming smile, he assured them that the cold drinks would be served shortly, while the dishes and soup would require a little more time. The father and son nodded, responding with warm smiles. Upon exiting, Fang Fan reported the orders to the kitchen, then returned with 2 cold beverages, serving them to the father and son. After tasting a sip, the father remarked, "This cold drink is truly delightful. On the hottest days, it would be magnificent. Even now, it is quite enjoyable." Indeed, the weather still retained a certain warmth, though not as intense as in late June or July, as autumn had just begun, bringing with it the lingering heat of summer. Indulging in a cold beverage was a most refreshing experience. With a smile, Xiaobin said, "Father, this time we have come to the capital, ready to make a fortune. Once we earn some silver, dining frequently at the Fugua restaurant will not be a concern." The middle-aged man gently tapped Xiaobin's head and replied, "What are you thinking? Even if we earn silver, we must save it for your future bride. The dishes here are so expensive. How could we dine here often?" Xiaobin covered his head and protested, "Father, you hit me again. If you do it once more, I won't talk to you anymore, and I'll run away." Although the young lad's words sounded a bit impolite, his face was adorned with a smile, clearly indicating that such banter was common between him and his father. The middle-aged man playfully tapped Xiaobin's head again, saying, "Is this how you speak to your father? Threatening to run away? Let us see how your father would break your legs." The man's expression also bore a smile, suggesting that the threat was merely a jest. The atmosphere between the father and son was warm and affectionate. Fang Fan stood at the doorway, listening to their conversation. The father was named Tai Lei, and the son, Tai Bin. Both were blacksmiths, quite renowned in their previous hometown of Qizhou. Young people often yearn for different experiences, which is why Tai Bin persistently urged Tai Lei to come to the capital and make a name for themselves. A few months prior, Tai Bin's mother had passed away, and Tai Lei, having deeply cherished his wife, fell into despair for 3 months. It was only through his son's encouragement that he gathered their belongings and the savings they had accumulated over the years to venture into the capital. Having been in the capital for 3 days now, they had successfully set up a blacksmith shop, with the store in front and their residence behind, settling in comfortably. They decided to dine at the renowned Fugua restaurant on their first day in the city. Though they appeared to be laborers at the bottom of society, in reality, the father and son earned their living through their craftsmanship and were not lacking in wealth. The Tai family's blacksmith shop was well known in Qingzhou, with many from other prefectures seeking Tai Lei to forge weapons. A fine weapon could fetch thousands, even tens of thousands of taels. Thus the father and son were indeed not short on silver. In their private room, they relaxed, enjoying their cold drinks and conversing in a warm atmosphere. After a while, Fang Fan served them dishes, soup, and rice. Once the meal was served, Fang Fan exited the room. As the father and son dined and conversed, the warm atmosphere filled Fang Fan with envy. In his previous life, Fang Fan's parents divorced when he was just 4 years old, and he had never seen his father again. A few years into his work, his mother passed away due to illness, leaving him alone. Therefore, upon arriving in this world, Fang Fan did not feel conflicted. Having lost his family in his previous life, he naturally had no lingering attachments. In this new world, he also had no relatives, making him envious of families like Han Ziyu's and the Tai family. Listening to the father and son converse at the door, Fang Fan found it all quite amusing. The father and son engaged in conversation without delaying their meal. Additionally, both of them had hearty appetites and later ordered 4 more servings of rice. Once they finished their meal, Tai Lei called out, "Little second brother, the bill, please." Fang Fan entered the private room with a smile, stating, "Gentlemen, the total comes to 36 taels of silver." Tai Lei produced 40 taels of silver, telling the young attendant to keep the change. Fang Fan accepted the silver with gratitude, thanking the guest. Rewards were as follows. For reaching the 9th rank of the Yellow Realm, a 50-year elixir. For the 2nd rank of the Xian Realm, a 100-year elixir. For the 7th rank of the Xian Realm, the Tai family forging technique. And for the 3rd rank of the Earth Realm, the Tai family crafting method. Fang Fan smiled, finding the rewards quite commendable. Both the Tai family forging technique and the Tai family crafting method were unique texts. The pages, composed of an unknown material, were remarkably pliable, and the characters appeared not to be inscribed but rather forged into the surface. Recently, Fang Fan had been preoccupied with alchemy and had perused numerous texts on crafting, talismans, and formations. He learned from a compendium on crafting that the Tai family was once the most renowned lineage of craftsmen in the celestial realm. However, they had provoked a formidable celestial emperor and were compelled to leave the celestial realm for other worlds, with each branch settling in different locations. Fang Fan surmised that this father and son duo from the Tai family must be a branch of that illustrious lineage, which explained the awarding of these 2 texts. According to the aforementioned compendium, the Tai family forging technique and the Tai family crafting method had largely fallen into obscurity. Even the direct descendants of the Tai family possessed only a fragment of the complete legacy. If one could obtain the full inheritance of the Tai family's crafting knowledge, they would undoubtedly ascend to the status of a master craftsman in the future. Fang Fan was thoroughly pleased with the 2 rewards. Although he was merely at the foundation building stage, he harbored a profound curiosity for the professions of alchemy, weapon forging, talisman crafting, and array formation, among others, and yearned to master them. Glancing at the 2 jade vials in his storage space, he noted they contained 50-year and 100-year elixirs, which he regarded with disdain, deeming them utterly useless. This system always seemed to provide him with items devoid of value. Suddenly, Fang Fan smacked his forehead, remembering that he had yet to consume the clarity elixir. He had been exceedingly busy lately. Returning to his senses, he noticed the father and son from the Tai family peering at him with curiosity. Fang Fan quickly donned a friendly smile, realizing he had been lost in thought. "Thank you for your generous tips, esteemed guests. Would you care to stay a while longer? I can serve you a complimentary pot of chrysanthemum tea, so you may sit." Sip tea, and converse Taiban spoke up. "The chrysanthemum tea must be delightful, right? Father, let us have another pot." Tai Lei chuckled, "Then I shall trouble you." "Young lad." With a smile, Fang Fan exited the private room, fetched a pot of complimentary chrysanthemum tea along with 2 teacups from the kitchen, ascended the stairs, and re-entered the private room. He poured the tea for the 2 gentlemen. Taiban eagerly took a sip and was immediately astonished. It was cool yet remarkably delicious. Fang Fan remarked, "Indeed, it is a cooling tea, excellent for quenching heat and dryness. If 1 pot is insufficient, I can certainly bring you another. Please, take your time." As he spoke, Fang Fan stepped back from the room and stood at the door. The father and son enjoyed their tea and engaged in conversation. Although the Tai family's legacy was not entirely intact, they were aware that they were not of this world. They referred to themselves as beings descended from the stars. Many branches of the Tai family had ventured into different realms, and though their heritage became increasingly fragmented, they clung to the hope of one day returning to the stars, to the world where their ancestors once dwelled. Despite the faintness of this hope, the Tai family held steadfast to the belief that they would, in due time, return. Before long, the pot of tea had been consumed, and the Thai father and son prepared to take their leave. Fang Fan courteously accompanied them to the entrance of the tavern before returning to tidy up the private room. After cleaning, he attended to several other tables of guests. Once they departed, the tavern's young attendants began to organize the private room and the main hall. After finishing their tasks and having dinner, they divided the silver and prepared to close for the night. The proprietor was true to his word, distributing the silver without any objections from Chen Chong, who remained silent and occasionally shot Fang Fan resentful glances when others were not paying attention. Fang Fan noticed but chose to disregard it. As the tavern closed, Fang Fan contemplated directly returning home to consume the clarity elixir and engage in alchemy. He also realized he had not taken the heavenly honey, which enhances strength. For several days, consuming the heavenly honey to boost his power was essential. There was indeed much to attend to. Fang Fan made his way home. As night fell, he suddenly recalled that tomorrow marked the day of the autumn examination. Han Ziyu would undoubtedly participate. He wondered if Han could truly achieve the status of a scholar. Fang Fan found himself filled with anticipation. As autumn examinations approach, the business of the taverns tends to wane. However, once the examinations conclude, the establishments are inundated with patrons. Events such as class reunions and teacher appreciation banquets make it exceedingly challenging to secure a private room at the Fugua Tavern. In recent days, all private rooms have been booked well in advance for the 10 days following the examinations. The proprietor has received deposits to the point of exhaustion. Whether for reunions or appreciation banquets, Fugua Tavern offers a corresponding array of dishes, categorized by price. The most economical class reunion banquet requires a sum of 156 taels of silver, featuring dishes such as Step-by-Step Ascending, Moon Palace Triumph, and Deer Call, all meticulously curated by the third master, ensuring they are particularly fitting for the occasion. The most opulent class reunion banquet, on the other hand, demands a staggering 1,666 taels of silver. The least expensive teacher appreciation banquet starts at 336 taels of silver. With delicacies like Confucius mastering 6 arts, a delectable assortment of 6 cold dishes, peach and plum nurturing talents, cherry fish slices, diligent in teaching green pepper eel strips, a flourish of flowers and a splendid picture, a vibrant grand platter. The stage reflecting a clear mirror, Jingzhou fish cake, among others. The highest priced teacher appreciation banquet requires 3,366 taels of silver. These class reunion and teacher appreciation banquets at Fugua Tavern are particularly relevant to the season and have been offered for over a decade, resulting in a high demand for reservations. While other taverns also attempt to emulate Fugua Tavern's offerings, none can match the thematic appropriateness or the historical significance of its dishes, leading well-to-do scholars to flock to Fugua Tavern for their celebrations. Consequently, the chefs, apprentices, and waitstaff will be exceptionally busy. Naturally, these events yield substantial tips. And the third master has instituted a policy where 10% of the banquet income is distributed among the staff, ensuring that everyone shares in the rewards. Thus, all eagerly anticipate the days following the autumn examinations. As evening descends, the streets grow sparse with people. Although the moon is merely a crescent, it shines brightly. Upon reaching Wutong Alley, the quietness envelopes the lane. Night has fallen, and the common folk lack entertainment options, typically retiring for the night. At this hour, the only entertainment accessible to them is the night market. Establishments such as brothels, painted boats on the Qinhuai River, and small eateries are frequented primarily by wealthy merchants, officials, and noble families. While the night market is appealing, dining out incurs considerable expenses. Thus, families in Wudong Alley might only visit the market once a month or even just during festivals. As Fang Fan approaches the alley's entrance, he notices the graceful shadows of the bay laurel tree, which seems to recognize his return, gently swaying its branches. Fang Fan smiles and, upon reaching his door, pushes it open to find Shen Qingyang awaiting him. With a smile, Shen Qingyang said, "Immortal, I have brewed some tea and prepared a selection of delicacies you may not have tasted before. Please, indulge yourself." As she spoke, she followed Fang Fan into his abode, placing the tray upon the table and pouring the tea. Fang Fan expressed his preference for chilled tea, prompting Shen Qingyang to add ice cubes to the freshly brewed tea, allowing the cubes to dissolve rapidly, transforming the beverage into a refreshing delight. Fang Fan lifted the tea bowl and took a sip. It was truly delightful. A subtle bitterness giving way to a lingering sweetness. Most importantly, the water used for brewing was sourced from a spiritual spring, infused with abundant spiritual energy, rendering the flavor unparalleled. The delicacies were crafted from spiritual rice and grains, yielding a sweet and satisfying taste, rich in spiritual essence. They were indeed exquisite. After savoring the treats and sipping the tea, Fang Fan encouraged Shun Qingyang to proceed with her cultivation. In Fang Fan's hand, the ear-listening and eye-seeing pill shimmered, revealing its round form adorned with 9 floating clouds, indicating it was a 9th-grade elixir. However, Fang Fan was unaware of the specific tier of this pill, as it was not mentioned in the alchemical text he was currently studying. Just like the 50-year and 100-year pills, it did not appear in the common alchemical literature. He could only deduce its grade from the number of clouds above it. Without hesitation, Fang Fan consumed the pill, which dissolved instantly upon contact with his mouth and settled into his abdomen. A warm current surged from his belly towards his ears and eyes. His ears felt warm and slightly itchy, yet exceedingly pleasant. His eyes, too, experienced a similar warmth and itchiness. And Fang Fan was fortunate that he did not shed tears today. As the warmth enveloped him, Fang Fan discovered the extraordinary capabilities of his ears. He could hear the sound of ants scuttling beneath the laurel tree. A wondrous world unfolded within his auditory perception. He not only heard the rustling of ants, but also the sounds of trees budding, the gentle movements of chicks in a nest atop the laurel, and even the distant sounds of the bustling night market. These sounds, while merely auditory stimuli, painted vivid and colorful images in Fang Fan's mind. Overwhelmed with delight, Fang Fan mused that the legendary wind-listening ear from ancient texts could not be more accurate. He directed his spiritual energy to his ears, and an even more astonishing spectacle emerged. The entire city's activities unfolded in his ears, forming an unending series of vivid scenes. These images extended to the edges of the city, approximately 30 miles away, indicating that Fang Fan's extraordinary hearing could encompass a radius of 50 miles. Through his ears, Fang Fan glimpsed the night market, the imperial palace, the Four Seas Trading Company, and the residence of the National Protector General. He saw the emperor and the favored concubine, Yan, seated at a table, engaged in conversation. The emperor held concubine Yan's hand, his expression tender, while she beamed with joy. Huan sat quietly beside them, observing her father and mother converse. Fang Fan also observed the residence of the National Protector General, where the third son was poring over reports sent by subordinates. These messages included news from the distant Xiongnu, updates from the southern Bayou, and correspondence from the merchants in the capital. Fang Fan even noted the message delivered by the merchant Zhou Gui, which pertained directly to himself. Most astonishingly, when he eavesdropped on the Four Seas Trading Company, he remained undetected by the manager, Huang Yongyuan. Indeed, probing with spiritual awareness could easily attract the attention of fellow cultivators, especially those of a higher realm. However, Fang Fan was confident that Huang Yongyuan, a master in the Golden Core stage, remained oblivious to his auditory exploration. Huang Yongyuan was on the 2nd floor, in a private VIP room, watching a paper crane bearing a letter flutter from his grasp. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng busied himself in the 2nd floor hall, employing a dust-clearing technique to rid the counters of accumulated dust. Observing Zhou Feng's adeptness with the dust-clearing technique, it was evident that his proficiency was a reflection of his daily practice. Fang Fan chuckled, recognizing the remarkable utility of this acute hearing. At that moment, he also experienced the benefits of his enhanced vision. Fang Fan had derived 3 advantages concerning his eyesight. The first, the bright eye pill, granted him the ability of X-ray vision and night vision. The second, the heavenly eye opening, allowed him to perceive things beyond the sight of ordinary individuals. The third, which he was experiencing now, enabled him not only to see through objects and view the invisible, but also to gaze into the far distance with clarity. As if possessing the legendary 1,000-mile eyesight, Fang Fan smiled, appreciating the efficacy of the ear and eye enlightenment pill. Satisfied, he leaped down and re-entered the house. A glance at Shen Qingyang's room indicated that she was likely consuming the heavenly honey, cultivating her strength. Upon entering, with a mere thought, Fang Fan accessed the space of Mo Yongshi. Within this realm, he retrieved the heavenly honey and took a generous sip. As it descended into his abdomen, it transformed into a rich essence of spiritual energy that coursed through his entire being. After a considerable time, Fang Fan opened his eyes. Having reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, and with a little effort, he could step into the golden core stage. He smiled and proceeded to the alchemy room, preparing to concoct elixirs. This time, he aimed to produce 50 batches of pills. Although they were all 1st grade, the challenge was greater than that of the previous day's concoctions. Indeed, Fang Fan possessed alchemical formulas and methods ranging from 1st to 9th grade, progressing from simple to complex. Even within the same grade, there existed a spectrum of difficulty. As Zhou Feng had remarked, Fang Fan followed the alchemical texts, crafting each batch meticulously. Ordinary alchemists did not share such experiences or dispositions. Typically, they would select a few first-grade elixirs, laboriously refine them through numerous attempts, evolving from novice to adept. If one were to attempt to refine every single first-grade elixir, the time and effort required would be immense. Given the standard success rates of typical alchemists, the resources consumed would be exorbitant. Furthermore, many obscure elixirs might never be crafted in a lifetime, rendering the pursuit of every single elixir unnecessary. These were insights Fang Fan had gleaned independently. Unaware of the conventional practices, he merely believed that refining each batch in accordance with the teachings of the alchemical texts was the rightful path. Fang Fan meticulously organized the herbs, laying them out on the ground in portions. These herbs had cost over 300 spirit stones and were sufficient to produce 50 batches of elixirs. The profit from selling the refined pills remained uncertain. Following the order prescribed in the alchemical texts, he commenced with the simplest concoction, known as the light wind pill. As its name suggests, consuming this pill would render the body light as air, enhancing the speed of walking and sword flying, thus serving as a supportive elixir. The first, second, and third grades of the light wind pill would make one feel as though their body weighed only half its normal weight, while the fourth, fifth, and sixth grades would reduce the sensation to merely 30% of its weight. The seventh, eighth, and ninth-tier light wind pills render one nearly oblivious to the weight of their own body. This first-grade elixir is concocted from merely 9 types of medicinal ingredients, making it relatively simple to produce. However, the creation of a 9th-tier light wind pill poses a formidable challenge. Such pills are rare and have been known to fetch prices as high as 10,000 spirit stones. It is essential to recognize that the light wind pill is classified as a first-grade elixir. Typically, it is reserved for the offspring of affluent and influential individuals or alchemists, serving as a means of escape in dire circumstances. Indeed, for ordinary disciples in the chi refining or foundation establishment stages, consuming a 9th-tier light wind pill allows them to ride a flying sword with a 75% chance of evading the pursuit of golden core experts. Thus, the adage holds true. While first-grade light wind pills are not particularly difficult to refine, the production of a 9th-tier variant remains a daunting endeavor. Fang Fan gazed at the medicinal herbs, lost in contemplation. Was it possible for him to concoct a 9th-grade Qi Feng Dan? He reviewed the necessary ingredients, the techniques of refinement, and the control of heat, among other considerations. With determination, he ignited the underground fire, initiating the preheating of the alchemical furnace. One hand rested upon the upper half of the furnace, attempting to gauge its warmth. Through the furnace wall, his sensitivity was understandably diminished. Suddenly, a thought burgeoned within him. Could his acute hearing and keen eyesight assist in the alchemical process? With this notion, Fang Fan channeled his spiritual energy into his ears and eyes. A smile graced his face as he realized that utilizing his ears to listen and his eyes to perceive was indeed more discerning than merely placing his hand against the furnace wall. He mused that no other cultivator could employ such faculties in the same manner to aid in alchemy. Feeling that the preheating was sufficient, he grasped the herbs and, in a specific sequence, introduced them into the furnace. Soon, all the herbs were added, and he closed the lid, commencing the alchemical procedures while meticulously regulating the heat. His ears and eyes proved to be invaluable tools. The characteristics outlined in the alchemical texts required one to investigate the situation before making decisions regarding the intensity of the fire, the condition of the elixir, and the timing for employing various alchemical techniques. Although spiritual awareness was indeed the most effective means of investigation, high-quality alchemical furnaces often obstructed such awareness. Hence, the complexity of alchemy demanded extensive experience, transitioning from failures to proficiency. Yet Fang Fan, with his acute hearing and keen eyesight, was undeterred by the furnace's barriers. Utilizing these extraordinary abilities, not only could he visually perceive the alchemical process, but his acute hearing also allowed him to delve deeply into the essence of the herbs, revealing the progression of the refinement. It was remarkably convenient. Prior to harnessing his acute senses, Fang Fan's mastery over the furnace, the heat, and the herbal essence was approximately 80%. Now, it soared to 99%. A slight margin was sufficient to keep his pride in check. Such a disparity was indeed incomparable. As he observed the impending completion of the elixir, a flicker of hope surged within him. Would this batch yield a 9th-grade pill? He continued to employ his acute hearing and keen eyesight to monitor the furnace's contents. At this moment, the ingredients began to meld, slowly forming the elixir. Wisps of vapor danced upon the surface of the concoction. Without hesitation, Fang Fan invoked the fierce flames, which would enhance the formation of the pills. One by one, the elixirs began to absorb the surrounding essence of the herbs, progressing towards completion. Eventually, as all the pills took shape, Fang Fan extinguished the underground fire. Without needing to open the furnace, he discerned that this batch had produced 6 pills, 2 of 7th grade, 3 of 8th grade, and 1 of 9th grade. With joy, he opened the furnace to behold the 6 glimmering pills. After a moment's reflection, he carefully placed the 9th grade pill into a separate jade vial, choosing not to sell it. The subsequent 4 batches proceeded with such ease that Fang Fan felt compelled to laugh joyously towards the heavens. Once again, while the quality of the 7th and 8th grade elixirs may vary, each furnace invariably produced a 9th grade pill. The 9th grade pill was once more carefully set aside by Fang Fan. Initially, Fang Fan harbored a keen interest in alchemy, albeit with a degree of trepidation regarding the precious herbs, meticulously cautious for fear of spoiling them. However, such concerns have now dissipated, and he approaches the craft with greater confidence and enthusiasm. With diminished hesitation and a burgeoning familiarity, his interest in alchemy has intensified. During the alchemical process, he adeptly discerns the precise moments to employ his techniques and adjust the heat, relying on his keen senses to avoid any missteps. Fang Fan's burgeoning confidence in the crafting process has liberated him from excessive caution, further igniting his passion for alchemy. As he immerses himself in the task, his focus sharpens, and his techniques become increasingly refined, requiring less spiritual energy input as he avoids unnecessary exertion. When the moment calls for it, he channels just the right amount of energy, eliminating waste and significantly enhancing the quality of the elixirs he produces. After 5 sleepless days and nights of relentless effort, Fang Fan finally completed 50 furnaces of elixirs, with not a single batch wasted. Upon extracting the final furnace, he set aside the 9-grade pills, feeling a surge of joy that compelled him to lie down on the ground. Though his nerves were somewhat heightened, the elation in his heart was ineffable. The 50 furnaces yielded a total of 305 pills, among which were 51 of the coveted 9th grade. These were meticulously stored separately, while the remaining 254 pills, consisting primarily of 7th and 8th grades along with 4 6th grade pills, are expected to command a respectable price. After savoring a moment of rest, Fang Fan rose to tidy the alchemical chamber before exploring the expansive space of Mo Yongshi. The area was adorned with grand edifices, albeit modestly situated, and while the rooms were spacious and filled with numerous items, they paled in comparison to the vastness of the entire space. Nearby, a spiritual spring bubbled forth, feeding into a small channel that directed the water into a sizable pond, where slender silver fish, seemingly ageless, swam gracefully. Not far from these structures lay an extensive medicinal herb field, home to a plethora of rare herbs that flourished for an unknown duration. Fang Fan had once unearthed a ginseng root, its size and appearance unmistakably indicative of its millennia-old age. Beyond the herb field lay a thriving spiritual valley, abundant with spiritual rice and vegetables. The space efficiently managed the harvesting process. Once ripe, the crops would be collected, cleaned, and stored in a repository. The cabinets within the repository were filled with spatial items, with several drawers dedicated to the spiritual valley's produce, as well as spiritual rice and vegetables. Occasionally, Fang Fan would share some with Xinqingyang for her culinary creations, yet the consumption rate could hardly keep pace with the growth of these spiritual foods. Thus, the accumulation continued. Fang Fan estimated that the reserves of spiritual sustenance would suffice to feed 100,000 people for a century, perhaps without ever exhausting the supply. However, Fang Fan remained unconcerned, for the storeroom was abundant with cabinets, each adorned with numerous drawers, all containing spatial items, ensuring that there was no shortage of storage space. Beyond the realms of spiritual rice, spiritual grains, and spiritual vegetables, there lay vast orchards, laden with spiritual fruits. Strikingly, these fruits had not been harvested, even when ripe. They clung tenaciously to their branches, continuing to flourish. Each fruit glistened with vitality, vibrant red, and exquisitely tender. Most notably, they were imbued with a rich essence of spiritual energy, with some fruits even beginning to exhale this energy, prompting the thought that perhaps they were on the verge of sentience. Fang Fan would gather a handful to consume, also sharing some with Xinqingyang, who would use them to craft delightful pastries. Within his own storage space, Fang Fan had amassed a considerable collection of spiritual grains, spiritual rice, spiritual vegetables, and spiritual fruits. As for medicinal herbs, apart from the initial excavation of a millennium-old ginseng, he had not sought any further. Fang Fan harbored the belief that to uproot or harvest these precious herbs would be a grievous waste. Fang Fan sought out an open space, where, apart from a few blades of grass, there was little else, and there he practiced his qi refining techniques. Eventually, he discovered a dedicated chamber for spell casting and ceased to visit that open area. After perusing some materials, Fang Fan learned that the grass was, in fact, spiritual herbs. Valuable sustenance for certain spirit beasts, particularly herbivores and omnivores. It dawned on him just how wasteful he had been. Those grasses were exceedingly precious to herbivorous and omnivorous spirit beasts, making them difficult to find and acquire. He had carelessly destroyed a small patch of them, and now, reflecting on it, he felt a pang of regret. The chamber designated for spell practice was grand in scale. Its ceiling, floor, and walls were constructed from a unique material capable of absorbing attacks, impervious to water and fire, shielding against spiritual probing, and possessing self-repair capabilities. It was said that this chamber could even withstand spells unleashed by those at the Celestial Emperor's level. Fang Fan spent a mere 5 days and nights refining pills. While outside, less than a quarter of an hour elapsed, after which he was ready to delve into the spells of the Foundation Establishment stage. There were over 200 spells in the Qi refining stage, and more than 500 in the Foundation Establishment stage. Mastery required extensive practice. Fang Fan remained true to his nature. Attempting to release a spell and grasp its essence was a task he found remarkably effortless. Typically, after casting a spell 5 times, he would fully comprehend its intricacies and deem further practice unnecessary. However, spells of the Foundation Establishment stage were distinctly different from those of the Qi refining stage. The latter consumed little spiritual energy, while the former required a considerably greater amount. Qi refining spells primarily targeted individuals, whereas Foundation Establishment spells could affect external objects and nature itself, rendering them incomparable. Thus, after practicing spells for a while, Fang Fan needed to meditate and replenish his spiritual energy. During this time, he could either use pills or spiritual stones for quicker recovery. He had yet to begin refining the first-tier pills for energy restoration, so he had none on hand. However, he possessed over 300 spiritual stones, which he was reluctant to part with, opting instead to meditate for recovery. Mastery of spells came swiftly and easily, but the process of meditative recovery was somewhat cumbersome. Nonetheless, Fang Fan noticed that each time he depleted his spiritual energy through spell casting and subsequently meditated, he felt a slight increase in his internal energy, which brought him great joy. Thus, 2 months passed, during which Fang Fan perfected more than half of the Foundation Establishment spells, approximately 300 in total. Realizing time was fleeting, he swiftly exited the space of Mo Yongshi. Outside, 2 hours had elapsed, and dawn was approaching. Upon exiting, Fang Fan was greeted by a rich aroma. Shen Qingyang was already bustling about in the kitchen. He went in the courtyard to fetch well water for his ablutions. Observing Fang Fan attending to his own washing, Shen Qingyang hurriedly said, "Immortal, please wait a moment. Once I finish here, I shall fetch water for you." Fang Fan shook his head and said, "You carry on. I will freshen up first." Shen Qingyang observed the breakfast prepared in the kitchen, which indeed required attention, and nodded in agreement. "Yes, Immortal, the breakfast will be ready shortly." Fang Fan acknowledged her and began his morning routine. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he used well water to cleanse his body. Having spent over 2 months in Mo Yangshi's space, engaged in alchemy and practicing spells, he certainly felt a bit unclean. Once Fang Fan finished his cleansing, Shen Qingyang entered his room, carrying the breakfast and placing it on the table. Fang Fan changed into a fresh set of clothes and then indulged in the meal before him. He finished every morsel on the table. "I am off to work. You should focus on your cultivation at home." "Yes, Immortal," she replied. Fang Fan stepped outside and made his way to the Sihai Merchant Association. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted Zhou Feng grinning widely, resembling a wilted cabbage. "Immortal, you have arrived. Please, to the 2nd floor. The manager is also upstairs." Fang Fan nodded. "All right. Let's head to the 2nd floor." Upon ascending, he found the manager pacing on the upper level. The manager's face lit up with surprise upon seeing Fang Fan. "Immortal, you are here." Fang Fan smiled back. "Indeed." As he spoke, he produced an unbound storage pouch, stating, "These are the elixirs I have concocted." The manager took the pouch and began examining its contents. Inside were 10 jade vials, each containing different elixirs, 7 and 8 tiered, along with 4 6-tiered ones. The manager furrowed his brow. Fang Fan, momentarily taken aback, asked, "Is there an issue with the elixirs?" The manager, Huang Yongyuan, shook his head. "It is not the quality of the elixirs that concerns me, but rather the quantity. You have produced 50 furnaces of elixirs, approximately 300 in total. Yet there are only about 250 here. Have you perhaps wasted 8 or 9 furnaces?" Fang Fan hesitated but replied, "I did not waste a single furnace this time. However, I do not intend to sell the 9-tiered elixirs. They have been set aside." The manager's expression was one of astonishment. He was well aware of Fang Fan's exceptional talent in alchemy and anticipated that producing 7, 8, and 9-tiered elixirs would soon become second nature to him. However, he was taken aback by the rapid improvement in the quality of Fang Fan's elixirs. Among the 253 elixirs, only 4 were 6-tiered, while the rest were predominantly 7 and 8-tiered. Furthermore, around 59-tiered elixirs had been concealed by Fang Fan. Nearby, Zhou Feng rubbed his hands together, wearing a smile that hinted at a touch of uncertainty. Huang Yongyuan quickly regained his composure, smiling as he addressed Fang Fan, "Immortal. You see, these elixirs are rather niche. Moreover, for such elixirs, it is sufficient to keep 1 or 2 of each type. There is no need to retain 5. It is important to note that 9-tiered elixirs differ significantly from ordinary ones. Even if they are quite specialized, their value is exceptionally high. I wonder if the Immortal has any unfulfilled desires, perhaps to acquire some treasured artifacts or spiritual instruments. Relying solely on selling 7 and 8-tiered elixirs to accumulate spirit stones can be quite challenging. However, selling just a few 9-tiered elixirs would undoubtedly ensure that the Immortal never lacks spirit stones again. If our branch could possess a few 9th-grade elixirs to enhance our prestige, it would elevate our standing and amplify our voice, drawing the attention of higher authorities. As for the Immortal, regardless of the herbs, spiritual artifacts, or treasures required, we would spare no effort to procure them from other branches or even the headquarters." Fang Fan remained lost in contemplation. He understood well that 9th-grade elixirs were precious and should not be carelessly dispensed. However, considering the necessity of a long-term partnership with the Four Seas Trading Company, it seemed reasonable to offer some 9th-grade elixirs. After further reflection, Fang Fan resolved to retain 2 of each from the 51 9th-grade elixirs, selling the remainder to the Four Seas Trading Company. Huang Yongyuan's grin widened, resembling a ripe tomato, as he deeply bowed to Fang Fan, expressing his gratitude. With a flick of his wrist, Fang Fan produced a piece of paper and handed it to Huang Yongyuan, stating, "These are the herbs I require for my alchemical endeavors. I need herbs for the preparation of 20 different elixirs, 5 of each." Huang Yongyuan nodded, accepting the paper with both hands. Upon glancing at it, he smiled, noting that they had all the herbs listed, some of which had been dispatched from the headquarters. Huang Yongyuan silently rejoiced, crediting Zhou Feng's timely reminder for the herbs' arrival. Without that, they would have faced embarrassment, as several herbs were not initially available at their branch. These particular herbs had only just been transported from the headquarters the previous night. As for the expedited delivery, the Four Seas Trading Company had its own methods. Each branch possessed a small teleportation array, which could not transport individuals but could move items the size of a storage pouch. Thus, the teleportation system allowed for seamless transfers of goods between the headquarters and its branches. Last night, Huang Yongyuan received a shipment of herbs for 1st and 2nd grade elixirs from the headquarters, filling a storage pouch with more than he had anticipated. It was more than sufficient for Fang Fan's alchemical needs. Huang Yongyuan handed the paper to Zhou Feng, who promptly set off to gather the herbs. Fang Fan then produced 10 small jade vials, each containing one of 10 different 1st-grade and 9th-grade elixirs. Huang Yongyuan opened the vials, unable to conceal his delight at the sight of the 9th-grade elixirs. He extracted 2 elixirs from each vial and placed them into another vial. Subsequently, Huang Yongyuan began to tally the costs. For 6th-grade elixirs at 5 spirit stones each totaled 20 spirit stones. 110 7th-grade elixirs at 10 spirit stones each amounted to 1,100 spirit stones. And 143 8th-grade elixirs at 20 spirit stones each came to 2,860 spirit stones. Altogether, this amounted to 3,980 spirit stones. This time, it was Fang Fan who was taken aback. The herbs purchased for 300 spirit stones had transformed into elixirs worth nearly 4,000 spirit stones, not yet accounting for the 9th-grade elixirs. The herbs acquired by the Immortal were valued at approximately 760 spirit stones, which could be rounded down to 700 spirit stones. A sum of 3,280 spirit stones must be paid to the esteemed Immortal. Fang Fan nodded in acknowledgement. The shopkeeper continued, "Now, Let us discuss the ninth-grade elixirs. The prices of these 10 varieties of ninth-grade elixirs vary considerably. As he spoke, the shopkeeper meticulously quoted each price to Fang Fan, with the cheapest requiring 1,000 spirit stones, while the most expensive, the Chi Feng Dan, astonishingly cost 10,000 spirit stones each. In total, 31 elixirs were estimated at a staggering 98,000 spirit stones. This revelation left Fang Fan momentarily stunned. As he reflected on how herbs worth merely 300 spirit stones had been transformed into elixirs valued over 100,000, Fang Fan felt no dissatisfaction. Although he was not well versed in the pricing of these elixirs, he trusted that the shopkeeper would not arbitrarily set prices or take advantage of him. After all, he was merely producing first-tier elixirs at this stage. In the future, once he mastered the creation of higher-tier elixirs, the branch of the Sea Trading Company would surely profit even more from him. It was not a mere one-time transaction, so there was no reason for the shopkeeper to deceive Fang Fan. Ultimately, the calculation amounted to 100,180 spirit stones. The shopkeeper smiled broadly, directly quoting a total of 100,300 spirit stones for the immortal. Fang Fan did not hesitate to accept the figure. In a swift motion, Huang Yongyuan produced the substantial sum of spirit stones, which radiated a potent aura, creating a striking impression on the table. With a wave of his hand, Fang Fan stored them in his spatial pouch. Taking a deep breath, he felt a burgeoning sense of affluence within himself. At that moment, Zhou Feng returned, presenting another unclaimed storage pouch to Fang Fan. Immortal, please verify whether these herbs are correct in type and quantity. Fang Fan accepted the pouch and began his inspection. After confirming that all the herbs were indeed what he required, he nodded in affirmation. Zhou Feng interjected, "There's no need to take them out. This storage pouch is a gift for you, Immortal. It is intended for holding your elixirs." Fang Fan acknowledged with a nod. Subsequently, Huang Yongyuan and Zhou Feng, both smiling, escorted Fang Fan out of the Sea Trading Company. As they watched Fang Fan's departing figure, Huang Yongyuan suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to ask Xiao Xiao to prepare some tea and snacks. Zhou Feng promptly suggested, "Shopkeeper, let us save it for next time. This esteemed immortal will likely return tomorrow. Please instruct Xiao Xiao to prepare some delightful treats to welcome him." Huang Yongyuan nodded in agreement. "Yes, let us do just that." The two then entered the Sea Trading Company once more, sitting down and exchanging glances, both filled with uncontainable joy. Though one was a golden core cultivator and the other merely at the chi refining stage, and despite their differing roles as shopkeeper and assistant, their circumstances were strikingly similar. Both had come to this branch as if assigned there. Without exceptional contributions, they risked languishing in this branch for years, especially Zhou Feng, who, as a chi refining cultivator, had a lifespan of merely 220 years. Indeed, chi refining cultivators shared the same lifespan as innate martial artists. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, one's lifespan extended to 300 years, and upon attaining the golden core stage, it further increased to 500 years. Zhou Feng's lifespan barely reached 220 years, languishing here without any prospects for advancement, risking the possibility of dying in this very place. Thus, Zhou Feng yearned for an opportunity to alter his destiny, a longing more fervent than that of the innkeeper, Huang Yongyuan. Initially, it was believed that as a first-tier alchemist, Fang Fan would require several years for them to discover their opportunity through him. To their astonishment, today, Fang Fan bestowed upon them a delightful surprise. The elixirs he concocted were predominantly of the 7th and 8th tiers, and astonishingly, there were even 9th-tier elixirs. 9th-tier elixirs transcended all classifications. Some alchemists, even masters of the craft, might never produce a single 9th-tier elixir in their lifetimes. Crafting a 9th-tier elixir necessitated not only exceptional alchemical skills but also a stroke of luck. This Fang Fan, despite being merely a first-tier alchemist, possessed remarkable alchemical prowess and extraordinary fortune. Out of 50 batches of elixirs, none were ruined, and each batch astonishingly yielded at least one 9th-tier elixir. This prodigy, or perhaps more aptly, this anomaly, was sent by the heavens to rescue them. Zhou Feng spoke. "Innkeeper, with so many 9th-tier elixirs in hand, shouldn't we inform the higher-ups?" Huang Yongyuan nodded. "That is indeed my intention. We shall present one 9th-tier elixir of each type and compose a letter to send directly via the teleportation array." Zhou Feng furrowed his brow, expressing concern. What if they cause some trouble? Huang Yongyuan chuckled. "Rest assured, they would not dare tamper with such matters. Those are 9th-tier elixirs. And even with tenfold courage, they would not risk interference." Zhou Feng nodded in agreement. The innkeeper Huang Yongyuan then took up his pen to write the letter. Meanwhile, Fang Fan arrived at the Fuguo restaurant, observing that everyone had gathered, save for himself. Qian Chong regarded Fang Fan with unabashed animosity, exclaiming, "Look, our innate expert has arrived late. Could it be that last night's cultivation extended too long?" Fang Fan spoke, revealing that he had not engaged in much cultivation yesterday, but had instead focused on alchemy, producing a considerable number of elixirs. Today, he sold them for 100,000 spirit stones, which was quite commendable. Instantly, everyone erupted into laughter. Ren Qi, with a stern demeanor, remarked, "Fang Fan, cease your exaggerations. Your boasts are utterly meaningless. They are clearly fabrications." Wu San nodded in agreement, advising, "Fang Fan, be grounded and refrain from reckless bragging. We are but humble shopkeepers and must accept our station." The others chimed in with similar sentiments. Fang Fan, feeling helpless, lamented that no one believed him. After tidying up and having breakfast, everyone took their positions and began their bustling activities. The man in the green attire gazed out at the misty scenery, beginning to play his zither. Recently, he felt a sense of lethargy, lacking any motivation to leave the confines of his quarters. The thought of Huang Yongyuan crossed his mind. He pondered whether Huang's relentless efforts would bear fruit. He hoped Huang could rise to the occasion and become a capable manager. Alas, he lacked the authority to do so, as two elders had been dispatched from above to restrain him. At that moment, a hurried figure in white entered, exclaiming, "My lord, a storage bag has been transmitted from Huang Yongyuan, containing 10 first-tier 9th-grade elixirs, along with a letter addressed to you." The man in green eagerly seized the storage bag, extracting the 10 jade vials. Upon inspection, he confirmed they indeed contained first-tier 9th-grade elixirs, an extraordinary accomplishment. After verifying the contents of all 10 vials, he turned his attention to Huang Yongyuan's letter. It detailed that 50 batches of elixirs had been produced without a single failed attempt, each batch yielding at least one 9th-grade elixir, with the remainder predominantly being 7th and 8th grade, only 4 6th-grade elixirs among them. The man's face radiated excitement. A first-tier alchemist had managed to concoct 9th-grade elixirs, with most being 7th and 8th grade, and merely 4 6th grade. This revelation was truly astonishing. The white-clad steward observed the man in green with cautious eyes, witnessing the blend of shock and exhilaration etched upon his features, feeling a tumult of emotions within. Unsure of how to process it, Huang Yongyuan, sent to such a remote place where few cultivators resided, had managed to uncover such a gifted alchemist. His fortune was indeed remarkable. Such alchemical talent was rare, not only among the major sects but throughout the entire continent. If they supported this alchemist for several years, even decades, as he ascended to become a grand alchemist, they would be recognized as individuals of exceptional merit within the Sea Trading Company, with future opportunities to venture wherever they pleased. Huang Yongyuan's ambition to become a master manager seemed within easy reach. Indeed, the prospect of commanding a branch of the Sea Trading Company in another realm was not beyond the realm of possibility. Witnessing someone once suppressed rise to such heights was a bittersweet experience, stirring deep feelings of sorrow within. Do not mention it as a mere act of gong. He is merely a grand steward. The two elders will never have the opportunity to suppress Huang Yongyuan again. The man in the green attire spoke, instructing that herbs for the refinement of 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade elixirs be allocated to Huang Yongyuan, with ample preparations, regardless of how obscure the herbs may be. Furthermore, it was imperative that sufficient herbs be ready at all times for Huang Yongyuan's needs, with at least 10 portions dispatched. Additionally, he ordered the allocation of 3 million spirit stones, 10 million spirit stones, and instructed that Huang Yongyuan should endeavor to acquire all 9th grade elixirs held by this alchemist. These would serve as treasures for the establishment, sure to yield substantial profits when distributed to other branches, elevating the prestige of our Sea Trading firm. The steward in white bore a complex expression, nodding, "Yes, my lord." With that, he departed. First, he visited the herb store, retrieving herbs for the refinement of 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade elixirs, preparing 10 portions of each. Next, he proceeded to the accounts office, bearing the green-clad man's orders, withdrawing 10 million spirit stones. The herbs and spirit stones were placed into a storage bag, accompanied by a note detailing the instructions of the man in green, which was promptly transmitted to Huang Yongyuan via a small teleportation array. Huang Yongyuan and Zhou Feng had been waiting anxiously. Although the matter was of great importance and it was inconceivable that the existence of 9th grade elixirs or the alchemist Fang Fan could be concealed, the possibility lingered. Both were filled with trepidation as they stared at the small teleportation array. Suddenly, it illuminated, prompting both to rise hastily. Once the glow subsided, they beheld a small storage bag lying within the array. Huang Yuan reached out to grasp it and began to inspect its contents. After his examination, he sighed in relief. Ultimately, those individuals lacked the audacity to withhold this information. In accordance with the Lord's directives, they had sent herbs and spirit stones. Huang Yuan extracted the note and handed it to Zhou Feng. Upon reading it, Zhou Feng could hardly contain his delight. They exchanged glances, each reflecting excitement, joy, and relief. The despondency that had once clouded Huang Yuan's visage had vanished, replaced by a newfound vigor. Xiao Feng, instruct Xiao Qiao to prepare an array of delectable pastries. As for tea, I shall present some of my finest spiritual tea to entertain our esteemed guest. Zhou Feng promptly complied. Huang Yuan, clutching the storage bag, entered the storeroom. He meticulously sorted the herbs, and upon noticing the disarray of the storeroom, he began to tidy up each item. Once finished, a smile graced his face. The storeroom now appeared significantly more organized, with items neatly arranged and categorized, a stark contrast to its previous disorder. Elated, Huang Yuan commenced a dust-clearing spell, laboring for a full 2 hours before exiting the storeroom. Upon his emergence, he discovered 4 storage bags atop the small teleportation array. Surprised, Huang Yuan picked one up and examined it, finding it contained 100,000 spirit stones along with a letter. Upon opening the letter, Lao Wang found it was from Lao Yu, a friend of over a century. Lao Yu expressed his eagerness for some 9th-grade elixirs, stating his supply of spiritual stones was running low and promising to send more in return. He emphasized the urgency of his request, as the branch he managed belonged to the esteemed Tianyuan sect, which was in dire need of these elixirs. Lao Yu also extended an invitation for a meal in the capital of the Daxia dynasty and assured Lao Huang that he would provide any materials needed at the lowest price. Highlighting the abundant resources at their branch, Lao Huang couldn't help but smile. He recognized that Lao Yu's longing was more about the elixirs than their friendship. It had been quite some time since Lao Yu had reached out, and Lao Yu was indeed a busy manager, generating considerable wealth for the Sihai commercial firm. His branch was renowned for its ample and comprehensive resources, widely regarded as the most prosperous among its peers. During annual meetings, he often displayed a disdainful attitude towards other managers, yet here he was, seeking camaraderie. As Lao Huang inspected the other storage bags, he discovered they were filled with spiritual stones accompanied by letters from various branch managers, all requesting 9th-grade elixirs. These managers hailed from branches that thrived in business, capable of selling the elixirs at favorable prices. Just as he set down the last of the storage bags, the teleportation array began to glow once more. With each flash, a new storage bag materialized, and soon dozens had accumulated. Lao Huang hastily retrieved the bags, and as he did, the teleportation array continued to shimmer, delivering over 200 bags in total. Upon opening them, he found that they were all from prosperous branches, particularly those affiliated with major sects, each yearning for 9th-grade elixirs. It was worth noting that there were only about 300 branches of the Sihai commercial firm across the continent. The remaining 100 or so branches had not sent any spiritual stones or letters, likely due to their dismal business conditions, akin to the one in the capital. With a sigh, Lao Huang counted the 31 9th-grade elixirs in his possession. After sending 10 back to headquarters, only 21 remained. He pondered how he could possibly distribute these among the 200 branches. Never had he anticipated a day when he would fret over the scarcity of resources for distribution. Huang Yuan was still deep in thought when he heard a cheerful voice exclaim, "Old Huang, I have arrived. I flew for over 2 hours from the Qigluo sect." Surprised. "Aren't you? Unexpected? Isn't it?" He turned to see a rather disheveled old man clad in a dusty yellow robe, a grimy belt cinching his waist. Ascending to the 2nd floor. "Old Han, what brings you here? Has your branch closed its doors?" Huang questioned. "Bah, how can you speak like that? Our branch is thriving. The fairies of the Qingluo sect have been quite generous in supporting our business. I've come this time, as you might have guessed, for those 9th-grade elixirs. Just a few light wind elixirs will suffice, 3 or 4 will do. The price is negotiable." Huang Yuan felt a surge of anger. He had only obtained 3 light wind elixirs himself, one of which he had sent back to headquarters, leaving him with just 2. How dare this old fellow demand 3 or 4? For a fleeting moment, Huang felt a pang of confusion as he glanced at the letters that accompanied the spirit stones. The warm and inviting tone of the notes made it difficult to refuse their kind intentions. He found himself troubled. 21 9th-grade elixirs. How could he possibly divide them? The 200-plus individuals who sent letters and spirit stones were all managers of well-performing branches. Turning them down would be quite the challenge. Then there was old Han, who had flown directly from the Luo sect, clearly having rushed upon receiving the news. This old rascal was adept at throwing tantrums and could even flummox the adults. A smile spread across old Han's lecherous face. Old Huang, think about it. We've shared over a century of camaraderie. Remember when we both became managers of our branches? Those grand ambitions we once held to become the head manager. Huang Yongyuan sighed in resignation. Old Han, to be frank, I purchased 3 light wind elixirs from that alchemist and sent 1 back to headquarters. I currently have only 2 left. Old Han, with a glint in his eye, replied. 2 will suffice. Considering our past friendship, you can give me both. After all, they won't sell here anyway. Huang Yongyuan shook his head. Old Han had a point. 9th grade elixirs indeed had no market in his branch and would ultimately have to be redistributed to others. Not to mention, even 7th and 8th grade elixirs had no demand here. Huang nodded. The light wind elixirs were acquired at a price of 11,000 each. You would owe me 12,000 spirit stones for the 2. Additionally, I have 7th and 8th grade elixirs, as well as some 4th, 5th, and 6th grade elixirs, all crafted by the same alchemist. Do you have an interest? Old Han hesitated briefly. I can take the 7th and 8th grade elixirs. After all, they are considered superior elixirs, and they would be in high demand at our branch. As for the 4th, 5th, and 6th grade ones, I think I'll pass. Our Luo sect branch has a steady supply from our resident alchemist. While there are buyers for those lower grade elixirs, there is little profit to be made. Certainly, it is far more profitable for me to procure elixirs from those alchemists with whom we collaborate. Huang Yongyuan nodded. And with a flick of his wrist, 30 jade vials appeared in his hand, containing 7th, 8th, and 9th grade elixirs collected from that alchemist. Take a look at what you need. Once you have made your selections, we can negotiate the price, he said. Old Han's eyes crinkled with delight as he replied. Old Huang, I truly must thank you. I never anticipated such generosity from you. With that, Old Han began to sift through the vials. For the 9th grade elixirs, aside from the Windlight elixir, he selected 3 others, totaling 8. He also requested some 7th and 8th grade elixirs, and thus the 2 elderly gentlemen commenced their haggling. There were no issues regarding the 9th grade elixirs. The pricing was quite transparent. 8 9th grade elixirs were sold for a total of 86,000 spirit stones. As for the other 7th and 8th grade elixirs, comprising over 60 vials, they fetched 3,650 spirit stones. Altogether, the sum amounted to nearly 90,000 spirit stones. Huang Yongyuan exhaled deeply. The profit from the 9th grade elixirs was substantial enough to cover his costs. After concluding their transaction, the 2 old men settled on the 2nd floor to enjoy tea. Old Han's words were laced with subtle inquiries about Fang Fan, which Huang Yongyuan deftly deflected. At that moment, a paper crane flew in, landing gracefully before Huang Yongyuan. It gently pecked at his hand, shaking off its body and dropping a letter. Upon opening the letter, Huang Yongyuan was taken aback. It was a directive from a superior instructing him to refrain from arbitrarily concocting elixirs and to send all elixirs, along with their procurement prices, back to headquarters. Huang Yongyuan handed the letter to Old Han, saying, Take a look at this. Never mind, I shall refund your spirit stones, and you will return the elixirs to me. After reading the letter, Old Han chuckled and remarked, Old Huang, when one is outside, one may disregard the orders of superiors, let alone a shopkeeper's. With that, he declared, Very well, I did not see this letter. By the time it arrived, I had already departed. He then walked out of the Four Seas Trading Company, soaring into the sky and disappearing in a flash. Huang Yongyuan was left feeling helpless. He placed the remaining elixirs into a storage bag, compiled a detailed price list, including the prices of the elixirs purchased by Old Han, and sent it all back to headquarters. Subsequently, Huang Yongyuan busied himself, one by one transporting over 200 storage bags that had been sent to him back to their origin. Many shopkeepers awaited Huang Yongyuan's response, only to receive their own storage bags in return, leading to a sense of disappointment. However, news soon spread that the elixirs had been dispatched back to headquarters, prompting the shopkeepers to once again busy themselves, sending messages back, lamenting and pleading for headquarters to allocate them 9th grade elixirs. Of course, none of this concerned Huang Yongyuan. Fang Fan was particularly disheartened today. He had awoken in high spirits, having sold elixirs and earned over 100,000 spirit stones, thus establishing himself as a wealthy cultivator. Just thinking about it, 100,000 spirit stones, converted into silver, amounted to billions of taels, a fortune rivaling that of nations. However, disappointment soon followed. As the evening drew near, no rewards had been garnered throughout the day. Fang Fan remained undeterred. gazing intently at the entrance. Yet, as the last customer departed, it became evident that no new patrons would arrive. Sullenly, Fang Fan began to assist the other attendants in tidying up. Once they had finished cleaning, they gathered to share a meal. Fang Fan, having remained silent all day, left the others astonished. They attempted to engage him in conversation, but could not discern the cause of his discontent. After dinner, the innkeeper distributed silver coins, and Fang Fan received 3 taels. With the coins in hand, he departed without exchanging pleasantries. Returning home, Fang Fan reflected that it was the 3rd day of Han Ziyu's examinations, wondering how she was faring. The weather was delightful, neither too hot nor too cold, making it bearable within the examination pavilion. As he observed the crescent moon overhead, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. In just over 10 days, the Mid-Autumn Festival would arrive. It was a time of great festivity in this world. Shen Qingyang had already begun to joyfully prepare the ingredients for mooncakes. As Fang Fan walked, he was suddenly startled by a series of whimpering sounds, reminiscent of a child's sobs. He paused for a moment, then turned to see a large dog lying motionless on the ground, whimpering softly. The dog noticed Fang Fan. Its eyes filled with hope. As he approached, the dog's gaze became even more urgent. Upon closer inspection, a surge of anger welled up within Fang Fan. The dog was covered in wounds. Its hind legs, rear, and forelegs were all bloodied. Fang Fan grasped one of the dog's front legs to assess its condition, and his heart ached further. The dog's meridians were blocked, rendering it immobile. In simpler terms, it suffered from what was known in another life as neuritis. This affliction not only incapacitated its body, but also inflicted relentless pain upon its nerves. The dog possessed sharp teeth, and had it been able to move, it would not have endured such suffering. Looking at Fang Fan, the dog's eyes shimmered with yearning and tears. Fang Fan gently stroked its head, and the dog nuzzled into his palm. He lifted the dog into his arms and made his way home, where the dog nestled obediently against him. Weighing an estimated 70 to 80 pounds, the dog was heavy, and had Fang Fan been an ordinary person, he might have struggled to carry it. Upon opening the gate, Shen Qingyang rushed forward. Noticing the large dog in Fang Fan's embrace, she quickly stepped aside and hastened to open the door to his room. She then retrieved a large piece of cotton cloth and laid it upon Fang Fan's bed. He placed the dog gently onto the cloth. Fang Fan and the dog exchanged glances. Shen Qingyang, perceptive as ever, fetched a basin and filled it with half a basin of spring water, bringing it to the dog. The dog eagerly extended its tongue and began to drink, evidently parched and famished. It swiftly consumed half the basin of spring water. After quenching its thirst, the bleeding from its wounds ceased, and a glimmer of vitality returned to the dog, which resumed its soft whimpering. Shen Qingyang spoke, "Immortal, we still have some meat at home. Otherwise, should I cook it until tender for the dog?" Fang Fan nodded. "Use less salt and add some spiritual vegetables, like diced carrots and shredded cabbage." "Yes, Immortal." Shen Qingyang headed to the kitchen. Fang Fan took out a first-grade 9th-tier Qingbi Dan, primarily for treating external injuries. Holding the pill, he placed it beside the dog's mouth, and the large dog extended its tongue to eagerly consume the medicine. Instantly, the scars on the dog's body began to heal at an astonishing rate, even sprouting fine fur where it had been injured. Fang Fan observed the dog, which he could not identify its breed, but found it somewhat reminiscent of a golden retriever he had seen in his past life. Its coat was golden, and its ears were quite large. What astonished Fang Fan was the dog's golden pupils, which appeared particularly beautiful. Now, those eyes were filled with a sense of grievance, fragility, and longing, glistening with moisture that made Fang Fan's heart soften. Fang Fan began to ponder what kind of elixir could cure the dog's neuritis. Neuritis refers to inflammation of the nerves, which in the context of contemporary medicine signifies a blockage of meridians and stagnant energy, requiring the pathways to be unblocked and the vital energy replenished for the inflammation to dissipate naturally. A Shisui Dan would be the most beneficial. The Yiling Dan, a first-grade elixir for replenishing vital energy, would suffice. As for the Shisui Dan, it too was a first-grade elixir that Fang Fan had previously refined, yielding products of 4th, 5th, and 6th tiers, all of which he had sold. Fang Fan gently patted the dog. "Stay calm. I will go buy some herbs and return to refine the Shisui Dan for you." He then informed Shen Qingyang that once the meat and vegetables were cooked, they should serve the dog. Shen Qingyang readily complied. Fang Fan utilized the wind-walking technique to rush towards the Sihai Trading Company. It was somewhat embarrassing. Despite having reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, he still did not possess a flying sword. However, he could not dwell on that now. Upon reaching the Sihai Trading Company, Fang Fan felt a sense of relief as he saw the brightly lit establishment. He had feared it might close before he could purchase the herbs. Entering the store, he was greeted by Zhou Feng, who was visibly delighted to see him. Immortal, what brings you here at this late hour? Fang Fan nodded. I need 3 sets of herbs to refine the Shisui Dan. Certainly, Immortal. Please come upstairs. I will fetch the herbs for you. Following Zhou Feng upstairs, Fang Fan noticed Huang Yongyuan enjoying tea. Huang appeared to be in high spirits, sipping his tea with a faint smile gracing his lips. Upon seeing Fang Fan, his smile broadened. Immortal, come, have a cup of tea. Fang Fan shook his head. I have matters to attend to today. Let us postpone the tea for another time. Huang Yongyuan approached and engaged Fang Fan in conversation. The herbs for the 3 Shisui Dan were easy to gather, and within mere minutes, Zhou Feng returned with the necessary ingredients. Fang Fan inquired about the cost, to which Zhou Feng replied, 1 portion is 4 spirit stones. Thus 3 portions amount to 12 spirit stones. With a flick of his hand, Fang Fan produced 12 spirit stones, placing them upon the table. He then took the herbs from Zhou Feng and turned to leave, for he truly had pressing matters to attend to. I shall return tomorrow morning for tea with the shopkeeper, he said, swiftly departing. Upon returning home, he found Shen Qingyang feeding the large dog. The dog, seemingly not lacking in intelligence, recognized that Fang Fan was its true benefactor, despite Shen Qingyang providing it with water and meat. Seeing Fang Fan, it began to whimper. Fang Fan chuckled and instructed Shen Qingyang, I am going to refine pills in that alternate space. If you have no other tasks tomorrow, please prepare a bed for it. Use cotton fabric for the exterior and fill it with cotton. It should be spacious enough for a comfortable slumber. Yes, esteemed Immortal, she replied. In the eyes of the ghost and the dog, Fang Fan vanished without a trace. In less than a quarter of an hour, Fang Fan reappeared in the room. The dog had yet to finish its meal. Fang Fan smiled as he observed the dog devouring its food. Once it had eaten, Shen Qingyang took the bowl outside. Fang Fan conjured 2 pills in his hand. One was a first-tier 9th-grade marrow-cleansing pill, and the other a first-tier 9th-grade spirit-enhancing pill, placing them before the dog. With a swift flick of its tongue, the dog consumed both pills. Fang Fan watched as the dog's body began to heal at a visible pace. Its meridians opened, and its vitality was replenished. However, the only downside was that some dark, greasy impurities oozed from the dog. At this moment, the dog, filled with astonishment, staggered to its feet. It gazed at Fang Fan and resumed its whimpering, albeit this time in joy. Fang Fan laughed, lifting the dog and placing it in the courtyard. He fetched well water to boil. Shen Qingyang promptly took the well water from Fang Fan's hands, saying, Esteemed Immortal, allow me to prepare the water. Fang Fan nodded and stepped out of the kitchen, retrieving a large wooden basin from the storage room, which he had previously used for bathing. Once Shen Qingyang had boiled the water, she brought the pot to the courtyard and poured the boiling water into the wooden basin. Fang Fan added some well water to adjust the temperature, and when it was suitable, he gently placed the dog into the large basin. In this world, soap and detergents were non-existent. Bathing was done with bath beans or soap pots. Fortunately, Shen Qingyang had purchased some bath beans for Fang Fan, which he had scarcely used. Fang Fan took a handful of bath beans and began to scrub the dog, washing away 3 basins of murky water, followed by 2 rinses, until the dog was finally clean. He grabbed a towel and dried the dog off, then carried it into his room and placed it on the cotton fabric. The dog's wounds and ailments were healed, its eyes sparkling with affection as it gazed at Fang Fan. Fang Fan patted the dog's head, and it began to whimper playfully, seeking affection. As Fang Fan turned the dog onto its back, he realized it was a female. The dog continued to whimper endearingly. Fang Fan chuckled and decided to call the dog Ying Ying since it always whimpered. The large dog whimpered softly. Fang Fan gently patted the dog's head, soothing its somewhat uneasy heart, and swiftly entered the space of Mo Yangshi. This time, he aimed to concoct 100 batches of elixirs while continuing to practice the foundational spells. It was indeed quite a busy endeavor. As usual, each batch produced at least 1 9th-grade elixir, and to Fang Fan's delight, one batch even yielded 3 9th-grade elixirs, bringing him great joy. Remarkably, none of the batches were wasted. Fang Fan was confident that as long as he employed ear keen and eye bright, failure was improbable. Following this, he commenced his training in foundational spells, diligently practicing for over 2 months, during which he successfully cycled through the spells multiple times. Within the space of Mo Yangshi, Fang Fan consumed a considerable number of spirit fruits, each teeming with abundant spiritual energy. Eating just 1 fruit would swiftly replenish the energy expended during spellcasting. Thus, he did not need to meditate for recovery. He merely indulged in the spirit fruits. Fang Fan contemplated reaching the peak of the foundational stage and pondered how long it might be before he could ascend to the golden core stage. It must be said that his progress in cultivation was indeed rapid, having achieved so much in just over half a month. Before departing from the immortal space, Fang Fan retrieved some jade bottles, ensuring to reserve 2 of each type of 9th-grade elixir, while the remainder was stored in jade bottles, prepared for sale to the Sea Trading Company. He also visited the weapon forging room to inspect the Iron Family hammering technique and Iron Family forging method, as he intended to begin learning those skills. Mastery of many crafts would only serve to enhance his abilities. The forging room was equipped with a ground fire and various tools, but for a novice like Fang Fan, these implements were somewhat advanced and unsuitable for a beginner's foray into blacksmithing. Fang Fan planned to visit the blacksmith street that evening after the tavern closed, where he could procure the necessary tools for a novice. Upon exiting the immortal space, he found Ying sprawled on his bed, snoring softly. As Fang Fan emerged, Ying sensed his presence, opened its eyes, and greeted him with joyful whimpers. Fang Fan affectionately ruffled Ying's head, prompting the dog to whimper once more. Noticing dawn approaching, Fang Fan stepped outside to fetch water from the well and freshen up. The enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen indicated that Shun Qingyang was already preparing breakfast, having also stewed some meat for Ying, accompanied by various spirit vegetables. Fang Fan marveled at how much more comfortable his life had become with Shun Qingyang around. After completing his morning routine, he found breakfast ready, which Shun Qingyang brought into his room, along with a basin filled with tender meat, carrots, cabbage, greens, and other spirit vegetables. Placing it at Fang Fan's feet, Ying leapt off the bed and began to eat heartily. Both man and dog enjoyed their meal, and Shun Qingyang looked on with immense satisfaction. Soon enough, they both finished eating, and Shun Qingyang began to tidy up. Fang Fan took out the insightful measurement ruler, while Ying sat on the floor before him. Gazing up with attentive eyes, Fang Fan gently stroked the dog's head, saying, Ying, I shall strike you a few times with the enlightenment ruler to see what effect it yields. With that, he brought the ruler down upon Ying's head. A resounding thud echoed as the blow landed, causing Ying to momentarily lose her senses, her mind flooded with various concepts, human emotions, the 3-character classic, the disciples' regulations. Initially, her mind was a blank slate, bewildered by the influx of unfamiliar knowledge. However, as understanding dawned upon her, a clarity emerged, and her gaze took on a more human quality. Fully comprehending this newfound wisdom, Ying looked at Fang Fan with joy, her eyes fixating on the enlightenment ruler in his hand. Fang Fan struck her again, and Ying's eyes sparkled with brilliance as her mind absorbed even more knowledge, classical texts, poetry, and information regarding fairies, including cultivation techniques and methods for harnessing the essence of the sun and moon. A smile illuminated her face as she gazed at Fang Fan. Another strike followed, and then another, as he continued to enlighten her. After several more blows, Fang Fan felt it was sufficient and ceased his actions. He contemplated finding a cultivation method for Ying. If the system did not provide one, he could purchase it from the Four Seas merchant house, as he was no longer lacking in spirit stones. Rising, he affectionately patted Ying's head, saying, Ying, I must go to work now. Be sure to listen to Qingyang at home, and don't wander off. As he prepared to leave, Shen Qingyang accompanied Fang Fan to the door. Observing Shen Qingyang and Ying standing there, a warm feeling surged within Fang Fan. Since arriving in this world, he had no relatives, though he felt free. There was a certain desolation. Now, seeing Shen Qingyang and Ying at the door, bidding him farewell, he felt as though 2 loved ones were sending him off to work. The thought of returning home to loved ones waiting for him filled him with warmth. Fang Fan smiled, and Shen Qingyang, witnessing his smile, felt a comforting warmth in her heart. Initially, she had followed Fang Fan merely to ensure her survival, feeling apprehensive about inadvertently offending him, fearing his wrath might lead to her demise. However, after spending time together, she realized that Fang Fan was not one to act rashly. Furthermore, this immortal not only provided her with cultivation methods but also gifted her with heavenly honey to enhance her abilities, along with an abundance of spiritual fruits, grains, vegetables, and spring water for her use. She had been granted the authority to manage household affairs, instilling in her a sense of belonging. As for Ying, she was saved by Fang Fan and enlightened by the enlightenment ruler, fostering a deep bond with him. Fang Fan looked at the ghost and the dog and smiled, saying, Qingyang, Ying, diligently cultivated home. If I return early tonight, I shall take you both out for a little adventure. Amidst the gentle murmurs of the surroundings, Shun Qingyang, adorned with a warm smile, expressed her gratitude to the celestial being. Fang Fan departed, making his way to the Four Seas trading house, where Zhou Feng awaited his arrival. Upon seeing Fang Fan, Zhou Feng promptly guided him to the second floor. Little Chow had already prepared a selection of delicacies and tea. Upon Fang Fan's entrance, the shopkeeper hastily invited him to take a seat. With a flick of his wrist, Fang Fan produced 40 jade vials, 20 containing 7th and 8th grade elixirs, and the other 20 filled with 9th grade elixirs. The shopkeeper examined each vial meticulously, appraising them, and ultimately valued the entire collection at 226,700 spirit stones, deducting the necessary costs for the herbs required this time. As customary, Fang Fan requested 20 varieties of herbs for refining first-grade elixirs, 5 portions of each. Zhou Feng diligently gathered the herbs and presented them to Fang Fan, who verified their accuracy. As Fang Fan prepared to leave, the shopkeeper, beaming with joy, urged him to enjoy some tea and snacks and to peruse any items of interest, be it spiritual tools, treasures, or arrays, all available at a discounted rate of 20% for the esteemed guest. Fang Fan, rising to survey the offerings, noticed several intriguing items in the Four Seas trading house, particularly a flying sword priced at 12,000 spirit stones, which tempted him greatly. After a moment's hesitation, he shook his head, stating his intention to forge a sword himself. The shopkeeper, elated, inquired if Fang Fan possessed the skill of crafting. Fang Fan nodded. Having only recently begun to learn, aspiring to start with blacksmithing, the shopkeeper eagerly suggested that any crafted items could be sold to the Four Seas trading house. Fang Fan smiled, indicating that he would only sell any surplus, as those he cherished would be kept. Naturally, under the shopkeeper's enthusiastic invitation, Fang Fan indulged in further delicacies and a pot of tea, remarking on their delightful quality. Noticing the time, the shopkeeper and Zhou Feng escorted Fang Fan out of the Four Seas trading house. Fang Fan hastened towards the Fortune and Wealth Tavern. Arriving not too late, he found that some waitstaff had yet to arrive. Together, they tidied the tavern, and once settled, they shared breakfast. Fang Fan, eating less than usual, caught the attention of several patrons who regarded him with subtle glances, though he appeared oblivious. Feeling a bit weary, Fang Fan found himself disheartened by the constant disbelief in his words, often dismissed as mere boasting. Thus, he chose silence. Yet, some patrons were unwilling to let him be. Qianchong observed Fang Fan and asked, "Are you not boasting today?" Fang Fan replied, "I have never engaged in such folly." Continuing the conversation, Qianchong pressed, "Hasn't anything noteworthy occurred from yesterday to today?" Fang Fan, with an air of nonchalance, stated, "I refined 100 batches of elixirs, selling them for over 220,000 spirit stones, equating to 2 billion taels of silver." Instantly, laughter erupted among the crowd, astonished at the audacity of such a claim. Without a doubt, should you possess 200 billion, Fang Fan, you would undoubtedly become the wealthiest individual in the capital. Would there be any need for you to serve as a mere shop assistant? 200 billion, truly, Fang Fan, you possess audacity in your claims. Have you ever laid eyes on 1,000 taels of silver? To speak of 200 billion is laughable, if you have indeed seen a mere 1,000 taels of silver. I shall concede your worldly knowledge, ha ha ha. 200 billion, allow me a moment to revel in amusement. Fang Fan, too, found himself in a state of helplessness, as no one seemed to believe his words. Observing that the meal was nearing its end, he stood by the entrance, preparing to greet the guests. The others began to busy themselves as well. Recently, Fang Fan had noticed a peculiar isolation imposed upon him by the other attendants. While 2 or 3 of the other attendants would often sit down to chat, they consistently excluded Fang Fan from their conversations. He surmised this was due to their belief that he was merely boasting. Nevertheless, Fang Fan was indifferent to their opinions. Qianchong, Renqi, and Wu Sen had previously troubled him during his apprenticeship, exploiting him mercilessly. The original Fang Fan possessed a gentle disposition, lacking parental guidance, and with an elderly grandfather. He had endured much harassment from Qianchong, Renqi, and Wu San. He dared not confide in his grandfather nor inform the shopkeeper. Each time silver was distributed, it was forcibly taken by Qianchong, Renqi, and Wu San. Thus, the original Fang Fan remained impoverished. The transmigrated Fang Fan, however, held no regard for Qianchong and his ilk, and since his arrival, he had ceased to provide them with silver. Moreover, after he confronted Shui Yi and his associates, Qianchong's group became wary and no longer dared to extort Fang Fan as they had before. However, they continued to seek means to ostracize him. For instance, Qianchong brazenly demanded that Fang Fan relinquish a private room reserved for a guest. Fang Fan naturally dismissed such matters with disdain, for what truly mattered to him was the potential rewards from receiving guests. Huang Yongyuan was filled with joy as he examined the 20 bottles of ninth-grade elixirs, inspecting them thoroughly. Ultimately, he placed all the elixirs into a storage bag, documented the pricing details, and sent them back to headquarters. The man in the green attire sat in the hall where the teleportation array was located, observing the array. It was evident that headquarters and the branch offices were distinctly different. One could ascertain this simply by observing the teleportation arrays. Generally, each branch office possesses only a single teleportation array, with the exception of the Tianyuan sect branch and a few major sect branches that may have two. Other branch offices typically operate with one array. However, headquarters boasts 15 teleportation arrays. Each distinct teleportation array corresponds to a specific branch office. Daily, the headquarters and branch offices engage in a bustling exchange of goods and correspondence. Considering that there are over 300 branch offices, the mere 15 teleportation arrays at headquarters seem rather insufficient. Different teleportation arrays are managed by different supervisors. The items transported in and out are meticulously recorded and accounted for by these supervisors. Even so, managing a single teleportation array is a demanding task. In the event of significant occurrences, these supervisors are obligated to report accordingly. As it was then, the ninth-grade elixirs transmitted by Huang Yongyuan first fell into the hands of the steward managing the teleportation array. Although the steward was affiliated with Gongshi, the emergence of ninth-grade elixirs compelled him to report rather than conceal, for the matter was of great significance. At this juncture, the man in the green attire fixed his gaze upon the ninth teleportation array, for it corresponded to more than 20 branch locations, including one in the capital of the Great Xia dynasty. The teleportation arrays began to shimmer in succession, with the stewards bustling about with activity. However, the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th arrays remained dim, as the branch locations they were linked to experienced a dismal state of business, akin to that of the capital's branch. The stewards overseeing these 5 teleportation arrays found themselves in an awkward position, rendered nearly redundant in their roles. Moreover, the lack of activity naturally resulted in minimal profits. As the storage bags from the majority of branch locations arrived, the stewards were required to inspect the contents. These branches often included gifts and offerings for the stewards within the storage bags. With the constant flow of goods in and out, the number of gifts and offerings naturally increased. Conversely, the 9th array and its counterparts saw little to no profit. The branches were struggling to even cover their costs, let alone provide gifts for the stewards. The reason these unprofitable branches continued to operate was entirely due to the principle of the Sihai Trading Company. Wherever there are cultivators, there will be a Sihai branch. The maintenance of these locations was aimed at prestige and reputation, with no expectation of profit. Undoubtedly, the remaining branches of the Sihai Trading Company still generated considerable profits. The existence of these branches served not only to enhance reputation but also to yield spiritual stones. The Sihai Trading Company conducted vast operations, not only within the Yin-Hui cultivation realm but also across other worlds, even establishing branches in various celestial realms. The appearance of an alchemist capable of refining 9th-grade elixirs at the capital S branch signified that it would no longer be ordinary. The business would thrive, and profits would multiply exponentially alongside the alchemist's growth. Such occurrences were not unprecedented. In certain locations, branches were established specifically for an alchemist, a weaponsmith, a formation master, or a talisman master. While the establishment of such branches might seem a misallocation of resources, they often yielded high profits, sometimes surpassing those of branches situated beneath major sections. Most importantly, the products crafted by these masters would be monopolized by the Sihai Trading Company, ensuring that only they possess such goods. This was the ultimate aim of the Sihai Trading Company, to elevate its status, enhance its renown, and leave other establishments in its wake. For instance, the 9 ninth-grade elixirs transmitted by Huang Yongyuan were swiftly allocated. A total of 31 ninth-grade elixirs arrived yesterday and were distributed within the span of an hour to various branch locations. The estimated profit ranges from 50,000 to 100,000 spirit stones, or even more. This merely represents the daily output of this alchemist. Moreover, as time goes on, accumulating day by day, it is not far-fetched to foresee that Huang Yongyuan's branch could secure the title of the foremost branch on this continent. Additionally, the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade elixirs crafted by this alchemist have also been appropriately allocated. Although the profits from these are substantially less than those from ninth-grade elixirs over the years, they still amount to a considerable sum. The man in the green attire sought to confirm the message sent by Huang Yongyuan. This alchemist might possess a temporal manipulation device, allowing time to flow at least 3 times slower than in the outside world. Thus, this alchemist could concoct 50 to even 100 cauldrons of elixirs daily. If this alchemist truly possesses such extraordinary capability, the branch overseen by Huang Yongyuan could potentially match, if not exceed, the profits of other branches this month, ascending to the pinnacle among all branches on the continent. Initially, the man in green believed that it would take at least half a year for the capital branch of the Great Xia dynasty to achieve such a feat. Huang Yongyuan and Zhou Feng remained sleepless, eagerly awaiting Fang Fan to ascertain this matter. The man in green kept vigil throughout the night, waiting for news from Huang Yongyuan to confirm the situation. He stood in the hall of the teleportation array, unconcerned by the unusual nature of his presence. As news of the ninth-grade elixirs had already spread far and wide, the overseer managing the ninth teleportation array, much like the man in green, had been awake all night, anticipating Huang Yongyuan's message regarding the ninth-grade elixirs. This overseer had never imagined that one day, the teleportation array under his management would become the center of attention. Excitement, joy, and tension coursed through him. Other overseers, with moments of respite, also kept a watchful eye on the ninth teleportation array, eager to learn if more ninth-grade elixirs would arrive that day. The swift dissemination of news regarding the ninth-grade elixirs to various branches the previous day was undoubtedly facilitated by these overseers. The Four Seas Trading Company does not restrict these overseers from sharing information. Rather, it encourages such behavior, instilling a sense of urgency and pressure among the managers of each branch, ensuring they do not remain oblivious to matters outside their own. The man in green sat there, a cup of tea long cold at his side. His expression remained calm. Although he was eager to learn more about the alchemist, he did not succumb to impatience. The overseer of the ninth teleportation array stood rigidly before the array, equally sleepless. The man in green glanced at the hourglass, noting that it was nearing the end of the 3rd hour. A slight frown creased his brow as he surveyed the ninth teleportation array. At that moment, his eyes widened in astonishment as the ninth teleportation array began to glow. The overseer standing before it trembled with excitement. Just as the radiant light did not fade, a storage bag materialized upon the array, prompting the overseer to reach out eagerly for it. As the brilliance of the teleportation array faded, the steward grasped the storage bag with fervor. Upon a brief inspection, his face illuminated with exuberance, and he swiftly appeared before the man in the azure robe. "My lord, it is the elixirs, the storage bag transmitted by Huang Yongyuan," he said, extending a trembling hand, quivering with excitement, presenting the storage bag to the azure-clad man. The azure-clad man appeared calm on the surface, yet his heart raced with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, he accepted the storage bag. The first thing he noticed was a letter from Huang Yongyuan. Upon opening it, he found a detailed account of prices for over 600 elixirs from 100 furnaces, including 63 ninth-grade elixirs. The remainder comprised 7th and 8th-grade elixirs. This alchemist, indeed, possessed a time-altering secret, managing to concoct 100 furnaces of elixirs in just one night, with none wasted, and a complete absence of 6th-grade elixirs, all being 7th, 8th, or 9th grade. After perusing the letter, the azure-clad man extracted 40 bottles of elixirs, examining each one meticulously. As expected, 20 bottles contained 9th-grade elixirs, each with at least 3, and some with 4. The other 20 bottles held 7th and 8th-grade elixirs, of the same kind grouped together. These 7th and 8th-grade elixirs were commendable as well. The azure-clad man summoned 3 chief stewards, among whom was Gong Shi, and placed the storage bag on the table. "All right, you 3 are responsible for distributing these elixirs among the various divisions. Quantity and quality, you shall decide. I estimate these elixirs will yield a profit of at least 100,000 spirit stones." "Yes, my lord," the 3 chief stewards replied in unison, bowing respectfully. The azure-clad man continued, "Allocate to those in need and to those capable of selling. Do not distribute to those seeking to hoard them as treasures." "Yes, my lord." He then rose and departed the teleportation hall, while the stewards began relaying messages to their respective divisions. The teleportation array buzzed with activity. Once the stewards completed their messages, the informed division swiftly transmitted spirit stones, eager to procure details on the 9th-grade elixirs. Gong Shi and the others soon found themselves surrounded by over a dozen stewards, each vying to secure more 9th-grade elixirs for their divisions. With over 200 divisions capable of selling 9th-grade elixirs, distribution proved challenging. Consequently, The teleportation hall erupted with lively negotiations and spirited exchanges, with a few stewards nearly coming to blows over the coveted elixirs. Fortunately, the three chief stewards maintained balance among themselves, ultimately reaching a distribution plan that satisfied all involved. Of course, none of this concerned the azure-clad man, who ascended the steps towards the mountain peak. As a gentle drizzle began to fall, the raindrops swirled and evaded him. After traversing a considerable distance, the azure-clad man's hair, clothing, and footwear remained impeccably clean. His figure stood tall and resolute like a bamboo stalk. Towering trees lined the path, reaching heights of over 100 meters. While the stone steps appeared winding and delicate, yet were somewhat steep and challenging to climb. However, for these cultivators, such obstacles were hardly daunting. The man clad in azure proceeded at a leisurely pace, and soon reached the summit of the mountain. Atop the peak stood a wooden cabin, his dwelling. Upon pushing open the door, he ascended to the second floor and took a seat by the window, where he pondered deeply for an extended period before commencing to write a letter. After completing the missive, he opened a box, pressed a button, and a spatial portal materialized above it. This portal was extraordinary. The radiant glow it emanated indicated that it led to other realms, rather than serving as a mere conduit between two locations within this world. With the freshly pinned letter in hand, the man cast it directly into the portal. Subsequently, he began to pace within the cabin, his gaze fixed on the shimmering passage. After approximately half an hour, the brilliance of the portal intensified, and soon, a letter emerged from within, landing softly on the table. The man picked up the correspondence and began to read. The letter spoke of the Yin Hui immortal cultivation realm, alongside numerous other cultivation realms, with ascension leading to the Qing Yuan immortal realm. Thus, the Four Seas Trading Company of the Yin Hui immortal cultivation realm, along with those of the other realms, was under the management of the immortals from the Qing Yuan immortal realm. The missive he received was addressed to the Qing Yuan immortal realm. In the reply, the overseer of the Four Seas Trading Company expressed considerable regard for a certain alchemist, intrigued by the fact that this practitioner was merely at the first level, yet had successfully crafted a 9th-grade elixir with remarkable efficacy. It is noteworthy that even many master alchemists might spend their entire lives without achieving such a feat. Consequently, there was great interest from above, instructing the azure-clad man to ensure the alchemist remained firmly within their grasp, even if it meant incurring losses to keep him satisfied. The potential benefits this alchemist could bring to the Four Seas Trading Company once he matured were beyond estimation. Furthermore, they mandated that updates regarding the alchemist be reported monthly. The letter praised the azure-clad man profusely and directed him to grant Huang Yongyuan the prestigious title of Chief Steward. This was unprecedented. A mere branch steward was being elevated to Chief Steward while still overseeing a branch. It is important to note that upon becoming Chief Steward, one would no longer manage a branch, as the authority held by a Chief Steward far surpassed that of a branch steward. Moreover, upon attaining this status, Huang Yongyuan's superiors would no longer be the white-clad administrators, but rather the man in azure himself, allowing for direct communication without any breach of protocol. To have a chief steward managing a branch was an extraordinary occurrence, underscoring the significance placed on the capital branch of the Daxia dynasty. The azure-clad man penned another letter, seized a paper crane from his desk, placed the letter upon its back, and with a gesture of farewell, sent it forth. The paper crane soared out through the window. Meanwhile, Huang Yongyuan awaited patiently for news from headquarters, though the transmission array remained silent, showing no further signs of illumination. Huang Yongyuan was acutely aware that the delivery of those elixirs to the headquarters would undoubtedly incite a tremendous stir. As he waited in vain for news, a sense of despondency began to envelop him. Unbeknownst to him, the matter of the elixirs had escalated to such an extent that those in charge were embroiled in disputes, thereby neglecting to relay any updates to him. The response he received from the enigmatic man in blue was sent only after the overseer of the Qingyuan immortal realm had replied to him. Consequently, by the time the paper crane fluttered before Huang Yongyuan, the afternoon had already passed. Upon seeing the paper crane, Huang Yongyuan was momentarily entranced. The crane gently pecked at his hand and, after a brief tremor, released a letter. As he picked up the correspondence and read its contents, an overwhelming joy surged through him. He had, astonishingly, been appointed as the chief steward. Previously, he had been framed and wrongfully accused by Gongxi, relegated to this remote branch, convinced that he would spend the rest of his days here, forever estranged from the position of chief steward. Who could have imagined that? In the blink of an eye, he would ascend to such a prestigious role? Moreover, the branch had been distinctly elevated to a level 7 rating. It is noteworthy that, In this realm, even the Tianyuan sect's branches barely attain a level 5 rating. A level 7 branch is virtually unheard of within the realm of cultivation. Only the celestial realm boasts branches rated 6 and above. Zhou Feng had not been left out either. He was directly granted the status of a silver-tier shop assistant. In the Yanhui cultivation realm, there were only 5 silver-tier assistants and not a single gold-tier assistant. These silver-tier assistants were all affiliated with the branches of significant sections. Huang Yongyuan gazed at the letter, while Zhou Feng stood by, awaiting his reaction. Upon witnessing the ecstatic expression on Huang Yongyuan's face, Zhou Feng instinctively knew it was good news. After perusing the letter, Huang Yongyuan exclaimed 3 things. I am the chief steward. Our branch has been reclassified to level 7. You are now a silver-tier assistant. Zhou Feng was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in joy. The elevation in rank not only promised an increase in salary, but also a greater allocation of resources and enhanced benefits. For instance, as Zhou Feng had reached the 12th level of Qi refinement and was preparing to enter the foundation establishment stage, his prior status, which lacked a designated rank, would have entitled him to a single foundation establishment pill from the higher-ups, necessitating a trade of 30 spirit stones. Now, as a silver-tier assistant, he would directly receive 5 foundation establishment pills without the need for spirit stones. This was precisely the motivation driving shop assistants and stewards to strive for advancement within the 4 C's commercial guild. The acquisition of 5 foundation establishment pills signified that Zhou Feng now had 5 opportunities to break through to the foundation establishment stage. The two exchanged glances, their joy unmistakable. In this moment, words felt superfluous. Meanwhile, Fang Fan had toiled throughout the morning without securing a single reward. As the peak lunch hour approached, he sighed, sensing that his fortunes had recently waned. Having failed to earn rewards the previous day, he wondered if today would prove equally fruitless. Just then, he spotted an elderly man. The old man was short and plump, resembling the earth god he had seen in television dramas during his past life. He wielded a cane that was taller than himself. Although the fabric of the old man's clothing appeared to be of good quality, the colors and patterns he had chosen seemed rather quaint and unrefined. Particularly when adorned on the elder, it evokes an impression of a rustic wealthy landowner. The elder's appearance and stature are, naturally, rather unremarkable. Yet, his eyes, though not large, possess a glossy allure, imparting a sense of freshness and joy. Gazing into the elder's eyes instills a profound comfort, suggesting that he must possess a gentle temperament and a kind heart. Fang Fan discerned at a glance that the elder was a mountain spirit, not an ordinary individual. Esteemed guest, do you wish to dine? Fang Fan inquired. The elder stroked his beard and remarked, I have heard that dining at the Fugua Tavern is particularly expensive. Fang Fan responded with a smile, there are indeed some reasonably priced dishes available. For just a few taels, one can be quite satiated. The elder, with his glistening eyes and a smile upon his face, replied, very well, I would appreciate your recommendations for such dishes. Of course, esteemed guest. Please, follow me. Would you prefer a private room or the main hall? Fang Fan guided the elder into the Fugua Tavern, where he surveyed the surroundings, deciding on the main hall. Please follow me, he said, leading the elder to a quieter corner. The elder, a mountain spirit, exuded a pure aura, despite his seemingly rustic appearance. There was an undeniable comfort in his presence, indicating that he was a benevolent spirit, untouched by malice or the slaying of other beings. However, Fang Fan could not discern the true form of the elder. It appeared that even the heavenly eye had its limitations, Fang Fan mused. He began to recommend the elder some affordable yet delightful dishes, also suggesting iced beverages, which would soon be unavailable. The elder ordered 2 dishes, a bowl of common rice, and an ice drink. Fang Fan informed him, the total for these comes to 9 taels of silver, which is quite reasonable. The elder nodded in agreement, acknowledging the price. Please wait a moment. I shall inform the kitchen of your order, Fang Fan said, turning to head to the kitchen. After relaying the elder's order, he emerged with an ice drink. Setting it down before the elder, he observed as the elder began to eat. Upon tasting a morsel, the elder's eyes sparkled with delight. How delicious! How can it be so good? Fang Fan chuckled and explained the ingredients and method behind the ice drink. The elder, smiling, remarked, no wonder it costs a tael per serving. The preparation is quite intricate. Fang Fan encouraged, please savor your meal at your leisure. I shall check on the other dishes. Very well, the elder replied. The dishes ordered by the elder were ample and straightforward, requiring no special ingredients, thus they were prepared swiftly. Fang Fan returned with a plate containing 2 dishes and a bowl of rice. The elder, holding his chopsticks, appeared somewhat clumsy and inexperienced, yet managed to handle the food adequately. After tasting, his eyes widened with surprise. This is truly delightful. Fang Fan smiled. Take your time, esteemed guest. If you require anything else, please do not hesitate to ask. By the way, upon finishing your meal, I shall serve you a pot of complimentary chrysanthemum tea. The elder's face lit up with joy at the mention of free tea. Indeed, it is herbal tea, and its flavor is quite delightful. Very well. Once I have finished my meal, do bring me a pot so I may sample it. Certainly. Fang Fan has gone to attend to other patrons. At this hour, there are not many guests remaining. However, a few individuals are busy catering to the guests in the private rooms, leaving some patrons at the Fugue restaurant unattended. Fang Fan promptly approached to provide service. Amidst the flurry of activity, he noticed an elderly man gazing at him with eager eyes, the dishes on the table already consumed. Fang Fan smiled at the old man and nodded before turning to the kitchen to fetch a pot of chrysanthemum tea and a cup. He returned to the old man's side, pouring him a cup. Please enjoy at your leisure. Thank you, young waiter. Let us settle the bill first. Fang Fan spoke up, indicating that the total for the meal and the iced drink amounted to 9 taels of silver. The old man pulled a 10-tael silver ingot from his pocket and handed it to Fang Fan, saying, "No need for change. Keep the remaining tael as a tip for you." Fang Fan hastily replied, "I greatly appreciate your generosity, esteemed patron." As he accepted the silver, a hint of joy appeared on his face. For the 7th rank of the yellow stage, a reward of 150-year elixir is granted. For the 2nd rank of the Xian stage, 100-year elixir is awarded. For the 3rd rank of the Xian stage, the earth walking technique is bestowed. For the 1st rank of the earth stage, the rare fire, orange flame, is granted. For the 3rd rank of the earth stage, the 9 celestial transformations is rewarded. Fang Fan was momentarily lost in thought. While the other rewards were understandable, the earth walking technique was not difficult to comprehend. The 9 celestial transformations is a cultivation method for demon practitioners, which also made sense as the old man was a mountain spirit. Thus, the reward of the earth walking technique was reasonable. However, the reward of the rare fire, orange flame, left Fang Fan perplexed. Could it be that the old man cultivates fire-related powers? Observing Fang Fan's moment of distraction, the old man wore a look of confusion, wondering if the young waiter believed the silver reward was insufficient. Fang Fan quickly regained his composure and reiterated, "Thank you for your generous gift, esteemed patron." Seeing Fang Fan's demeanor, the old man's doubts dissipated. Fang Fan poured another cup of chrysanthemum tea for the old man, saying, "Take your time, dear guest. Should you wish for more after finishing, I shall bring you another pot." The old man smiled warmly. "Thank you, young waiter." Fang Fan turned to leave with the silver, delivering it to the accounts department. Though he appeared lost in thought, he was actually probing the 3 jade bottles in his storage space. One bottle contained the 50-year elixir. Another housed the 100-year elixir, while the last bottle appeared distinct, likely containing the orange flame. This jade bottle seemed to be crafted from superior jade compared to those that held the elixirs. It was semi-transparent, revealing a flickering orange-yellow flame within. Having reached the completion of the foundation establishment stage, Fang Fan was on the verge of attaining the golden core stage. Upon reaching the golden core stage, he would acquire Dan Fire. However, ordinary Dan Fire pales in comparison to rare fire. Rare fire can be integrated with Dan Fire, and 2 rare fires may also merge, resulting in an even more formidable flame. Most importantly, with the presence of rare fire or Dan Fire, there would be no need for earthly fire in alchemy or artifact refinement. One could utilize rare fire or Dan Fire instead, due to the adept control that cultivators possess over exotic fire or Dan Fire. Utilizing these fires for alchemy allows for a more precise mastery of the flame compared to using earth fire. Consequently, the success rate of pill formation is notably higher. However, it is worth noting that employing or for alchemy requires the expenditure of spiritual energy, a factor that does not demand. Fang Fan, lost in thought, failed to notice several individuals, including the accountant, Qian Chong, Ren Shi, and the shopkeeper, observing his distraction. Particularly, the shopkeeper felt an inexplicable itch of curiosity, almost compelled to inquire about Fang Fan's preoccupation. Qian Chong approached, giving Fang Fan a firm pat on the shoulder, teasing him about daydreaming again. Coming back to reality, Fang Fan glanced at Qian Chang and casually replied that there was nothing amiss. With that, he turned and walked away. Qian Chong felt a wave of frustration. Fang Fan's aloof demeanor made him feel unappreciated for his concern. Fang Fan then proceeded to attend to other patrons. As the hour approached the late afternoon, the number of customers dwindled. Everyone settled down for lunch, marking a period of relaxation. The waitstaff gathered in small groups to chat and boast, while the chef and apprentices remained busy preparing ingredients for the evening's meals. In solitude, Fang Fan sat in a corner, still probing into the orange fire. Within his storage space, he even extended his consciousness into Mo Yongshi's realm to seek information regarding the. To his astonishment, he discovered a tome dedicated to, revealing that the orange fire ranked among the top 10. It was specifically placed 6th, characterized as a heat fire with formidable combustion capabilities. Only 2 types of heat fire surpassed the orange fire, while the rest ahead in the rankings were cold fires. To onlookers, Fang Fan appeared to be in a state of stupor, seemingly lost in thought for an extended duration. Initially, the waitstaff exchanged lighthearted banter. But as one person began to observe Fang Fan's trance, more followed suit, until eventually, all eyes were fixated on him. Yet, Fang Fan remained oblivious to their scrutiny. After what felt like an eternity, he finally concluded his perusal of the book on, exhaling deeply as he returned to the present moment, only to find an unusual silence enveloping him. Turning his gaze, he discovered that everyone was watching intently. Feigning nonchalance, he picked up his cup and took a sip of tea. While it paled in comparison to the brew made by Shen Qingyang, it sufficed to quench his thirst. Observing Fang Fan's relaxed demeanor, Qian Chang could no longer contain himself, inquiring what had occupied Fang Fan's mind during his reverie. Without reservation, Fang Fan admitted he had merely been reading a book with his consciousness. Silence ensued, followed by an eruption of laughter from Qian Chang, Wu San, and Ren Qi, with Qian Chang even shedding tears from his mirth. Laughter erupted as Fang Fan boasted once again, initially believing he would refrain from such antics for a few days. It was surprising to witness him still indulging in grandiloquence about divine consciousness and reading with it. Qian Chang remarked that he was familiar with the term divine consciousness, which was said to be a skill only cultivators could attain, a rarity among ordinary folk. Somehow, Fang Fan had stumbled upon this term and began to flaunt it. "Are you implying that you are a cultivator?" Qian Chang challenged. "If you are indeed a cultivator, then we must all be immortals. What absurdity! If you truly possess such capabilities, why would you be working as a mere innkeeper?" Fang Fan remained unperturbed, his expression impassive as he sipped his tea, seemingly oblivious to the mockery surrounding him. Yet, the disbelief from others did weigh heavily on him. After a brief period of ridicule from the other attendants, they soon lost interest and resumed their idle chatter. Fang Fan continued to sip his tea, lost in thought. As the hours slipped away, the evening bustle began, with guests arriving steadily. It was not until late at night that he finally completed his duties, tidied up, and had his dinner, which brought him to the midnight hour. Alone, he made his way home, the mocking glances of the other attendants lingering in his mind. Fang Fan, attuned to the sensitivities of a cultivator, was well aware of their scrutiny but chose to disregard it. Today had proven fruitful. He had acquired a cultivation technique for Ying Ying and obtained a rare flame. Eager to share the technique and the mastery of the flame with Ying Ying, he hurried home. Upon reaching his doorstep, he swung open the door to find Ying Ying bounding toward him, chirping excitedly. From the kitchen, Shen Qingyang peered out. "Dear immortal, the tea is ready. Please have a cup while I finish preparing the meal." Fang Fan nodded in agreement and entered the room, where he noticed a cozy nest adorned with blue and white flowers, presumably meant for Ying Ying. The nest was spacious and soft to the touch, providing a great sense of comfort. Recognizing it as her own, Ying Ying picked up a corner of the nest to show Fang Fan. With a smile, Fang Fan patted her head. "Today, I have brought you a cultivation technique, the 9 celestial transformations." He produced the scroll and placed it before her. Ying Ying glanced at it and began to chirp enthusiastically. Fang Fan quickly grasped her intent. She wanted him to use the insight rod to strike her a few times. A flicker of surprise crossed his face as he realized his oversight. Despite having gained intellect, Ying Ying had only recently begun her cultivation journey and likely had limited literacy skills. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Fan retrieved the insight rod and declared, "Let me help you learn a few more characters." Ying Ying nodded in anticipation as he gently tapped her head with the rod. Her eyes sparkled with newfound understanding, and she seemed to enter a state of deep thought. In the mind of Ying Ying, a myriad of thoughts swiftly traversed, all pertaining to various enlightening texts. Compared to the items from yesterday, these leaned more towards literacy, gradually guiding her from the rudiments to a more intricate understanding of complex characters. The essence of these books flowed through Ying Ying's consciousness, and she diligently noted them, thereby grasping the meanings of these characters. When she regained her focus, she gazed at Fang Fan with an expression of yearning, fixating on the enlightening ruler in his hands. With a gentle tap, Fang Fan struck Yingying's head once more. This time, concepts of mathematics and law flitted through her mind, subjects she had never encountered before. Although Yingying was a remarkably astute dog, no one expected her to master mathematics or law, making these topics quite foreign to her. Fortunately, as these ideas coursed through her thoughts, she endeavored to assimilate them. And under the influence of the enlightening ruler, she completely comprehended them. Yingying looked at Fang Fan, her eyes brimming with desire, fully aware of the significance these concepts held for her. For an animal to awaken its intelligence, it transcends into a mystical being. Enhancing this intelligence can profoundly impact the creature's strength. Those with higher intelligence not only cultivate at a swifter pace, but the rapid enhancement of their intellect also bolsters their spiritual strength. Whether it be a mystical creature or a spirit, upon transforming into human form, the first endeavor is to refine their heart amidst the mundane world, to embark on a journey through human society. This journey is essential for understanding the customs and intricacies of human interactions, along with other advanced knowledge vital for mystical cultivation. Fang Fan tapped Yingying's head once more, and instantly, the principles of human relationships, etiquette, and other such concepts cascaded through her mind. Yingying closed her eyes, commencing the digestion of this information. A full quarter of an hour passed before she opened her eyes. By this time, Xinxinyang had prepared dinner. Standing nearby, she observed Yingying with a look of surprise. Upon opening her eyes, Yingying's gaze towards Fang Fan deepened with attachment. Fang Fan spoke, "For now, focus on mastering this knowledge. In a few days, I shall impart more." Xinxinyang regarded Fang Fan with a conflicted expression. Fang Fan prompted, "Xingyang, if you have something to say, please do." After a moment of hesitation, Xinxinyang asked, "Immortal, could you use this ruler to strike me a few times?" Fang Fan was taken aback, explaining, "This is the enlightening ruler, primarily intended for mystical beings. You are a spirit. Can you even use it?" Xinxinyang nodded vigorously, affirming, "Yes, indeed. It would be even more effective on those who have just passed away. Recently deceased spirits, in their confusion, also require the awakening of their intelligence. For us older spirits, its effects would still be quite beneficial." Fang Fan nodded and gently tapped Xinxinyang's head. Immediately, the 4 books and 5 classics, along with concepts of etiquette and human relationships, filled her mind. Xinxinyang felt a clarity wash over her. The memories lost upon her transformation into a spirit began to resurface in her consciousness. These recollections, alongside Xinxinyang's strengthening powers, were indeed recoverable. However, Xinxinyang naturally desired to recover as swiftly as possible. With a clearer mind, her cultivation would undoubtedly benefit. Xinxinyang opened her eyes, her gaze fervent, fixating on Fang Fan and the insightful ruler he held. "Duong," Fang Fan gently tapped her on the head once more. Joy radiated from Xinxinyang's face, and tears streamed down her cheeks. She recalled the tender moments spent with her family, their faces, their care for her, and myriad memories. Xinxinyang gracefully expressed her gratitude, thanking the immortal. Fang Fan nodded, promising to tap her again in a few days. With that, Fang Fan stepped into the courtyard, beneath the laurel tree, caressing its trunk. Suddenly, a small, radiant child appeared from the trunk of the laurel. Fang Fan playfully tapped the child's head. The child beamed with delight, thanking her brother. Fang Fan, bemused, wondered why he was always referred to as her brother. "Duong," he tapped the child's head again. The child covered her head, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, brother. That will suffice for now. Please tap me again in a few days." Fang Fan reached out, gently stroking the child's smooth and soft head, finding it quite comforting. The child continued to cover her head, inquiring playfully, "Why does my brother always touch my head?" Fang Fan chuckled. "Has your cultivation been progressing well, dear sister?" "Indeed, indeed. Your taps have cleared my mind significantly, and I have gained much knowledge, making my cultivation remarkably effective." After conversing with the spirit of the laurel tree for a while, Fang Fan turned and entered the house, while the spirit of the laurel concealed itself. Sitting down, Fang Fan began his dinner. Despite having consumed a fair amount at the tavern, he felt he could still indulge. Beside him lay a bowl filled with tender stewed meat and soft, chunky spiritual vegetables, prepared for Yingying's dinner. The man and his dog began to eat, while Xinxinyang watched them with a smile in her eyes. Soon, they finished their meal. And after sipping some spiritual tea brewed with spring water, Fang Fan swiftly entered the Mo Yangsher space. Sitting cross-legged in the alchemy room, he retrieved the jade stone, of an unknown type, possessed the ability to insulate against this heat. The jade bottle felt warm in his hands. Upon uncorking it, A wave of scorching energy surged forth, elevating the room's temperature by at least 5 degrees. Fang Fan cautiously tested the temperature of the orange fire, quickly retracting his hand. It was too hot. He began to reflect on the methods of merging he had learned from his studies. Carefully, he exhaled spiritual energy from his palm, enveloping the gradually controlling it to extract the fire from the jade bottle. Continuing to encase the in spiritual energy, he directed it through his meridians until it reached his dantian. Slowly, he released the spiritual energy surrounding allowing the searing warmth to permeate his dantian. As all the spiritual energy was released, a searing warmth enveloped Fang Fan's dantian and coursed through his entire being. The intensity of this heat nearly rendered him breathless. Indeed, the sixth ranked was extraordinarily formidable. It began to dart wildly within Fang Fan's dantian, seemingly unable to escape. Subsequently, it started to absorb the spiritual energy residing within Fang Fan's dantian. A surge of joy welled up within him. As they consumed the energy, a faint yet palpable connection began to form between Fang Fan and the more spiritual energy they absorbed, the greater Fang Fan's control over it became. The spiritual energy within Fang Fan's body surged increasingly towards his dantian. They, initially agitated, gradually calmed, akin to a glutton encountering a sumptuous feast, voraciously drawing in Fang Fan's spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the searing sensation began to dissipate. Just as 3/4 of the spiritual energy within Fang Fan was consumed, the finally settled, quietly burning within his dantian. At that moment, Fang Fan no longer felt a trace of heat. Simultaneously, he sensed that he had completely mastered the. Fang Fan felt a surge of joy within. Gazing inward at his dantian, entranced by the extraordinary flame that seemed to captivate his very essence. The flame glimmered in hues of orange and tangerine, about the size of a thumb. At this moment, the unusual fire was entirely under Fang Fan's control, having become an intrinsic part of him. It was not merely useful for alchemy and crafting. It could also serve as a formidable weapon, capable of inflicting lethal harm. The thought of employing this flame for such purposes evoked a chilling sense of power, as it was said to obliterate its victims completely, leaving no trace behind. Fang Fan recalled the tome he had perused regarding the methods of wielding this flame for combat and assassination, having absorbed its teachings thoroughly. As he pondered whether to utilize the extraordinary flame for alchemical endeavors or rely on the earth fire instead, a sudden memory struck him. He had promised Ying that he would take her out for a stroll. With this thought, Fang Fan swiftly exited the space of Mo Yangshi. Ying was intently reading the book titled 9 Celestial Transformations that Fang Fan had given her. The sight of a dog engrossed in a book was undeniably incongruous yet endearing. He observed as she turned a page with her paw, her eyes radiating a gentle light filled with seriousness and delight. Upon noticing Fang Fan's arrival, she turned her gaze toward him. Fang Fan affectionately patted Ying's head and said, "Let us venture out, as promised this morning. We shall return early and take you and Qingyang for a stroll." Ying nodded in understanding. Fang Fan knew she comprehended everything, even though she had yet to refine her core and could not yet speak. Having been enlightened by the guiding stick, Ying possessed a wisdom that surpassed many. With great care, Ying closed the book and rose to follow Fang Fan into the courtyard. Fang Fan called out to Qingyang's room, "Qingyang, let us go for a walk." "Coming," Qingyang replied, hastily emerging from her chamber. Upon seeing her, Fang Fan suggested, "Let us wander about and explore the night market." Thus, the trio, one person, one spirit, and one dog, set forth. Ying was filled with exuberance, darting back and forth, occasionally dashing ahead only to return to Fang Fan and Qingyang. At one point, she caught a whiff of an intriguing scent, sniffing eagerly before looking up. As they passed the spot where Ying had lain the previous night, she paused to sniff again, emitting a soft whimper as she turned her gaze toward Fang Fan. He reassured her with a gentle pat on the head. "Do not worry, you will be just fine in the future." Ying nodded in affirmation. Before long, they arrived at the night market, a dazzling spectacle of lights and tantalizing aromas. Qingyang maintained a calm demeanor, while Fang Fan and Ying were visibly elated. Fang Fan's thoughts turned to indulging in delightful treats, and it was Ying's first encounter with such a vibrant scene, filling her with excitement. Upon spotting some fragrant steamed buns, Fang Fan purchased 3, 2 for himself and 1 to feed to Ying. She devoured it in one bite, chewing eagerly, her eyes sparkling with joy, clearly relishing the taste. Fang Fan, too, consumed his buns with remarkable speed, finishing them in mere moments. Next, his attention was drawn to a vendor selling skewers of meat. He ordered 10, requesting a lighter seasoning, and handed 5 to Qingyang to feed to Ying, while he kept the remaining 5 for himself. As Ying indulged in her delectable treats, Her eyes sparkled with joy. There were sugar figurines, flaky pastries, grilled cold noodles, egg-filled pancakes, and sweet rice balls, among other delights. Ying, with her hearty appetite, yearned for everything. Before they could traverse the entirety of the night market, the duo had already consumed a considerable array of delicacies. Just as they were delighting in their feast, a group of individuals obstructed their path. The leader, a young man clad in a moon-white robe, wielded a folding fan, and an exquisite jade pendant dangled from his waist, exuding wealth. Behind him trailed attendants and servants, their gazes fixated upon Ying. Upon observing Fang Fan's casual attire marred with grease stains, the young man's face contorted with unmasked disdain. Ying, feeling intimidated, shrank back and hid behind Fang Fan. The young man called out, "Gold, come here." Tentatively, Ying peeked from behind Fang Fan but remained motionless. With a swift motion, the young man brandished a leather whip, cracking it with a sharp sound, and repeated, "Gold, come here." Trembling, Ying's eyes filled with terror. Fang Fan's expression hardened as he regarded the young man. Xinqiang stepped forward, aligning herself with Fang Fan. "Master, shall I teach this scoundrel a lesson?" The young man, taken aback by Xinqiang's beauty, momentarily faltered. Fang Fan nodded and retreated a step, kneeling beside Ying to gently pat her head. "Do not fear. You are a spirit now, and you need not be afraid of him." Ying nodded, her demeanor slightly easing. The young man pointed his whip at Fang Fan, declaring, "This dog belongs to me. You have stolen my dog, and you must compensate me. That young lady is your servant. Pay me, and I shall overlook the matter of your theft. Gold, come here." In a swift motion, Xinqiang seized the young man by his collar, delivering 4 resounding slaps that left his face swollen and bloodied, 2 teeth flying from his mouth. "You wretched creature, daring to threaten a celestial being and her dog. Do you wish for death?" The young man, dazed and disoriented, muttered, "Get them. Attack this wench." His entourage surged forward, intent on assaulting Xinqiang. With a flurry of kicks, she sent them sprawling to the ground, their cries of dismay echoing in the air. Fang Fan remained composed, while Ying appeared momentarily stunned, her fear dissipating. Fang Fan gently patted Ying's head, saying, "Let us depart." With that, they gracefully left the scene. Xinqiang cast a menacing glance at the young man, her eyes brimming with lethal intent. "Should you dare to trouble us again, I shall end you." The young man shivered, unnerved by the ferocity in her gaze. "Ying, what should we do?" he stammered. As Xinqiang finished her threat, she hurried after Fang Fan and Ying. The trio, 1 person, 1 dog, and 1 spirit, remained undeterred, continuing their exploration of the night market and savoring delightful treats. Fang Fan's expression remained indifferent, while Xinqiang and Ying were both in high spirits. Xinqiang had not consumed much, prompting Fang Fan to inquire about her ability to absorb the essence of food. Xinqiang smiled and replied, "With the ample spiritual food provided by the immortal, I absorb its essence daily. However, I am somewhat wary of the impurities present in the food consumed by these people." Fang Fan nodded and chose to let the matter rest. In truth, neither Fang Fan nor Ying should indulge in such food, considering the spiritual provisions available at home, including spiritual vegetables, rice, grains, and spring water, all devoid of impurities. Yet, the pair, a person and a dog, were somewhat gluttonous, relishing these offerings. Fang Fan felt at ease, believing that as long as he refined a few batches of washing marrow pills and impurity cleansing pills, there would be no adverse effects after consumption. All were of the first tier, and Fang Fan was capable of concocting 9th-grade pills, which yielded excellent results without any issues. Suddenly, Fang Fan furrowed his brows. Xinqiang noticed his demeanor and remarked, "Immortal, there are 2 individuals trailing behind." Fang Fan sensed this as well and nodded, acknowledging their ordinary status. Xinqiang proposed to eliminate them, but Fang Fan shook his head, reiterating his previous command, "You must not kill anyone in the future. I will investigate." With that, he turned a corner, standing still. Xinqiang and Ying continued onward. As the 2 individuals rounded the corner, they were met with Fang Fan's presence, their faces reflecting shock and panic. Fang Fan addressed them, "Who is your master? What was their relationship with the dog? Did they inflict those injuries on it? Why are you following me now?" The 2 forced smiles and replied, "Young sir, you are mistaken. We are merely strolling about, unaware of any master or dog." Fang Fan observed them keenly and waved his hand, casting 2 mind control spells upon them. This spell, a foundation-level technique, compelled ordinary individuals to divulge the truth. Of course, It proved ineffective against those with strong willpower or those of equal or superior strength, potentially resulting in backlash. Given that these two were mere mortals, they posed no threat. They began to hurriedly answer Fang Fan's inquiries. Our young master is the heir of the Pingyuan Marquis. That dog, named Huangjin, was brought back from a foreign land by our young master. It is said that in that distant place, the dog was quite rare. Indeed, at first, the young master adored this dog, but upon realizing it was not fierce at all, he began to train it, often using a whip on Huangjin. Yes. The young master lavished the dog with fresh meat daily, particularly lamb and beef. However, we do not know what happened afterward. The dog became sluggish and eventually lost the ability to move altogether. We witnessed the young master declare his intention to consume dog meat as the creature's condition deteriorated. Then, the dog vanished, and the young master became furious. Little did we expect to see Huangjin today, fully recovered. Indeed, the young master was filled with joy, eager to reclaim the gold. It was evident that he had developed an affinity for it, and now, witnessing its remarkable sentience, his ailments had all but vanished, leaving him in high spirits. Meanwhile, a surge of anger welled up within Fang Fan as he realized that Ying was aware of her impending fate. Mustering every ounce of strength and courage to escape the confines of the Pingyuan Marquis residence. At that moment, despair must have consumed her, her body immobilized and battered. Had he not crossed paths with her, she would have met a grim end. Others lacked the cleansing elixirs, the beneficial pills, or the azure essence potions that could potentially heal Ying's neural inflammation. Fang Fan's heart ached at the thought of her. His heart throbbed painfully. He cast a fierce glare at the two individuals before him. Although they had fallen under the enchantment of a charm spell, Fang Fan's gaze sent chills down their spines. He extended his foot, delivering a swift kick to their legs, resulting in a series of audible cracks as both of their calves shattered. While their transgressions did not warrant death, Fang Fan chose to merely break their bones. Afterward, he departed, harboring a desire to eliminate the young master of the Pingyuan Marquis, yet contemplating that he would seek vengeance when Ying had achieved her own strength. As he sauntered home, he endeavored to quell his fury. Upon reaching his doorstep, he spotted Ying and Shen Qingyang waiting for him. Fang Fan managed a warm smile, inquiring why they had not entered. Shen Qingyang explained that Ying wished to await the immortal. Observing her, Fang Fan noted Shen Qingyang's contemplative expression before she remarked that she seemed to understand Ying's words, though the reason eluded her. Fang Fan nodded in agreement. Perhaps it was due to their shared uniqueness. They entered the courtyard together, one person, one dog, and one spirit. Fang Fan and Ying proceeded to their quarters, while Shen Qingyang headed to the kitchen. Immortal, I shall brew some tea. You have consumed quite a bit and ought to have some to aid digestion, she said. I would like iced tea, please, Fang Fan replied. Of course, Immortal. I have prepared ice. Shen Qingyang heated the spring water, retrieved the spiritual tea, and soon had it steeped to perfection. She then fetched a large glass, filled it with ice, and poured the steaming tea over it, watching as the ice melted rapidly, transforming the tea into a refreshing chill. The ice had been crafted from the boiled spiritual spring water. Thus, the chilled tea radiated an enchanting aura, appearing utterly delightful. She prepared another glass, repeating the process, and soon emerged with a tray bearing 2 glasses of iced tea. One was placed beside Fang Fan, and the other before Ying. It seemed that Shen Qingyang held a deep affection for Ying, treating her as her own child. Whatever she prepared for Fang Fan, she ensured that Ying received a portion as well. Fang Fan lifted his glass, taking a sip and exclaiming in admiration, it was exquisite, brimming with spiritual essence. The aroma wafting delightfully, with a slight bitterness upon entry but a sweet aftertaste lingering on his palate. Fang Fan took large gulps of tea, while Ying sniffed the liquid in her cup, extending her tongue to taste it. Her eyes sparkled with delight, and she soon began to drink as well. Thus, a man and his dog shared a moment over tea. After finishing 1 cup, Shen Qingyang offered to brew another for Fang Fan, but he shook his head, indicating that 1 cup sufficed. I must venture into the other realm to refine some elixirs. You should focus on your cultivation. Yes, Immortal, she replied. Departing from Fang Fan's abode, Fang Fan turned his gaze towards Ying, who, sensing his attention, turned her head with a twinkle in her eyes, playfully uttering her sounds. Fang Fan chuckled in bemusement. I cannot comprehend your words. He crouched down and gently patted Ying's head, inquiring about the noble son of the Pingyuan Marquis whom they had encountered earlier. Has he always bullied you? With a soft whimper, Ying nodded in affirmation. Fang Fan continued, I do not intend to take action against him. Cultivate diligently, and when your strength has grown, you may seek your revenge at the Pingyuan Marquis' residence. All right. Ying nodded once more, her determination evident. Fang Fan then slipped into the Mo Yongshi's space, arriving at the alchemy chamber to commence his work. In the initial attempts, utilizing exotic flames indeed allowed for better control over the heat, making the alchemical process feel more effortless. However, it consumed an excessive amount of spiritual energy. After refining 3 furnaces of elixirs, he found it necessary to consume spirit fruits to replenish his energy. Eventually, Fang Fan reverted to using terrestrial fire for his alchemy. He had an inkling that the terrestrial fire he employed, along with the remarkable apparatus for controlling the heat, was quite extraordinary. It was likely that most alchemists using terrestrial fire lacked such superior tools, which significantly contributed to Fang Fan's high success rate in refining elixirs. After producing 100 furnaces of elixirs, none were wasted. Fang Fan sorted the elixirs into containers, utilizing the complimentary storage bags provided by the Four Seas Trading Company for those intended for sale. He then drafted a list detailing the 20 types of first-tier medicinal herbs required for his next rounds of alchemy. Fang Fan calculated that he had already concocted 50 varieties of first-tier elixirs, with approximately 160 more still to be refined. In another 8 days, he would have traversed the entirety of first-tier elixirs. Once he had completed the first tier, he would proceed to the second tier. His progress was indeed remarkable. It seemed that no other alchemist in this world advanced as swiftly as he did, having already mastered the foundational spells. And after a long night of exploration that likely extended into the early morning, Fang Fan opted not to practice spells. Instead, he swiftly exited the space of Mo Yongshi. Upon his exit, he sensed something was amiss with Ying. The creature scratched its forehead vigorously with its front paw, emitting a series of whimpers. Shun Qingyang entered, and Ying communicated its discomfort, stating that its forehead was itchy and quite bothersome. Fang Fan knelt, gently prying apart Ying's paws to examine the area. He pressed on it and discovered a hard lump, slightly elevated above the skull, the nature of which was uncertain. Utilizing his spiritual awareness, he discerned that it was a rounded hard mass, neither bone nor a tumor, but rather resembling an undeveloped horn. Could it be that dogs could sprout horns? Further examination of Ying's body revealed no other issues. In fact, it appeared quite healthy, its heart was strong, and all organs functioned exceptionally well, with ample vitality coursing through. Fang Fan pondered that the manager of the Sea Trading Company was at the golden core stage and likely possessed considerable knowledge. He decided to inquire with the manager today. He affectionately ruffled Ying's head, promising to seek answers regarding its condition. Try to refrain from scratching. You're nearly drawing blood on your forehead. Ying continued its plaintive sounds. Shen Qingyang interjected, My lord, Ying expresses that it is very itchy and uncomfortable. With a sigh, Fang Fan reassured, just bear with it for now. Why not practice a bit? With a flick of his wrist, 300 spirit stones materialized. Use these spirit stones for your cultivation and see if it alleviates your discomfort. Ying nodded in agreement, noticing that time was slipping away. Shen Qingyang served breakfast, an abundant spread of spring rolls, buns, dumplings, porridge, flour rolls, and assorted dishes. Fang Fan swiftly completed his morning routine and began to eat. Ying's breakfast was equally appetizing, consisting of tender stewed meat and finely chopped spirit vegetables. The two of them, one man and one dog, began their meal. After finishing breakfast, Fang Fan set out, first making his way to the Sea Trading Company. Upon entering, he spotted the manager, Zhou Feng, who greeted him with a beaming smile and led him upstairs. Settling into the VIP room, they were served snacks and tea. The manager appeared unhurried, casually engaging Fang Fan in conversation over tea. However, Fang Fan was quite anxious, having sold his elixirs and needing to visit an inn. Not to mention his intent to inquire about Ying's peculiar issue. Noticing Fang Fan's urgency, the manager promptly asked, Esteemed immortal, you seem quite anxious. Is there something troubling you? Fang Fan nodded slightly, mentioning that he had raised a dog that had already transformed into a spirit. On its forehead, there was an unusual growth whose nature remained a mystery to him, and it expressed discomfort, claiming it was itchy. The shopkeeper inquired to see the dog. With a wave of his hand, Fang Fan conjured a shimmering projection displaying the dog in vivid detail. Its colors and texture so lifelike that it felt as if it were present before them. The shopkeeper observed intently and spoke, stating that this dog was known as the Golden Hound, a breed exclusive to the distant country of Chaohua. It was rumored that this dog bore the bloodline of the ancient mythical beast, Xieji, which is characterized by a single horn upon its forehead. It appeared that this dog had encountered a fortuitous event, awakening the ancient Xieji's lineage, and was on the verge of developing a horn. Fang Fan was initially taken aback, quickly succumbing to elation upon realizing the significance of his companion. He bowed respectfully to the shopkeeper, expressing gratitude for his enlightening words. The shopkeeper, displaying humility, waved his hand dismissively, deeming it a trivial matter. He offered Fang Fan a copy of the Chronicles of Cultivators, which contained many similar tales. Turning to Zhou Feng, he instructed, Xiao Feng, fetch a copy of the Chronicles of Cultivators for the esteemed guest. Along with miscellaneous talks of all things, this latter book discusses rare treasures of the world and is quite valuable. Zhou Feng promptly departed for the storeroom to retrieve the books. Fang Fan inquired about the cost, offering to pay. The shopkeeper gestured modestly, stating that they were not worth much, merely 1 spiritual stone each, and insisted on presenting them as gifts. Fang Fan accepted without further protest, producing a storage pouch containing elixirs he intended to sell to the Four Seas Trading Company. The shopkeeper nodded appreciatively, acknowledging Fang Fan's continued consideration for their business. The shopkeeper began appraising the elixirs, marveling once again at Fang Fan's remarkable alchemical talent. There were a considerable number of 9th-grade elixirs, totaling 62, along with around 500 7th and 8th grade ones. After evaluation, the total came to 238,600 spiritual stones, having deducted the cost of the herbs required for the current transaction. With a flourish, the shopkeeper summoned the sum of 238,600 spiritual stones, which Fang Fan confirmed with a mental scan. The shopkeeper produced a storage pouch and placed the spiritual stones inside, handing it over to Fang Fan. At that moment, Zhou Feng returned with the 2 books and another storage pouch. Esteemed guest, here are the books you requested, along with the herbs in this pouch. Please check the types and quantities to ensure they are correct. Fang Fan examined the contents, confirming their accuracy. He transferred the herbs into the pouch containing the spiritual stones, returning the empty pouch to Zhou Feng. Subsequently, he placed the 2 books into the storage pouch, preparing to take his leave. The shopkeeper, after a moment of contemplation, addressed Fang Fan, esteemed guest, for this extraordinary beast to grow after awakening its ancient bloodline, it will require certain special items to nurture its development. For instance, the blood of its kindred divine beasts, the 7 bloodflower, or the bloodthirsty vine's blossoms. The blood of similar divine beasts has the capacity to purify the bloodline of exotic creatures. The 7 bloodflowers can invigorate one's vital essence, revealing the ancient divine beast bloodline within the blood of these extraordinary beings. The blossoms of the bloodthirsty vine can enhance the ancient divine beast bloodline present in their blood. Fang Fan inquired of the shopkeeper whether they possessed these items. The shopkeeper replied, currently, we do not have them in stock. However, if the esteemed immortal requires them, I can arrange for them to be sourced from our headquarters. A single drop of ancient Xieji blood is priced at 100,000 spirit stones, while each 7 blood flower costs 30,000 spirit stones, and the flower of the bloodthirsty vine is priced at 50,000 spirit stones each. Should the immortal wish to procure all 3 items, I can negotiate a favorable price, totaling 150,000 spirit stones for the trio. Fang Fan pondered for a moment and nodded. Consuming all 3, will there be any adverse effects? The shopkeeper reassured him, not at all. Each of these items is beneficial. As long as they are taken with a gap of 2 to 3 days between doses, there will be no issues. If the immortal wishes to learn more, I recommend consulting discussions on all things, where these 3 items are documented along with their effects and other pertinent information. Fang Fan fell into deep contemplation. Fang Fan began to ponder deeply. 150,000 spirit stones, such a heart-wrenching sum. Yet, thinking of Ying, Fang Fan gritted his teeth, resolved to acquire all 3 items. As he spoke, a flash of light appeared in his hand, and 15,000 spirit stones materialized upon the table. I shall provide the spirit stones first. You must ensure I obtain what I need, Fang Fan declared. The shopkeeper, with a beaming smile, reassured him, rest assured, esteemed one. I will procure these items for you. Our headquarters possesses them. Why not return this evening? If all goes well, they should be ready by then. Fang Fan clasped his hands in gratitude. The shopkeeper, Zhou Feng, escorted Fang Fan out, who then made his way towards the Fortune and Wealth Tavern. Lost in thought, he arrived at the tavern's entrance without realizing it. Upon entering, he found the early rising waiter already tidying up. Fang Fan picked up a cloth and began to wipe down the tables. Once they finished cleaning, everyone sat down to partake in breakfast. After the meal, a bustling day was set to commence. Huang Yuan cheerfully penned a letter to the man in blue, detailing the prices of the medicinal pills and listing the 3 items Fang Fan required: the blood of the Xieji, the 7 blood flower, and the bloodthirsty vine's blossom. He also mentioned that he had assured the alchemist of the acquisition of these items for a price of 150,000 spirit stones. Indeed, this alchemist was destined for greatness, accompanied by a golden hound that had awakened the Xieji bloodline. Such a companion indicated considerable wealth. Even for those who possess such a golden hound, acquiring these items without spirit stones would be implausible. 150,000 spirit stones represented a day's earnings for this alchemist, while for others, it constituted a staggering fortune. The head shopkeeper earned merely 300 spirit stones in a month, while Zhou Feng, the silver-ranked waiter, received a modest 30 spirit stones monthly, previously earning only 5. After finishing the letter, he placed it in a storage bag containing the medicinal pills and sent it directly to the headquarters through the teleportation array. At this moment, the man in blue arrived at the teleportation hall, awaiting Huang Yongyuan's storage bag. As he saw the 9th teleportation array light up, his eyes gleamed with anticipation. The white-clad manager swiftly grasped the storage bag and, in a flash, appeared before the man in blue, presenting the bag with care. Receiving it, the man opened it, inspected its contents, and immediately retrieved Huang Yongyuan's letter. Reading the letter, he chuckled. Huang Yongyuan truly knows how to conduct business. The blood of the Xieji, the 7 blood flower, and the bloodthirsty vine's blossom have been sitting in stock for 10 years without a sale. Yet, their price remains exorbitant. The Sihai Trading Company stands firm on pricing. Even if items languish in storage, their value will not diminish. However, as a benefit for the managers, shopkeepers, and waiters, many items are offered at considerable discounts. The greater the contribution to the Sihai Trading Company, the more substantial the rewards. Given that this alchemist has supplied so many 9th-grade medicinal pills and will continue to do so, he is a high-value, high-return partner for the Sihai Trading Company, ensuring the most favorable prices for any transaction. It is Huang Yongyuan, as a prominent manager, who possesses the authority to expend 150,000 spirit stones to acquire 3 items valued at 180,000 spirit stones. Therefore, although Huang Yongyuan acted unilaterally, he executed the decision with remarkable finesse, aligning perfectly with my sentiments. Within the storage pouch were elixirs, a letter from Huang Yongyuan, and the sum of 150,000 spirit stones. This Huang Yongyuan boldly transmitted the spirit stones directly, wishing to secure the transaction without any potential for reversal. The man in the green attire produced 40 vials of elixirs, meticulously examining each one. This task could have been delegated to the subordinate managers. Yet the man in green desired to witness the 9th-grade elixirs with his own eyes. It seems that henceforth, none within the Four Seas Trading Company would have beheld more 9th-grade elixirs than he. Huang Yongyuan was not among them. After completing his inspection, he marveled once more at the alchemist's extraordinary talent and unwavering success rate of 100%. Not only in this realm but even in the Qinghuan immortal realm and its subordinate cultivation worlds, there existed no such prodigy, nay, no such anomaly. Indeed, a talent akin to a prodigy. The man in green commanded, Gongxi, consult with the other 2 managers regarding the distribution of these elixirs. Son, procure a drop of Xieji blood, a blossom of 7 blood flowers, and a bloom from the bloodthirsty vine to be transmitted to Huang Yongyuan. This 150,000 spirit stones is allocated for the purchase of these 3 items. Ensure they are documented in the inventory. Yes, my lord. The 4 responded in unison. The man in green departed, walking away from the teleportation hall and ascending the mountain. The sun shone brilliantly today, and the bamboo and trees along the path appeared remarkably verdant. The man in green was in high spirits, a gentle smile gracing his face as he gazed at the sky, the sunlight, and the trees. Today marked the 6th day of the autumn examinations, with 3 days remaining until the scholars would emerge. On the 15th day of the 8th month, the results would be announced, referred to as the Gue list. Coinciding with the season of fragrant osmanthus, Fang Fan remained concerned about Han Ziyu, pondering whether Han Ziyu could achieve the status of a scholar. The weather had grown considerably cooler. Today, the icy drinks were taken off the menu, and autumn dishes were introduced, attracting numerous patrons. In autumn, the mandarin fish is at its fattest, and there are 6 dishes crafted from it, one of which is the infamous stinky mandarin fish, beloved by many who flock to savor it each season. The stinky mandarin fish at the wealthy and noble restaurant is renowned for its exquisite flavor. Fang Fan was also busily engaged, yet he felt a twinge of frustration as he had not received any rewards today. With summer behind him, it seemed his streak of good fortune had also waned. He had not received a reward the day before and had received an ambiguous one the day prior. Would he be fortunate enough to receive a reward today? Fang Fan shook his head and welcomed a new patron with a smile. Upon seeing the newcomer, Fang Fan was taken aback. It was the old man from yesterday, the mountain spirit. The mountain spirit exuded a pure aura, making one feel remarkably at ease in his presence. However, today, the spirit's aura seemed somewhat unsteady, as if he were injured or had lost some essence. The expression on the mountain spirit's face was not pleasant, tinged with sadness and a hint of anger. Fang Fan approached. "Esteemed guest, would you like to dine? Shall it be in the main hall or a private room?" The mountain spirit gazed at Fang Fan, managing to force a stiff smile. "The private room. I desire tranquility today." "Very well, esteemed guest, please follow me. The private rooms are located on the second floor. Let us ascend." With that, Fang Fan led the way, guiding the mountain spirit upstairs. On the second floor, several private rooms awaited. Fang Fan ushered the elderly gentleman into room D. Upon entering and closing the door, Fang Fan inquired, "What would you like to eat, esteemed guest?" The old mountain spirit replied, "Bring me some delicacies, but just like yesterday, all vegetarian, no meat for me." Fang Fan nodded, beginning to recommend a selection of dishes, all plant-based: stir-fried 3 vegetables, chilled bitter lettuce, garlic vermicelli with baby cabbage, caramelized sweet potatoes, braised eggplant, and sautéed bok choy with mushrooms. After suggesting over a dozen dishes, the old man selected 5 and requested a cold beverage. Fang Fan's expression turned troubled. "Esteemed guest, the cold beverages are no longer available. To indulge in them, you must wait until next year." A flicker of sorrow crossed the old man's face. The unpredictability of life left him uncertain if he would even see next year. Observing the mountain spirit, Fang Fan felt an inexplicable sense of empathy. The old man seemed to have come here for a final meal, perhaps to savor something good before embarking on a perilous endeavor. The old man, possessing a pure aura, appeared to have committed no sins or harmed any living being. Even in his dining choices, he favored only vegetarian fare. It was disheartening to see such a gentle soul in distress. The old man ordered a soup and 2 servings of white rice, then asked, "How much silver does this come to?" Fang Fan promptly replied, "That would be 43 taels of silver." The old man produced 5 silver ingots, one weighing 20 taels, collectively. They amounted to 100 taels, which he placed on the table. "Keep this. The excess is my tip." Fang Fan silently accepted the silver, contemplating, "Having received your silver, I shall assist you. Your fortune is indeed favorable, and I am willing to lend my aid." Rewards for various ranks followed. For the 7th rank of the yellow stage, a 50-year elixir. For the 2nd rank of the profound stage, a 100-year elixir. For the 3rd rank, the Eye of Truth. For the 7th rank, the ability to speak with beasts. And for the 1st rank of the earth stage, the gift of mental connection. The Eye of Truth surpassed the heavenly eye, as Fang Fan could now discern the old man's true form. A ginseng spirit, a detail he had missed the previous day. The ability to converse with animals granted comprehension of the languages of wild beasts, spirit beasts, and divine beasts. The mental connection would allow Fang Fan to hear the thoughts of various beings, should he choose to. These rewards, each more exceptional than the last, evoked a sense of reflection in Fang Fan. He made his way to the account's office, presenting 3 ingots of silver. The guest specified a total of 50 taels. The accountant retrieved scissors, slicing 1 ingot in half and handing Fang Fan 1 portion. Fang Fan appeared to tuck the silver into his attire, but in truth, it was stored in his spatial pouch, where 2 additional ingots lay. With this addition, he now possessed 50 taels of silver. Qian Chong observed Fang Fan placing the half ingot of silver into his bosom and promptly rushed towards the innkeeper. "Innkeeper, Fang Fan has embezzled 10 taels of silver." Instantly, all eyes turned to Fang Fan. His gaze was as frigid as ice, directed at Qian Chong. The latter shivered involuntarily under Fang Fan's penetrating stare. The innkeeper looked at Fang Fan with a hint of surprise. "Fang Fan, have you indeed taken 10 taels of silver?" Fang Fan replied nonchalantly. The guest provided 100 taels of silver, stating that 50 taels were for me, while the remaining 50 were for the food and a gratuity. Although Qian Chong was intimidated by Fang Fan, he continued to press, "Isn't this silver you deceived from the guest? Furthermore, even if the guest rewarded you, you should hand it over. It is the inn's policy that such earnings are to be shared. Come, let us go upstairs and inquire with the guest. I cannot believe a guest would reward you with 50 taels." As he spoke, he attempted to seize Fang Fan. Fang Fan deftly evaded the grasp, for he detested being touched by others. Not succeeding in his attempt, Qian Chong abandoned the effort and turned to the innkeeper. "Innkeeper, such behavior warrants his dismissal." "Does it not?" The innkeeper replied. "Very well, let us ask the guest upstairs." The group ascended the stairs, which included the innkeeper, Qian Chong, Rin Qi, and Wu San, with Fang Fan trailing behind. He sighed, realizing his own oversight. However, if the old man did not provide proof, he would not need to produce the 50 taels himself. Fang Fan felt no anxiety about being dismissed or Qian Chong's complaint. His demeanor was calm, devoid of any distress. Upon opening the door to the private room, they encountered the old man's astonished expression. Qian Chong spoke first. "Dear guest, did that young waiter swindle you out of your silver?" The old man appeared even more bewildered. "What do you mean by that?" Qian Chong continued. "The dishes you ordered cost 43 taels of silver. Did he not overcharge you, leading you to give him 100 taels? He claimed 50 taels were a tip for him." The old man glanced at Fang Fan and then at Qian Chang. "I am aware my dishes cost 43 taels. I did give him 100 taels, and I explicitly stated that the excess was for him." A hint of embarrassment crossed Qian Chong's face as he turned to the innkeeper. "Innkeeper, even if the guest rewarded him, he should still collect it. It must be shared." The old man looked at Qian Chong and suddenly understood his implication. "I provided 100 taels, 50 were for the meal and the gratuity, while the other 50 were a personal gift to this waiter. I came to dine, and he has served me well on 2 occasions. I was quite satisfied and decided to give him 50 taels." Fang Fan smiled, recognizing that the old man was quite astute, thus securing his favor. Yet, Qian Chang remained adamant about the gratuity needing to be shared among all, pressing the innkeeper for Fang Fan's punishment and dismissal. The innkeeper, feeling exasperated, responded, "Enough, enough. If the guest wishes to reward Fang Fan, that is a private matter between them. The guest has also produced 7 taels as a tip, which does not violate the inn's regulations. Now, everyone, return to your duties and refrain from creating unnecessary trouble. Fang Fan, please check the kitchen to see if the dishes for the guests are ready. Serve them promptly." Fang Fan nodded. "Yes, master." He descended to the kitchen. Qian Chang remained furious, believing the master was shielding Fang Fan. The other waiters, merely spectators, lost interest in the commotion and returned to their tasks. Upon entering the kitchen, Fang Fan discovered that the old man had indeed prepared 3 dishes. He lifted a tray, placed the 3 plates of food upon it, and ascended to the private room to serve the elderly gentleman. After presenting the dishes, he elaborated on their preparation methods, flavors, and more. The old man listened attentively. Once Fang Fan finished, he observed the old man's contemplative demeanor. The old man, gritting his teeth, seemed lost in thought. Fang Fan sensed a connection. The old man mused. "I don't even know if I can continue living. These possessions are of no use to me. Perhaps I should bequeath them to this young waiter. He is quite handsome. As the saying goes, beauty reflects the heart. Such a striking visage must belong to a good soul. Moreover, he has been a gracious host these past few days, attending to my needs with great care. Perhaps this is fate." Fang Fan listened intently to the old man's thoughts, finally realizing that the old man was entangled in a predicament concerning life and death. His curiosity deepened as he awaited the old man's further reflections. Eager to discern the nature of the troubling circumstances that led this mountain spirit to contemplate his existence. However, the old man ceased his ruminations, and with a flick of his hand, produced several items. An exquisite jade vial, clearly of superior quality compared to the one Fang Fan used for storing elixirs. A robust ginseng root, likely from the old man's own stock. And a palm-sized piece of jade, lush green and emanating warmth, presumably the legendary warm jade. Most notably, these items radiated abundant spiritual energy. Gritting his teeth, the old man declared, "Young waiter, these treasures are now yours. I cannot determine if you possess the fortune to become an immortal cultivator, but should you succeed, these items will prove invaluable." Fang Fan, intrigued, inquired, "What are these treasures, esteemed guest?" The old man began his explanation. "This vial contains the essence of ginseng, just 10 drops, each capable of resurrecting the dead and enhancing strength, healing ailments. The ginseng root was harvested from a millennium-old ginseng spirit, exceedingly rare, only slightly less potent than the essence. This is a piece of warm jade, imbued with terrifying spiritual energy, which can be absorbed during cultivation far more effectively than that from spirit stones, particularly during breakthroughs to new realms, surpassing even the efficacy of elixirs." Fang Fan graciously accepted the items, replying, "Esteemed guest, you are fortunate. May your good fortune persist." He added, "I shall check on the remaining 2 dishes." With that, Fang Fan exited the private room. The old man gazed at Fang Fan, mulling over his words, musing to himself, "Am I truly fortunate? It seems so. Even a millennium-old ginseng spirit is rare, let alone my own cultivation of 10 millennia." Though my combat prowess may be lacking, my fortune is undeniably exceptional. Upon reflecting on this, the old man felt a surge of courage within him. Indeed, with such fortuitous luck, he believed he would not perish this evening, and surely, with his remarkable fortune, he would rescue Luor. With this thought, he began to eat heartily, finding the food to be even more delectable than before. Soon, 2 additional dishes and a soup were served. Fang Fan did not depart. Instead, he remained nearby, encouraging the old man to enjoy his meal. Engaging in conversation, Fang Fan skillfully extracted information, and the old man, without any intent to conceal, revealed his difficulties. Astonishingly, the old man was a millennium-old ginseng spirit, having produced both the ginseng essence and the ginseng roots himself. As for the warm jade, it was discovered near the old man's original form before he took shape. Relying on this warm jade, even before becoming a ginseng spirit, his cultivation and awakening of intelligence were significantly swifter than those of ordinary spirits. Hope blossomed in the old man's heart, and he did not demand the return of these 3 items. If he could rescue Luo tonight and escape, he considered that these items were blessings from Fang Fan, which he must willingly offer. Should he fail to rescue Luo and find himself ensnared, he would have no opportunity to reclaim these items. With clarity of mind, he felt unburdened and his demeanor lightened, allowing him to eat with greater joy. With Fang Fan's engaging banter, both overt and subtle, the old man felt reassured that his demise was not imminent, uplifting his spirits further. Once the old man finished his meal, Fang Fan brought over a pot of complimentary chrysanthemum tea, which the old man savored with delight. Fang Fan then descended to inform the innkeeper of his request for a short leave. The innkeeper, having received prior instructions from the 3rd young master to accommodate Fang Fan in all endeavors, readily obliged. Watching the old man exit the prosperous winehouse, Fang Fan followed suit. Upon leaving the establishment and reaching a secluded corner, Fang Fan employed his invisibility technique to trail the old man. The old man's steps were somewhat unsteady, but Fang Fan discerned that it was not due to intoxication, as the old man had not consumed any alcohol. Rather, it was the immense pressure weighing on his heart that caused his tension. Fang Fan followed the old man as he walked towards a dilapidated temple in the northern part of the area. Fang Fan recognized this temple, which had once been a site of thriving worship, but had since fallen into disrepair for reasons unknown. Even the idols had suffered damage. In his previous ignorance, Fang Fan had not understood the significance, but now, having read extensively about cultivation practices and the various means by which immortals survived, he realized that the temple's decay must have stemmed from issues concerning the deity worshipped there, be it a slumbering or fallen god. The old man hesitated at the entrance for a moment, then a look of determination crossed his face as he stepped into the temple, with Fang Fan trailing behind. The temple was indeed in a state of disrepair. The idol lay in ruins, reduced to a mere torso, lacking a head. Beneath the pedestal where the idol once stood was a pile of thatch, atop which lay a bound young girl. The young girl appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years of age, yet Fang Fan understood that she was far from ordinary. She was a mountain spirit, most likely a vine that had cultivated into a being of essence. The ropes binding her were not mere cords, they were imbued with a sinister aura, serving as instruments of confinement. Not only could they restrain the girl, rendering her immobile, but they also had the capacity to suppress her spiritual energy. Bound tightly, escape was utterly out of the question. Nearby stood a ghostly cultivator, his form enveloped in dark robes. This specter possessed formidable strength, far surpassing that of the ancient ginseng spirit. Upon noticing the old ginseng spirit, the ghostly cultivator rasped, "Ah, you've arrived? As agreed, if you surrender, I shall release this vine spirit." Indeed, if the ginseng spirit had sought to flee, the ghostly cultivator would have been unable to capture him. For the ginseng spirit was adept in earth-walking techniques and numerous methods of evasion. As long as he stood upon the ground, there was no one who could detain him. The young girl cried out, "Grandpa Ginseng, you must flee. Do not worry about me. He intends to consume you in exchange for my release. Grandpa, run, please." Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded, "Grandpa Ginseng, hurry." Before she could finish, a sharp crack echoed through the air. The ghostly cultivator lashed out with a whip, striking the girl. Instantly, her garments were torn, revealing a crimson mark upon her skin. The old ginseng spirit's eyes blazed with fury. With another crack, the ghostly cultivator struck the girl once more. Enraged, the elder shouted, "Do not harm her. If you strike her again, I shall." "What will you do? Kill me? Huh. Let us see if you possess the capability." Fang Fan stepped out from his concealment behind the old man. The ghostly cultivator paused in surprise before laughing derisively. "Ah, The ginseng spirit has brought a companion. Yet, this ally appears to lack merit. Turning to face Fang Fan, the elder's eyes widened in alarm. Young man, you must leave. This ghostly cultivator is a malevolent being who devours spirits and siphons human essence. Fang Fan maintained a calm demeanor. Were he faced with another cultivator, he might find himself at a loss. However, against this ghostly adversary, he could wield his abilities of soul binding and soul severing. Observing Fang Fan's unwavering resolve, the elder was at a loss for words. It became clear to him that Fang Fan was no ordinary individual. He too was a cultivator. Yet, what did that matter? This ghostly cultivator was comparable to one in the tribulation stage of cultivation. Even the ancient ginseng spirit struggled against him, leaving the elder uncertain about this young companion's fate. Fang Fan strolled leisurely to the old man's side, observing the ghost cultivator, who, despite being merely in the tribulation stage, was exceptionally arrogant. Judging by your aura, you must have committed numerous sins: murder, the devouring of human essence, the consumption of other beings and their vital energies. You are burdened with karmic debts. Do you truly believe you can pass through this tribulation? You intend to capture the ginseng essence, I presume, thinking it might be more beneficial during your tribulation than ordinary healing elixirs. Fang Fan directly articulated the ghost cultivator's intentions, and even without seeing the ghost face, he could sense its embarrassment and anger. The ghost cultivator cracked the whip in his hand, aiming to strike Fang Fan. With a swift motion, Fang Fan grasped the whip and uttered a chant, constrain the soul. Instantly, an inexplicable wind surged, the heavens shifted, stars twinkled, and a profound force surged forth, accompanied by the echoing roars of ancient beasts. The ghost cultivator became immobile. Fang Fan released the whip, which fell from the ghost's grasp. The vine spirit, Luo'er, appeared bewildered, unaware of the unfolding events. The ginseng essence elder was exhilarated. The power of the laws was indeed manifest. The ginseng essence knelt before Fang Fan, exclaiming, Immortal, I am blind to your greatness. Thank you, Immortal, thank you. He bowed his head in reverence. Fang Fan then spoke, instructing the elder to free the vine spirit and search the ghost cultivator for any valuable items. Yes, Immortal, the elder replied, rising to sever the bindings from Luo'er, granting her freedom. The elder approached the ghost cultivator cautiously, commencing a search of his person. He uncovered a storage bag and 2 sinister artifacts, which he presented with utmost respect before Fang Fan. Upon inspection, Fang Fan noted that the sinister items were merely the ropes that had bound Luo'er and the whip previously wielded by the ghost cultivator. Clearly, this ghost was impoverished, possessing little of worth. Fang Fan stepped forward, tearing the ghost cultivator's robes aside, his stomach turning at the sight. Luo'er and the ginseng essence elder mirrored his indignation. The ghost cultivator's form retained some solidity, yet it was marred by the emergence of faces twisted in agony, contorted, and writhing. These faces bore tears of blood, their mouths silently screaming. Some were those of infants, even young girls. This ghost cultivator not only consumed the essence of living beings but also their bodies, and shockingly, he had not spared their souls, devouring them as well yet failing to fully absorb them, resulting in their visages manifesting upon his form. Fang Fan, filled with righteous fury, swept his hand, causing the ghost cultivator's spectral body to rupture, liberating the devoured souls. Upon closer inspection, some souls were reduced to mere heads, while others still retained their bodies, albeit in a state of disrepair, missing limbs. Enraged, Fang Fan pointed at the ghost cultivator, invoking the soul-severing technique. Amidst the tempestuous sky, flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder threatened to shatter the mortal realm. The stars above shone with an intense brilliance, heralding the emergence of an awe-inspiring, celestial authority. This formidable presence instilled a profound trepidation in the surrounding creatures and cultivators alike, rendering them quaking in fear. As this majesty descended, an inscrutable force enveloped the ghostly cultivator, whose form began to dissipate. In mere moments, the specter vanished into the ether. The souls, fraught with malevolence and ferocity, fixated their gaze upon Fang Fan, yet dared not approach. Luo'er observed these spirits with a blend of sympathy and trepidation, finding solace behind the protective figure of the ginseng essence elder. Fang Fan seated himself in a meditative posture and began to recite the rebirth incantation. In the depths of the shadowed bamboo grove, the sky remains unseen. The path is fraught with peril, traversed alone. On the mountain's peak, I stand solitary, while clouds drift gracefully below. In the obscurity of twilight, the day turns dim. As the eastern wind blows, divine rain descends. The lingering souls, entwined in forgetfulness, yearn for return. As the years wane, who shall grant me grace? As the ginseng essence and vine essence beheld him, a radiant golden light emanated from Fang Fan, spreading forth and enveloping the forlorn spirits. The malevolence that clung to these souls dissipated at a visible pace, their countenances gradually transforming into serene smiles, the ferocity replaced by tranquility. Some spirits even began to mend their fragmented forms. No longer uttering a sound, they encircled Fang Fan, eyes closed, faces adorned with expressions of relaxation and comfort. In the midst of the astonished gazes of the ginseng and vine essences, two ghostly emissaries materialized, representatives of the city goddess patrol. Aware of the numerous formidable spirits present, they observed in silence as Fang Fan performed the rite of transcendence. One spirit, draped in flowing red garments, had fully restored its form and even acquired a measure of merit. It bowed gracefully to Fang Fan and took its place behind the ghostly emissaries, one after another. The spirits, now whole and freed from their former malevolence, honored Fang Fan with bows, standing in reverence behind the two emissaries. After countless recitations of the rebirth incantation, all the spirits had regained their corporeal integrity and transcended their wrath, positioning themselves behind the two emissaries. Upon opening his eyes, Fang Fan was met with a bow from one of the emissaries, expressing gratitude for his benevolent act of salvation. We shall escort them back to prepare for their rebirth. Indeed, these spirits were not only liberated from their bitterness and hatred, but had also garnered merit, ensuring their next lives would be auspicious. Even if they were not born into affluent families, they would surely find themselves in benevolent households, free from want. Fang Fan nodded in acknowledgement, permitting their departure. The two emissaries, along with the spirits, bowed once more before gracefully departing. With the demise of the ghostly cultivator, his storage bag was left abandoned, ripe for examination. Upon inspection, Fang Fan's disdain grew. The contents were meager, with merely over 100 spirit stones and 300 yin stones, alongside items of little value. He tossed the storage bag to the ginseng essence, intending to retain the 2 yin artifacts for Shenqingyang. Fang Fan prepared to depart, contemplating for a moment before a glimmer of light revealed the warm jade bestowed by the ginseng spirit. He extended it toward the ginseng spirit, saying, "This warm jade, although it may assist in cultivation, holds little value for me. I shall return it to you." Indeed, while the warm jade could aid in one's practice, Fang Fan had never relied on cultivation to elevate his realm. Furthermore, one could surmise that this warm jade was of considerable worth to the ginseng spirit, so it was best to return it. The ginseng spirit was momentarily taken aback. "Esteemed immortal, this is a gift for you. I cannot accept it back. Moreover, I am still pondering how to repay your kindness. How could I possibly reclaim a gift meant for you?" Fang Fan remained silent, resolutely placing the warm jade into the ginseng spirit's hands before turning to leave. The ginseng spirit stood in stunned silence, as did the vine spirit. Fang Fan suddenly smacked his forehead, realizing it was time to visit the Four Seas Trading Company. He wondered if the items he had purchased for Ying had arrived yet. Fang Fan arrived at the Sea Trading Company, which remained brilliantly illuminated. Such a vast establishment, merely awaiting the arrival of a singular individual, might seem an extravagant use of resources to some. However, the proprietor and the waitstaff of this branch did not perceive it as wasteful. In fact, the entirety of Sea Trading Company shared this sentiment. Many harbored ambitions of enticing Huang Yongyuan to relinquish his position, aspiring to take the helm themselves. Being a manager at this branch truly promised boundless prospects. This branch had been designated as a Grade 7 establishment, the first of its kind across the entire continent. The manager was elevated to the rank of chief manager, while the waitstaff retained their status as silver-tier attendants. This classification was mandated by directives from the Qinglei immortal realm, underscoring the significance attributed by the higher-ups. Huang Yongyuan and Zhou Feng maintained a steadfast silence, divulging not a whisper regarding Fang Fan's identity. Thus, apart from Huang Yongyuan, Zhou Feng, and a handful of others at Sea Trading Company, no one was privy to the identity, appearance, or information concerning this alchemist, Fang Fan. Conversely, Huang Yongyuan had long since inquired into Fang Fan's background, discovering that he served as a waitstaff member at the rich and noble tavern, possessed exceptional skills in both calligraphy and painting, and even practiced divination. Furthermore, he had a spirit cultivator in his family and had recently acquired a golden canine. Oh, and let us not forget, the laurel tree at Fang Fan's home had also attained sentience and developed a spiritual form. Despite his thorough understanding of Fang Fan's surroundings, Huang Yongyuan continued to regard him as profoundly enigmatic. He could not fathom why this seemingly ordinary individual had transformed into an immortal, one whom even the city god must approach with caution. Huang Yongyuan clutched Fang Fan tightly within his grasp, ensuring that, besides Zhou Feng and himself, no one else would have the opportunity to engage with him. Such actions did not contravene the principles of Sihai Trading Company. It was customary for a chief manager or even a mere manager to hold a few high-return, high-value clients, which was an established practice of the company. As long as they could maintain their clientele and prevent them from being lured away by competitors, this was deemed a success. Sihai Trading Company actively encouraged such endeavors. This approach mirrors modern private customizations and personal assistance. After all, identifying and cultivating clients like Fang Fan, who could offer substantial value and returns, requires considerable time. If the personnel were to change midway, it would undoubtedly hinder the establishment of a reliable and consistent rapport. Over time, as relationships and bonds developed between the two parties, it would result in Sihai Trading Company securing a lifelong premium client. Coupled with the resources and benefits provided by Sihai Trading Company, it would be nearly impossible for other establishments to entice them away. Upon entering Sihai Trading Company, the manager and waitstaff warmly welcomed Fang Fan. The manager, wearing a smile, greeted him. "Esteemed immortal, everything has been prepared. Please, ascend to the second floor. I shall present it to you." The trio ascended to the second floor and settled in the VIP room. The waitstaff served refreshments and tea, while the manager offered Fang Fan a cup, and with a flick of his hand, produced 3 additional items. One was a transparent vial, its composition unknown, containing a single drop of blood. This drop appeared particularly otherworldly, swirling and rolling within the confines of the vial. Upon closer examination, the object in hand was not merely a shade of red, but rather shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. There were also 2 translucent jade boxes, the type of jade unknown, cool to the touch as if they contained ice. Within lay 2 exquisite flowers. The petals of the 7 blood flower were 7 in number, each a different hue of red, silver red, peach red, and crimson, among others. In contrast, the bloodthirsty vine's blossom was a vibrant crimson, nearly double the size of the 7 blood flower, exuding an air of otherworldly allure, as if a fierce aura emanated from it. It was evident that the bloodthirsty vine was a formidable entity. Huang Yongyuan elaborated to Fang Fan about the 3 items, detailing their usage, the intervals required for optimal efficacy, and the necessity of adhering to a specific sequence for consumption, among other particulars. His narration was exceedingly thorough. Once he concluded, Fang Fan, with a flick of his wrist, stored the 3 items into his spatial pouch and expressed his desire to take his leave. Huang Yongyuan did not insist on retaining him, recognizing that time was ample. Huang Yongyuan and Zhou Feng escorted Fang Fan to the entrance of the Four Seas Trading Company. Fang Fan returned home, filled with an eager anticipation. Observing Fang Fan's disappearing silhouette, Huang Yongyuan uttered 2 words, "Closed." "Indeed, master," came the response. Fang Fan realized that he had returned home rather late and wondered if Xinqingyang and Ying had been anxiously waiting for him. Just as he was about to push open the door, he heard Ying's plaintive cries. Upon entering, Ying leaped into his arms, her demeanor one of innocent grievance. As she pointed at her forehead with her front paw, Fang Fan was momentarily taken aback. Her forehead bore a small wound revealing a dark, protruding object that resembled a tiny horn, sharp at the front, rounded at the back. Ying resumed her cries. Fang Fan understood her concerns. "Not itchy? A bit painful? Not too painful. Can you endure it?" Her responses came in a flurry of cries, as if to say she was indeed waiting for him, her stomach growling, yearning for more spiritual vegetables. He pondered that he had utilized over 200 spirit stones out of the 300 he had. The spiritual energy now manifesting as this horn on her forehead. Ying nodded, suddenly realizing, "Oh, brother can understand me now?" Fang Fan was taken aback. Ying had just called him brother. Unable to suppress a smile, he affectionately patted her head and led her inside. Xinqingyang presented the evening meal. As Fang Fan dined, he shared with Xinqingyang and Ying that Ying was a golden dog, possessing the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, Xieji, which was now awakening, leading to the emergence of her horn. He did not conceal the fact that he had spent a staggering 15,000 spirit stones on the items necessary for awakening her bloodline. Subsequently, he produced the 2 artifacts, a rope and a whip, and handed them to Xinqingyang, who received them with great admiration. After the meal, as Xinqingyang tidied up, the trio, 1 person, 1 spirit, and 1 dog, stood in place. With a swift motion, Fang Fan revealed a droplet of Xieji's blood. Xinqingyang and Ying gazed at it with wide eyes, captivated. Ying stood transfixed at the sight of the blood, as if she could hear a distant call. sensing an intrinsic connection between the blood within the jade vial and herself. It seemed as though she desired to consume it in one gulp. Meanwhile, Xinqingyang felt a wave of discomfort. The ancient divine beast, Xieji, known for its ability to discern good from evil, is revered as a law beast, with some public offices even erecting statues of Xieji at their entrances. Xieji embodies the essence of utmost yang and strength, and thus its blood possesses the same qualities, causing Xinqingyang to feel as if she were being scorched by the blazing sun, an unbearable sensation. She took 2 steps back. Fang Fan, aware of the subtlety of the situation, suggested, "Xingyang, if you feel unwell, you may step outside for a moment." Xinqingyang shook her head, determined to witness Yingying's transformation as she consumed the blood of the divine beast. Fang Fan nodded and brought the jade vial to Yingying's lips. Yingying opened her mouth, and Fang Fan poured the drop of blood into her mouth. With a soft gulp, Yingying swallowed it down.